Transcending the Nine Heavens chapter 2493 to chapter 2550. It was at such a time that the opponent was more likely to reveal the truth. And this mantra would be a shocking piece of news to the entire world. Everyone pricked up their ears, fearing that they would miss a single word. Dong Wushang said in a low voice, "Ask." Zui Wuqing lowered his sword and said, "Dong Wushang, I'll only ask you. Who's behind you? Logically speaking, there's no reason for you to develop so quickly. Someone must be playing tricks. Tell me, who is it?" Dong Wushang said disdainfully, "You're the one who turned extreme heaven into a rotten stall. You didn't participate in the battle of purple cloud heavens, so you've already lost the right to be the celestial emperor in the hearts of the world. That's why I'm able to rally the troops this time. There's no one behind me at all. If there's anyone, it's only heaven's will and the hearts of the people." "Ha ha ha, only someone like you who plays tricks every day would have such an unbearable idea." Dong Wushang stood with his sword and said proudly, "I, Dong Wushang, with the blood in my chest, my manhood, my bones, and the sword in my hand. Don't tell me I still need someone to help me." Dong Wushang's words were naturally filled with a kind of arrogance that looked down on the world. Someone cheered loudly, "Good. Well said." Zui Wuqing laughed mockingly and said, "Don't tell me the Tianji Intelligence Department isn't your people?" Dong Wushang was silent for a while and said mockingly, "Tianji Intelligence Department? They're indeed my people, but they're my enemies." "Why, are you trying to shirk the responsibility of losing the battle?" "Alright, as long as you think so, then so be it." Although Dong Wushang said so, everyone who heard it, even Sejin Shangren who was watching the battle in the dark, didn't think so at all. These words really lacked the basic sincerity. Zui Wuqing was furious. "Dong Wushang, I'm talking to you because I think you're a hero. Don't use such a tone to humiliate me." He roared, "Today's battle will determine the ruler of extreme heaven. Could it be? You, Dong Wushang, won't even tell the truth." Dong Wushang said indifferently, "I, Dong Wushang, despise lying the most. But you are an exception. You watched the heavenly fiends enter the purple cloud heavens, but you remained indifferent. Hundreds of millions of lives were plunged into misery and suffering, yet you watched coldly from the sidelines. Do I need to treat him courteously? You're not worthy." Drunken Wuqing roared and raised his sword. His face was ferocious. "If that's the case, then let's fight to the death." "Of course I'm here to fight to the death." Dong Wushang slowly raised his saber. "Don't tell me I've come here just to chat with you? As I said before, you're not worthy." Both of them knew that Cloud Master was coveting them. Therefore, his words were watertight and he did not dare to show the slightest bit of negligence. But Dong Wushang was sighing from the bottom of his heart. As for the current Zui Wuqing, he did not want to kill him at all, but he had to. They had no choice but to kill him, furthermore. Clearly, Zui Wuqing had nothing left to live for. He did not want to live anymore. It was just as he had said. "I've been a dog for a lifetime and I've had enough." Before he died, he wanted to be a proper human being. And Dong Wushang had to give it to him. There had never been a moment or a person who could make Dong Wushang hate him so much. Cloud Master, these three words made Dong Wushang hate him to the core. Who would have thought that this sanctimonious His Majesty, who had always occupied the throne of the #1 person in the Heaven Imperial Court, was actually such a sinister, vicious, heartless, deranged, despicable and shameless fake emperor bastard? Even if all the derogatory words in the world were used to describe him, they would not be able to describe how despicable he was. Dong Wushang had always been a clean killer. He never used a second slash. Even if it was an enemy, he would not let them suffer, but at this moment, Dong Wushang felt that if he were to let Cloud Master die a quick death one day, that would be an unforgivable sin. "Dong Wushang." Drunken Wuqing's body floated up slowly. In midair, he waved his sword wildly. In the blink of an eye, a sword mountain that could hold up the heavens and reach the earth appeared in the sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. It was 10,000 feet tall. In the entire world, the bright moon suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if there was only this huge and majestic mountain of swords in this world, lying across this place. It was emitting a dense and deadly murderous aura. Obviously, this was drunken Wu Qing's desperate move, a sword that could reach 10,000 miles. He believed that even if a saint were to face this sword, he wouldn't be able to treat it lightly and would have to temporarily avoid it. The saint in the dark heaved a sigh of relief. Since drunken Wu Qing was so desperate, it seemed like there would not be any big problems with the arrangements. The only one he had to worry about now was Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang had only been in the world for a few years. Although his cultivation had reached an extremely high level and his fighting skills were also very good, could he really fight against the heavenly emperor of the ultimate heaven, drunken Wu Qing, who had made his name 1,000,000 years ago? If Dong Wushang was unable to withstand drunken Wu Qing's ultimate move in the end, then half of his plan would fall through in an instant. There was nothing more wonderful in the world than this. At this moment, as the enemy, Superior Cloud, was actually worried about Dong Wushang's life, Dong Wushang took a deep breath. His tall and sturdy body seemed to have grown even bigger at this moment. His body was faintly emitting a faint purple light. This was a unique phenomenon when one's cultivation had been raised to the limit. He understood that drunken Wu Qing was forcing him to kill drunken Wu Qing. He did not even leave Dong Wushang any leeway. This was because there was only one outcome to this move. If you don't die, then I die. If you, Dong Wushang, are soft-hearted and don't want to kill me, then you can only die under this move of mine. In any case, I absolutely won't hold back. After this move is used, even if I want to hold back, it will be impossible. So, if you don't want to die and want to live, you can only kill me, you can only go all out, and this last move of mine will also be the last bit of brilliance I leave in this world. Legend, this is the last bit of dignity I, drunken Wu Qing, have left in this world. Please don't blaspheme it. Drunken Wu Qing did not speak anymore. But Dong Wushang completely understood what he meant. He understood it more thoroughly than he heard it. Dong Wushang naturally did not want to die. So, whether it was for himself, for his family, for his brothers, or for drunken Wu Qing's final wish, even he had to win against this move. If he lost, not only would he let himself down, he would also let down his opponent. When two tigers fought, there would definitely be death for one. Dong Wushang moved his feet slightly and slowly raised his dark saber. Dong Wushang's eyes turned into two black holes that could devour heaven and earth. Merciless saber. This saber was decisive. Not only was it decisive, it was to sever everything. The majestic sword mountain in the sky suddenly moved. Once it moved, it would collapse the world. Everyone within a radius of several thousand miles could clearly see this scene. The mountain peak in the sky that was completely composed of long swords and sword chi suddenly turned into countless streaks of sword chi that filled the world. It was as if 1,000,000,000,000 shooting stars had suddenly appeared in the night sky, so much so that everyone seemed to have heard a loud boom in their hearts. That was the sound of an earth-shattering storm. At this moment, the entire world seemed to have disappeared with this boom. There was only destruction. In this battle, there were tens of thousands of spectators. Before this move, everyone felt that it was very beneficial. After watching this battle, their martial cultivation would definitely be able to improve further and reach a higher level, but at this moment when the sword mountain collapsed, at least half of the people suddenly felt that the martial spirit in their hearts had collapsed. Their hearts shook. At the moment when the sword mountain collapsed, his lifelong belief in martial arts vanished without a trace. The sudden collapse of the sword mountain also collapsed their spirits at the same time. From that moment onwards, these people would not have the slightest bit of improvement in their martial realms for the rest of their lives. In fact, no matter how hard he studied and practiced, he couldn't prevent himself from regressing day by day, and becoming dispirited step by step. The reason was because of this move, this moment, this instant. A heavenly emperor of a generation went all out in a desperate move. It was truly world-shaking, shocking and terrifying. Not only did it have a destructive effect on one's physical body, it also had a collapsing effect on one's spirit and divine sense. In a distant corner, in the shadows, the few ugly women watched as Zue Wu Qing's body turned into a magnificent mountain of swords and collapsed overnight. Tears welled up in their eyes and flowed freely down their cheeks. How could the woman who had slept beside him for hundreds of thousands of years not know what kind of mentality her man had right now? After this move, there would no longer be a heavenly emperor Wu Qing in this world. Zue Wu Qing would no longer exist, once and for all. Husband. The women looked at the crisscrossing streams of light in the sky in a daze. They opened their mouths and called out silently. At this moment, they were heartbroken. Dong Wushang's shout shook the vast sky the moment the sword mountain collapsed. His tall and sturdy body stood upright, and didn't move. Then, he suddenly spun the black saber in his hand, and an unprecedented tornado suddenly took shape. It seemed as if it could reach the heaven and earth. Then, Dong Wushang's figure completely disappeared. There was only a tiny, shining piece of the black saber that was only the length of a chopstick left on the spot. However, the radiance on this saber was unprecedented and unparalleled. Many martial artists saw the light emitted by this saber by chance, but they could only cry out in pain. Blood kept flowing out of their eyes. But they had already been attacked by the saber energy inadvertently. Even though they were thousands of feet away from this space, it was still the same. Even Dong Wushang knew that he wouldn't be able to bear such terrifying and extreme destructive power alone. If he wanted to block Drunk Wuqing's final attack, he could only use his ultimate move, Merciless Blade, attack against attack, kill against kill. Only by risking one's life could he have a chance of survival and victory. However, the moment the blade was unleashed, heaven and earth were merciless. Drunk Wuqing's move turned the world into a collapsing mass of murderous intent. Dong Wushang's blade, on the other hand, was extremely condensed into the purest point. The sword mountain came crashing down with unstoppable force. However, the saber light that Dong Wushang had turned into met the attack head-on without any hesitation. The speed of this moment could really be traced back to 1,000,000 years of time, the endless murderous intent that Drunk Wuqing had accumulated for more than 1,000,000 years stopped and solidified at this moment. The sword mountain still came crashing down. Dong Wushang, on the other hand, broke through the sword mountain at a speed that surpassed the limit. The dark saber let out a sound that shook the world. Dong Wushang's burly figure appeared behind Drunk Wuqing. 100 feet away, the sword mountain was still crumbling piece by piece. It was still in the midst of an explosion, still causing terrifying destructive power. However, this destructive power had no target at all. Without a target, no matter how powerful or shocking the attack was, it would be meaningless. The reason for this was because the person who created this sword mountain had already suffered a fatal injury. Drunk Wuqing's stalwart body suddenly froze in a flash of light. After a while, the light of the sword mountain finally dissipated. The two figures reappeared at the top of the imperial city. Drunk Wuqing stood still for a long time with his back facing Dong Wushang. Suddenly, he turned around slowly and faced Dong Wushang again. The onlookers, those below the high-level saint level, could not tell who had won this battle. They only saw a flash of light and everything was over. Who had won? Those who were lucky enough not to be injured. Everyone was asking themselves this question. Drunk Wuqing faced Dong Wushang and suddenly revealed a strange smile. He praised, "Good saber. What a sharp saber." Dong Wushang was silent. After a while, he said bitterly, "The sword is not bad too. It's really not bad. Not as good as the saber. Far from it." Zui Wuqing chuckled and waved his sleeves confidently. "This blade. What's it called?" Dong Wushang said solemnly, "Merciless Blade." Drunk Merciless suddenly burst into laughter. Swaying back and forth, he said, "Good name. Perhaps this is my destiny? Ha ha ha. My name is Zui Wuqing, and your saber is Merciless Saber. Merciless Saber / Merciless Drunk. Ha ha ha. It is indeed the will of the heavens." There was a complicated look in Dong Wushang's eyes as he said indifferently, "It's you who forced me too hard. I have no other choice. Although I don't want you to die, I don't want to die even more." Drunk Merciless laughed loudly. He said fiercely, "Well said, you won't kill me. I'll kill you." In a battle of life and death, the winner would live and the loser would die. The winner would be king. I, too, want to win. Killing you is also my goal. Unfortunately, I couldn't do it. Dong Wushang's eyes were sharp as he said softly, "Yes, you'll never be able to do it." When Drunk Merciless spoke on the verge of death, Dong Wushang couldn't help but soften. The experienced Drunk Merciless immediately reminded Dong Wushang with a fierce tone. Dong Wushang immediately came to his senses. At this moment, he couldn't reveal any flaws, otherwise, Drunk Merciless would really have died in vain. He couldn't die in peace. Drunk Merciless laughed loudly. Drunk Merciless' voice sounded in Dong Wushang's ears, "Ha ha ha. Am I a dog? Drunk Merciless was still thinking about this question in his last moments. However, in the face of such a man, who dared to say that he was someone else's dog, Dong Wushang immediately replied, "You're not a dog. Although you have flaws in the big picture, you're a real man." Flaws? Drunk Merciless' voice was filled with helplessness. "Dong Wushang, I hope you won't be controlled by him. Otherwise, you'll know that this flaw is something you can't refuse." "Thank you. I'm not a dog. I'm a man." Ha ha ha. The voice was suddenly cut off. Drunk Merciless looked up to the sky and roared. Suddenly, he leaped up and floated into the sky. He stood in the air and recited, ruling the heavenly court for 1,000,000 years, shaking hands with 3,000 worlds. "Today, I die with no regrets, because I've killed Merciless." As soon as he finished, he laughed loudly. Just as he started laughing, a ball of blood suddenly burst out from his chest. Then, without any warning, a big hole appeared in his chest. It was transparent from front to back. Just now, Dong Wushang and his saber had passed through this hole. This was also the key to victory in the fight just now. That slash had actually destroyed all of Drunk Merciless' life force. The reason why he could still stand and talk, and even look normal on the surface, was because of the last breath of vital energy of a peak saint. As Drunk Merciless laughed, the vital energy finally dissipated. Once the vital energy dissipated, the heavy injuries that he had forcefully suppressed naturally erupted. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Drunk Merciless, who was dressed in a bright yellow robe, stood in the air with his hands behind his back. Even with a huge hole in his chest, he still looked like a king. With a smile on his face, he said, "Dong Wushang. The winner is the king. From now on, the ultimate heaven is yours." As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body suddenly turned into a ball of dust with a boom. He disappeared just like that. In the shadows, Sage Lord Yin Shengren's face appeared even more callous. He stretched out his hand and beckoned, as if he had intercepted something. Then, he glared coldly at Dong Wushang. Then, he turned around, and disappeared without a trace. Outside the city. Seeing Drunk Merciless' body turn into dust and disappear without a trace, the women all spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted without a sound. Only the woman in the center gritted her teeth and tried to stay conscious. She stared at the sky where Drunk Merciless disappeared without blinking. Her hands were clenched into fists. Her nails had already pierced deep into her flesh, and blood was dripping down. With a whoosh, the exploded flesh flew over from the distant sky. With a slap, it stuck to the woman's hand, and in an instant, it almost fused with the woman's blood. It was only the size of half a fingernail. It was just a tiny piece of flesh. However, this woman held it tightly in her hand as if she had found a treasure and pressed it against her chest. Her lips trembled uncontrollably as tears flowed out of her eyes. "Husband. I know. You were still worried about us, so you came to see us. You came to accompany us. It's great that we're a family. Finally, we're reunited, you're finally free. I'm happy for you. For more than 1,000,000 years of humiliation, you never had a single day. You've never been happy for a single day. You've always endured humiliation for the sake of our family, for the sake of our children. But we all know that as a husband, as a father, you're a great man. No one is greater than you. For 1,000,000 years, if you had decided to die, you would have died. He could have died a long time ago. He could have died countless times. Life is hard and death is easy, but you never chose to be free. You've always carried it, endured it, and supported it. Until now, until we've all been exchanged for freedom. Then, you've finally left with peace of mind. Although I can't bear to part with you, I'm really happy for you. For 1,000,000 years. You've only laughed at the end today. That's the only time you've truly opened your heart and laughed happily. I've finally seen you again. From the bottom of my heart, laugh once." The woman closed her eyes tightly as tears rolled down her cheeks. "Don't worry, after I've settled the children, I won't stay for a moment. I'll immediately leave with you, although I don't know where you are. When you return to chaos, my soul will scatter. In this world, since you're no longer here, I don't want to stay for a moment longer. No one knows, only I know. Even though your name is Wu Qing, in this world, there is no other man who understands love more than you, who is more affectionate, perhaps, in this entire world, only I know what my husband, Zui Wuqing, meant when he recited that poem at the end. Today, I'll leave with no regrets. Because Wuqing killed Wuqing. Truly without regrets. His family was already safe. How could Wuqing killed Wuqing be referring to the Wuqing blade? If I, Zui Wuqing, didn't want to die, who could kill me? I'll die today because I don't want to live anymore. This was the pride of a heavenly emperor. Towards Dong Wushang, who had fought to the death with her husband, the woman didn't have any hatred in her heart. Only because of Dong Wushang, Zui Wuqing was truly free. The last day, the last battle, was also Zui Wuqing's last true happiness. For the first time in a million years, he was truly happy, although the ending was death. We don't hate you, but we can't help you. Looking at the empty Dong Wushang, the woman said softly, we only wish you good luck. Don't be controlled again. Otherwise, it'll cause another tragedy. She sighed sadly. She knew how difficult it was to not be controlled by that person in the extreme heaven. After a long time, the other women woke up one by one. They looked at each other in despair. They gritted their teeth and sobbed silently. Finally, they supported each other as they walked into the forest. They kept looking back as they walked. Those few bloated figures gradually disappeared. Occasionally, someone would also see these few women, but they couldn't help but turn their heads and spit in disdain. Where did these ugly ghosts come from? F***ck, they're really too ugly. These girls turned a deaf ear to those comments and obscenities, and walked away without looking back. The one who was in the lead had one of her hands tightly clenched into a fist, and had been holding it tightly to her chest the entire time. Husband, let's go home. Let's go home together. There was only silence in Merciless City. This battle of the century had already ended for a while. But no one made a sound. After a long time, everyone seemed to have come to a realization and erupted into thunderous cheers. Those were Dong Wushang's Heavenly Armament Pavilion subordinates who were cheering for Great Emperor Wushang's victory. Then, there was endless noise. Those were the others who also seemed to have woken up from a dream and went with the flow. They might not be sincere, but their voices were loud. All kinds of unexpected and unbelievable events had turned Merciless City into a huge noisy market in an instant. Everyone was talking, but no one knew, and no one could hear what they were talking about. They only felt their hearts filled with shock. No one would have thought that the battle between these two peak experts, the ultimate battle between kings, would really end with one side defeated. The merciless heavenly emperor who had dominated the extreme sky for millions of years was killed by the young great emperor Wushang on the spot. This result was really out of everyone's expectations. As a result, the entire imperial city fell into an unprecedented state of chaos. Because it was only now that those spectators finally realized what kind of injuries they had suffered. Miserable screams rang out one after another, as if they wished they were dead. Dong Wushang had been standing at the peak of the imperial city with his saber in his hand. His figure was motionless, like a towering mountain. His broad shoulders propped up the entire sky of the extreme heaven. His gaze slowly turned. Whichever direction it turned to, that direction would instantly fall into silence. At this moment, that extremely condensed aura finally descended upon the world, dominating the world. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, GMO, and Li Xiongtu jumped up anxiously and came to Dong Wushang's side. Dong Wushang saw that his beloved wife had arrived. Finally, he let out a long breath and took a step forward. With the help of Molayer's cultivation, he flew thousands of feet in the air and disappeared outside the city. Obviously, Dong Wushang, who had been famous for millions of years, had to pay a price for defeating the extreme Sky Lord. Perhaps, the price was extremely high. It was just that everyone looked at him with extreme respect at this moment. They watched Great Emperor Wushang leave and didn't dare to make any rash moves. Everyone knew that when Great Emperor Wushang appeared once more, he would be the first to show his face. He was already the ruler of the extreme sky, a heaven lord. Just as they returned to the tent, Mo felt Dong Wushang's body trembling violently. Then, his body became sticky. Countless wounds suddenly appeared on Dong Wushang's body. At the same time, a large amount of blood spurted out. As far as the eye could see, there were over 100 sword wounds. Although it was said that he was covered in cuts and bruises, it was the rarest of all. Dong Wushang held Molayer's hand. I'll rest for a while. You and GMO look after me. No one is allowed to get close to me. When I wake up, I'll explain to you. Dong Wushang closed his eyes and fainted before he could finish speaking. In this battle, Dong Wushang had single-handedly killed Heavenly Emperor Merciless. Especially when he had to face Zue Wuqing's all-out killing move at the end. In fact, he was already at the end of his rope. This battle had been won by a close shave. It could even be said that if not for Zue Wuqing's desire to die, it would have been hard to say who would have won this battle. Even though Dong Wushang had won by a narrow margin, it was already a miracle that Fault could barely hold on until now. Now that he was safe and finally at a place where he didn't need to disguise himself, the vital energy that he had forcefully gathered dissipated instantly. He couldn't hold on any longer and immediately fell into a coma. But before he fell into a coma, he was still on guard against what Zue Wuqing had said. If the saint came to find trouble at this time, it would be terrible, so he specially instructed GMO and Mo Lei not to let anyone get close to him. With his wife and brother protecting him, Dong Wushang could truly rest assured and focus on healing his injuries. Mo Lei gasped and hurriedly took out a heavy pill and stuffed it into Dong Wushang's wound. Only after checking his pulse did she feel relieved. Although his pulse was weak, it was still very solid. It wasn't an injury caused by death. As long as he recuperated for a while, he would recover. It was just that he needed some time to recover from the loss of vital energy. Carefully laying Dong Wushang's entire body flat, Mo Lei quietly sat beside him and slowly started to treat his wounds. The heavy pill had already started to take effect slowly, but this time, the effect of the heavy pill was especially slow. The injury caused by the Heavenly Emperor of Merciless One sword that turned 10,000 miles into heavens naturally included the Heavenly Emperor's royal aura and the domain damage of a peak saint. Although the heavy pill could heal all injuries, its effect on such special injuries was greatly reduced. Actually, the most targeted treatment method was still to use the injured person's own cultivation to refine the opponent's power. This was the way to treat the root of the problem. Although the heavy pill could heal all injuries, it wasn't very effective when used here. But in this world, there was no medicine more effective than the heavy pill. GMO, you go out first. I'll take off his clothes and treat his injuries, Mo Lei said in a low voice. GMO shook his head resolutely. I definitely won't go out now. Sister-in-law, you can handle it. I'll wait at the door. He laughed bitterly and said, it's not that I don't know how to avoid arousing suspicion, but it's because the last sentence Dong Wushang said before he fell into a coma was really meaningful. He asked the two of us to guard him and not let anyone near him. Before this, when did Dong Wushang care about this? And it was in his own camp. But this time, he said it so seriously. There must be another reason. I'm afraid this reason is very serious. So, I must wait here. Even if you hit me, I won't go out. GMO was as resolute as a rock. All right then. Mo Lei didn't argue with him anymore. Dong Wushang's injuries really couldn't be delayed. The sooner he was treated, the faster and better the effects would be. She immediately got busy. GMO's back was facing Dong Wushang and Mo Lei. He stared at the door with a vigilant gaze. His divine senses had already spread out in all directions, paying attention to the movements in the surroundings. He didn't dare to miss any movement. At this moment, GMO was like an injured wolf king in the wasteland. He looked at the surroundings with infinite vigilance. As long as there was any movement, he would immediately go all out. GMO had experienced so many wars in his life. But this was the first time he was so vigilant, because GMO knew. The words that Dong Wushang had said were definitely hiding a huge crisis. Even people like Dong Wushang were afraid. Even having a wife with the cultivation of a peak Saint Mo Lei by his side wasn't enough. And he had to leave him behind too. What kind of thing would that be? GMO couldn't help but shudder at the thought of it, and now, the other brothers weren't here. He was the only one here. So, even if the sky really collapsed, he had to hold it up, not to mention a person, even a small insect. Could forget about getting close to the present Dong Wushang, other than Mo Lei, no matter who it was, if they wanted to walk in front of Dong Wushang. You'll have to step over my dead body to do so. GMO's gaze was resolute. He had already made such a vow in his heart. His body was like a bow with an arrow on the string, a bow that had been fully drawn. In his life, he had never been so nervous. Under Mo's infinite vigilance, time passed bit by bit. Mo had already treated all of Dong Wushang's wounds. He only felt weak all over. The wounds on Dong Wushang's body were all caused by the sword aura. Every one of them was a shallow cut on the skin. But when the blood was brushed away, one would discover that it was a deep cut. Fresh blood surged, extremely terrifying. There were a total of more than 130 such wounds. Although Mo was the king of assassins and had seen too many of such wounds, this time, it was on the body of her most beloved husband. How could she easily control her emotions, she cried as she cleaned up. In the past, as long as he took the heavy pill, even if the wounds didn't recover in time, there would definitely be miraculous effects. But this time, the recovery speed of the wounds was actually unprecedentedly slow. But this time, with the power of the extreme celestial emperor's domain, the effects of the heavy pill were also greatly weakened. Fortunately, Dong Wushang's cultivation was high and Mo's treatment was also timely. Everything was developing in a good direction. After a period of time, Dong Wushang's breathing finally stabilized. Although it was still slightly weak, it was continuous and strong. Only then did Mo feel as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. Just as she was about to turn around, she unexpectedly felt an unusually strong murderous aura coming from Mo, who was at the door behind her, without warning, as if he was going to fight to the death with some great enemy. Then, she saw Mo hurriedly turn around and blow out the oil lamp in the tent in one breath. In an instant, it was pitch black. Seeing this, Mo couldn't help but be shocked. She knew that something had happened again. Just now, she was wholeheartedly saving her husband and completely neglected the movements around her. She only heard Mo say hurriedly, "Sister-in-law. If the situation is critical, carry Wushang and leave alone. Don't care about anything else. Don't. Ever since the brothers reunited, Mo's personality was still the same. He was always joking around and never had a proper appearance. But now, he had a rare stern face and his expression was unusually serious. In fact, there was even a hint of fear in his voice. Because he knew that what Dong Wushang was most worried about was probably really happening. At this moment, Mo's body was completely tensed up. His hand was already silently gripping the long sword that he always carried with him. Mo was just about to speak when she felt an overwhelming and shocking aura coming towards her. An elegant and graceful voice said, "Where is Great Emperor Wushang?" Outside, there was a series of shouts and interrogations. Then, there were a few pung-pung sounds, followed by a series of tragic screams. Almost in the blink of an eye, the entire camp was thrown into chaos. Then, a majestic voice said, "Who are you? Stop right there." That was Li Xiongtu's voice. Then, Li Xiongtu let out a muffled groan and shouted, "Be careful." Then, there was a poof and Li Xiongtu was sent flying by that person's palm. Mo's palms were already sweaty. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Li Xiongtu had encountered many fortuitous encounters in the past 2 years, and his cultivation progress could be said to have advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he was already at the level of a saint, and could be said to have reached the level of a first-rate expert in the world. In addition, Li Xiongtu was born with a kind of fearless aura of an expert. When competing with martial artists of the same level, he was almost always at a disadvantage. Even when facing a high-level saint, it was not that he did not have the strength to fight. But at this moment, in the hands of the enemy, he was actually unable to withstand one move and was sent flying. Even the person who came was just disdainful of killing and showed mercy. If he really wanted to kill, Li Xiongtu might have already died. Who was it? The night was dark. That elegant voice said helplessly, "I am here to discuss important matters with Heavenly Emperor Wushang. I have no ill intentions. Why are you stopping me?" Then, a series of whooshing sounds were heard, and then there were many angry curses, shouts, the sound of golden blades cutting through the air, and the sound of clothes fluttering. Obviously, the experts of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion had already come from all directions and joined the battle to intercept the person. Swish, swish, swish. In front of the tent, there were at least 100 people gathered here to protect their leader. They blocked the path of the person who came. Through the accumulation of this period of time, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion under Dong Wushang already had hundreds of saint-level experts. This kind of strength might be slightly weaker than the other heavenly emperors. However, they were already one of the stronger powers in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Dozens of saints were attacking the person with all their strength. More than 100 experts were guarding the tent. Such a lineup could definitely be called gorgeous, but in Jimo's heart, he did not feel the slightest bit safe. The experts he had brought with him were already lying in ambush at this moment. But even so, he still felt that it was not safe enough. He did not know why, but GMO had a kind of can't stop it. Not a match. Danger. And other such strange feelings. This was a kind of intuition. This kind of intuition made him feel that even if the brothers and the boss Chuyang were all here now, they would not be able to stop this person. Originally, in Jimo's heart, his brothers joined hands to fight the enemy side by side. They were absolutely invincible. But this time even this absolutely invincible dream combination was not a match for the person who came. Could the person who came really be so strong? Get ready. GMO arched his body like a leopard that was ready to attack at any time. His voice was urgent and nervous. Fourth sister-in-law, this is a matter of life and death. You can't hesitate at all, you must listen to me. With fourth brother. Hurry up and leave. Go as far as you can. No matter what happens, don't look back. Emma took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, what about you? Jimo's voice was calm, I have my own way to escape. Don't worry about me. Do not hesitate. Emma nodded and quickly wrapped Dong Wushang up. GMO was calculating in his heart. If Dong Wushang and Emma left, what were the chances of him surviving? He could hear the miserable cries of the people outside, and people kept falling back. The more GMO thought about it, the more he realized how terrifying this person was. Or, if I were to stop this person from chasing after Dong Wushang, there would be no chance of survival. GMO tightened his grip on his sword. Boom, with a loud bang, the person arrived in front of the tent and said indifferently, I have always been merciful and have never killed anyone. I just don't want to kill anyone. I said it. I just want to meet Great Emperor Wushang. I have no ill intentions. Why are you stopping me? Since you have no ill intentions, then come back after Great Emperor Wushang recovers. Li Xiongtu's fierce voice sounded. He rushed back again. Great Emperor Wushang has just finished his battle, and you come here in such a manner. It is obvious what your intentions are. That person laughed bitterly and helplessly. What a stubborn person. With a loud bang, Li Xiongtu was sent flying again. With a loud roar, the hundreds of experts in front of the tent attacked together. That person sighed. Since that is the case, I won't hold back. With a loud bang, many people groaned and wretched cries rang out one after another. Outside, a sound like a hurricane rang out. Woo woo woo, that was the figure of that person. It was spinning rapidly, turning into a human tornado. Only the people outside would know that the person's body had completely disappeared. What surrounded their bodies was a real wind that had form but no substance. It was all-pervasive, puff 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 puff. Dozens of experts were hit at the same time and fell in all directions. They had no way to resist at all. With a whoosh, the curtain of the tent was pulled open. A thin and slender figure whose face couldn't be seen stepped in. At this moment, GMO didn't say anything and suddenly attacked. A ball of sword light, in an extreme way like an explosion, instantly filled the entire space within the tent. Chi. 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 The sword energy wreaked havoc, and the tent that was the first to be struck by it was instantly torn into pieces. At the same time, the experts outside had already rushed in, and the scene was extremely chaotic. In a pitch-black place, Emma carried Dong Wushang and used her unparalleled concealment technique. She silently floated out from the opening of the tent and blended into the dark night. That mysterious person's senses were really impressive. In such a chaotic scene, he was still able to detect Emma presence. Just as he was about to turn around, he felt a ball of sword light on his right and an extremely violent explosion coming towards him. There was actually another expert at the peak level of a saint hidden in this tent. Even if he wasn't as good as Dong Wushang, he was still an expert of the same level, and the moment he came into contact with him, he attacked with all his might. The mysterious person didn't care much about this sudden attack. However, he snorted in anger and said, "You're asking for death." As he waved his sleeves, there seemed to be some kind of weapon that clashed with Jimo's sword. In an instant, sparks flashed, people rushed in from all directions, yelling and shouting. Once again, they besieged the mysterious man. The subordinates that GMO had set up in advance also attacked at this moment, and this mysterious person looked in that instant and saw that Dong Wushang was no longer in the tent. He couldn't help but be furious. With a wave of his sleeves, the people surrounding him immediately stumbled back. His body floated up and was about to rush out, chasing in the direction that he vaguely sensed just now. GMO gritted his teeth and pushed his cultivation to the limit. His body and sword became one as he fiercely pierced through the air. "If you want to chase after my fourth brother, I'll take your life." Even though the mysterious person's strength was astonishing, he was still a little afraid of GMO's all-out attack. He stopped in his tracks and waved his sleeves again. A jade color flashed again, and the mysterious weapon collided violently with GMO's sword again. Everyone who saw this scene was greatly shocked. They weren't shocked by GMO's attack, but by the weapon that the mysterious person used to fight against GMO. This mysterious man in white actually used only a thin piece of jade rui to fight. Such a fragile material actually didn't suffer any damage when it clashed with GMO's well-tempered sword. With just one clash, GMO immediately spat out blood and fell back. His sword flew out of his hand and turned into a stream of light, stabbing towards the mysterious person. He didn't even give this person a chance to catch his breath. Once he had time to react, Dong Wushang would be in danger. In a flash, the mysterious man in white had already caught the long sword in his hand. GMO, on the other hand, pounced on him like a mad tiger. His fists and feet intertwined. Every part of his body had turned into a sharp weapon. Head, shoulders, elbows, knees, buttocks, legs, back, waist, feet, hands. He was like a demonic god with 1,000 arms and legs, using an extremely shameless method, using every possible method to entangle the mysterious man in white. Although the difference in cultivation between the two of them was too great to be measured, he still fought to the death without retreating. His only goal was to prevent the mysterious person from escaping. The mysterious person in white was furious at GMO's actions. He didn't show any mercy and attacked repeatedly. Almost in an instant, GMO's body was hit repeatedly. Every time they collided, GMO felt his internal organs vibrating violently and shattering. Perhaps in the next moment, in the next attack, his internal organs would be completely shattered? GMO's face was distorted, and blood flowed from his orifices, but he still didn't retreat. "Fourth brother hasn't gone far yet. I can't retreat. Perhaps in the next moment, in the next attack, my internal organs will be completely shattered. But at this moment, I still have to hold on. Every bit of time that I can hold on is a little bit safer for fourth brother." His eyes were already a little dazed from the repeated attacks, but that stubborn light still shone stubbornly. The man in white raised his leg and kicked GMO's chest. Blood spurted out from GMO's orifices, but his two hands held on tightly to the man in white's leg. The man in white finally let out a long sigh, and his leg shook. GMO's two arms broke into pieces with a pop-pop sound. He was powerless to do anything. GMO's entire body fell to the ground like an emptied sack, but his eyes were still wide open as he glared at the mysterious person. "You're his guard?" At this time, the man in white finally gave up on the idea of pursuing Dong Wushang. After this period of delay, wanting to find Dong Wushang again was undoubtedly a fool's dream. "Great Emperor Wushang, saved my life." GMO's eyes rolled back, and blood gushed out from his mouth. At the last moment of his life, he still couldn't tell the truth. Because his identity was actually the same as Dong Wushang's. There wasn't much difference. He couldn't catch Dong Wushang, so he caught him, and the result was the same. He could also threaten his brothers. Previously, he fought to the death for Dong Wushang, but now, he was lying for all his brothers. Saving your life. The mysterious man in white looked at GMO, who was barely breathing. Blood was foaming at his mouth and his pupils were in a mess. He couldn't help but sigh in pity. "A peak-saint expert with such a temperament can't be used by me. Moreover, he's dying. There's no saving him." The man in white stood quietly for a while. Suddenly, he floated up and said coldly, "He saved your life. Today, you're dying for him. You're returning the favor." The next moment, he was in midair. With a wave of his sleeve, sword light flashed. A sword stabbed into the ground beside GMO. That was Gmo's sword. "You're a good man. Let your sword be buried with you." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of bangs were heard. The mysterious man in white broke through the obstruction of dozens of experts and disappeared without a trace. He could tell at a glance that Gmo's injury was beyond saving. He didn't waste any more time and attacked again. Gmo's pupils slowly became unfocused. It seemed that he was about to leave. However, his fingers were making some difficult movements. There was a heavy pill between his fingers. He moved with great difficulty, trying to stuff the heavy pill into his mouth. As long as the heavy pill entered his mouth, there was hope. However, his injury was too serious. It was so serious that he couldn't move. His arm was completely shattered. He didn't have the ability to put the heavy pill into his mouth. His pupils continued to dilate. Gmo's mouth finally showed a bitter smile. Was he really going to die, at this moment? A man was coughing up blood and crawling over quickly. One of his legs was shattered. One of his arms was also shattered. He only relied on his other hand and leg to crawl to Gmo's side. It was Xianxia. Looking at Gmo's dilated pupils and the heavy pill in his hand, Xianxia swallowed his saliva. However, he didn't hesitate. He took the heavy pill from Gmo's finger and stuffed it into Gmo's mouth. Gmo's injury was so serious that it couldn't get any worse. His life was on the line. Even if he took the heavy pill, he might not survive. Because the previous series of attacks were heavy blows from the number one in the world. Previously, when Dong Wuxiang and Zui Wuqing had fought to the death, their injuries were still manageable. However, because Zui Wuqing's strength had already risen to the level of domain, the effects of the heavy pill were greatly reduced. Right now, Gmo's condition was several times more serious than Dong Wuxiang's. The effect of the heavy pill was really not optimistic. Although Xianxia's injuries were quite serious, he could still move and even circulate his martial arts. If he were to consume this heavy pill himself, he would be able to recover very quickly. Even his broken limbs could be regrown with the help of the heavy pill. However, Xianxia still chose to stuff that heavy pill into Gmo's mouth. "It's not mine. I don't want it. If others don't give it to me, I don't want it." Even if Gmo ate the heavy pill, he still died in the end. The heavy pill was wasted, and it was still someone else's. A real man should do what he wants. There were things that should be done, and things that must be done. There were some things that he couldn't do, Xianxia thought to himself. Finally, some of the experts who had collapsed on the ground slowly moved and even began to crawl up. Xianxia said with difficulty, "Call someone, to treat my injuries." Before he could finish, he fell to the ground with a plop and fell into a deep coma. Xianxia's injuries were certainly lighter than Gmo's. However, the severity of his injuries was equally shocking. He had suffered internal injuries in addition to crippled limbs. In fact, his injuries were even more severe than the injuries that Dong Wuxiang had suffered earlier. He had struggled to give Gmo a heavy pill. Then, he had shouted out loud. But, he hadn't been able to hold on any longer, and had fallen into a coma. At this moment, Gmo's entire body was like a tattered gunny sack. Blood seeped out everywhere. He lay quietly on the ground. Although he was lucky enough to take that heavy pill, it was still unknown whether he was dead or alive. Everyone forced themselves to support their almost crippled bodies and crawl up. When they saw Gmo's current condition, hot tears gushed out of their eyes. Everyone had seen how Gmo had fought in that lightning-fast battle just now. There were only 8 words that could be used to describe Gmo: fearless of death, fighting with his life on the line, that was it. Facing an enemy that was so strong that he couldn't resist, Gmo didn't hesitate at all. He used all kinds of methods to restrain, entangle, and obstruct the enemy. He directly used his own life as a weapon to stop the enemy's advance. All for the sake of delaying the enemy for a split second. To create a chance for his brother to escape. Right now, he was lying there without any strength left, motionless. There were no signs of life on his body. A guard with tears in his eyes went over and carried Ji Mo's body to the side. He wanted to wait for Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang to come back and bury him. But when he touched Ji Mo's body, he was suddenly stunned. Then, he became overjoyed and shouted crazily, "He's still alive! He's still alive!" Everyone was in an uproar because of this sentence. Not dead, it's good that he's not dead. The heavens bless the kind. It's good that he's not dead. Everyone was wild with joy when they saw this. Many men who prided themselves as tough men started to cry. A few people with lighter injuries carefully lifted GMO up and placed him on a new bed. A few saints with the highest strength forced their injured bodies to sit around GMO. They didn't care about their lives and transferred their cultivation into GMO's body. Everyone felt a lingering fear when they thought of the battle just now. They had never met an expert more powerful than the mysterious person today. Fortunately, that person didn't intend to kill them directly. So although everyone was heavily injured, no one really lost their lives. The one with the heaviest injuries was GMO. Because he blocked the most ruthlessly. So, he was the one with the heaviest injuries. If not for a heaven-defying medicine like the heavy pill, GMO would have really turned into a ghost. In fact, even that mysterious and powerful enemy thought that GMO was on the verge of death and couldn't be saved. That was why he turned around and left. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but feel puzzled. With the mysterious person's cultivation, how could he make a wrong judgment? Such an expert who had surpassed the peak of the saint stage already said that he couldn't be saved. But GMO was actually still alive. This was simply an impossible miracle. Besides, everyone still had a question in their hearts, as well as a strong lingering fear. Who exactly was this mysterious person in white? He was actually so powerful. The people here were all veterans of the Heaven Imperial Court. Many of them had participated in the battle against Xianxia. But they had never thought that there was actually someone who could be so powerful in this world. As many as hundreds of saints surrounded and attacked. In the end, everyone was injured, but the mysterious person wasn't injured at all. GMO, who had reached the peak of the saint stage, tried his best to stop the mysterious person. Almost instantly, he was crippled and on the verge of death, and from the beginning to the end, the mysterious person didn't even have a drop of blood on him. In such a huge army of experts, he came and went as he pleased. Even Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang and Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing, who shocked the world yesterday. They definitely didn't have such cultivation. What a powerful enemy this was. Was there really someone who could be an enemy of this person? Go back. When Dong Wushang woke up, he realized that he was in a foreign place and could only see Mo. After learning from Mo that GMO had stopped them and how powerful the enemy was, the first thing Dong Wushang said was to go back. Dong Wushang's body still couldn't move. His entire body seemed to be empty and he couldn't use any cultivation at all. But at this moment, his eyes were resolute. Extremely resolute and unquestionable. Mo looked at him in a daze. Go back immediately. Immediately. Dong Wushang's gaze gradually turned cold as he looked at his wife. He spoke in an almost commanding tone. If my brother GMO dies, Dong Wushang said lightly, then the two of us don't need to live anymore. In Mo's eyes, at this moment, Dong Wushang actually looked at her with a somewhat unfamiliar gaze. He took a few deep breaths and suddenly roared as if he had exploded, "You! How can you run away at the last minute? How can you let our brother face danger alone?" Mo lowered her head in shame. Go back immediately. Dong Wushang said unquestionably, even if that place becomes a place of no return, I have to go back and see what's going on. But your body, even if you go? Mo said worriedly. Dong Wushang turned his head to the side. My body. You only have eyes for my body, but my brothers are facing death for me. Dong Wushang's voice sounded very cold and unfamiliar. Mo's heart suddenly felt like it was pierced deeply. I admit that my choice was a little selfish, but I'm a woman and you're my husband. At that time, I really couldn't care about others, although I know that I shouldn't have done that. If I had to choose again, I would still do that. Dong Wushang closed his eyes and didn't say anything. His face was ashen and his breathing became increasingly uneven. Mo was stunned for a while. Suddenly, she carried Dong Wushang and ran back like a madwoman. Fine, since you insist, then I'll go back with you. If we die, then let's die together. If you can die for your brothers, then why can't I accompany you to the spring? The moment Mo lowered her head, a teardrop fell on Dong Wushang's face. Dong Wushang felt the warmth of his wife's tears and sighed inexplicably in his heart. However, he had no intention of compromising at all. If it were in the past, at this moment, he would have already started to be careful and apologetic. However, at this moment, Dong Wushang was burning with anxiety and his heart was as cold as iron. However, he also remembered that his blood was boiling and burning and his heart was beating wildly. I'm sorry, if it were anything else, I could give in to you no matter how much I have to suffer. However, on this matter, I definitely won't give in at all. This matter concerns the life and death of my brother. I definitely won't give in. Mo was like a black ray of light as she sped back the way she came. Along the way, the husband and wife didn't speak. They just listened to the sound of the wind. When they saw the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's camp, both of them discovered the chaotic situation there. Mo was shocked and sped up again. When the Heavenly Armament Pavilion soldiers saw Emperor Wu Shang return, they all cheered. However, they were stopped by Mo. Given the current situation, they couldn't let more people know that Dong Wushang was back. Strict orders were given to seal off all news. After a while, they finally saw the military tent. It was a newly built military tent. Go in. Dong Wushang was very anxious. Opening the tent door, Mo walked into the tent that was almost windy on all sides. As far as the eye could see, there were injured soldiers all over the ground. And behind this tent, there were even more heavily injured experts. There were no less than a few hundred people, all the experts that Dong Wushang belonged to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. At least half of them had lost their ability to fight in this short battle. This extremely tragic situation made Dong Wushang and Mo's hearts burn with anger and heartache. Where's GMO? Seeing that the others weren't in danger, Dong Wushang finally asked the thing that he was most concerned about and wanted to know the most. When he asked this question, he only felt his heart twitching. He waited anxiously. Even his throat was dry. Please don't have any bad news, please don't. Inside. Xianxia gritted his teeth and treated the injury on his leg. Using his own hands, he pulled the broken bones back to their original positions one by one and connected them together. Then, he used medicine. With such pain, the sweat on Xianxia's forehead flowed down, but he didn't make a single sound. Dong Wushang urged Mo to carry him to Jimo's bed. Looking at this pile of rotten flesh, Dong Wushang only felt dizzy. GMO is not dead. He's still breathing. Xianxia said sadly, it's just that, his injuries are really too serious. It's already beyond our ability. Dong Wushang controlled himself and reached out, placing his fingers on Jimo's wrist. That slight warmth. Her pulse was slow and sluggish, which made Dong Wushang feel sad, happy, and even more worried. He was happy that his brother was still alive. Sadly, his injuries were too severe. What he was worried about was, such a serious injury. Could he still recover? Where are the heavy pills? GMO also has heavy pills on him. Dong Wushang asked. GMO has already taken a heavy pill. Xianxia said, fortunately, he has a heavy pill with him. I managed to preserve my last bit of primordial qi. Otherwise, I would have died for sure. Dong Wushang closed his eyes. It's good that you're not dead. Thank goodness. Then, he let Mo place him beside Jimo's bed. Staring blankly at the unconscious GMO, a bitter smile appeared on Dong Wushang's face. Brother, Mo didn't hesitate and took out the few remaining heavy pills. He gave one to Xianxia and the others who were more seriously injured. As for the last two pills, he ignored Dong Wushang's objections. He gave Dong Wushang and GMO another pill each. He forced it into their mouths. It was a scene of devastation and full of injured soldiers. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion, which was once the most powerful elite, was now only left with Mo, a peak expert, to support the situation. Just because of a mysterious person, the situation was so bad, Mo could not be bothered to argue with Dong Wushang anymore. She immediately got busy and sent out one order after another. Gather the injured soldiers and treat them with all your might. Seal the news and prevent it from spreading. All camps stay alert and set up the life and death chain formation. Also, spread the news immediately. It's extremely urgent and ask for help from the Tianji intelligence headquarters. At this critical moment, we must remain calm and cautious. Then, Mo returned to her own tent and immediately disguised herself as a dark and thin guard. She came to the tent where Dong Wushang and GMO were recuperating. She also had to change her appearance a little. If that powerful enemy knew that she had returned, he would definitely guess that Dong Wushang had also returned. The habit of the two of them being inseparable was no longer a secret. Looking at the groggy and exhausted Dong Wushang, Mo finally felt relieved after going through this life and death situation. She really wanted to kick him. This stinky pig, he actually dared to yell at me just now. Thinking about it, Mo felt wronged. I was thinking for you and he actually yelled at me. Yes, I'd better wait for him to recover before I settle the score with him properly. Stinky pig. Do you only have your brothers in your eyes and not your wife? Thinking about it makes me grit my teeth, angry and wronged. Wasn't it all for you guys? Wasn't it all for what you asked me to do before you fainted? Why did you forget everything when your brothers were in danger? You actually spoke so coldly to me. I definitely won't let him off so easily. But, when he yelled at me without any pity at that time, that kind of anxious calmness was really very manly. Sigh, back then, wasn't it because of his loyalty that I liked him? Mo held her chin with both hands and fell into a reverie for a moment. She wondered, when would the reinforcements, which were his brothers, arrive? Heavenly Armament Pavilion. The entire army was in a state of high alert, but every day felt like a year. The information had already been sent out long ago, but there was no response at all. On the surface, the army of Heavenly Armament Pavilion was still neat and tidy as they camped in the suburbs of Merciless City. From all directions, the army of the Extreme Heaven's origin was gathering here one after another. Although Zue Wuqing was already dead, it was still unknown whether the group of arrogant soldiers under him would submit to Dong Wushang. A heavenly emperor of a generation. How could he really not have a few trusted generals? If they knew that Dong Wushang was seriously injured and that the higher-ups of Heavenly Armament Pavilion had collectively become like this, the consequences were really unimaginable. Chu Yan had just returned to the Eastern Royal Heavens when he heard about the major incident in the Extreme Heavens, Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing versus Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang. This news really gave Chu Yang a fright. He had only left for a year. Dong Wushang dared to openly challenge a member of the Heavenly Emperor-Empress? Wasn't he too daring? He urgently looked for people to understand the situation, but he actually couldn't find anyone. He couldn't find any specific information. It was equivalent to being in the dark. What was even more ridiculous was that the owner of the Eastern Royal Heavens, Eastern Royal Emperor, had actually gone somewhere. Chu Yang could be said to be burning with anxiety about the current situation. He didn't say anything else. He immediately set off for the Extreme Heavens. When he was halfway there, he heard that the outcome of the battle was already out. Heavenly Emperor Merciless of the Extreme Heavens was defeated and killed. According to the agreement, Heavenly Emperor Wushang, who won, didn't seem to be in a very good condition either. He was seriously injured and even disappeared without a trace after the battle. Currently, the army of Heavenly Armament Pavilion was still camped outside Merciless City, confronting the army that came from all directions. The situation was on the verge of breaking out. It wasn't optimistic at all. Chu Yang couldn't help but grit his teeth. He directly put the three girls into the tribulation space, then used the sword momentum of the tribulation sword to speed up his journey. Along the way, everyone who came into contact with the path of the tribulation sword basically only felt a thunderous sound, and then a lightning-like object flashed past above their heads and disappeared into the distant sky. There was nothing else. Chu Yang hurried on with his journey at top speed, almost as if he didn't care about his own life. He reached the Extreme Heavens on this day. It was only a little more than 2 hours away from his destination, Merciless City. Of course. This little more than 2 hours of journey was calculated with Chu Yang's current speed. If it was a normal journey, there were still more than 7,000 miles to go. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was almost equivalent to an unreachable distance. Chu Yang still didn't delay. He only drank a few mouthfuls of the spring of life, then set off on the tribulation sword again, flying toward Merciless City in a flash of lightning. How was Dong Wushang? How was the situation in Merciless City? In these few days, as he hurried along, he tried to contact Mo Tianji, but there was also no news. The only thing he knew was that Luo Kadi and Rui Budong were also desperately rushing to the extreme heavens to help. As for GMO, he had already rushed to the extreme heavens to fight side by side with Dong Wushang, with GMO, Mo Lei and the many experts of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion under Dong Wushang as reinforcements, and with millions of soldiers as his backing. Even if Dong Wushang was seriously injured during the battle, he wouldn't suddenly disappear after the battle, right? Deliberately creating news of his disappearance at this time was definitely not a good move. Then, what exactly happened? On Dong Wushang's side, outside Merciless City. In all directions, the three armies were dressed in mourning. The frontier soldiers under Zue Wuqing's command rushed here from all directions, refusing to accept the fact that the extreme heavens had a new heavenly emperor, and even more unwilling to accept that the new heavenly emperor was the one who killed their leader. The merciless Iron Army will always be loyal to the merciless heavenly emperor. Life and death are the same. The merciless heavenly emperor's life will follow his majesty as he gallops across the heavens and vanquishes the enemy. The merciless heavenly emperor's death will avenge his majesty, and we will not rest until one of us is dead. The millions of soldiers were divided into 8 directions, each wearing white helmets, white armor, white robes, and white horses. They were dressed in mourning clothes. Even the flags of the army were all white. The flags were clear, and they were determined to avenge the merciless heavenly emperor. Under the command of the millions of soldiers, they knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the imperial city. They paid their last and most noble respects to His Majesty, the heavenly emperor whom they were loyal to. In 2 days, all the robes and flags were dyed white, and the ultimate goal was for these last 3 kowtows. The only thing that was different was a blood-red flag. Surrounded by a white flag with a radius of 1,000 feet, the flag slowly rose and was pulled open. On it, there were 8 blood-red words condensed from the soldier's own blood. If I don't avenge this, I won't have any face in this life. Boom! As this flag was slowly raised, the entire merciless army was in an uproar. Revenge! Revenge for His Majesty! 8 armies were marching towards the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, which was located in the south of the city. The first army was already fighting with the enemy. Dong Wushang! Come out and fight! Dong Wushang, come out if you have the guts. Previously, you were so arrogant and aggressive. How did you become a coward now? It was a mess. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion's camp was strict. One look and you could tell that it was an army that had been through hundreds of battles. The camp set up by such an army was bound to be connected from head to tail. Once they rashly barged in, it would be a dead end. Perhaps the entire army would be buried inside. It would not be strange. Being greedy and rash was originally a military taboo. Although the merciless army was anxious for revenge, it was not to the point of being muddle-headed. His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor gave you a chance to have a fair fight that day. Don't you dare to have a fair fight with us on the battlefield? As time went by, the scene became more and more chaotic. The battle could break out at any time. The merciless army sent out team after team of experts to challenge them one by one. However, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion did not move from beginning to end. And all those who dared to barge into the army were killed mercilessly. The other party is not willing to fight head-on. It seems that we can only force our way into the camp. A few senior generals of the merciless army gathered together to discuss. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. But it's too risky to do so. It's a military taboo. Another person objected. The other party has as many as 1 million soldiers and horses left behind. Looking from a high place, the rules are strict and all-encompassing. The other party has obviously set up an extremely strong defensive formation. Moreover, it's the kind of military formation that will die together with the enemy. If we force our way in, the casualties will be great, and there won't be much chance of victory. Since everyone is here, no one will be afraid of death. However, the army that is still loyal to His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor is only left with us. If we all die, then His Majesty the Merciless Heavenly Emperor will be completely wiped out. But the other party insists on not fighting. What should we do? Are we just going to wait like this? Another person said impatiently. Then let's just wait. The enemy's only weakness right now is their supplies. The general from before smiled faintly. They've traveled a long distance to come here. No matter how well prepared the military supplies are, it's still not as convenient as us locals. If we continue like this, we'll definitely exhaust them to death. As long as we don't let them break out of the encirclement and return to the main camp, we will definitely win. Rather than forcefully attacking the enemy's battle formation, why don't we wait for them to fall into chaos first? However, Emperor Wu Shang's cultivation is extremely high. He can even defeat His Majesty Heavenly Emperor Merciless in a head-on clash. How can we possibly stop such an expert from breaking out of the encirclement? Another person said. Do you really think that Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang can defeat Heavenly Emperor Wu Qing without suffering any losses? The general snorted coldly. I'm guessing that they're not fighting because Great Emperor Wu Shang is also heavily injured. In fact, he might even be dying. Wasn't there a rumor that Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang had gone missing after the Great Battle? It's very likely that this isn't a rumor. This sentence made everyone's eyes light up. A few generals lowered their heads. That night, countless assassins held the belief that they would definitely die. They infiltrated the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's main camp. They wanted to assassinate the heavily injured Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang. However, without exception, they were discovered before they could even find Heavenly Emperor Wu Shang's tent. Then, they were all killed. A slender black figure was like a ghost in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's main camp. It was as if she was everywhere, everywhere. With just a wave of her hand, no matter what level of expert they all died unjustly just like that. There was no exception. Such a sneaky assassination technique, when used in the main camp, was really successful. However, Emole Air was already burning with anxiety. She knew that the other party's patience was almost exhausted. It wouldn't take long. When the sky brightened and the other party discovered that all their assassins were dead, there was a high chance that the other party wouldn't be able to resist taking the risk and launching a strong attack. These people were originally a team that was close to madness and only came for revenge. Their patience right now was just a habit of being cautious as soldiers. Perhaps they only needed a small spark to completely ignite them. Meanwhile, the top experts on her side were all lying on the ground. If the other party really hardened their hearts and attacked from all directions, what should she do? No matter how strong she was, she couldn't possibly defend against the attacks of hundreds of thousands or millions of people. The night grew darker and darker. Emole Air was like an ant on a hot pan, pacing back and forth, unable to rest for even a moment. At this moment, there was suddenly a commotion at the entrance of the main camp. Emole Air tensed up and saw that the guards were already rushing over. Your Highness, there's a group of people at the entrance. The leader calls himself Mo Tianji and wants to see His Majesty. Emole Air suddenly felt weak all over and tears almost flowed out. The reinforcements she had been waiting for finally arrived. She couldn't help but exclaim in joy, quick, quick, invite them in. Then, she said, no need. I'll go and welcome them personally. As she said that, she rushed out like a gust of wind. At this moment, if there was someone Emole Air wanted to see the most, it wasn't the Calamity Sword Master Chu Yang but the resourceful Mo Tianji. Now, Mo Tianji, who had been missing for a long time, had finally arrived. Emole Air instantly felt that a huge rock in her heart had been lifted. Only now did she realize that it was really good to have these brothers. At the entrance, there were about a few hundred people standing quietly. The leader was wearing a moon-white robe and waving a folding fan in his hand. He had a handsome face and a carefree expression. He was tall and handsome. He was waiting with a smile on his face. It was Mo Tianji. You're finally here. Emole Air welcomed them excitedly. How can I not come when I have something to do? Mo Tianji smiled and said, I'm not the only one who's here. Many others are here too. Now, Luo Kadi and Rue Budong are also on their way. They'll probably be here by dawn at the latest. Other than Gu Duxing and Ao Xieyun, who are in the same situation as you and can't leave, even Xia Donqiong has left behind the matters at Mo Yuntian's side and is rushing here day and night. Thank you, thank you. Emole Air was so excited that she couldn't speak properly. It's really good to have you guys. A voice laughed and said, Sister Wu Shang, why are you so polite? We're family. Don't be so formal. Emma Air wiped her tears of excitement and looked towards the direction of the voice. She saw a girl in white winking mischievously at her. Who else could it be other than Chu Le? This surprise was no small matter. Emma Air rushed forward and hugged Chu Le tightly. She was so happy. At such a difficult time, not only did her brothers come, but she even had a close friend who could talk to her. This was really meticulous. Mo Tianji raised his eyebrows and looked at Emma Air strangely. He said, let's go in and talk. Yes, yes. Emma Air said happily, I'm so happy that I even forgot the most basic manners. Everyone, please come in. She hurriedly led the group into the camp. At this moment, she felt relaxed all over. Mo Tianji couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The all-powerful young black demon back then was now a peak saint. Ming Ming was already used to seeing joys and sorrows, used to seeing life and death. But now, because of Dong Wushang, she became so helpless. It seemed that love could really change a person, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman. It was the same. He wanted to say something to lighten the mood, but no matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't think of a suitable joke. He thought, if only GMO and Luo Kudi were here. After entering the tent, he naturally checked on Dong Wushang and GMO's injuries first. After a round of inspection, Mo Tianji frowned. Dong Wushang's injuries were slightly better, and he could already sit up. When he saw Mo Tianji, he was overjoyed. Don't worry about me, take a look at GMO first. What should we do? He's still unconscious now. Mo Tianji didn't hide his worried expression. He said, GMO's injuries are too serious this time. I can't do anything. Now, the only person who can make him lively again is Boss. Where is Boss? Dong Wushang was shocked. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. The worst thing is, he's probably not in the Heaven Imperial Court now, Dong Wushang exclaimed in shock. He was stunned. I don't know where he went. Maybe he went to the Heaven Imperial Court. I don't know when he'll come back. He's been gone for more than a year. The Heaven Imperial Court is the only place where my Tianji Intelligence Department can't reach. Mo Tianji sighed. He didn't expect that there would be no news of Chu Yang at all. He actually stayed in the Heaven Imperial Court for such a long time. If Chu Yang still didn't come back, and GMO's injuries couldn't be delayed, what should they do? Dong Wushang's face suddenly became very sad. Now, we can only think of a way to extend GMO's life. Hopefully, we can delay until Boss comes back. Mo Tianji shook his head helplessly. He stuffed a heavy pill into Dong Wushang's and GMO's mouths. He said, Wushang, tell me more about the situation. There must be some secrets during this period. Otherwise, the situation wouldn't have developed to this point. Dong Wushang took a deep breath and said, this matter is rather complicated. However, I finally know, one of the places that nurtures the myriad saints' true spirit. Mo Tianji raised his head. Huh? How did you know? Is the source reliable? Where is the destination? Mo Tianji's peak saint-level divine sense instantly enveloped the entire tent. Mo Tianji was confident that whatever he said inside would not be leaked. Even if the spy was a super expert who was several levels higher than him, it would be impossible for him to spy on everything that was enveloped by his divine sense without alerting him. After hearing Dong Wushang's words, even with Mo Tianji's composure, he could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Mo Tianji asked himself, even if I were Zue Wuqing and used my family to threaten him, would I be able to escape Zue Wuqing's tragic fate? Mo Tianji had no confidence at all. Mo Tianji had always been calm, but he was definitely not cold-blooded. The same familial chains were equally effective on him. Everyone else present gnashed their teeth in hatred. Who would have thought that the heavenly emperor who ruled over a part of the world actually had such a tragic past? And such a tragic experience actually haunted the heavenly emperor Wu Qing for his entire life, unable to escape even when he died. Cloud Master. Mo Tianji muttered, Cloud Master. This Cloud Master is really a peerless scum. A peerless scoundrel. Chu Le, who was standing at the side, was so angry that her face was flushed red. She cursed repeatedly, which was something she rarely did. If this bastard falls into my hands, I'll definitely poison him for 1,000,000 years. I'll make him suffer a fate worse than death for 1,000,000 years before letting him die. I have always killed all my enemies with a single slash. I will never drag things out and make others suffer. Dong Wushang also gritted his teeth and said, but when I heard about this, I suddenly felt that if Guru Yin dies a quick and painless death one day, even I won't be able to forgive myself. I really want to cut him into pieces. Mo Tianji smiled coldly and said, that's a given. If such a person can still die a good death, then the heavens are blind. Then, he said, is the 10,000 Saints' True Spirits base in the Heavenly Stem Mountains Forest of Terror? He frowned and said, there are a total of 3 bases like this? The whereabouts of the other 2 are unknown? He stood up and paced around, his mind quickly organizing all the information. He nodded slowly and said, I see, the most important thing now is first. It was to resolve the crisis before them as quickly as possible. Let the ultimate heaven truly enter his hands. Second. Even if they couldn't stabilize Jimo's injuries, they still had to prolong his life until boss arrived. Third. Secretly mobilizing manpower, the Heavenly Stem Mountain. Oh, no. No, not yet. Mo Tianji quickly vetoed the third proposal and said, I still need to think about this. If they were to take down the Heavenly Stem Mountain base at this time, it might alert the enemy and cause panic in the other 2 bases. What if they were to break up and wander about in the martial world? That way, it'll be even harder to deal with. But if we don't kill it as soon as possible, how will the other 2 find the relevant clues? With Mo Tianji's intelligence. At this moment, he couldn't make up his mind. He felt that no matter what he did, he was at a loss. Mo Tianji finally realized Chu Yang's advantage at this moment. I'm not as good as Chu Yang when it comes to making prompt decisions. He couldn't help but sigh as he thought of this. It would be great if Big Brother Chu was here. He would only need to make the final decision. He wouldn't need to think twice. Even Mo Tianji couldn't make up his mind and didn't know what to do, let alone the others. Dong Wushang said blankly, anyway, we'll do it when you guys have made up your minds. Mo Tianji nodded. The most important problem now is, the saint obviously wants you to replace Zue Wuqing and become the new heavenly emperor of the extreme. As long as you really take that seat, the entire palace can seal you inside. When that happens, he will have endless means and opportunities to deal with you in the Empyrean terminus and turn you into a puppet like Zue Wuqing. With his strength and scheming mind, it won't be difficult for him to do that. Dong Wushang grinned and said, yes, my weakness is too obvious. As long as he holds Layer hostage, I'll have to give in no matter what. Bah, you make it sound better than singing. I really have. Mo Layer was still angry. Halfway through her words, she pouted and turned her head to the side. What's going on? Sister Layer, you really have something? Chu Le'er's eyes were filled with the light of gossip. Ask him. Mo Layer pointed at Dong Wushang angrily. This heartless person. What is it? Could it be that Sister Layer is pregnant? Chu Le'er's eyes were shining. No one knew how she made the connection, but she actually thought of that. Hearing this, Mo Layer's face turned red. She grabbed Chu Le'er and tickled her. Chu Le'er begged for mercy. Dong Wushang saw that Mo Tianji's eyes were filled with gossip, and his face turned red. He laughed awkwardly and told them about what happened earlier. After Mo Tianji heard the whole story, he immediately took on the role of third elder brother. Fourth elder brother, I have to talk to you about this matter. Sister-in-law is right in picking out the truth. You are in the wrong in this matter. Dong Wushang humbly listened and said, yes, yes. Mo Tianji said sanctimoniously, tell me, why are we looking for a wife? Isn't it to protect her? Love her? After marrying a wife, you have to treat her like a treasure. Everything else has to be secondary. Otherwise, why would she marry you? Am I right? Don't you think so? The more Dong Wushang listened, the more he scratched his head. He raised his head suspiciously. Even someone like him who didn't like to use his brain could feel Mo Tianji's motive. It didn't seem like Mo Tianji was lecturing him, but more like he was expressing his thoughts to someone. What's going on? Could it be, this guy is using me as a tool again? A wife needs to be coaxed and protected. How can you do this? You're too much. Mo Tianji looked at Dong Wushang in exasperation. Take me for example. I'm much, much better than you in this aspect. In my heart, Lu'er is a sacred and inviolable existence. Wushang. How can you do this? I've always. Cough cough. Okay. Mo Laer rolled her eyes and said, Third brother Mo, stop. I forgive him. I've forgiven him, okay? Please don't say any more. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. She really couldn't take it anymore. This is unbearable. This is unbearable, this Mo Tianji is too much. He actually used my man to flaunt himself. Is this considered as helping me vent my anger? He's trying to anger me, right? Is there anyone who upholds justice like this? He's obviously using his position for personal gain. He's taking advantage of the opportunity to belittle others and elevate himself. This is called a brother? This is really, Laer still has a good temper. Where can I find a wife like her? You still don't know how to cherish her. Mo Tianji said happily, Laer's temper is as good as Lu'er's. Wushang, why don't you cherish her like I do? You must learn from this in the future. Dong Wushang sat at the side with a black face. He thought, brothers are meant to be sold. This bastard. Third brother Mo, that's enough. The situation is so bad. How do you plan to deal with it? Mo Laer quickly changed the topic. It would turn into Mo Tianji blowing his own trumpet and trying to curry favor if he continued to speak like this. Well, we just need to stabilize ourselves. Mo Tianji sneered. Wait until Wushang recovers slightly. As long as he shows up, everything will be settled. The so-called millions of rebels will be nothing but smoke. They'll disappear in an instant. Big brother, you think too highly of me. How can I have that ability? How can I have that prestige? Dong Wushang was stunned. These are all Zue Wuqing's troops. How can it be smoke? What did you say? Who was talking about you? Mo Tianji looked at him strangely. How can you have that ability? Dong Wushang was stunned. You said that as long as I show up, Mo Tianji snorted and said, haha, I was actually talking about Cloud Lord. As long as you show up, Cloud Lord will definitely help since he's looking forward to you taking over the position of Extreme Celestial Emperor. As long as he made a move, what problem would the scene before him be? It's just smoke. Dong Wushang was enlightened. He scratched his head and said, so that's what you mean. I understand now. Mo Tianji lectured him, fourth brother, you're going to be a celestial emperor in the future. Don't scratch your head so often. It's very undignified. How many times have you scratched your head since just now? It's too undignified. Dong Wushang was speechless. He wanted to cry. F***ck, I've never been mocked like this since I was young. You're actually mocking me like this. Just you wait, I'll take revenge on you when I get the chance. Mo Laer also had an unfriendly look in her eyes. She seemed to have used the legendary black blade many times. This was probably the so-called courting death. If Cloud Lord really shows up, he must have other tricks up his sleeve to lure me into his trap. Dong Wushang said. Of course. Mo Tianji rolled his eyes and said, Cloud Lord forced Zue Wuqing to death just to wait for you to take over. Then, he'll control your wife and make you betray your brothers. Everyone will become his puppet. Dong Wushang said angrily, Mo Tianji, you dare to underestimate me? Why would I betray my brothers? You're not as good as me in this aspect. Mo Tianji sighed and said, I'm willing to do anything for Lu'er. I can do anything. Dong Wushang was furious. That's right. Dong Wushang nodded. I despise him. My wife is right. There's nothing more right. Mo Laer snorted and continued to ignore him. However, we have to take precautions against this. Mo Tianji didn't blush at all. He tapped his knee with his finger and said, how should we take precautions? Let's strike first. Mo said fiercely, let's gather our men and kill that Cloud Master. Won't that solve the problem once and for all? Everyone looked at Mo in shock. Then, they lowered their heads and didn't say anything. Mo Tianji coughed and looked around. He started to observe the injured soldiers in the tent. His expression was very meaningful. His meaning was obvious. He didn't even spend much effort and defeated all of you. Yet, you still want to strike first. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Is this a complete extermination? This is a complete extermination plan. Mo was so angry that her face flushed red. She felt that Mo Tianji was more hateful than Dong Wushang. More hateful. 100 times, 1,000 times more hateful. This bastard, what kind of person is this? What kind of person is this? He's even more infuriating when he doesn't speak. Something doesn't seem right. Mo Tianji pondered and said, that mysterious expert is most likely Master Yun himself. Since he came here before, he must have been paying attention to the movements here. It's impossible that he didn't notice your return. The two of you must be his main targets. Whether or not the new puppet Heavenly Emperor is controlled all depends on the two of you. But why? Why hasn't he come yet? Mo Tianji frowned. What's going on? Did something happen that we don't know about? Dong Wushang was also a little puzzled. No matter how they took precautions and blocked the news, the atmosphere in the camp was completely different from whether he was here or not. Cloudmaster was so anxious to find him and control him. Why didn't he come? Suddenly, a thunderous sound came from the sky. A figure brazenly landed in the camp, causing an uproar. Then, a deafening voice sounded. Wushang, are you okay? Everyone stood up at the same time. Boss is here. Everyone was inexplicably excited. Chu Yang's arrival at this critical juncture was like a meat pie falling from the sky. Everyone suddenly felt as if they had found their backbone. Even the meticulous Mo Tianji heaved a sigh of relief. This guy is finally here. Everyone went out to welcome him. He was surrounded by soldiers. Chu Yang and the three beauties stood side by side. Their faces were full of smiles as they looked in this direction. Boss. Boss. Big brother. Chu Yang didn't have time to exchange pleasantries. He had already learned about Ji Mo's condition from Mo Tianji. So, he went to Ji Mo's bedside and clicked his tongue repeatedly. This guy is really going all out this time. Not many bones in his body are intact. In the past, I didn't know that this little one was so hardworking. You can't judge a book by its cover. After 3 days, I'm looking at you in a new light. Dong Wushang said guiltily, it's all because of me that GMO suffered such serious injuries. If we were in a different position, you would probably be more seriously injured than him. Chu Yang interrupted him and said, what's there to feel guilty about? What GMO did was what he should have done. If he didn't do this and let you and Lei be taken away, not to mention how we brothers would look at him, he would look down on himself. While he spoke, his hands didn't stop moving. The heaven-splitting divine technique activated the medicinal power of the heavy pill hidden in Ji-Mo's body. At the same time, a whole bottle of Spring of Life was poured into Ji-Mo's mouth. His 2 hands were like butterflies as he reconnected Ji-Mo's broken bones one by one. Then, he forcefully activated the medicinal power to cover the broken bones, causing them to reconnect and recover quickly. Before Chu Yang came, without the protection of the Spring of Life, no one dared to act rashly. But now, seeing Chu Yang treating Ji-Mo's injuries in such a bloody manner, everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and this was just watching. If one could feel how painful it was, then how much pain would GMO really be in? Luckily, GMO was still unconscious. Otherwise, this guy would definitely be crying for his parents. It was fine to risk one's life for a friend, but if it was too painful and he didn't cry for his parents, that was definitely out of the question. This was GMO's character. He reconnected the broken bones that could be treated one by one. Following the medicinal power, he reconnected the meridians. Only when everything was healed did Chu Yang heave a sigh of relief. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he took out the heaven-nourishing jade and melted a small piece in Ji-Mo's mouth. Actually, this piece of heaven-nourishing jade was the most important part of this treatment. The timing of its use was also very crucial. If it was used too early, Jimo's bones wouldn't be fully treated and abnormalities would appear in them. It would be very difficult to correct them afterward. If it was used too late, Jimo's cultivation wouldn't be able to recover to its peak state, and it would be even more difficult for him to improve in the future. The heaven-nourishing jade could only be used at the right time to treat his bone injuries and meridians. When the effects of the heaven-nourishing jade were fully activated and spread throughout his body, Yang took out a small piece of the big wonder medicine. Pinching open Jimo's mouth, he melted the medicine drop by drop and dripped it down his throat. The big wonder medicine drop exuded a strange fragrance. When it dripped into Jimo's mouth, it instantly turned into 7 colors and then disappeared in a flash. It was only the 3rd drop, but the unconscious GMO actually regained consciousness. In a daze, he said, "Damn it, why is it so itchy? It's so itchy. Who, quickly scratch me. It's so itchy. It's too damn unbearable." Seeing this, everyone cheered thunderously. They also understood that Chu Yang's actions had finally pulled Jimo's life back from the gates of hell. Itching. It was a sign that the wound was getting better. While everyone was cheering, GMO was already able to open his eyes. When he saw the person in front of him, he was stunned at first. "Boss? Why are you here? Where is this place, the Netherworld?" "The Netherworld? I'm a good person, I can't go to hell, right?" Then, he was surprised. This is the military camp? I'm not dead? Why am I not dead?" Then, he screamed, "Ouch. It's so painful. Who the F***ck treated my wound so rudely? Ouch. It's so painful and itchy. I'm going to die. It's so unbearable. Quickly scratch me, scratch my ass." Chu Yang scolded, "Don't scratch. If you scratch those wounds, won't it be terrible? My flesh isn't itchy." GMO begged again and again, "It's my bones that itch. Oh my god. It's as if I'm raising ants in my bones. I can't live with this feeling." Everyone broke out in cold sweat. Even with Jimo's cultivation, it was difficult to endure to this extent. It could be seen that the itch in his bones was extremely sharp. Chu Yang hardened his heart and fixed Jimo's entire body from top to bottom, not allowing him to move. Jimo's eyes rolled around as he begged repeatedly. He said all kinds of nice New Year's greetings, but no one paid him any attention. What was miserable beyond words, living a life worse than death? "Just look at GMO this time and you'll understand everything. You'd better knock me out quickly." "Oh my god." GMO groaned, "I miss my unyielding second master G." Everyone chuckled in response. Since he knew how to talk nonsense, it seemed that his injuries were no longer a big problem. Only Big Brother could have so many heavenly treasures in his storage. If it were anyone else, GMO's injuries would be really worrying. "GMO, don't shout." Mo Tianji said with a serious face, "Just because you said to leave first, your 4th sister-in-law left with your 4th brother. Now, these two are quarreling so much that they're about to break off their relationship. We haven't even persuaded them yet." Mo Lei Er was surprised. "What the hell, what's this about? When did we quarrel? How did we break off our relationship? How can you, Mo Tianji, speak without thinking?" Sure enough, GMO was instantly filled with righteous indignation. He gritted his teeth and scolded, "Dong Wu Shang, you bastard, how can you do this? How can you hit and scold your wife? Are you still a man? I've treated Albua very well. I've never been angry with her. No matter what, I've always given in to her. Why can't you learn from me? You actually fought with your wife. You. I despise you." Mo Lei Er held her forehead with one hand. "Sure enough, he's also like this. If we're not family, we won't enter the same house." They're indeed sworn brothers. Other than belittling others and praising himself, there's really nothing else to say. That's right. Jimo's words are crude but reasonable. Chu Yang said seriously, "Wu Shang, I have to talk to you about this. Layer is so good to you. Such a good girl can marry you. It's your good fortune that you've accumulated for several generations. How can you be like this? No matter what, even if you don't know how to make your wife happy, you can learn from me. Look at me, as the big brother, I've always been so considerate to my wives. With me as your role model, you still quarrel with your wife. It's really embarrassing for me as the big brother. You have to learn from this lesson. Mole coughed repeatedly. Her forehead was full of black lines. She finally knew where the root of the problem was. It turned out that the root was here. This was how role models should be set. His brothers were all very proficient in learning from him. Chu Yang, GMO, and Mo Tianji joined forces to condemn Dong Wushang in speech and in writing. They ruthlessly stomped on his face. Chu Lu Mo Qing Wu, Tai Bu Tian, and Wu Qianqian couldn't close their mouths. That's right, our men are still the best. The sky was still dark. Luo Kudi and Rui Butong arrived one after the other. After learning about the situation, they let go of their worries. Under Mo Tianji's unintentional instigation, the two of them also joined in to criticize Dong Wushang for quarreling with his wife. They said that Dong Wushang wasn't as magnanimous as them, that he didn't love his wife as much as them, and so on. What they meant was, with someone like you quarreling with your wife, all the brothers are deeply ashamed to be associated with you. Mole who couldn't take it anymore, finally couldn't take it anymore and jumped out to fight for her husband. Everyone had a war of words, each with their own opinions. After a round of commotion, Mole angrily pulled Dong Wushang and started to act as a loving couple. Then, everyone said that it was fake and too pretentious. They all said that Mole was deliberately putting on an act and obviously didn't really forgive him. She was just trying to deceive them and then praised herself again. Mole who was really angry, turned her head and pressed her lips against Dong Wushang's big mouth without any pretense. That meant, this should be enough to prove it, right? Obviously, the strength of this proof was still very strong. For a moment, whistles and cheers rang out from all directions. Some were clapping, and some were clapping, and all were in high spirits. Everyone didn't hide their glances at Dong Wushang and laughed loudly. Dong Wushang's eyes also revealed an extremely rare sly smile. Only then did Mole realize that she had been tricked by a bunch of traitors. Unable to suppress her embarrassment, she immediately turned and ran away. Only then did everyone truly feel relieved. The storm between husband and wife this time was finally over, and the sky cleared up. Was the brother more important or the wife more important? This question was a dead knot in the hearts of all the brothers' wives. They clearly knew that they shouldn't compare, but the women just had to compare. This was like the most annoying question for men. The wife just had to ask, am I more important or is your mother more important? They bet that when every man heard this question, their first reaction was to beat the woman up. Wasn't this purely unreasonable? But although this question was unreasonable, the women didn't get tired of it. They just had to drive the men to the point of madness. Dong Wushang was the first to encounter such a thing, but they might also encounter it in the future. When that time came, they might really have to rely on this bunch of bad friends to save the day. The women gathered to the side to talk privately. Only then did the men heave a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and muttered helplessly, "Sigh, women are women. Well, what should we do now? What should we do specifically?" Rui Badong and Luo Kadi asked anxiously. They were the last to arrive. By the time they arrived, what was supposed to happen had already happened, and what was supposed to end had already ended. However, the frustration in their hearts did not lessen at all. Ever since they arrived, they had been filled with laughter. But as long as they saw GMO and Dong Wushang's miserable state, the two of them couldn't restrain the rage in their hearts. So much so that Rui Badong had long since made up his mind. How dare you hurt my old brother like this? Damn it, I'll just reincarnate here again. If one time isn't enough, I'll reincarnate twice. If 2 times isn't enough, I'll do it 3 times. I'll always risk my life to fight with that Cloud Lord. Let's see who's going to die first. For now, hold back our troops to avoid alerting the enemy. Chu Yang looked at Luo Kudi meaningfully and said, "We'll wait for Lord Saint Monarch to react, and then we'll make our move." "Oh, Luo Kudi, why do you smell so good? What's going on?" Luo Kudi's face immediately turned red. He touched his body uneasily, and took a sniff of his sleeve. Then, he said, "What's that fragrance? Is it really that fragrant?" His incoherent words attracted the attention of the other brothers. "It's really fragrant," the others said in unison. Cough cough. Luo Kudi coughed repeatedly, but didn't say anything for a long time. Quickly tell us the truth. Mo Tianji assumed the posture of a judge. What's going on? What's going on? Under everyone's gaze, Luo Kudi shrunk his neck in embarrassment for a long time. Suddenly, he puffed out his chest, raised his head, and said, "What's the big deal? I'll tell you. I'll also tell you that my spring has arrived." Chu Yang and the others were immediately stunned by his bold words. Spring has arrived? What does that mean? Could it be, I've also found my love? Although Luo Kudi's face was a little red, he still finished his sentence. Like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, he said again, I have a woman. Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, Rui Badong, and the others looked at each other. For a moment, they didn't know how to react. Actually, Luo Kudi once had a fiancée. That was when he was 3 days old. It was set by his clan. But later on, he suffered a blow. That woman had someone else in mind. When she told Luo Kudi face to face, Luo Kudi readily agreed to break off the engagement. That woman actually dared to tell him that she had someone else in mind. It was obvious that she had feelings for someone else. If he continued to force it, wouldn't he be a bully? Moreover, forcing a woman who didn't love him to stay by his side was also a very dangerous thing. However, Luo Kudi was depressed for a long time because of this matter. She should be his woman, but she didn't have him in her eyes. Anyone would feel uncomfortable. He also became more hardworking and crazy in his cultivation. It was only after a long time that he was no longer so silent. Although the brothers were well aware of this matter, they didn't know how to comfort him. They could only avoid talking about it. Therefore, no one mentioned this matter. But no one would have thought that Luo Kudi would actually find his long-awaited spring here. Is this real or fake? Where is it? Did you do something real? Chu Yang and Mo Tianji's eyes lit up. Did you bring it back? If it's nearby, quickly call it out. Dong Wushang, who was half lying on the bed, made Mo Layer shoot a cold look in from outside the tent. Fourth brother will help you investigate. Luo Kudi raised his chin. How can I not bring it back? It's outside now. She came with me this time. Let me tell you, she's also an expert. Really? Chu Yang was even more curious. Fourth mother. Luo Kudi opened his mouth and howled. His voice traveled far. But when Chu Yang and Mo Tianji heard this howl, they staggered. Dong Wushang, who was half lying on the bed, was also stunned. GMO, who had just woken up and was itching all over, was also suddenly stunned. Rui Badong, too, was instantly confused. Fourth mother, Luo Kudi actually called his wife fourth mother. What was this? Where did this come from? Fourth brother is Dong Wushang, okay? So what if he wants to usurp the throne? This howl really didn't seem to match the time, place, and character. Didn't he see that fourth sister-in-law Mo Layer was over there? Did he want to die? Luo Kudi turned around and saw the expressions on the faces of his bad friends. He instantly understood and couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. He said, You bunch of dirty bastards, I called her fourth mother just now, not fourth mother. What are you thinking? Isn't that fourth mother? Jimo's mouth twitched. I already said that you guys were thinking blindly. She's a sacrificial offering. Luo Kudi said angrily, Sacrificial lady. Do you understand? A bunch of perverts. Chu Yang's and Mo Tianji's mouths closed with a cautious sound as they silently nodded. This sacrificial offering was different from the other four. Sure enough, everyone was thinking the wrong way. But can you blame us for this? When a weirdo finds a wife, he also finds a weirdo. She's a good girl, but she actually calls herself sacrificial lady. It's too ambiguous. Actually, it's not that big of a deal. GMO sighed. I'm already very happy that you didn't find a man. I've been worried about this all this time. What if you lose confidence in that thing? Get lost. Luo Kudi roared furiously. Under Luo Kudi's call, a voice suddenly sounded. I'm here. Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the others, who longed to hear a graceful voice, elegant, fresh, clear, sweet, and so on, shuddered. It seemed that not only was this voice not light and graceful at all, it was also not elegant at all. Instead, it had a strange feeling of hoarseness. This hoarseness was more like a wolf's vocal cords being torn apart. This was a girl's voice? Unexpectedly, Luo Kudi had a satisfied and complacent smile on his face. He grinned and said, "Do you know, the moment I heard her voice, I fell in love with her. I couldn't help but fall in love with her. Oh, this voice is too beautiful to me." Chu Yang and Mo Tianji's faces were as red as dates. Black lines appeared on their foreheads. Dong Wushang and GMO, who were seriously injured and bedridden, felt that they were about to faint. But why couldn't they faint? Rui Butong, who boasted that he had an indestructible nirvana body, keenly felt that he was going to die. It was so disgusting. Even his indestructible body was useless this time. In an instant, a graceful figure flashed and appeared in front of everyone. This was a woman. This could be seen from her figure. She was very tall, very graceful, and had exquisite curves. All these indicated that this was a woman. Moreover, it was a woman with a very outstanding figure. This was absolutely not the slightest bit similar to the voice just now. However, this woman was wearing a huge wolf mask on her face. She bared her fangs and was extremely ferocious. She nodded to everyone as a sign. Chu Yang coughed. Mo Tianji also coughed. Even Rui Butong, Dong Wushang, and GMO, who had just woken up, all coughed dryly at the same time. This was the so-called fake cough. It was as if everyone had collectively contracted pneumonia at this moment. Luo Kudi's face was full of smiles. "It's okay. Put down the mask. These are my best brothers. Other than you, who can't be shared with them, the rest of them are mine." This sentence was quite pleasing to the ear. However, the following words were very unpleasant. Of course, what's mine is still mine. Although they are all perverts and speak flirtatiously when they see a beauty, and will definitely be stunned when they see you later, they will definitely be jealous and hate me. But at least they know that they can't covet a friend's wife. Even if they really covet your beauty, I will stop them. I will protect you. Protect you. For life, until the end of time, until the seas dry up and the rocks decay, this will never change. Luo Kudi said with certainty. Who's a pervert? Who would flirt when they see a beauty? Who would covet your wife? It's only been a few days and Luo Kudi has already lost his ability to speak. What kind of nonsense is he spouting? Not to mention anything else, just based on that voice just now, how can we covet her? What kind of people does he take us for? Okay. The hoarse voice answered and then took off the mask. Chu Yang and the rest looked over at the same time. She was a sister-in-law, so she should look at her openly. They had to admit that she was a beauty. Moreover, she was an outstanding beauty. In terms of level, she was definitely one of the best. There was no doubt about that. It was just that this sister-in-law seemed to be a little different from ordinary beauties. It was just that she was too heroic: square cheeks, cold and sharp gaze, valiant standing posture, stubborn facial features, unusually neatly tied hair. Rather than calling him a beauty, it would be better to call him an excessively beautiful man. She was actually an extremely feminine beauty. Rather than beautiful, it was better to say that she was very, very, very handsome. Hello, brothers. This beautiful priest lady cupped her fists. She was really heroic and valiant. I'm priest lady. Please give me your guidance. The moment he cupped his fists and opened his mouth, he was truly imposing, majestic and mighty. He looked like a true man of iron and blood. Chu Yang laughed dryly. You're welcome, you're welcome. Hello, priest lady. Mo Tianji's eyes were also a little dazed. He nodded repeatedly. Cough cough. Ha ha ha. Luo Kudi is really lucky to have found such a good sister-in-law. Cough. He was only halfway through when GMO coughed behind him and said, I'm so itchy. All of you don't have to say things that go against your conscience. It's too fake. Priest lady waved her hand casually. We're all brothers, don't be so hypocritical. We're good men of the martial world, and we're all about being like-minded. Although I'm not ugly, I'm not a beauty either. I'm self-aware of this. But, as a good man of the martial world, I think I'm quite qualified. Miss. Good man. True man. Dong Wushang gave her a thumbs up. I like your character. The sacrificial lady opened her mouth and laughed. How forthright. Tu motherf asterisk king manly. No, it should be tu motherf asterisk king girly. The corners of Chu Yang and Mo Tianji's mouths twitched at the same time. Then, they enthusiastically invited their brother's wife to sit down. Sacrificial lady. GMO, who was lying on the side, suddenly let out a sorrowful sigh filled with longing. When I heard you speak, I suddenly thought of my wife. Pfft. Dong Wushang and Rui Budong spurted out simultaneously. Get lost. Luo Kudi said angrily, do you think I'm like you? Humph, my wife is a big shot with a big background. Do you know that there's an organization called Wolves of Heaven in this Heaven Imperial Court? Everyone nodded in agreement. This was definitely not an act. It was truly a thunderous name. This Wolves of Heavenly Imperial Court was definitely a renowned native organization in Heaven Pass. Everyone here was well informed. How could they not know about this notorious but extremely powerful bandit organization? My wife is the alpha wolf of the Wolves of Heavenly Imperial Court. Luo Kudi's very, very proud words had directly shocked everyone, causing them to be bewildered. Such a beautiful woman was actually the alpha wolf? Now, our nicknames have also changed. But it's even more appropriate now. Luo Kudi said proudly, the two of us are called the male and female wolf emperors. Cough, 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 cough. In the tent, there was a series of coughs. The brothers covered their bellies at the same time. After all, they couldn't go overboard in front of their new sister-in-law. They were really embarrassed to laugh out loud. But, it was really too funny. They couldn't take it anymore. Oh. I'm so itchy. GMO made a sound that didn't seem to be in much pain. Actually, even though it was still itchy now, it was already much, much better. However, if he didn't use this excuse to make a sound, GMO was afraid that his old injury would relapse due to the explosive laughter. Then, it wouldn't be worth it. So, he might as well do it once. After the introduction, the sacrificial lady sat down graciously. She really wasn't petty at all. She was very generous. I say, how did the two of you know each other? Mo Tianji tried to find something to talk about. Back then, our heavenly armament pavilion robbed everywhere. Intentionally or unintentionally, we robbed the wolves of Tian, Quebec. Therefore, they weren't convinced. They always came to find trouble with me. Luo Kudi beamed with joy. I couldn't beat her in the past. But after Mo Yuntian returned, she wasn't my opponent anymore. I beat her up. Then, the two of us rolled down the cliff at the same time. Luo Kudi gestured. Why don't you tell the truth? Who wasn't your opponent? The sacrificial lady retorted, you also said that we are all brothers here. Why can't you tell the truth? It was obviously you who couldn't beat me. So, when we were about to lose, you carried me and jumped down the cliff. Luo Kudi nodded repeatedly, yes, it was like that. Then, the two of us were injured at the bottom of the cliff. We couldn't go up for a while. It was quite lonely. As he said this, he glanced at GMO Dam. GMO was furious, why are the two of you looking at me when you're lonely? What does your loneliness have to do with me? Cough, cough. Luo Kudi coughed dryly and said, then, after a few days at the bottom of the cliff, we realized that for some reason, we actually slept together. I really didn't know what was going on at that time. Ouch, Luo Kudi cried out in pain. The sacrificial lady had already taken over the conversation and said, at that time, everyone was bored to death. So, we got to know each other and felt that we were quite compatible. So, we decided to be together for life. That's all. Nothing else. Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the others let out an O at the same time. It was very meaningful. Hearing this O, even the self-proclaimed iron-blooded sacrificial lady couldn't help but blush. It was unknown whether it was out of embarrassment or out of embarrassment. Without hiding it, she glared fiercely at Chu Yang and Mo Tianji. Not to mention anything else, just this glare was really manly. So, from then on, the two of us were together. Luo Kudi said matter-of-factly, anyway, she doesn't have a husband. And I don't have a wife. Together, it was a match made in heaven. Besides, my first time, her first time. At this point, there was a scream. The embarrassed sacrificial lady had kicked him out. Chu Yang and the others wanted to laugh but were too embarrassed to do so. They huffed and puffed as they tried to hold it in. It was really very tiring. Dong Wushang finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He actually forced himself to stand up. His cultivation hadn't recovered, so his ability to hold back his laughter was naturally not as good as the others. Although GMO was more seriously injured than him, he still had the itch to offset his laughter. Instead, he was the one who had the most endurance to fight. Dong Wushang struggled to stand up, but moving was really too tiring. Mo Lei just happened to walk in and hurriedly went over to help him. You guys discuss. I have to go and rest. Lei is also very tired these few days. Anyway, with you guys here, we can relax. When you guys are done discussing, I'll do whatever you say. Using my brain is really not my job. Dong Wushang said with a silly smile. He had to avoid this place and find a place to vent his laughter. Otherwise, he would really go crazy from laughing at this pair of wolf kings, yes. Chu Yang suddenly realized and took out a bottle of Spring of Life. Drink this later and then sleep with Lei. Your injuries should be more or less healed. Before he finished speaking, he saw Mo Lei's face suddenly turn red. She spat out a mouthful of saliva. Beside them, GMO and Luo Kadi seemed to be unable to hold it in anymore and started laughing maniacally. Obviously, Chu Yang's words completely ignited everyone's laughter. Chu Yang couldn't help but be stunned. Thinking back, he realized that his words seemed to have an obvious meaning. It was hard not to be misunderstood. First, he gave Dong Wushang a bottle of medicine and then warned him to sleep with Lei. This sentence seemed really a little inappropriate. For a moment, even with Chu Yang's thick skin, he couldn't help but blush. He explained awkwardly, I didn't mean that. This is a bottle of Spring of Life. It's not that. Wushang doesn't need that. Don't misunderstand. Everyone, don't misunderstand, bah. Mo Lei didn't dare to listen anymore. She snatched the Spring of Life from Chu Yang's hand and spat out a mouthful of saliva. She pulled Dong Wushang and disappeared from the tent with a whoosh. Only a bunch of detestable fellows who were laughing so hard that their eyes couldn't be seen, Luo Kadi and the rest were laughing so hard that their bodies were twitching. They were patting their stomachs, thighs and buttocks. GMO was laughing so hard that the bones that had just been reconnected creaked. He felt a piercing pain, but he still couldn't help but continue laughing. Chu Yang was extremely innocent. He said unjustly. I really didn't mean that. Early morning of the second day. When the bodies of those killers were thrown out of the camp, there was an obvious commotion in the opposing army. They had already predicted that they wouldn't return for a night, and now, there were so many bodies that confirmed their prediction even more. They had all been killed. All troops, pay attention. A loud shout rang out, all troops, prepare to attack. Avenge His Majesty the Celestial Emperor. Avenge our dead comrades. Boom, the million-strong army answered in unison, their voices shaking the world. Just as Mo Lei predicted, the deaths of these killers were the last straw that broke the camel's back. The Extreme Heaven army finally couldn't take it anymore. Swords were unsheathed and arrows were nocked. It seemed like this battle was already destined to be unavoidable. At this moment, a burly figure appeared in front of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's camp. Great Emperor Wushang, Dong Wushang stood out with his hands behind his back. He looked down at the million-strong army as if he didn't see them. I won't say anything about accepting defeat. It's meaningless. Dong Wushang's voice was filled with determination and battle intent. If you want to fight, we'll accompany you anytime. Accepting defeat. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. When Heavenly Emperor Merciless fought with Heavenly Emperor Wushang, they had agreed beforehand that the winner would be king. Even though Heavenly Emperor Merciless had already died, that was still the promise he made. It was also the last command the Heavenly Emperor of Ruthlessness gave to his subordinates in this life. Tens of millions of people could bear witness to this. Promises and orders would not change because of anything or for any reason. If they fought with Wushang's army now, it was equivalent to going against Heavenly Emperor Merciless' last order. The few generals leading the army were struggling fiercely. Their faces were full of sweat, and their lips were trembling. However, their eyes finally turned cold. The general in purple raised his hand, and his eyes became more and more cruel and bloodthirsty. Obviously, the moment his hand fell, it was the signal for the two armies to officially start the war. He did not want to change his original intention, even if it was Heavenly Emperor Merciless' last order. I can also reject this order. When the general is outside, the monarch has his own orders. I must take revenge for Heavenly Emperor Merciless. However, at this critical moment, a voice suddenly came from midair. Stop. Golden light suddenly shone in the sky. A sacred and inviolable light spread rapidly, forming a circle of light. It was as if a god had descended into the world at this moment. A person wearing a bright yellow robe and a crown appeared in midair with his hands behind his back. Beside and behind him, there were also ceremonial guards who bowed. They were densely packed. There were no less than a few hundred people. What a grand style. However, everyone's eyes were only focused on him. It was as if he was born with the charisma to become the center of attention. Naturally, all the attention was gathered on him. Your Majesty Saint. Everyone in the Extreme Heaven Imperial Army immediately knelt down and saluted. Hundreds of generals cried out, Your Majesty Saint, please uphold justice for Heavenly Emperor Merciless. This person was, of course, the supreme ruler of the Heaven Imperial Court, the only saint, Cloud Master. Cloud Master sighed softly. He said, Everyone, please rise. This seat is very clear about the loyalty and passion of the generals. This seat also completely understands your feelings. I'm proud of Heavenly Emperor Wuching. Although he is dead now, he still has you loyal subordinates. This is precisely the embodiment of the Heavenly Emperor emotionless personal charm that ordinary people find hard to imagine. In terms of feelings, this seat should indeed take revenge for Heavenly Emperor Emotionless. After all, we were both Heavenly Emperors for 1,000,000 years, and we were also friends who went through life and death together. You've made my heart ache. But logically speaking, I can't do that. Heavenly Emperor Emotionless already made a promise before the final battle. The winner is king. The Heavenly Emperor of Heartless has always been a man of his word. Now that he's dead, how can we let his final promise become a joke? Isn't this the greatest blasphemy to the heartless Heavenly Emperor? The sage's words. It was reasonable. All the soldiers had tears in their eyes at this moment. His Majesty Heavenly Emperor Merciless died in a fair battle. As I said before, the living have no regrets, the dead have no regrets, the winner is king. All of you. As the most loyal subordinates of Heavenly Emperor Emotionless, do you want Heavenly Emperor Emotionless to be humiliated after his death? At this point, the 3,000,000 Heavenly Emperor Emotionless soldiers felt what the sage was going to do. All of them had tears in their eyes, and a strong sense of powerlessness arose in their hearts. This seat is here today. I'm here to carry out Heavenly Emperor Emotionless wishes and announce to the world that Dong Wushang is the Extreme Sky Heavenly Emperor, known as Heavenly Emperor Wushang. From now on, Heavenly Emperor Wushang will be the ruler of Extreme Sky. I hope that we can see a more peaceful Extreme Heaven, and not one filled with war and war. The sage's words were very heavy, and even full of gunpowder. It faintly revealed the hegemony of those who followed him would prosper, and those who opposed him would perish. Thank you, Lord Sage, for upholding justice. Although Dong Wushang hated this sage to the bones, at this time, he still had to show a sincere attitude to express his gratitude. Heavenly Emperor Wushang is too polite. Master Yun showed a warm and amiable smile in a ball of golden light. From now on, Extreme Sky will depend on Heavenly Emperor Wushang. I hope Heavenly Emperor Wushang can take revenge and glorify Extreme Sky. Dong Wushang agreed and said loudly, Heavenly Emperor Emotionless soldiers, listen up. Today, I announce that I'm having a fair battle with Heavenly Emperor Emotionless. The living have no regrets, and the dead have no regrets. I admire everyone's loyalty, so I'll take my leave for now. I can promise that everyone here won't blame me. Everyone, stay in your original positions. I won't pursue this matter. Then, Dong Wushang announced a series of government and military orders. These were all written by Mo Tianji in an hour's time. Even if it wasn't said that every word was like a gem, it was more or less the same. Dong Wushang recited it for a long time, but he could still only understand a part of it. Now that he said it here, he really couldn't describe the original meaning. Many words were simply forgotten and changed by himself. Fortunately, the meaning was similar, and there weren't any major mistakes. But Mo Tianji still frowned as he listened from behind. How did Dong Wushang turn a proper Heavenly Emperor inauguration speech into something like a bandit gathering? Mo Tianji frowned. I put in so much effort, but it's completely useless now. It doesn't even have the slightest bit of my original flavor. What the hell? Everyone laughed in unison. Whether it was the inauguration of the Heavenly Emperor or the bandit gathering, this battle didn't happen under Master Yun's watch. Dong Wushang could be considered to have truly obtained the official recognition of Extreme Sky. At this moment, there were many things waiting to be done. They just had to wait for a little recovery before holding an inauguration ceremony. Then, everything would be considered to be in order. But before that, Dong Wushang could already use the identity of Extreme Sky Emperor to give orders. Everything had finally taken a step forward, stumbling and bumping. As the Heavenly Emperor motionless soldiers reluctantly retreated, the Wushang Heavenly Army finally entered Wushang City. Almost immediately, someone suggested to change the name of this city to Wushang City. This suggestion was reasonable. As the saying goes, a new ruler brings a new ruler. The fall of a ruler also signified the rise of another ruler. The rise of a new ruler, even if it didn't erase the previous ruler's traces, would inevitably destroy the previous ruler's symbolic things. There was no exception to this. Drunken Wu Qing's name was Wushang, and it was passed down as Wushang. Even the name of the capital was Wushang. Now that Dong Wushang was the ruler of this place, there was no reason to use the old name. Everyone thought that there was nothing wrong with this suggestion. But unexpectedly, Dong Wushang firmly rejected this suggestion. This city shall be called Wushang City, and it will never change. Dong Wushang said. Heavenly Emperor Wushang was a good man, and he deserves to be remembered by everyone. I don't want to erase his traces. If this action came from Chu Yang or Mo Tianji, there was a high chance that it was utilitarian and fame. But from Dong Wushang, it was completely sincere. After understanding the sorrowful life of Heavenly Emperor Wushang, he finally died in a heroic battle. There were many indescribable feelings in Dong Wushang's heart. But his firm rejection made all the heavenly soldiers of Wushang feel a lot better. To these people, Dong Wushang's action, whether or not it was to win people's hearts, was good. As long as the traces of Heavenly Emperor Wushang weren't erased, it was worth it. Even if it was to win people's hearts, this action was done beautifully. When entering Wushang City, Chu Yang and the others naturally wouldn't show their faces. They deliberately hid their strength and mixed in with the guards. Everyone entered together, and everything went smoothly. The army entered, and the military power was established. Next, it was naturally to take over the political power. A small half of the Heavenly Emperor Wushang's military officials resigned on the spot. With Mo Tianji's various methods, he persuaded them one by one with emotion and reason. Finally, he managed to keep 70 to 80% of them. As for the rest, he couldn't keep them and could only send them away regretfully. A loyal official would not serve two masters. Regardless of anything else, these people who had voluntarily resigned from their positions were worthy of being retained based on their strength of character. If they could be retained, they would be retained. If they couldn't be retained, Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the others would only respect them even more. As for those who warmly welcomed Heavenly Emperor Wushang's ascension, Dong Wushang always looked at them from the corner of his eyes. Under Mo Tianji and Chu Yang's management, most of these people were removed from their positions. There was also a small portion who had their entire family wiped out. Dong Wushang had a very stubborn thought in his heart. Those who were loyal to their previous master couldn't be that bad. As for those who couldn't wait to change sides and sing praises, no matter how strong they are, I won't use them. I didn't know you before this. Do you know who I am and what abilities I have? Why should you support me? No matter what, Heavenly Emperor Wushang led you for hundreds of thousands of years. Even if it was a short time, it should have been at least a few thousand years. You don't have any nostalgia? Such a cold-blooded person. Even if you have the talent to rule the world, what can you do? It had to be said that this kind of thinking was more than enough to measure a hero. However, it was definitely not suitable for ruling a country. It was even less suitable for being a heavenly emperor. However, the most awesome thing about Dong Wushang was that he never wanted to be a heavenly emperor. At best, he was just here to make a transition. It was just to complete the heavenly mission of killing the heavenly demons. That was all. Sitting on the heavenly emperor's seat under someone else's but, especially under the control of a saint monarch's subordinates, was very uncomfortable. Moreover, there were all kinds of hidden dangers. If not for this, Dong Wushang wouldn't have become a heavenly emperor, as for after killing the heavenly demons. Dong Wushang immediately turned into a military maniac who trained his troops with all his might after making a bold and decisive reorganization. The entire process took him less than 3 days, this was how swift and decisive he was. As for other government affairs, Dong Wushang didn't care about them at all. If I don't care about government affairs, I'll let whoever wants to care. Zhu Yang and the others were annoyed by this. You're the King Heavenly Emperor. If you don't care, who else will? Dong Wushang threw the Extreme Heaven Imperial Jade Seal into Mo Tianji's arms. You're my third brother. You help me, even if you don't do it, I won't do it, it doesn't matter if it's completely ruined, I'll only care about training the troops. I'll only care about having a strong army to enter purple cloud heavens. I'm not interested in anything else. Mo Tianji was so angry that his nose was crooked. However, in the face of such a hands-off boss, even Mo Tianji, who was as wise as the sea and as profound as a mountain, was also at his wits' end and helpless. Dong Wushang could ignore it, but he himself couldn't, right? He could only transfer a guy from his intelligence department who was in charge of overall planning to the Extreme Heaven Imperial Jade Seal and appoint him as the Prime Minister. This new Prime Minister used to be Mo Tianji's right-hand man. He had the same high position and authority. He was also under one person and above many people. He was a great talent, but now, in order to let Mo Tianji escape, he didn't hesitate to sell out his right-hand man. Fortunately, this new Prime Minister was addicted to being an official. Although he was under one person and above many people in the past, he didn't have any official recognition. Now that he suddenly became the Prime Minister of a heavenly emperor, he became complacent and started to deal with government affairs as if his boat was on fire. Under Mo Tianji's watch, he quickly got to work like a fish in water. Because of this, there was even a joke. The new Extreme Heaven Heavenly Emperor, Dong Wushang, didn't know the name of this new Prime Minister. When he saw him, he naturally greeted him with, "Hey, who's that?" The military officials were all dissatisfied and complained about this. However, no matter what, this Lord Heavenly Emperor still gave everyone too much space to display their abilities. He completely delegated the authority to let everyone display their abilities. This could also be considered a benefit, right? Also, His Majesty the Celestial Emperor vigorously reorganized the army and intended to restore the glory of the Purple Heavenly Imperial Palace. This was also a heroic act. Therefore, everyone adopted a tolerant attitude towards the Celestial Emperor's inaction. Even during the enthronement ceremony, Dong Wushang had only said, "I think so." It could be omitted. Xiedan Qiong had rushed here from hundreds of thousands of miles away. He hadn't even sat down properly when he heard these words. Back then, I held such a grand ceremony. How can you omit it here? Where do you place me? What was even more infuriating was what Dong Wushang said next, which directly ignited a war between two newly ascended celestial emperors. Great Emperor Wushang continued, "Actually, I feel that not only can the ceremony be omitted, it should be ignored. It was like a ritual. Those who care about these things, this heavenly emperor thinks that they are all idiots." Emperor Jasper Flower was infuriated by this and had a fierce fight with Emperor Wushang. The fundamental reason was not whether or not to hold the ceremony. It was such a good idea, why didn't he say so earlier? Now, you're even scolding old master as an idiot, very, very few people knew. Just as Dong Wushang's army entered Merciless City, another major event happened at another location. Or it should be said that when Dong Wushang and Mo Lei returned to their tent, this matter had already happened and was in progress. The white-robed man that the saint had transformed into naturally wouldn't watch his target run away. In fact, he had been observing the movements in Wushang's camp. When he discovered that the atmosphere in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's camp had changed, it should be said that Dong Wushang had returned. He originally wanted to enter again immediately. This fellow who could replace drunk Wu Qing and bring him even greater benefits, must be in his hands as soon as possible, to prevent any unforeseen events from happening. But just as he was about to enter, he was surprised to discover that there was a person in midair, staring at him coldly. Seeing the person who came, the saint's thoughts changed. He soared up and welcomed that person. With a warm and amiable expression, he asked, Xianxia, why are you here? Opposite him, the white-robed demon empress had an undisguised look of disgust on her face. Cloud Master, don't force me to attack. The most annoying thing in my life is when people call me by my nickname. Cloud Master laughed heartily and sincerely. You. I only said that because I care about you. We haven't seen each other for tens of thousands of years. I miss my little sister, Xianxia, from the bottom of my heart. The demon empress still said sarcastically, You're thinking about Yao Huangtian, right? How could you be thinking about me? Cloud Master shook his head and laughed bitterly. Your words are still as sharp as ever. It's hard to resist. The demon empress said indifferently, Just now, you went in and caused a ruckus in the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's camp, but you didn't kill anyone. Why? The saint smiled and said, I have to say that this young man's potential is quite great. Back then, when you and I were at his age, we didn't have such strength. We were far from him. His tone was filled with admiration and sincerity. It was like a kind grandfather who saw that his naughty grandson had finally grown up and was comforted. The demon empress laughed coldly. So you went and beat him up? To announce your existence? The saint smiled bitterly and shook his head. I naturally have a purpose when I do things. He raised his head sincerely and looked at the demon empress. But, I can't tell you my real thoughts now. You have to understand this. After all, this is the extreme heaven, and my base is located here. Xianxia, you should understand me. The demon empress laughed coldly. What a clean excuse. Of course, I have to express my understanding. But if you attack again, I'll come out and fight you. Also, I'll expose your identity and see if you can tell this clean excuse to the world. The saint was startled when he heard this. Then, he smiled bitterly from the bottom of his heart. All right, since you said so, I won't touch him. I didn't expect this Dong Wushang to be related to you. Whether he's related or not, it has nothing to do with you. The demon empress said coldly, Aren't you going to deal with this situation? The saint laughed and turned to leave. The demon empress's eyes flashed and she instantly disappeared. Because of the demon empress' sudden arrival, the saint changed his plan unhappily. For now, he would acknowledge Dong Wushang's identity and status and let him stay in the extreme heaven. Then, he would slowly think of a way to deal with him. As long as he stayed in the extreme heaven, he wouldn't be afraid of him flying to the heavens. The demon empress could protect him for a while, but could she protect him forever? But, why did the demon empress suddenly come here? The saint was thinking about this. Could it be that the power behind Dong Wushang was actually the demon empress? Dong Wushang was actually the demon empress spy. Otherwise, with the demon empress' high status, why would she suddenly appear here? It looked like she was protecting Dong Wushang, but if it was really the demon empress, wouldn't she expose herself by jumping out so brazenly? The saint frowned as he thought about it. He still couldn't figure it out. If Dong Wushang was really the demon empress spy, then controlling Dong Wushang was equivalent to having the opportunity to control the demon empress, the most difficult enemy to deal with. And, once he controlled the demon empress, wouldn't it be equivalent to controlling the entire demon emperor sky? Master Yin smiled indifferently, looking like an immortal, holy, and refined. But in his heart, dozens of ways to make use of Dong Wushang to control the demon empress flashed through his mind. Every method was different, and the only similarity was that they were all unscrupulous, because even if Dong Wushang wasn't the demon empress spy, since the demon empress was willing to appear today to help, Dong Wushang was destined to be related to her. Furthermore, he might even use Dong Wushang's matter to reap bigger fish, but he had to speed up the pace of dealing with this matter. Although the extreme heaven was still in a precarious situation, it had finally come to an end for the time being. But at this moment, there was a huge awkwardness in the Extreme Heaven Sword Alliance's arena. Because of all the complicated matters, the various super sex competition that Chu Yang had tossed to the back of his mind was finally held today. But, the various contestants and the young leaders of the various sects were all unwilling to go up on stage. The reason was very simple, and it was very consistent. Everyone was ashamed. Yun Tian, Mo Lu, Zi Huang, and the others were no longer as high-spirited and proud as before. Only melancholy and vexation were left in their bellies. How could they still have the face to go up on stage? Originally, they thought that this competition would determine the influential figures of the new generation, and this decision would also indirectly determine the situation of the next hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. Those who could stand out here would be influential figures in the future. The world's winds and clouds would be stirred up and surging under their hands. However, from the looks of it now, this super grand competition had completely lost its meaning. It was completely meaningless. Because even if they really obtained the number one in the world here, so what? Was there any meaning? Their old enemy, Chu Yang, used the excuse of killing the son of the Dark Cloud Heaven's Emperor, Yuan Tianji, and fled all the way. Under the pursuit of the entire Dark Cloud Heaven, not only was he safe and sound, but his strength and influence had also increased greatly. In the Demon Emperor Heaven, he established the Heavenly Armament Pavilion and shook the world. Now, after experiencing countless hardships and dangers, even Yuan Tianji had died, but Chu Yang was still alive and kicking. According to reliable sources, Chu Yang had already attained the cultivation of a high-level saint. But now, the young Chu Yang was already a high-level saint while they were still at the celestial being level. They actually wanted to fight for the title of number one person of the younger generation. What? What kind of face did they have? Not to mention Chu Yang, the other young person, Xia Danqiong, seemed to be about the same age as Chu Yang. Now, he was already a heavenly emperor of Moyun Heaven, on equal footing with Di Ho. This achievement was even more shocking and unprecedented. It seemed that when Di Ho was at their age, she also didn't have such achievements. It was just that this achievement was unprecedented but definitely not unprecedented. Because there was another young person, Dong Wushang, who was also a young man, ascending to the position of Celestial Emperor of Extreme Heaven. It seemed that it wasn't just these two people. There were another two young people, Gu Duxing and Ao Xieyun, who were currently challenging for the position of Celestial Emperor of the other two worlds. And the chances of success were very high. Thinking of this, Yun Tian, Stranger and Zi Huang even had the thought of dying. What was there to talk about competing on the stage? For a moment, the Sky Sword Alliance arena fell into a deadlock. Too awkward? Dreamlike Secular World and the other super sex members were gloating over their misfortune. Aren't you very awesome? Aren't you able to manipulate the rules? Aren't you able to bring it forward? Now you're all dumbfounded. Heaven is watching what people do. What's the use of doing all this for no reason? You can control people, but can you control heaven? Snow Immortal, who hadn't been seen for a long time, stood there with a smile on her face. And beside her was naturally the infatuated Wu Xianxia, who had been chasing Snow Immortal for tens of thousands of years. But at this moment, even that bald head of Wu Xianxia seemed to be exuding excitement. Tens of thousands of years of yearning finally got what he wanted. How could he not be excited? How could he not be elated and proud? Wu Xianxia was so excited that he almost fainted and never woke up again. Or maybe he was afraid that he was actually dreaming and would wake up from it. His dream turned into nothing. That day, when Snow Immortal took the initiative to look for him and asked that question, Wu Xianxia felt that he had started to dream. And from then on, the dream started. He never woke up. Even if it was really a dream. Wu Xianxia would rather not wake up. Will you marry me? Shui Xian's words were like the sound of nature to Wu Xianxia. Furthermore, it was an extremely good aphrodisiac. Blood gushed out of her nose on the spot. Yes, yes. Of course. I mean. Wu Xianxia stammered. They didn't know what to say. It had been almost 2 years since that moment, but Wu Xianxia was still happy every day. In the past, every day without her felt like a year, and there were 3 autumns in a day. Now that he had her, he was extremely happy. Boundless happiness. Shui Xian stood quietly beside him. Her expression seemed to be a little gentle. She seemed to have sensed that Wu Xianxia was distracted and asked, "What's wrong? What are you thinking about?" Wu Xianxia scratched his bald head and laughed foolishly. "I'm wondering, am I dreaming?" His voice could be said to be extremely lewd. "Bah." Shui Xian spat with a red face, but a smile appeared on her face. The most comfortable people here were none other than Shifty Cat and Chrysanthemum Saber King Li Guanyu. Heavenly Armament Pavilion. No matter which World Heavenly Armament Pavilion it was, strictly speaking, not a political force. It was still a civilian force. To put it bluntly, it was the so-called Jianghu faction. Although Chu Yang's Heavenly Armament Pavilion's current strength had already surpassed any of the big sects by who knows how many times. However, before Chu Yang officially walked to the front stage, Heavenly Armament Pavilion was still a Jianghu power. Even to the martial artists, in their hearts, Heavenly Armament Pavilion's foundation might not be comparable to the old super sections. Since it belonged to the Jianghu faction, it naturally had to participate in this kind of competition. Especially when all the Jianghu factions in the Heaven Imperial Court participated, even the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was so disdainful. But they still sent people to participate. And the leader of this competition was Teacher Cat, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Yes, Shifty Cat. He was in charge of accompanying and protecting Chrysanthemum Saber King Li Guanyu. Here, Shifty Cat finally realized the value of his own life and met the opponent he dreamed of, Chao Yueguan. When both sides met, they didn't pay any attention to the so-called elite competition in front of them. They were always together debating and chatting. The relationship between both sides quickly warmed up. It was like they were old friends at first sight, and they instantly understood each other. Gradually, it reached a high level of enthusiasm. Coincidentally, Li Guanyu was also a learned person. Of course, he participated in such a deep debate. "I'm Li Guanyu." "Hello, Chao Yueguan." "I'm Chao Yueguan." "Hello, Li Guanyu." "Li Guanyu, Chao Yueguan." Shifty Cat jumped up and down. "Why are you so polite? Hurry up and listen to me. This is serious." All the big sects were at a loss for what to do about this strange phenomenon. Because this was already an unavoidable reality. In the face of the shocking achievements of those few young people, if they continued to participate in the competition of the younger generation, no matter what reason they used to modify or cover it up, it would be such a joke. But, so many people here had already come. What else could they do? They couldn't give up halfway, right? Giving up halfway would only be more embarrassing. If we don't want to become a laughingstock, there's only one way now. Yun Tian frowned and said, "There's only one way left." Actually, the feasibility of this method is still relatively high. Especially the significance behind this method. It has a long history that cannot be ignored. What method? What method? Everyone's eyes lit up. At such a crucial moment, there was actually such a method. What kind of life-saving straw was this? Naturally, everyone was very interested. That is, to truly organize those young geniuses, to fight on this field. Yun Tian's gaze slowly swept across everyone. I believe everyone knows that I'm talking about those young people. Those, who have just joined the sect for less than 3 years, young geniuses. Young geniuses. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes lit up. That's right, this was indeed the best strategy they could use to deal with the situation. Back then, when they brought back the children from the various sects from the East Royal Heavens, they were all snatched up. It was as if it was a miracle. Every one of them was a top-notch genius. According to the principle of passing down the legacy, every sect placed great importance on these children. Because this group of children was the true hope of their sect's future, for the competition this time, each sect had brought their most outstanding disciples over, just so that they could witness every battle that took place here at a close distance. This was extremely significant to their growth. They were still very weak now. But their future was infinitely bright. If they were allowed to fight to determine the final ranking of this year's martial arts competition, this was indeed the best solution. Chu Yang, Dong Wu Shang, Xiadan Qiong and the rest would not compare themselves with a bunch of real children, right? In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, no one would compare themselves like that. Therefore, this helpless choice turned out to be a brilliant move. That's what we'll do. Everyone reached a consensus in an instant. For the top 10 super sects, each sect would send out 10 people. From the 11th to the 20th place, each sect would send out 5 people. For those below the 20th place, each sect would send out 3 people. Next was to inform, set the rules, draw lots to determine the order of battle. A series of complicated procedures was completed in the shortest time. At this moment, the eyes of every child that was brought here burst out with a ball of light without any warning. Our heavenly armament pavilion. Our heavenly armament. Today, we finally stepped onto the first stage that belongs to us. The elders of the various sects began to teach the geniuses of their sects how to fight, how to proceed, how to hide their strength, how to give the enemy a fatal blow at the right time, what you need to pay attention to, which are your formidable opponents, which people's martial arts can restrain you, what are the targeted countermeasures. Every child nodded their heads repeatedly at these teachings. Next, the battle began. It had to be said that the performance of every child made the elders behind them smile crookedly. They were really geniuses, but, if there was something that wasn't satisfactory, the only thing that was lacking was that the battle atmosphere between these children was unusually intense, but the killing intent was not high. It seemed that they had completely implemented the plan that everyone had proposed before the battle, learning from each other. Everyone was strictly implementing this point, only victory and defeat, not life and death, and completely not hurting feelings. Regarding this point, the old fellows seemed to be somewhat unhappy. We say that we are exchanging pointers, and of course, we are exchanging pointers. However, you should also take this opportunity to suppress your opponents. They will be your formidable opponents for the next hundreds of thousands of years. If you can defeat one of them, it's one of them. Is there a need to be so merciful? After all, they are still children and don't have the killing intent. They still need to be carefully trained in the future. All of this, these old fellows naturally found a very reasonable reason for the young geniuses. Obviously, these old fellows didn't know that a seed of loyalty had long been planted in these children's minds. No matter if the person opposite them knew them or not, as long as there was a string on their neck, a heavenly armament card hanging on the string. That would be my brothers, sisters, and friends. In short, that would be someone worthy of my protection, because we are the same kind of people, we are all that person's people. Although they knew that this mission was too difficult to complete, they wouldn't give up if they didn't work hard. In this world, there were only things that couldn't be thought of, but there was nothing that couldn't be done. Everyone immediately gathered the generals under their command and shouted as loudly as they could. Everyone, do your best. This is the first order of Emperor Wushang since he ascended the throne. If you can't complete it, don't think about bringing glory to your ancestors. It's so shameful. If anyone messes up the old one, everyone's clan will be exterminated. No matter if it's you guys accompanying the old one or the old one accompanying you guys, we'll walk together. When those military bigwigs were giving out orders and racking their brains to complete the mission at all costs, Xu Yang and the rest were already walking on the official road. This time, they appeared on the road as a group of merchants. They walked at a leisurely pace, and it could even be said that they were leisurely without the slightest hint of nervousness. It wasn't that they weren't anxious, but because the current extreme heavens was still filled with a large number of saint monarchs. Every place was closely monitored. They believed that as long as they revealed the slightest bit of abnormal impatience, it would immediately attract the attention of various parties, causing unnecessary trouble and causing unnecessary consequences. Dong Wushang's identity as the new heavenly emperor was really too awkward. Right now, he was at the peak of his power and was in high spirits. Not only was he not ruling the world in the imperial capital, he was traveling in disguise. Even if he didn't want to attract attention, it was impossible. So everyone could only be patient and move at this tortoise-like speed. Right now, the most important thing was to keep Sage Master Yun in check. He absolutely couldn't alert the enemy, let him stay in Merciless City and continue to search for his so-called chance to control Dong Wushang and Mo. It was because of this reason and this consideration that the Demon Empress still stayed in Merciless City. What she was responsible for was to create a misconception for Saint Monarch. Dong Wushang was still in Merciless City. The reason why Cloud Master couldn't find Dong Wushang and Mo was very obvious. It was because the Demon Empress was there. Naturally, she had many methods to hide Dong Wushang and Mo and not let Cloud Master find them. This was a logical thing to do. After the sudden attack of the mysterious people and the counterattack of the mysterious people in the palace, if Dong Wuxiang and Mo Lei appeared in front of people again, that would be a completely brainless and unwise move. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji thought over and over again, and finalized this plan. Although all the subsequent developments were unexpected, it was reasonable. This was precisely the method of hiding the real from the false, and hiding the false from the real to the extreme. Of course, for this plan to succeed, there were two people who were indispensable. One of them was Yun Shengren. Yun Shengren was also an intelligent person. However, it was precisely because of his intelligence that he fell for this trick that targeted people like him. The other person was the Demon Empress. Originally, with the Demon Empress status, doing such a thing was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. But now, other than the Demon Empress, there was no one else who could make Master Yun truly believe in the scheme that everyone had set up. Moreover, he was truly trapped in it. Moreover, he was able to restrain Cloud Master with his strength alone. This situation might last for a long time. At the very least, it had to be maintained until Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the others left the public sight, entered the vast forest, and found the secret base of the 10,000 saints' true spirits in the terrifying forest of the Heavenly Stem Mountain. However, no one was uncertain about how long they would be able to confuse the enemy. Mo Tianji was not sure, and Chu Yang was also not sure, therefore, they had to be cautious. In another distant world, the big western sky, Gu Duxing was dressed in black and wielding a sword. He stood at the peak of the mountain, watching the great battle of thousands of soldiers and horses below the mountain. The place where he was, naturally, had sword energy soaring to the heavens. Sister Xiao Miao and Gu Miaoling were by his side. A pair of beautiful eyes were also watching the rapidly changing battle situation below the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the army belonging to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was crazily attacking like a tsunami. The army belonging to the crazed sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang was also doing their best to support, defend, and counterattack. Both sides were already in full swing at this moment. Everyone's eyes had already turned red from killing. The only difference was that the generals and soldiers of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion could not help but sneak back every once in a while, or when their position just happened to be able to see the mountain peak over there. As long as they saw that tall and straight figure with sword energy soaring to the heavens on the mountain peak, everyone would feel as if they had eaten a tranquilizer. Their confidence increased 100 times, and they were full of courage. Our solitary emperor is still here, he is still paying attention to the battlefield, paying attention to us. We, the solitary emperor, have never left the battlefield alone. We have always been fighting together with us. This kind of spiritual strength could truly display an unparalleled strength in many cases. Compared to the crazed sword heavenly soldiers opposite, the difference in strength between both sides was really incalculable. This spiritual support completely changed the situation of the battle. Although the berserk sword heavenly soldiers had a considerable advantage in terms of military strength, their morale was far inferior. Facing the fearless attacks of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion, they, who had the advantage in terms of military strength, were gradually disintegrating and becoming scattered. The majestic sword energy roared. A majestic sword light drew a brilliant halo of no less than 300 feet in radius. The entire world was filled with that kind of hissing sound of sword energy. Within 300 feet, all the crazed sword heavenly soldiers screamed and fell down in unison. Blood flowed everywhere. Bu Liuqing's figure soared to the sky, towering over the heavens. This majestic sword light brazenly appeared in the sky like a long dragon. It was mixed with endless biting cold, absolute heaven sword, absolute heaven sword, absolute heaven sword. In this battle, Bu Liuqing had already used this ultimate move for the 8th time. The sweeping of the ground within 300 feet was just the warm-up. This was the prelude to this move. After the warm-up, the soaring sword energy in the sky was the real killer move. Stop him! In the enemy's camp, a loud roar suddenly sounded, a few figures soared into the sky, turning into several white lights and flashing. In the past, Bu Liuqing had never failed in his 7 attacks. He had created 7 openings for the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Under this move, the morale of the crazed sword heavenly soldiers was greatly reduced, to the extent that they were retreating. It was no exaggeration to say that if they won this battle, Bu Liuqing's absolute heaven sword would be the greatest contribution. Now, Buluqing was using the same move again. Everyone on the other side was inexplicably afraid. If there was another opening, then today's battle would be a landslide defeat. There would be no possibility of a comeback. Buluqing's beard and hair fluttered. His long sword vibrated. The longsword energy dragon was also vibrating rapidly. That long dragon was already shaking its head and wagging its tail. Its scales and claws were flying. There were a total of 8 high-level saints. Each of them carried a thunderous force as they charged from 8 different directions. It was almost as if they were going to perish together with the Saint clan. The 8 of them were furious as they let out a long roar. This was not the so-called roar to gain the upper hand. It was just an attack. As they attacked the terrifying enemy in front of them, they were also attacking the ordinary soldiers of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. If they couldn't stop it, the shock force produced by this joint roar would prevent these soldiers from reacting quickly and joining the attack the moment the gap was opened. Sound wave attack. This attack was indiscriminate, and the soldiers on his side would also be affected. But, it was still better than a landslide defeat. Moreover, most of the soldiers on the front lines had already been annihilated by Buluqing's Sword of the Absolute Heaven. So, the number of soldiers on his side who would die because of the sound wave attack wouldn't be too many. Buluqing's thin face revealed a trace of a cold smile. It was a smile of disdain. He tightened his wrist and his body spun at high speed in the air. Suddenly, the sound of the sword energy roaring was unprecedented. At the same time, he shouted, "Kill! Kill!" Although it was only one word, Buluqing poured all of his cultivation into it. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in the clear sky. The effect was different from the roar of the 8 enemies. The effect was more shocking and intimidating, not to mention the ordinary soldiers below. Even the 8 experts felt their minds shake when they heard this shout. Their actions that were in the process of being carried out actually had a slight pause that should not have happened. Right at this moment, the sword chi dragon that was still coiling in the air had suddenly opened its eyes. Sword energy shot out from its eyes. Boom boom boom. Almost at the same time, the 8 experts finally collided with the longsword energy dragon. Buluqing shouted. The longsword energy dragon in the air seemed to have a life of its own. It suddenly rushed out. Boom! This was a truly earth-shattering explosion. The sound of the 8 peerless experts colliding with each other was like dozens of mountains falling from the sky at the same time and then colliding with each other. For a moment, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Countless sword lights exploded. The next moment, everyone let out a muffled groan at the same time. This kind of head-on collision, victory and defeat, there was no chance of luck. To an individual, it was a matter of life and death in an instant. Buluqing's body swayed. Blood spurted out from his 7 orifices. It was obvious that his injuries were not light. He had to face 8 experts alone, and he had suffered considerable damage. However, he didn't even take half a step back. His long sword suddenly made a circle, and the originally scattered sword light once again took shape. From the gap just now, it rushed out without turning back. The sword light traversed 3,000 miles, and its power was so strong that it seemed unstoppable. It was actually better than the previous 7 times. The 8 enemies on the other side were staggering back with blood spurting out from their bodies. They were powerless to stop the magnificent sword energy. Buluqing was like a barbarian bull that was advancing on a barren land. He was advancing by leaps and bounds in the densely packed enemy formation. Wherever he went, the enemy would fall down in droves. There was no room for resistance. Buluqing was like a wild bull that was advancing on a barren land. In an instant, a huge hole was opened up in the solid defensive line. Buluqing pointed his sword and the Heavenly Armament Pavilion charged forward. No one had the slightest bit of hesitation. They surged through the hole that Buluqing had opened up. Their morale rose again. The enemy general was also a veteran of the battlefield. Even in the face of such a disadvantageous situation, he was still able to maintain his footing. He hurriedly mobilized his troops, intending to block this opening and turn the tide. However, his face was solemn. Clearly, he did not have much confidence in his heart. His eyes couldn't help but look towards the top of the mountain. The place where the solitary great emperor was standing. This was already the 100th time that he had looked at that position since the start of the battle. The enemy's true strongest combat power, the solitary Great Emperor had yet to make a move. His defensive line had already been completely torn apart. Luckily, there were still the 8 experts who tried their best to block the enemy. The extent of damage to the defensive line wasn't too great. As long as he used the lives of his men to fill the gap, there was still a chance to block it back. However, if the solitary Great Emperor were to make a move at this time, everything would be over. However, whatever he was afraid of would happen. Just when this general was muttering in his heart, he turned his head to look again. However, he realized that the solitary Great Emperor was no longer on the top of the mountain. How could Gu Duxing not think of something that he could think of? That general's heart tightened, and he hurriedly focused all his attention on searching for traces of Gu Duxing. But to his surprise, he discovered that a black dragon had appeared in the sky above the battlefield at an unparalleled speed, and it was shooting toward this side, in mid-air. After this black dragon had flown for a period of time, a rumbling sound of thunder could be heard. The solitary Great Emperor has made a move. This general's heart turned cold. Is everything over? He had seen the solitary Great Emperor's move before. It was even more powerful than this guy who had broken through the defense of his army. That was a sharp and violent attack. Even now, his scalp still felt numb when he thought about it. Now, he saw the soaring black dragon again. Stop him with all your strength. That general shouted, don't let the solitary emperor break through the defense line. However, his warning was too late. Or it should be said that this warning was meaningless. The soldiers at the front were already powerless. That's because the experts under his command, those big Western Sky's highest level, most outstanding high-level saint experts. Buluqing had already used up all of his energy. He hadn't recovered yet. Under such circumstances, how could they hold their ground against a solitary emperor who was conserving his strength? That was simply impossible. A sword across the sky to the peak. Gu Duxing's cold words were indifferent but resounding. On the big Western Sky's side, everyone who heard this sentence had their scalps tighten. On the other hand, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion was cheering. In the sky, the black dragon sword had already turned into a curved sword energy. It stretched across the sky, emitting millions of cold sword lights. Life, death, victory, and defeat are all gone in a blink of an eye. Gu Duxing once again let out a whistling sound. He had already flown to the sky above the enemy's formation. His thin and tall figure made a rapid whirlwind in the sky. Where is the soulmate in the world? When I want to look back, I've already forgotten my feelings. A vast sword light appeared on the horizon, mixed with boundless and vast melancholy. It sprinkled down like an inescapable net. This time, Gu Duxing didn't use the chaotic heaven's sword. Rather, he used his own signature move, the unruffled sword. That desolate mood instantly pervaded the entire battlefield. All of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion soldiers realized at the same time, the solitary emperor had already personally arrived on the battlefield, personally taking action. At this moment, the morale was boosted to the peak. This was practically an unimaginable matter. Kill. Charge. Gu Duxing took the lead, taking the lead and charging into the enemy's formation. Splitting the waves, he rapidly advanced forward. The defense line that had just closed was once again torn apart. This time, the tear was several times larger than before. At this moment, Gu Duxing's figure had already advanced no less than 3,000 feet into the enemy's formation. Everywhere he passed, he was within a range of 500 feet. Not a single enemy was left alive. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion's army cheered. It was almost as if they were in a state of extreme excitement. The entire army charged forward, their flags fluttering in the wind. Like a tsunami, the enemy general closed his eyes in pain. The outcome was set. Retreat. The vanguard army desperately obstructed the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's troops. The rear army quickly retreat. Do not linger. When this order was issued, the general's heart was bleeding. Because this order meant that the army that he had trained for hundreds of thousands of years, as the main force, would be completely destroyed in this battle. But if they didn't retreat, the battle situation had already deteriorated to this point. If they forced themselves to continue fighting, the only outcome would be complete annihilation. There was no such thing as luck. Right now, the vanguard army and the rear army were already pinned down by the enemy. There was no way for them to retreat. This was the only way to save one-third of their troops and retreat. The battlefield was filled with war cries. Gu Duxing let out a long howl. Wherever his sword pointed, the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's army of 1,000,000 instantly flooded the enemy camp. The only regret was that the enemy's rear army still retreated in the end. The enemy general's decision worked in the end and avoided the misfortune of being completely wiped out. When things can't be done, he immediately cut off his wrist. Good method, good decision. Gu Miaoling stood at the top of the mountain and watched the last part of the heavenly army of Berserk Sword retreat in an orderly manner. She couldn't help but sigh. The leader of the heavenly army of Berserk Sword is truly a talented commander. Once he saw that things couldn't be done, he made a prompt decision without any hesitation. He was willing to sacrifice and give up. This is the talent of a general. A rare talent of a general. With a flash of sword light, Gu Duxing landed beside her and said indifferently, "He is indeed a talent of a general. Under such circumstances, he can still make such a decision with a clear mind. It is indeed commendable. But I don't need this kind of talent. What I need is the kind of talent who dares to be impulsive, not such a calm and cold-blooded talent." Gu Duxing said indifferently, if he was willing to fight to the death just now, he might have been able to rescue half of the army. At least, he had more than a 50% chance of success. But he chose to give up. Now, although he saved one-third of the army, this one-third of the combat power is the weakest. The general has no fighting spirit, and the soldiers have no fighting spirit. Going back like this is no different from being completely wiped out. If he could save some of the elites of the front army, with those people, this army could still be a fighting force and have a chance to dominate the world again. But now, even if he is given another 10 million people, he won't be able to reach that level. If such a situation happens on the Heavenly Devil battlefield, the consequences will be even more unimaginable. So, I don't need this kind of talent. Gu Duxing said solemnly. Gu Miaoling smiled and said, this kind of thing depends on the person. You also said that there was only a 50% chance of success in the situation just now. The odds of both sides were 50 to 50. The consequence of forcibly saving the elites of the front army may be complete annihilation. Rather than fighting for half or less, it is better to save the last one-third of the army and make a comeback one day. Everyone has their own ideas, and there is really no way to make a decision. She smiled lightly. Actually, it is not that you can't see the wisdom of this general's decision, and it is also not that you can't see the benefits of doing so. It is that you have never had the experience of abandoning your subordinates or brothers to escape alone. You have never even thought of doing so. This is your persistence, so you have never seen such a person who dares to give up in your eyes. This is your strength, but it is also your weakness. Gu Duxing was silent for a moment and said, I understand what you mean, but I always think that such a person can become a famous general, but he will never become a hero. Gu Miaoling shook her head. As the saying goes, the times create heroes. In this world, there are not many famous generals, and heroes are even fewer. Why force it? No, to fight against the extraterrestrial demons, we need heroes. Only heroes can inspire fighting spirit. This kind of person is not very useful. Gu Duxing still insisted on his view. Seeing that Gu Duxing still insisted on his view, Gu Miaoling shook her head helplessly. She was more or less disappointed, but more gratified. Gu Duxing had a kind of unbending aura, and it was so strong from the beginning to the end. In his eyes, he would never tolerate even the slightest bit of sand. This was a natural-born hero. That was why he was so dismissive of the practice of abandoning his comrades. Even if he knew that this was the right thing to do, and that this was the most valuable thing to do, he would still not admit it. He would still despise it, and still insist on his view, because Gu Duxing himself would never do such a thing, and would never approve of such a practice. This silly brother. Gu Miaoling's spring water-like eyes looked at Gu Duxing, and she sighed happily in her heart. Really silly to the point of being cute. It's just that, with this kind of temper, if he goes to the extraterrestrial demon battlefield, heroes, as expected, Gu Miaoling started to worry about the future war. The big Western Skies army was defeated like a landslide. Heavenly Emperor Duxing's heavenly armament pavilion pushed forward with irresistible force. Everywhere it passed, it collapsed like ice. and swept away by the wind. Heavenly Emperor Maniac Sword Wu Yiquan finally decided that perhaps he really should personally lead the army. Perhaps only this way could he reverse the war situation, reverse the declining trend, and just as he made this decision, Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei Mo Qingqing, who was in clear sky heaven, also made the decision to personally lead the army into battle at almost the same time. The army of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion that Ao Xieyun belonged to had also developed like wildfire. Under the planning of Yi Zue and Yi Shiyu, the two incompetent strategists, as well as the support of the amount of accurate intelligence from the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department, Ao Xieyun's army had also advanced triumphantly. The Heavenly Army of Wu Wei was also retreating in defeat. And Ao Xieyun was the same. He had to lead the troops in every battle. The Sovereign King Great Emperor personally went to battle. Leading the troops was naturally an incomparably strong motivation. At the very least, if you had battle merits, no one would dare to hide it. Perhaps after a battle, they would be stepping on the path to success. And Green Firmament's side just happened to lack this point. The difference in morale and fighting heart was enough to affect the entire battle situation. Facing the increasingly grim situation, Mo Qingqing could only personally go to battle, and it was also until now that suddenly, a matter that shocked the entire Heaven Imperial Court was finally exposed. Or rather, it was really gathered together. A terrifying fact was displayed in front of everyone. And that was, when Xia Danqiong, this black cloud sky jade flower great emperor, started his army was called Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Dong Wushang. This great emperor Wu Shang's army was also called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. If the similarity of the names of the two companies could be explained as a coincidence, then, Gu Duxing, another new great emperor's army was actually also called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Could this still be a coincidence? If it was a coincidence, or a chance encounter, then, Ao Xieyun, this evil cloud great emperor's army was actually also called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. When it was confirmed that a coincidence was no longer a coincidence, all coincidences became inevitable. Therefore, everyone quickly thought about what other forces and organizations had similar names, and the easiest one to think of was none other than Chu Yang's Heavenly Armament Pavilion, which had now developed into an overwhelming force in Demon Emperor Heaven. Thus, everyone who was paying attention sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that these people were actually, in the same group, regardless of whether it was Maniac Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yiquan's Heavenly Court Discussion Hall or Wu Wei Heavenly Emperor's Heavenly Court Discussion Hall? When someone raised this question, the entire place fell silent. Everyone was so shocked by this shocking news that they broke out in cold sweat. Could it be that all the Heavenly Armament Pavilions were actually an organization? A branch force that extended out from a force. One had to know that according to the news from other worlds, there seemed to be a self-proclaimed Wolf Emperor and Wolf Emperor, whose real name was Luo Kidi, leading a team called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. And this guy had now developed to the point where he could almost go against the local Heavenly Court, also. In another world where the flames of war had yet to spread, there seemed to be a guy called the Lonesome Emperor. The team under his command was also called the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Their strength and scale were comparable to the Heavenly Armament Pavilion of the Wolf Emperor and the Wolf Emperor. Apart from that, there was also a fellow called the Phoenix Emperor. His name was Rui Butong. And the team he led was also called Heavenly Armament Pavilion. In total, there were 8 Heavenly Armament Pavilions. They were evenly distributed among the 8 heavens and earth. After integrating all the information, everyone felt that their hearts were about to stop beating from the shock. What was going on? What kind of force was this? Wasn't their goal a little too big? Moreover, there were 2 Heavenly Armament Pavilions. At present, they had already confirmed the fact that they had occupied 2 parts of the world. And Gu Duxing and Ao Xieyun were also close to success. Could it be that the ultimate goal of this emerging power was to unify the world? Moreover, it was progressing in an effective manner. However, they didn't know that there was another Heavenly Armament Pavilion. And that was Tan Tan's Heavenly Armament Pavilion. That was equally terrifying, and even more terrifying. It was even worse than the previous ones. Because that was the true and scrupulous means to achieve one's goal. It was just that Tan Tan had always been extremely lazy and didn't form a large force. However, his subordinates were all top-notch experts. What they didn't know even more was that the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department that monopolized the Heavenly Imperial Court's intelligence network was also a Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Your Majesty, the situation in front of us is already very grim. It has even reached the point of life and death. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei's heavenly court. A white-haired old man was almost weeping bitterly. Now, with just the power of our heavens and earth, I'm afraid that we are already powerless to reverse the situation. It will be difficult to extinguish this huge force. We must unite with the other heavenly emperors and join forces to eliminate this force. Otherwise, the heavenly armament pavilion will be established, and the day of our destruction will not be far away. Xianxia was not her usual graceful and dignified self. She was insufferably arrogant and paced back and forth anxiously. She muttered, "Whose team is this? Who is secretly presiding over all of this? How could an ordinary person do something so extravagant? Who was the one who came up with such a grand plan? Who is it? The final goal is actually to unify the heavenly imperial court." Xianxia's eyes shone with extreme worry. Immediately contact the Eastern Royal Heaven's Eastern Emperor, the Demon Emperor, the Heavenly Demon Empress, and the Extreme Heaven's Saint Monarch. Immediately. Xianxia immediately ordered. Yes. At the same time, Wu Yequang, the frenzied sword Heavenly Emperor, was also doing the same thing. Since he couldn't rely on his own strength to deal with the danger, he naturally had to find help, and it was the most powerful helpers. None of the great emperors who could become great emperors were short-sighted people. The current situation was unprecedentedly dangerous, so they naturally had to work together to overcome this difficulty. However, the first person to contact was the Demon Emperor Heaven. After the unique Heavenly Court's communication device connected, the person who appeared on the mirror wasn't the female Demon Empress that they were looking forward to. Instead, it was a handsome young man wearing an imperial robe. "I am the Demon Emperor Heaven's Supreme Demon Ningning. May I ask what your Majesty frenzied sword Heavenly Emperor needs?" Yao Ningning said in a very stylish manner. "May I ask where the Demon Empress is now?" Wu Yequang asked. "Mother has gone out. She has some small matters to deal with. She is not in the palace for now," Yao Ningning said. "May I ask where the Demon Empress has gone?" "I have urgent matters here and need to contact the Demon Empress as soon as possible," Wu Yequang quickly asked. This time, Wu Yequang was really anxious. Under normal circumstances, he shouldn't have said such impatient words no matter what. "I don't know about this either." Yao Ningning sighed in melancholy. Mother has always been secretive when she does things. As her son, I won't ask, and I don't dare to ask. This was a normal situation. As long as he thought about the Demon Empress's temper, Wu Yequang expressed that he completely understood this explanation. However, understanding was one thing, and reality was another. Then, did the Demon Empress say when she would return? Wu Yequang didn't give up and continued to ask. "This? Your Majesty, I'll tell you the truth. Before Imperial Mother left, she had solemnly said that the matter she had to deal with this time was very difficult. I'm afraid that she might not be able to return in 3 to 5 years." Yao Ningning's truth caused Wu Yequang's vision to darken. "What? She won't return in 3 to 5 years, I'm already on fire here. Don't talk about 3 to 5 years. 3 to 5 months, or even 3 to 5 days is too long. If the Demon Empress doesn't return, then who is in charge of the Demon Emperor Heaven now?" Wu Yequang asked. At this moment, Wu Yequang was truly crazy. He actually asked a very, very low-standard question. Yao Ningning rolled her eyes at this question. "Can't you see that I'm standing right in front of you? You actually asked such a stupid question. Are you really a heavenly emperor of a generation? I despise you from the bottom of my heart. Mother once said that when she is not around, I will be in charge of everything," Yao Ningning said indifferently. "At this moment, Wu Yequang wished he could slap himself. The Demon Empress was obviously training this Demon Emperor Tian Tai. He actually asked such a stupid question. He really deserved to be beaten up. This emperor made a slip of the tongue. "I hope that your highness will not take offense. Something big has happened recently." Wu Yequang very patiently explained the situation from beginning to end and the pros and cons. He then said, "May I ask your highness, if the Demon Emperor Heaven were to send troops to help, the Demon Emperor Heaven will definitely not send troops." Yao Ningning interrupted. "Mother is not here. How can I send troops to other worlds without permission? This is a huge crime. Even if I am the Demon Emperor Heaven, I don't dare to make decisions without permission. Wu Yequang was so angry that his breath was stuck in his throat. But now the Heaven Imperial Court is facing a crisis of life and death. Do you know the seriousness of this matter? Yao Ningning curled her lips. I'm really sorry, Your Majesty Mad Sword Heavenly Emperor. I'm really small and have narrow shoulders. I can't bear such a huge responsibility. Wu Yequang rolled his eyes in anger. What kind of idiot was this Demon Emperor Heaven's Emperor Heaven? He was about to unify the Heaven Imperial Court, and this guy was actually still saying witty things. Besides, the one who is in a war right now is your big Western Sky. This matter may be related to the Western Sky's crisis of life and death, but what does it have to do with my Demon Emperor Heaven? Yao Ningning said lazily. Our Demon Emperor Heaven is very peaceful. Black lines immediately appeared on Wu Yequang's old face. Was there anyone who talked like that? What did he mean by my Demon Emperor Heaven is very peaceful? Could it be that this little guy didn't understand the logic of sharing glory and being interdependent? Your Majesty, you must know that your Demon Emperor Heaven also has an organization codenamed Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Wu Yequang's voice was heavy. Also, according to what I know, the power of this organization is already quite huge. When Wu Yequang said this, Yao Ningning actually couldn't help but be pleased with herself. She immediately beamed with joy and said with a chuckle, I know this, I know it too well. Demon Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Armament Pavilion's Pavilion Master Chu Yang is my sworn brother. His several wives are all my sisters-in-law. What do I not know about their matters? When these words that were close to presenting a treasure came out, the Mad Sword Heavenly Emperor was directly petrified. What? Your sworn brother? Your sisters-in-law? You even know about their matters? In front of the supreme power between heaven and earth, what did sworn brothers count for? This guy actually believed it so naively. Know about it? What the hell do you know about? With this kind of trash, if he wasn't replaced by others, then that would really be strange. Dear nephew, as your mother's old friend, as your elder, I think I have to remind you. This matter concerns life and death, the overall situation of the world. Supreme power is only a matter of time. A single mistake and everything will be gone. This brotherhood. Wu Yequang was full of earnest advice. If they really trick me. Yao Ningning raised his head and said, I'm willing to be tricked. The implication was, what can you do about it? Virtuous nephew? Virtuous nephew my ass. Who is your virtuous nephew? Why didn't I know when you became my mother's old friend? Bah, is there still such a way to climb the social ladder? Wu Yequang was so provoked by a certain elder's words that he almost choked. He was so angry that his face turned green, and his lips trembled. He said angrily, good, good. Looks like there's no need for us to continue talking, Yao Ningning said, it's rare that we have the same thoughts. Goodbye, no, it's best that we never meet again. Wu Yequang had a kind of sick feeling that he had come to eat shit himself. He couldn't help but say, you will regret it, you will definitely regret it. It would have been better if he didn't say this. Once he said this, Yao Ningning instantly exploded. Yao Ningning was young and full of vigor. Originally, he was proud of the achievements of his brothers. Now that he was being talked about like this, how could he still hold it in? He raised his eyebrows and said, Bah, I'm not afraid to tell you that I definitely won't regret it. Just now, when I told you to never meet again, I wasn't just saying it. Humph, not only is Demon Emperor Heaven's Heavenly Armament Pavilion's Chu Yang my brother, Ink Cloud Sky's Jasper Flower Emperor is also my brother, Big Brother Extreme Heaven Wushang is also my brother. Big Western Sky's Solitary Emperor is also my brother, and Green Sky's Evil Cloud Emperor, all of them are. Wait for death, you old bastard. A certain elder's unceasing words didn't seem to have finished yet. Opposite him, Maniac Sword Heavenly Emperor Wu Yequang's face had already turned green. He stared at Yao Ningning, and then neatly cut off the communication. The crystal flickered, and then it turned black. Yao Ningning flew into a rage. This old bastard actually dared to cut off my communication first. This can't be tolerated. Put me through again. Connect it. I haven't finished speaking. On the side, Demon Emperor Heaven's 2 7-star guards looked at the sky. He rolled his eyes and pretended not to hear anything. You've almost angered the other party to death on the spot, and you're actually blaming the other party for cutting off the communication with you. Don't cut it off. Could it be that I'm waiting for you to anger me to death? People should have a lower limit of shamelessness, shouldn't they? She actually wanted to pick up the call again and scold the other party. She had never seen such an unforgiving person. Yao Ningning cursed. What kind of person is this? He's also a celestial emperor. Tui. He only spoke halfway. He didn't cut off the conversation politely. What kind of quality was that? He was still the celestial emperor of a generation, but he didn't even have this basic quality. He deserved to step down. This time, we will never see each other again. Go to hell, you old bastard. Black lines appeared on everyone's forehead. Grandpa, you're too weird. No matter what, he's still a heavenly emperor. You're cursing him behind his back like that. That's not right. He didn't say it behind her back. He had clearly said it to her face just now. It was too weird. A certain grandpa was still spitting saliva everywhere. He stomped his feet and roared, wanting to ask to pick up the call, but the communication finally lit up again. Before the figure really came out, Yao Ningning had already jumped over, spitting saliva everywhere. F***ck, what do you mean by this? What the F***ck do you mean? You dare to cut off the conversation before it's even finished. Do you still have any basic quality? Do you still have that little bit of grace? To think that you're a celestial emperor. Tui. The crystal lit up completely. The one who appeared was Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei, Mo Qingqing, with a head full of fog and eyes full of confusion and an ashen face. This round of scolding was too much for him to bear. He had to take it all. At this moment, His Highness, who was at a loss and staring at Demon Emperor Heaven, clearly didn't understand what was going on at all. Yao Ningning realized that the image in the crystal seemed to have changed. She also let out an ah and was similarly dumbfounded. Cough, cough, cough. Behind him, the two 7-star guards coughed continuously. So it's Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei. Yao Ningning's face was red. She coughed dryly and said, this. That. Just now. Actually. Haha. Cough, cough, may I ask what's the matter, Your Highness? Why are you so free today? It was really hard to explain, so he could only change the topic with a sentence. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei also didn't have time to talk about this with him. Now that the situation was dangerous and the situation was urgent, he went straight to the point. May I ask if Her Highness, the Demon Empress, is here? A sentence to change the topic. Therefore, Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei suffered the same thing as Heavenly Emperor Maniac Sword just now. However, the difference was, Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei, Mo Qingqing, didn't get angry. This seemed very unusual. Furthermore, not only did she not get angry, she even asked with interest, you said, those are your brothers? Then, why are your brothers doing this? You definitely know what your brothers are thinking. Could it be that you want to dominate the world? Unify the Heaven Imperial Court? That's why you made such a big fuss? Bah, you're looking down on people too much. Yao Ningning said with some disdain. How are we as vulgar as you think? The so-called world domination is not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of our brothers. Ah? Then why are you doing this? There has to be something, right? Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei, Mo Qingqing, asked in deep thought. When this question was mentioned, Yao Ningning suddenly became serious. Of course we have our purpose. Tell me about it? Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei was interested and even raised his eyebrows. One had to know that the location of the communication now was in Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei's meeting hall. Although only Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei's image was in front of the crystal, the other military officials were all listening to this conversation at the side. And Yao Ningning, who was on the other side, didn't know at all that there were actually so many people in front of her. Since Your Highness asked, let me ask Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei a few questions in return. Yao Ningning's young face was full of righteousness. Back then, when the extraterrestrial demons invaded purple cloud heavens, what was your green cloud heavens doing? Where's your green cloud heavens army? Where is your Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei? Yao Ningning's question made Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei's face bitter. For a moment, he didn't reply. Back then, the Battle of Purple Cloud Heavens had been going on for many years. If the ordinary people thought that the world was still peaceful, then so be it. After all, the distance was too far. However, as a heavenly emperor, your news can't really be so closed off, right? Yao Ningning asked. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei sighed deeply. He looked up to the sky and closed his eyes, but still didn't speak. He didn't make any excuses. In the end, Purple Cloud Heavens was completely annihilated. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei died heroically. The entire Purple Cloud Heavens fell into the hands of the extraterrestrial demons. Yao Ningning's voice was indifferent, and her words were sharp. At that time, where were you? What were you doing? Now, the extraterrestrial demons are restless. There are even many extraterrestrial demons who have sneaked into the Heaven Imperial Court as spies. Seeing that a great war that concerns the future of the Heaven Imperial Court and the common people is about to break out, what are you doing? Yao Ningning's voice was heavy. We all understand that this war is absolutely unavoidable. We are already destined to fight to the death. If the war breaks out, according to your performance last time, how can we be at ease to fight against the extraterrestrial demons under your leadership? Therefore, we have to fight the extraterrestrial demons ourselves. We have to annihilate this despicable race, reclaim Purple Cloud Heavens, and avenge Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei. Therefore, we have to eliminate those hidden dangers and malignant tumors that may affect the future war before this war breaks out. We have to do our best to gather the power of the Heaven Imperial Court in the hands of our own people. Therefore, these brothers of mine are planning in secret. When the time is ripe, they will break out brazenly, launch a rebellion, and change the dynasty. Yao Ningning sneered. If you think that these brothers are all greedy for power, then you are gravely mistaken. If they want to be the ruler of a country, these brothers of mine can do it at any time. If that's all they have, they wouldn't have ascended to the Heaven Imperial Court at all. And they wouldn't be so obsessed with martial arts. Once the extraterrestrial demons are annihilated, who would care about this mere position of Heavenly Emperor? To put it bluntly, you so-called Heavenly Emperors, including that high and mighty Lord Saint of the Heaven Imperial Court, are not trusted by us. The calamity of the extraterrestrial demons has already happened once. Hundreds of millions of people have been plunged into misery and suffering. Tens of millions of territories have fallen into the hands of the enemy, and all of you have been watching with folded arms. If the war breaks out again, we can no longer continue to fight under your leadership. How can we be at ease leaving our backs to people like you? Yao Ningning said indifferently, we only want to win this war. As long as the Heaven Imperial Court is safe. As long as Purple Cloud Heavens, which Zhongguang has lost. The so-called goal is so pure and simple. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei, Mo Qingqing, let out a long sigh and cut off the communication between both parties. Yao Ningning was filled with righteous indignation and was talking excitedly, but he didn't expect that before he could finish, the communication was cut off unilaterally again. He instantly flew into a rage. What quality? What quality? All of you are playing this trick and not even letting me finish my words. What quality is this? And this is a heavenly emperor, spit on me. The two 7-star guards sighed in their hearts and were very sympathetic. He is a dignified heavenly emperor, and he actually didn't get angry after being lectured by you, a little brat, for so long. That's already not easy enough. You actually don't know how to be content, humans. Could it be that shamelessness really has no bottom line? Qing Xiao Tian. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei, Mo Qingqing, cut off the communication but was silent for a long time before he finally said indifferently, you all understand, right? Finally, someone said, Your Majesty. What this demon emperor Heavenly Emperor said might not be the truth. Maybe, all of you are experts. All of you are elites with hundreds of thousands of years of experience. Whether it is cultivation or experience, you are all outstanding in this world. Mo Qingqing stood with her hands behind her back and said indifferently, could it be that you can't even tell the truth from a lie? Can that demon emperor Heavenly Emperor lie to you? It's more like it the other way around. Everyone lowered their heads and fell into silence again. Mo Qingqing sneered. Xia Donqiong, Dong Wusheng, Chu Yang, Gu Duxing, GMO, Luo Kadi, Ao Xieyun, Rui Badong. These young people, including that most lawless Tan Tan. These young people, each one of them is only in their 20s, but each one of them has rushed to the peak of the Saint realm. She said, with such aptitude, such geniuses. Would they really care about the position of Heavenly Emperor? Do they really value it? In just over 20 years, they have already walked a path that others would take over 1,000,000 years to complete. What will their future be like? If they continue to walk down, how far can they go? No one could answer this question of Mo Qingqing's. Yes, how far could these young people go? How long would their future path be? It was impossible to predict. However, one thing that could be confirmed now was, the so-called limit of the Heaven Imperial Court was definitely not the limit of these young people. If you were them, would you, because of this so-called position of Heavenly Emperor? Would you just sit there for such a long time and give up on continuing to walk forward? Would you give up on the granary and only take a grain? Mo Qingqing looked at the military officials present with indifferent eyes. Everyone lowered their heads together. If there was a longer path to walk, who would stay in one place or one region? Limiting oneself? If it were me, I wouldn't either. Mo Qingqing sighed sincerely. Then, there was a long silence. But, Your Majesty, we had our reasons for not sending out troops back then. A general said anxiously with a pale face. No matter what the reasons were, the final result was that Zihao died. Zhixiao heavens fell, and we just watched from the side. Mo Qingqing said decisively, even if there were 10,000 reasons or 100,000 reasons. We can't hide the fact that we're just watching from the sidelines. Stealing and quibbling will only make people look down on you even more. Mo Qingqing softly said, don't let people look down on you even more. His words were full of meaning. Stop preparing for war for now, Mo Qingqing said softly, I need to go out. Your Majesty. Everyone turned pale with fright. Going out at this time. Wasn't this too inconsiderate? I'm going to find Ao Xieyun and have a chat with him. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei, Mo Qingqing, had an indescribable bitterness on her face. Let's decide what to do next. Back then, we blindly maintained our stance. We didn't choose to stand on the side of Shui Leihan and Zihao. However, he also didn't stand on the side of the sage and Yuan Tianjia. We have always been standing, but in name, we are indeed people who belong to the side of the sage. After all, we owed Sage Monarch and Yuan Tianming a huge favor back then. You guys don't know, but when the news that Yuan Tianjia was originally an extraterrestrial demon was exposed, I almost wanted to end my own life. Mo Qingqing let out a bitter laugh. To me, it's a huge humiliation to actually accept the favor of the extraterrestrial demon. No matter if they were aware of it or not. It's a humiliation. A humiliation that can never be washed away. Because of those friendships and favors back then, even if there were other reasons, we were wrong to watch from the sidelines and let the Heavenly Emperor of Zhixiao die in battle. I've already felt guilty about this matter for over 1,000,000 years. Although Zihao is dead, I have to admit that I'm not as good as him, and I'll never be as good as him. I've always been silent and stood on the sidelines until today. But now, we need to pick a side. Mo Qingqing was in a daze for a long time. Suddenly, her voice turned cold as she said word by word, the choice is to stand on the side of the extraterrestrial demon or the side of the Heavenly Imperial Court. All the military officials were about to speak when Mo Qingqing waved her hand to stop them. Even those demons from the Demon Emperor Heaven know that slaughtering the extraterrestrial demons is a top priority. Don't tell me, we're not as good as those demons? As soon as she finished speaking, Mo Qingqing turned around and strode off, leaving behind a hall full of dumbfounded officials. Everyone's heart was filled with bitterness. Perhaps the Demon Emperor Heavenly King was right. There was nothing wrong with us commanding the expeditions to protect the Green Sky Kingdom. But once the war with the extraterrestrial demons really broke out, how many people would be willing to fight under our command? How many people would be at ease to entrust their backs to the army that we lead? Watching from the sidelines back then was still a stain that could never be washed away. Ao Xieyun frowned and stood on the treetop, somewhat confused. The battle is in full swing now. Why did the Wu Wei Heavenly Army suddenly retreat without fighting? Could it be that there's something fishy? Or perhaps there's some hidden conspiracy? At the side, Yi Zue, who was dressed in black, still had that inexplicable ruthlessness about him. He said calmly, "There must be a trap. We shouldn't act rashly for the time being. Let's observe the situation clearly first." Ao Xieyun nodded in agreement. He looked into the distance proudly and said softly, "No matter the reason or what kind of conspiracy there is, the situation is clear now. Within half a year, I must take down the Green Sky Kingdom. Otherwise, it'll be too late. There's not much time left for us. Preparing the army for war against the extraterrestrial demons." Yi Zui's eyes suddenly shone with intense hatred. He murmured expectantly, "This day won't be too far away." A fragrant breeze blew over and a lithe and graceful figure leaped up. Ao Xieyun and Yi Zui frowned at the same time, their expressions strange. "I'm really exhausted." Yi Shiyu raised his hand gently and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He leaned lazily against a tree, looking very delicate and timid. "My legs are sore. Ouch. There's even a scratch on the skin here. My delicate skin." Ao Xieyun's brows twitched and he spoke before Yi Zui could. "I'll go ahead and take a look. You take care of him. Big brother Xieyun. Don't go. I've just arrived. I haven't had a proper chat with you yet." Yi Shiyu's words made Ao Xieyun feel goosebumps all over. It was as if he was fleeing for his life. With a schwa sound, it disappeared. Its speed was so fast that it was truly frightening. Yi Zui looked at his younger brother. Black lines appeared on his forehead. He lowered his voice and said furiously, "Yi Shiyu. Can you not be such a sissy? You should at least leave some dignity for the Yi clan. Do you still know that you're a man?" "Big brother. I was wrong." Yi Shiyu raised his head pitifully and hugged Yi Zui's thigh as if he was about to cry. "Don't be angry." Yi Zui was dumbstruck. He heaved a long sigh. He really didn't know what to say, ever since he came to the Heaven Imperial Court. Because of his younger brother's illness, he felt like he was living in an abyss of suffering every day. How embarrassing. How conspicuous. "If you continue to speak like this, do you believe that I'll give you a concussion with one slap?" Yi Zui threatened fiercely. "I won't dare to do it again. I was wrong." Yi Shiyu lowered his head with tears in his eyes. He rubbed the hem of his clothes with both hands, looking very pitiful. "Oh my God." Yi Zui heaved a long sigh, extremely speechless. He jumped down from the tree and disappeared instantly. He actually followed in Ao Xieyun's footsteps. He escaped without a trace. Ao Xieyun strolled alone in the dense forest. It was just that it wasn't very appropriate to say that this was a dense forest because this was actually still a military camp. To be more precise, it was still a military camp. Ao Xieyun's personal reason was to preserve a dense forest with green mountains, clear waters, and green grass at the most central location. Setting up a camp in the middle of a forest was originally a military taboo. It could easily lead to extremely serious consequences. Just based on the 2 points of concealing the enemy and triggering a fire attack, such a place had long been ruled out as a choice to set up a camp. But it couldn't be helped. Ao Xieyun liked it. It didn't matter even if it didn't conform to the rules if it was something the evil Cloud Great Emperor wanted. Ao Xieyun liked places like this. Therefore, even though it was very troublesome to do so, he would always make such a request. The existence of such a place would definitely add a lot of unnecessary trouble and hidden dangers. Everyone was well aware of this point. It wasn't that no one had ever tried to advise him against it. But since Ao Xieyun insisted, no one could do anything about it. A lot of people thought that he was just putting on airs, but he never explained anything. Just like that, this special thing existed. Because everyone also understood that the current Ao Xieyun did indeed have the right to put on airs. Whether this was his original intention or not, it didn't matter anymore. Only Ao Xieyun himself knew that he liked places like this since he was young. The place he was at must have mountains, rivers, grass, and trees. Only then would he feel comfortable. Only then would he be able to let his entire body and mind truly relax. Green heaven. Ao Xieyun leaned lightly against a tree and looked up at the sky. Looking at the white clouds in the sky and the clear blue sky, he muttered, "Actually, which place in this world isn't green heaven? It's just that mine is always beyond this green heaven. There's always a sky beyond the sky. The sky beyond the sky is even vaster and more vast. Ao Xianyun revealed an inexplicable smile. As his cultivation level continued to increase, the achievements that were originally unreachable and unimaginable were being approached by him step by step. This feeling was born after reaching the heavenly being level. At the beginning, it was like an illusion. It would only appear occasionally. But as his cultivation level increased, this feeling became more and more obvious and real. And this feeling was, I'll surpass the sky sooner or later. Heavenly Emperor Xianxia. Haha. Ao Xianyun smiled faintly and shook his head slightly. There was a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. How can that be my ultimate pursuit? Unexpectedly, a voice suddenly sounded. That voice said softly, since Heavenly Emperor Xianxia is not your ultimate pursuit, then why are you like this? Ao Xianyun smiled faintly and answered without answering the question, I have been waiting for you. I originally thought that you wouldn't come. That voice smiled faintly, before today, I might not come. But now, I must come. Ao Xianyun slowly turned around. 1,000 feet away, under the pine tree, stood a person. That person was dressed in bright yellow clothes and wore a crown on his head. He stood with his hands behind his back and his bearing was extraordinary. That pair of eyes was really like the stars in the night sky, shining brightly. His entire person was warm and amiable, but he was imposing without being angry. Naturally, there was a kind of aura of a sovereign overlooking the world with his feet on the ground and his head on the sky. I am Heavenly Emperor Xianxia, Mo Qingqing. Heavenly Emperor Xianxia said with a smile. I am Ao Xianyun. Ao Xianyun's eyes were filled with admiration. He said, in this green sky heavens, I believe that other than Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei, there is no one else who can have such an aura of a sovereign overlooking the world. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei is indeed mighty and extraordinary. Seeing you in person is better than hearing about you. Mo Qingqing shook her head and smiled bitterly, you can force me to this extent, and then you say this sentence, aren't you praising yourself? Seeing you in person is better than hearing about you. After a joke, the two of them laughed at the same time. A pair of strong enemies with clear standpoints met, but the atmosphere was rare and harmonious. Someone outside asked, Your Majesty, what happened? Do you want us to come in? Ao Xianyun said faintly, no need. I am here to discuss something with a friend. You are not to disturb. The person outside said respectfully, yes. Then, it was silent. However, everyone was puzzled. This place had long been designated as a forbidden area, and His Majesty had always been alone inside. Why did a friend come out today? How did that person enter? What kind of friend was this? However, no matter how hard these people racked their brains, they would never have thought that the friend inside was actually the current Lord of Green Firmament. Right now, he was their greatest enemy. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei, Mo Qingqing. Please have a seat. Ao Xianyun waved his hand casually. Out of nowhere, a jade table and 2 white jade chairs appeared on the ground. On the table, there was a pot of hot tea and 2 teacups that were steaming hot. The fragrance of tea wafted out in spirals, tranquil and tranquil. Simple and elegant. This spatial item of yours is not bad. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei praised and sat down. Of course, this sentence was just for show. Ao Xianyun's space ring came from Chu Yang, and it was made for his brothers in the heaven layer. It was indeed not bad in the eyes of ordinary people, but it had to be able to enter the eyes of the dignified heaven layer Imperial Emperor's eyes. That would be a little unworthy of the name. Ao Xianyun smiled and said, Your Majesty Wu Wei Celestial Emperor must have some advice for coming here? Mo Qingqing smiled and said, No. This emperor is here to seek guidance from the evil Cloud Emperor. Ao Xianyun's first sentence was full of courtesy, but it also had the intention of starting a conversation between the two. However, the evil Cloud Emperor's reply was really earth-shattering. It was unexpected. One must know that with his identity and strength, even if Ao Xianyun already had the strength to be on par with him, even if it was not impossible for him to replace him, but to say the 2 words seek guidance in front of him, the meaning was very unusual. Ao Xianyun had some doubts in his heart, but he still sat upright and said even more cautiously, Please speak. May I ask the evil Cloud Emperor? Where do you think is the end of your life? Mo Qingqing's face was solemn, and she went straight to the point. Ao Xianyun pondered for a while, and then said lightly, I have always felt that, my life has no end. Mo Qingqing was silent for a while about this seemingly boundless boast. She could feel the confidence in Ao Xianyun when he said this. But she was still a little uncertain and confused. Because she asked, what do you think, and Ao Xianyun answered, what do I think? Mo Qingqing pondered for a while, and then continued a little nervously, what do you think? Ao Xianyun pondered and deliberated. Slowly, accompanied by an almost perplexed emotion, he said, that's right, it's just a feeling. Ever since my cultivation reached the level of a heavenly being, I could faintly feel that this world has no end. And my life will inevitably be integrated into the process of chasing the end of this world, so there is no end. Before this, I have never had such a feeling. But from then on, I started to have this feeling. And as my cultivation increased, this feeling became more and more real, and more intense. Ao Xianyun smiled helplessly. Mo Qingqing's face was solemn, but countless perilous waves were suddenly set off in her heart. Feeling? The reason why she was nervous just now was because of these two words. Because this feeling was the true direction to guide a martial artist at the peak of his cultivation. This kind of thing could never be explained clearly, but it really existed. But on Ao Xianyun, not only did it really exist, it could even be felt very clearly. This time, Mo Qingqing was silent for a long time, and then said, I don't have such a feeling. I have never had it. I am inferior to you. This sentence was even said with some bitterness. When I reached the high-level saint level, I suddenly had the idea of becoming a heavenly emperor. Not long after, the battle for the position of heavenly emperor appeared. At that time, I told myself that becoming a heavenly emperor who ruled over a part of the world was my goal. In the end, I achieved this goal and became a heavenly emperor until today. But I have always neglected a fact, and that is, ever since I set this goal for myself, my cultivation reached the peak of the saint level, and then I took another half step forward, reaching the peak of this world's strength level. However, I could not take the other half step no matter what. I knew that there was a road ahead, but it was unattainable. Mo Qingqing's face was a little disappointed, and there was also some jealousy and envy. Because she clearly knew one thing, she had already set an end for her life, and she had already reached the end. But Ao Xianyun did not. This was the fundamental difference between the two of them. The fundamental difference, she had set the highest goal early on, and after achieving it, she would slack because of it. Even if she did not want to slack off, she would not be able to take another step forward. Because in her heart, she always thought, this is the highest achievement of my life. Now that I have completed it, where else can I go? She, a heavenly emperor, was actually inferior to this young man in front of her. My life has an end, but this is endless. The difference between them was obvious. In other words, the Xianxia Tian in front of you, the position of heavenly emperor that you are fighting for, is just a part of your life experience, and it is even dispensable? Mo Qingqing asked. Ao Xianyun thought for a while, and said affirmatively, yes. Mo Qingqing sighed deeply. Comparing people could really anger people to death, the things that she risked her life to obtain, the things that she swore to protect, and the things that she could do at all costs, so it was just something that others thought was dispensable. What kind of feeling was this? This was 2F*King stupid. I understand. After saying these 4 words, Mo Qingqing started to drink tea. But her brows did not relax, and she kept frowning tightly. Her eyes were also filled with deep thoughts, as if there was something important that was very difficult to decide. The atmosphere suddenly became silent. Ao Xianyun was not in a hurry, and he just drank his tea calmly. But at this moment, he did not say a word about the topic that could interest people. He knew that Mo Qingqing's heart probably couldn't tolerate anything anymore. Any words that contained other meanings would cause her thoughts to deviate from what she was thinking about now. Heavenly demons. Extraterrestrial demons. Mo Qingqing finally spoke again. Ao Xianyun still did not speak. Your real goal is actually the extraterrestrial demons, right? Mo Qingqing seemed to be talking to herself. She did not need anyone to answer, because she continued to answer herself, And it is precisely because we want to fight the extraterrestrial demons to eliminate this calamity that you have come to seize the highest authority of the Heaven Imperial Court. Because you don't trust us at all, not at all. You have never thought of fighting with us. It's not that you want to take all the credit, but that you don't trust comrades like us. No, we can't be called comrades at all. You can only trust your own people to take care of your backs, while we, Mo Qingqing sighed sadly, and actually revealed the truth that she was most unwilling to reveal. Yes, we don't believe you. We don't believe you at all. You people can never be our comrade in arms. In fact, in our eyes, you people can never be anyone's comrade. You will only be a blasphemy to the word. Ao Xianyun raised his head slightly, and a few strands of hair fell gently on his forehead. But his sharp gaze shot out from the gaps of his hair, isn't it? Since the Battle of Purple Cloud Heavens 1,000,000 years ago, Zihao, the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud, died, and Purple Cloud Heavens fell. You people will never be trusted again. Who dares to trust you? Although you have tyrannical strength and powerful forces, and are of great help to the battle, unfortunately, we don't care, because we don't dare to care. Although it doesn't sound good, this is the truth, and also the truth. If this is narrow-mindedness, then we would rather be narrow-mindedness. Because you people are no longer qualified for us to trust. We can't afford to lose this battle, and neither can the Heaven Imperial Court. We have to eliminate all the variables and all the hidden dangers that might cause negative effects. Only then can we focus on eliminating the devil plague. We don't want to be betrayed and follow in the footsteps of the Purple Firmament Great Emperor. We're here to eliminate the devil plague, not to be betrayed. Ao Xianyun's gaze became sharper and sharper. Mo Qingqing smiled bitterly and remained silent. For a moment, she felt guilty and didn't dare to look at the young man in front of her. Ao Xianyun looked at Mo Qingqing and suddenly had a strange thought. Could it be that you're not one of the Saint Monarch's people? This question was very straightforward. It could even be said that it was a little childish. Would she tell you the truth if she was one of the Saint Monarch's people? No matter if she was or not, the answer could only be no. As expected, Mo Qingqing immediately replied, I'm not. He paused for a moment and said, he has done me a great favor. His tone was very heavy and seemed to be filled with endless melancholy. Ao Xianyun suddenly understood. After a moment of silence, he said word by word, the Saint Monarch is the myriad saints' true devil. What? What did you say? Mo Qingqing suddenly stood up. Her expression changed drastically and her face turned ashen. It was as if she was a completely different person from before. Ao Xianyun raised his head and looked straight into Mo Qingqing's eyes. He didn't avoid her gaze and said with certainty, yes. He's Cloud Lord. Cloud Lord is the new myriad saint's true devil. Mo Qingqing's ashen face suddenly turned deathly pale. There was no trace of blood in it at all. The myriad saint's true devil has long been destroyed. You said that Cloud Lord is the new myriad saint's true devil. What evidence do you have? When Mo Qingqing spoke, her voice was trembling. Mo Qingqing was a celestial emperor after all. For such a situation to occur, it could be seen that her emotions had been shattered by Ao Xianyun's sudden words. She couldn't accept it at all. What kind of status did Ao Xianyun have now? How could he say such nonsense? And Mo Qingqing actually wanted to ask Ao Xianyun for evidence. Everything was clear. Mo Qingqing's mind was in a mess and she was no longer as calm as before. Actually, it wasn't surprising. Even a celestial emperor with 1,000,000 years of cultivation and experience was still a human. People of flesh and blood. Back then, there were only two people who had helped Mo Qingqing. One was Xianxia, and the other was Cloud Lord. Now, one of them had been proven to be the king of flying devils of the extraterritorial demon realm, and the other was actually the infamous new generation of myriad saints' true devil. Mo Qingqing didn't even know how she should face this world. Evidence? I don't have any evidence to prove my words. Ao Xianyun's words made Mo Qingqing feel even sadder. It was normal for there to be no evidence. With Master Cloud's intelligence, there was no way he would leave behind any flaws that could be used against him. However, without any evidence, Ao Xianyun still dared to say this. But what did it mean? Soon, we will make our move on the myriad saints' true spirit. Ao Xianyun said indifferently, when the time comes, perhaps only one of us can be present. Of course, it's also possible that both of us can be present at the same time. This choice is yours, not mine. Mo Qingqing nodded. Using silence to answer Ao Xianyun's question was actually reasonable. About the extraterritorial demons. About the position of Celestial Emperor. About the clear sky heavens, Mo Qingqing then started to talk about these questions. Actually, these were the main reasons why she came here. And these questions allowed Ao Xianyun to truly feel Mo Qingqing's sincerity. He seriously answered them one by one. The conversation between the two lasted for an entire afternoon. In the end, Mo Qingqing stood up and bid farewell. I haven't asked you yet. How did you find me? Ao Xianyun asked with a smile. As a celestial emperor, I have to find someone in my territory. I still have this bit of ability. Mo Qingqing joked. Ao Xianyun didn't understand. Oh? When you truly become a celestial emperor, you will know that this is actually a very mysterious aura. When I am in a leader's territory, I will feel like a king descending. And I only need to search for this feeling to be able to find you. Because, in your army, everyone in your army will consciously or unconsciously treat you as their heart. And a considerable portion of their mental strength, eyesight, mental strength, and attention will be on your side. When you reach a certain position, you will be able to clearly distinguish this atmosphere. Mo Qingqing smiled. Ao Xianyun was silent for a moment. Then, he said seriously, I've learned something. Indeed, he had learned something. This sentence was equivalent to reminding Ao Xianyun of something that he originally didn't know. It was a very important matter, a foreign territory that was previously unknown to him. At this point, the two of them finally came to an end. Mo Qingqing floated away. A sentence came from the wind. I think, when you all start to deal with the myriad saints' true spirit, I should be there. As a witness. From the moment Mo Qingqing left, the battle between Ao Xianyun's Heavenly Armament Pavilion and Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei Mo Qingqing's Green Sky Heavenly Soldiers finally erupted. Ao Xianyun took charge of the army and deployed the troops. On the other side, Mo Qingqing retracted her intention of personally participating in the battle. She only continued to issue orders. She personally took charge of the army and sent one army after another into the battlefield. The entire battlefield seemed to have turned into a huge meat grinder. However, what the people in the army couldn't understand was Mo Qingqing actually didn't use any of those who were truly good at fighting and were under Mo Qingqing's direct command. She only used some baffling people. Baffling people naturally had their own baffling aspects. 4. Example, tens of thousands of years ago, there was a certain person who claimed to have traveled thousands of miles to join them. This person was extremely powerful, but no one knew his origins. Another example was someone who had some external connections, officials from other worlds, and so on. Of course, the people who made up the most were the people sent by the Extreme Heaven Saint. To be more precise, they were the officials who came from the Extreme Heaven Saint and had countless connections with the Extreme Heaven Saint. Mo Qingqing's face was calm and indifferent. She didn't explain and didn't respond. Only he knew what was going on inside. There were those who were corrupt officials. There were those who used their power for personal gain. There were those who were simply spies planted by others. There were also those who were others. There were those who didn't do anything. There were those who were very capable but had bad character. There were so many people. That day, Mo Qingqing believed everything that Ao Xianyun said at the first moment. He believed everything. Even he himself felt that this phenomenon was very strange and shocking. Why was this so? More than once, he had wanted to overturn this feeling of his. However, he suddenly realized that he couldn't do it. Perhaps, I'm already too tired. Too tired, after so many years, I still haven't seen the truth. After so many years, I still haven't done what I really want to do. Then, I might as well take a look at how others do it and eventually do it. However, what really made Mo Qingqing make this decision came from his own heart. That was a kind of guilt. As well as a kind of shame. The war had been going on and going on. Ao Xianyun and Mo Qingqing were both counting the time. Both of them understood that in this world, There might be a lot of dregs and obstacles, but it was definitely not as many as they imagined. After all, the vast majority of people were the masses who didn't know the truth. They were just used to following blindly. Although this habit was very annoying, they weren't bad people after all. The most important thing was how to guide them. When the war reached a certain point, they could stop. Whether it was for others or themselves, it was a good thing. In the next few months, although the war was still frequent, the general trend was already very obvious. The Green Sky Empire's official side had already been defeated. Large batches of troops were taken in by Xianxia one after another. With an unstoppable momentum, they rushed toward the Green Sky Empire's last line of defense. Faced with such a situation, the eyes of all the generals of the Green Sky Empire turned red. However, Mo Qingqing was determined not to send these people to battle. Finally, the matter had reached the final juncture where the dagger would be revealed. Mo Qingqing came out with her sword. One battle to decide the victor. The winner is king. This situation was almost a replica of the extreme celestial emperor Zui Wuqing. Ao Xieyun transformed into a golden dragon and soared into the sky. Not long after, a piece of news shook the entire Heaven Imperial Court the moment it exploded. Qu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the rest were walking toward the Heavenly Stem Mountain Road. They passed by the last city. Once they left this city, the rest of the journey would only be a stretch of wasteland and continuous mountains. And their destination, the Heavenly Stem Mountain, was hidden in this continuous mountain area. At this very delicate moment, everyone received this explosive news. Even Qu Yang and Mo Tianji were dumbstruck when they heard this news. The Green Sky Empire changed. The evil Cloud Great Emperor led the Heavenly Armament Pavilion's army and attacked the Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei of the Green Sky Empire. The Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei, in his desperation, proposed a decisive battle. The winner was king. Ao Xieyun's golden dragon attacked and settled the world in one battle. Mo Qingqing was defeated and was willing to admit defeat. She handed over all the rights of the Green Sky Empire and personally announced to the world that she abdicated. She also helped the evil Cloud Great Emperor to settle the internal affairs of the imperial court. Then, she led her family and wandered the world, disappearing without a trace. At this point, the third heaven and earth of the Heaven Imperial Court also fell into the hands of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Without stopping, Ao Xieyun, who won a great victory, started to reorganize the order of the Green Sky Empire and the three armies. Everything was so swift and decisive, no one thought that the Green Sky Empire would be defeated so quickly. Heavenly Emperor Wu Wei was actually so useless, being completely routed so quickly, suffering a crushing defeat. Qu Yang and Mo Tianji felt at the same time that there was a trap, and Mo Tianji immediately let the Heavenly Secrets Intelligence Department send a secret question directly to Ao Xieyun. After the two's sudden banter, the annoyance in everyone's heart instantly dissipated, and they continued on their way. Mo Tianji walked to Qu Yang's side, and the two of them walked side by side. Obviously, he had something to say. If I were a saint, I would choose such a location to be absolutely secretive and not be discovered by anyone. Then, such a location must not be an open space. Mo Tianji said. Qu Yang's eyes lit up. Continue. For the same reason, it's best to set the location in a place where people rarely go, or at least an extremely desolate place. But this isn't enough, because no matter how desolate it is, it can't block the footsteps of experts. So, I would choose a relatively special place. In this place facing the continent cities, it must be a tall mountain in the clouds. And this tall mountain must give people the feeling of the end of the sky. And Heavenly Stem Mountain fulfills this requirement. Secondly, I would choose a place similar to the Forest of Horrors, where there must be extremely ferocious spirit beasts, and these spirit beasts can make people flinch. But they don't have great value to people, and it's not easy for people to covet and capture them regardless of the danger. If I were to choose, I wouldn't choose the Forest of Horrors. As Mo Tianji spoke, Qu Yang nodded. So, I think Heavenly Stem Mountain and the Forest of Horrors should be just a cover. In other words, it's a natural shield. If I were to choose, I would choose the back of Heavenly Stem Mountain. Then, I would set up an illusory array at the top of the mountain. Only then can it be completely isolated from the world. This would be the side facing the polar sky continent, and there would be at least one other side. In other words, if I were to set up such a secret location, there would definitely be no more than 2 exits and entrances. In fact, the most reliable and safest method would be to have only one entrance. After Mo Tianji finished, he looked at Chu Yang. Chu Yang completely understood and nodded in agreement. And this mountain is responsible for covering this base. I believe it must be made of special materials. It's definitely not something that ordinary experts can move, lift, or drill through. To get this kind of mountain, firstly, it must be naturally formed, and secondly, it must be strengthened by an array. It's most likely the latter. Mo Tianji finished. He looked at Chu Yang again. Chu Yang thought for a while and said, "You've thought about this very thoroughly. I don't have anything to add." Mo Tianji nodded. If this is the case, then this matter will be easy to handle. As long as we can find a way to reinforce the mountain, there is a high chance that we can catch a turtle in a jar. The enemy will be caught in a trap of their own making. Chu Yang said, but before that, we have to search everywhere in the surroundings. We have to find the possible secret entrances and exits, and put an end to all possible variables. Mo Tianji nodded, exactly. If that's the case, our workload is actually quite large. We have to circle the perimeter in all directions to find this kind of exit before the enemy discovers us. Chu Yang said. Mo Tianji continued to nod, indeed. Only by finding all of these entrances and exits, and then strictly controlling them, and making sure that there were no loopholes, could they start a massacre. And this entrance only required Lu'er to stand guard here. Yep, she didn't even need to stay here. She just needed to fill it with undetoxified poison in advance. That's enough. So the absolute domain that Lu'er mentioned just now is actually unnecessary, Mo Tianji said softly. Chu Yang looked at him with a smile. Then why didn't you say so just now? Don't tell me that you only thought of what you said just now. I believe that even you wouldn't believe it. Mo Tianji's facial muscles twitched, and he said lightly, I believe that all good men would do that. How could I fall for Lu'er in front of everyone? Chu Yang looked at him with interest. Mo Tianji looked at him with a magnanimous look, but after a long time, his face finally turned red. He said angrily, what do you mean? Must you force me to say the truth? Don't you know what your sister's temper is like? Chu Yang laughed loudly, looking very pleased. It was too rare to be able to make someone suffer. Chu Lu'er turned and asked, Big brother, what are you laughing about? Have you thought of a good countermeasure? Chu Yang said, no. Tianji is asking me about you. Just as he said this, Mo Tianji's back was already facing Chu Lu'er, and he was winking at Chu Yang with a pleading expression. Chu Lu'er's interest was already piqued. What is he asking about me? Mo Tianji looked as if he was waiting to be judged, and his face was almost as if he had lost his parents. Chu Yang coughed and said, Tianji is asking me, what do you like to eat the most? Are your tastes heavy? And, what do you like about vegetables and meat? Why do you like it? What are the specific reasons? Mo Tianji heaved a long sigh of relief. Chu Lu'er smiled like a flower and said, this guy is so nosy. Big brother, what did you say? I just told him that. Chu Yang casually made up a story. Chu Lu'er was still very interested. Then what did he say? He said. Chu Yang was speechless. Then what did you say? Chu Lu'er was very interested. Chu Yang was also crying for help in his heart. What kind of sister is this? Spare me. Sigh. Why do women like to ask you this? What did he say to you? Then what did you say? Then what was his reaction? Then what did you say? What was the ending? The most unbearable thing was that after asking about the ending, she still had to ask, what happened after that? Cough, this is actually my life. My phone would ring and someone would call. Sister phone would ask, who is it? I would answer, big cousin. Then I would ask, what is it? What did you say? What did he say? What did you say? What did you say in the end? Then? Brothers. Every time I picked up a call, as long as it was someone she knew, I would have to repeat the phone records of the two people after picking up the call. God knows how curious a woman can be, if she dared to say, can you stop asking? The other party would immediately say, "Okay, I won't ask. I won't ask about anything in the future. Don't tell me either." Then she would leave angrily. At this time, I still have to coax her and repeat the phone records after coaxing her. In the end, I would get a comment, "Why did you have to go through so much trouble if you said so earlier?" I'm speechless. By the time Chu Yang had recounted the conversation he made up, he was already sweating profusely. His clothes were drenched in sweat and he was in a sorry state. This was probably the dismal outcome of colluding with each other. A certain king of hell finally couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "Women, women." Mo Tianji waved his fan and smiled. He was secretly delighted. After finally sending Chu Lu'er back to the group of women, Chu Yang fiercely warned Mo Tianji, "Be more respectful to me in the future. Otherwise, you'll suffer." Mo Tianji changed from his previous submissive attitude and said angrily, "You have a younger sister, but don't I have one? Be more respectful to me. You can complain, but can't I?" Chu Yang glanced sideways and laughed strangely. "Of course you have a younger sister. But does she listen to what you say? My sister has always treated my words like an imperial edict. Everyone has different lives. Comparisons are odious." Mo Tianji was tongue-tied and black lines appeared on his forehead. In an instant, he was utterly defeated. Rui Badong, who was listening at the side, sneered. As the saying goes, when a dog bites another dog, it gets a mouthful of fur. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji glared at this guy at the same time. The group traveled day and night. They had already entered their destination, the Forest of Terror. Everyone was extremely careful. Whenever they encountered a spirit beast, it would be extremely dangerous. If they encountered any spirit beasts, they would try their best to avoid them. If they really couldn't, they would rather do something as despicable as having a few peak-level saints attack at the same time to get rid of the spirit beast silently at the first moment. Then, they would destroy the corpse at the next moment without leaving any traces. Who knew if the spirit beast was being reared? Or if it caused any commotion that alerted the people in the villa? Caution was the most important thing. They were very careful along the way. It was really hard to describe how they viewed everything as an enemy. However, because they were already here and far away from the surveillance cameras, everyone's speed increased by many times. Of course, there could still be spies here. Therefore, all the saints spread out their divine senses silently, not letting go of even the slightest bit of movement. They entered the Forest of Terror. They went all the way south, shooting out silently like a sharp arrow. The Forest of Terror was indeed worthy of its name. It might not be so dangerous here. At least in the eyes of Chu Yang and the rest, there wasn't much danger. However, the density of this forest could be seen. Ever since Chu Yang and the rest entered, if they didn't jump onto the treetops, they wouldn't be able to see the sky. They couldn't see the blue sky at all. It was really terrifyingly dense. It lived up to its name. After coming to this Forest of Terror, they were constantly harassed by countless spirit beasts along the way. In this natural environment where spirit beasts lived, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that there were as many spirit beasts as there were hairs on a cow. Moreover, the strength of these spirit beasts was also quite terrifying. Although they couldn't pose a real life and death crisis to Chu Yang and the rest, it wasn't easy to kill them silently. In view of this, Mo Tianji warned everyone that they mustn't be stingy with their manpower in case they come across such a situation. They must have misgivings about their status and so on. They must ensure that the howls of the spirit beasts before their deaths don't leak out even if they attack together. They must exterminate the spirit beasts as soon as they come across them. Who knew if there were any secret detection devices nearby? Now that they had come to this step, in the process of approaching the headquarters of the 10,000 Saints' true spirit, any carelessness could lead to failure on the verge of success. They must not make any mistakes. The group of 10 people moved quickly through the forest. Not even a single tree moved from its original position. On the ground, not even a blade of grass was stained with extra dust. 3 days, it took a total of 3 days. When everyone finally saw the towering heavenly stem mountain range in front of them, even the 3 7-star guards, who had always been mature and prudent, let out a long sigh of relief. For the past 3 days and 3 nights, they had been holding their breaths and maintaining a cautious state. It was really not a day that a normal person could endure. For the sake of this important matter, they did not even dare to take a deep breath occasionally. Fortunately, everyone was a peak-level expert, so they were able to endure it. Now that they had reached their destination, everyone began to move on to the next step. Under the cover of the dense trees, Mo Tianji quietly crouched on the treetops and carefully observed the mountain opposite him. In his palm, a bright copper coin was spinning spontaneously. After a while, the copper coin vibrated in Mo Tianji's palm at the same time. Mo Tianji's face instantly became serious. I didn't expect Master Yun to be a formation expert. Mo Tianji said, he actually set up a nebula locking formation here. Chu Yang's voice came from the green, is there a way to quickly break this formation? There are ways to break all formations in this world. There is no such thing as a perfect formation. Mo Tianji said, to break this nebula locking formation, one must go to the core of the formation to find a way to break it. It has to be broken from the inside to the outside and from the top to the bottom. However, that is a vital spot that no formation expert can completely fix. As long as that spot is destroyed, the operation of this formation will immediately stop and become useless. However, the core of this formation must be at the highest point of this mountain. There must be guards there. Although there may not be too many guards, they must be experts. Mo Tianji heaved a sigh of relief and said, there is another key point that can be confirmed. The firmness of this heavenly stem mountain is not naturally formed. It is strengthened by a formation. The nebula locking formation is the key to this. Another characteristic of this formation is that it does not allow any loopholes to exist. In other words, this entire mountain does not even have a single cave. Therefore, there is definitely no exit on this side. Chu Yang was stunned, this formation is very strange. It can actually affect the entire mountain. Mo Tianji sighed softly, this formation is difficult to set up, but its effect is also great. I think that when Master Yun chose this formation that day, he most likely wanted this formation to be able to strengthen the mountain to the greatest extent and also allow the mountain to automatically fill up all the caves. This way, if there are escapees, they can also greatly avoid hiding their tracks. If I were him, I would also choose this formation as the foundation of this mountain. However, there are pros and cons. If we can break the core of this formation in one fell swoop, our chances of success will be greatly increased. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. He smiled and said, that's good. Even if it's dangerous to break the formation from above, it's still better than this place full of rats. Mo Tianji snorted and jumped down. Let's split up. You take one group and I'll take the other. I'll set off from the left. You start from the right, then go around to the opposite side and meet up there. In this way, a complete search net will be formed, completely encircling the organization inside. Nothing will be missed. Our mission is to find the entrance and exit within these two semicircles. After meeting up with the other side, don't stop. Continue to search the other side's area, then return here to regroup and summarize your gains. Mo Tianji said, if one party doesn't do a thorough search and misses the entrance. He smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth. From then on, the boss will be replaced. Chu Yang said angrily, how dare you? You want to usurp my big brother's position in just a few days? Why are you so sure that there will be a mistake on my side? What if there is a mistake on your side? Mo Tianji shook the copper coins in his hand and smiled calmly. If there is a mistake on my side, I'm willing to replace Rui Budong as the youngest. From then on, you can command me. Be my elder brother. Rui Budong, GMO, and Luo Kudi's eyes suddenly lit up. Okay, it's a deal. Let's do it. Mo Tianji laughed coldly and said, this time, you're not in my group. GMO grimaced. Under Mo Tianji's insistence, GMO, Luo Kudi and Rui Budong were in Chu Yang's group. The others were Mo Qingwu, Tai Badian, Wu Qianqian and Xin Yang. As for the other 8 people, they were in another group, led by Mo Tianji, the scheming usurper. The 10 of them were divided into 2 groups. It was easy to divide them into 2 groups. Immediately, the 2 groups were like 2 sharp arrows, one on the left and the other on the right. They quickly shot into the darkness. Chu Yang clearly knew that this operation was definitely going to be a huge project. And the reason why Mo Tianji had used this extremely far-fetched reason to assign the seriously injured GMO to his side was to show that Mo Tianji himself wasn't confident at all. This could also be considered as a subtle reminder from Mo Tianji. Chu Yang also raised his spirits and focused his attention to 120%. Searching along the way, they soon turned around the Heavenly Stem mountain range. At this time, everyone realized that the body of this mountain was like a cylinder. Overall, it should be described as surrounded by mountains on all sides, with only an empty space in the middle. However, no matter which side one looked at it from top to bottom, it looked like a hole. No one could tell that there was actually a base or something else hidden within. Only when they were about to reach the opposite side and it was getting more and more desolate did Chu Yang happen to discover that some parts of the grass here seemed to have been stepped on by someone. He could not let go of any clues, especially such an obvious one. Immediately, he began a careful search in this area. For some reason, it was completely useless to use divine senses to search here. In the end, he could only rely on his naked eyes to search bit by bit. After a long time, Chu Yang stopped in front of a big tree that grew against the mountain. This tree was unusually tall and strong. It was as thick as more than 30 people hugging it. It rose straight into the sky like a huge pillar that supported the heavens and the earth. It seemed to be connected with the sky, with the earth and with the mountain, becoming one with nature. Chu Yang carefully observed the bark again and again. Finally, a smile appeared on his face. This seemingly normal tree was actually hollow. To be safe, Chu Yang still released the Calamity Sword and went in to explore. Inside, there was indeed a passage. In the tree trunk that was as thick as more than 30 people hugging it, the passage was not narrow at all. Even a large horse carriage could pass through it smoothly. This is really a work of the gods. Tai Budian looked up at this tall and straight tree that reached into the clouds. Its branches were still lush and green. She could not help but sigh. Hollowing out the entire tree and leaving only the bark and a small part of the tree trunk, it could actually survive for millions of years. This tree had really created a miracle. This is also the result of the formation. Chu Yang sighed and said, Master Yun is really a knowledgeable and multi-talented person. It seems that there's nothing in this world that he doesn't know. But, it's a pity that such an amazing person has to walk on this kind of path. With his talent, even if he followed the right path, he might not necessarily be unable to reach the peak. Why bother? Tai Budian said calmly, good or evil, rise or fall with a single thought. However, those who are evil, especially those who can deceive others and steal from the world, are definitely geniuses. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have been able to do so many things, and wouldn't have been able to stir up so many waves without anyone knowing. That makes sense. That is indeed the case. Chu Yang nodded. Then, everyone continued to move forward and searched carefully. It was not until a day later that they met up with Mo Tianji and the others on the opposite side. After exchanging their findings, they followed the path that the others had taken and searched carefully again. When they met up again, Chu Yang took the lead and said, there's only one. Mo Tianji's eyes were also shining. Yes, there's only one. This is good news. The two of them looked at each other and saw the excitement in each other's eyes. There was only one exit. It was the best location to annihilate the enemy in one fell swoop. Of course, building such a place was definitely not suitable for making exits that extended in all directions in the first place. The most important thing now is to kill the person guarding the eye of the mountaintop first. As long as we can accomplish this, our chances of success will increase by more than 50%. Mo Tianji said, then, we can kill our way in from this cave entrance and kill all the 10,000 saints true spirits here without any qualms. Chu Yang nodded and said, the leader guarding this place must be an expert. Furthermore, for the saint to trust him so much and entrust him with such an important task, he must be a trusted aide of the saint. For this matter, to be safe, we need a few more people to go. Chu Yang then ordered, Rui Butong, Xie Dan Xiong, Mo Lei Er, Dong Wu Shang. The four of you, attack with me. Qing Wu, Tianji, Luo Kudi, and Lu Er will be in charge of the formation. If that person escapes, you must kill him immediately. You must not give him any chance of survival. Everyone agreed in unison. The figures of Chu Yang and the others flashed and disappeared. The others followed closely behind and rushed to the top of the mountain covered in clouds. The clouds drifted and came and went. Chu Yufeng sat on the top of the mountain, inhaling and exhaling clouds. He was motionless like a stone statue. Under the clouds of the mountain top, no one would be able to see that below him was not solid ground at all. Instead, it was a deep abyss that was hundreds of thousands of feet deep. He was actually sitting in the void above the abyss, quietly circulating his energy. Ever since he took on the task of guarding, he had been cultivating here for hundreds of thousands of years. Perhaps, he would continue for a very, very long time. One day, when the 10,000 saints' true spirits dominate the world, you will be the greatest contributor. Whenever he thought of the saint's words, Chu Yufeng could not help but reveal a sarcastic smile. What I want has never been the greatest contributor, nor all the fame and fortune in the world. I only want to see this world be unified through my hands, and be completely and truly under the control of one person. That is the greatest meaning of my existence. That is the thrill of being unparalleled in the world. Only then will my hundreds and thousands of years of guarding not be in vain. Every time Chu Yufeng saw countless seeds gushing out and sprinkling onto the pugilistic world, he would always feel a heartfelt pleasure. These people would turn the pugilistic world upside down in the next tens of thousands of years. I'm also one of the initiators. Chu Yufeng would feel pleasure whenever he thought of the chaotic pugilistic world and the scenes of blood and corpses piling up like mountains. No matter who it was, as long as they were unlucky, and it was because of Chu Yufeng's protection, Chu Yufeng would feel very, very happy. This was undoubtedly a very perverted mentality, and no one knew why. Chu Yufeng also knew that he was perverted. He had never denied this perverted hobby of his, but he was addicted to it and couldn't extricate himself. He couldn't extricate himself. Or perhaps he didn't want to extricate himself at all. Chu Yufeng breathed in and out the clouds wantonly. He could feel that these things were already useless to him. Ever since he became a peak saint, he lost interest in fighting personally. The opponents he faced were too weak, and he didn't feel any pleasure in fighting personally. When he faced enemies of the same level, he was worried that he would fail and die. The losses outweighed the gains, therefore, his greatest pleasure now was to guard this place. The saint chose him to be here to make the best use of him. With Cloud Master's personality, if Chu Yufeng wasn't such a person and had such a mentality, he wouldn't be so assured to entrust such an important place to this person. In another 3 years, it's time to release another batch of people. Chu Yufeng looked down at the bottomless abyss, and a cruel smile appeared on his lips. Little ones, go out and do whatever you want. No matter if you kill people or others kill you, I'll be very happy, haha. However, at this moment, he vaguely felt something. It was as if there was a pair of eyes looking at him from beyond the clouds. He casually turned his head to look. To Chu Yufeng, apart from himself and that person, no one had come to this place for at least tens of thousands of years. It was really lonely. More than 100,000 years ago, there were adventurers who came here, but there were no exceptions. After being toyed with by Chu Yufeng for a few months, they were all cruelly executed. Now, there was finally something new coming? Looks like God can't bear to let me be too lonely, so he sent me some toys to relieve my loneliness. But the moment Chu Yufeng turned his head, he suddenly sensed something deep in the distant clouds. There was a flicker of light. He sat still and looked over there with a cruel expression, like a vulture that had seen a corpse. The next moment, he saw a person. One person, dressed in black, stood tall and straight. His gaze was sharp as he stood with a sword in his hand. He looked at Chu Yang in confusion and asked, "Where is this place? Who are you? Why are you here?" Chu Yufeng smiled with interest. "Who am I? Hee, come here. I'll tell you. This toy is not bad." From the looks of it, his cultivation level wasn't low. It was rare for her to be so young and tender. The current Chu Yufeng was really interesting. He was so happy from the bottom of his heart, but at this moment, he seemed completely harmless. The black-clothed youth said with a puzzled expression, "Can't I say it here? Do you have to go there?" Chu Yufeng licked his lips and smiled. "You'll hear it clearly when you get closer." He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Looks like this kid is still young. Although he doesn't have much experience in the martial world, he still has some intelligence. This kind of kid is even more adorable. He's worth playing with. Maybe I can play to my heart's content this time, the black-clothed youth said with some fear, but there's an abyss over there. Why are you meditating in such a dangerous place? You're mistaken. You can actually walk up here. It's no different from walking on the ground. Chu Yofeng's eyes flashed with evil and greed. The black-clothed youth thought for a while and said, really? Then I'll go over. I'm not afraid of you. As he said that, he actually walked over. Chu Yufeng looked at this guy, like a hungry wolf that had been thirsty for tens of thousands of years suddenly seeing a smooth and white little lamb. Not only can I eat, but I can also play with it. Just thinking about it makes me happy. He. On the other side, in the distance. Motianji. And the others who were watching by the side almost vomited out last night's dinner. Boss is indeed the boss. Just this act of pretending to be the boy next door is really the best actor in the Heaven Imperial Court. Everyone is in awe of him. Look at his expression. How pure and innocent. Also, how ignorant of the ways of the world, how like a young chick. Who knows that this guy is actually a butcher who can kill for a long time without blinking an eye? Sigh, how can he be the boss? Looks like there's no hope for this generation to usurp the throne. Motianji and the other brothers all sighed. For a moment, everyone, without exception, pitied Chu Yufeng. You're facing such a terrifying and extreme person who doesn't have any bottom line, and you can still act like you're salivating and can't wait. Who's going to eat who? Who's going to screw who? Who's going to screw who? It's really hard to say. Under everyone's expectant gazes, the pure and innocent Chu Yang walked over step by step. He took 3 steps forward and 2 steps backward. But he was still moving forward. Seeing that he was almost halfway there, Chu Yufeng finally couldn't bear it anymore. He flashed out and grabbed him. He laughed strangely and said, "Come over here. Little darling. Let this grandpa love you." However, at this moment, just when Chu Yufeng was in high spirits and thought that he could catch him, Chu Yang suddenly rolled his eyes. His sharp gaze shot out like lightning. At the same time, a majestic sword light appeared. It was so glorious that it seemed to surpass the ages. What harm is there in slaughtering the entire world? Chu Yofeng's heart was filled with extreme pleasure. He didn't think that there would be such a sudden change. Under the shock, he instinctively flipped his wrist and attacked with his saber. With a clang, the saber was almost unable to resist and shattered instantly. Then, the sword light was right in front of his chest. Fortunately, although there was almost no room for resistance, it wasn't that there was absolutely no room for resistance. Although it shattered instantly, it still helped Chu Yufeng by a little bit of time. Using that little bit of time, Chu Yufeng retreated, his face pale with fright. This saber had accompanied him for nearly 1,000,000 years. It could be said that it was a top-notch divine weapon in the world. Moreover, it was a peerless demonic saber that already had a saber soul. Unexpectedly, it couldn't even withstand a single blow from the opponent's sword. The opponent's sword light was like a rainbow. It chased after his chest like gangrene. Chu Yufeng retreated like lightning. But under Chu Yang's rapid pursuit, he didn't even have time to turn around. He didn't even have time to say a word. The sword was still flickering in front of his chest. It was like a gangrene. One chased, and the other retreated. In an instant, they had covered thousands of feet of space. Chu Yang's sword power didn't weaken, and his sword speed didn't decrease. Chu Yofeng's decline was complete. Chu Yufeng knew that things weren't going well. The young man in front of him was actually a peak saint like him. In terms of overall strength, he was even stronger than him. Chu Yufeng had been at the peak for too long. It was so long that he had forgotten the power that peak experts should have. He never dared to fight with experts of the same level. Retreating, gradually became retreating. Just like now, when Chu Yufeng faced Chu Yang's sudden attack, the first thing that came to his mind was to counterattack. Although Chu Yang's sword could severely injure Chu Yufeng, he would also have to suffer a considerable amount of backlash. With the cultivation, power, and the limits of the physical body of a peak saint, even the sharpness of the calamity sword couldn't destroy Chu Yofeng's entire physical body in one move. Even if something unexpected happened, Chu Yufeng still had a lot of room to escape. But now, everything had become a pie in the sky. Chu Yufeng saw that he was at an absolute disadvantage, and that he could die at any moment. He gritted his teeth and wanted to fight with all his might. Suddenly, he felt that there was some kind of dreamlike distortion in front of him. A flower, a beautiful flower, suddenly bloomed in front of him. That extreme beauty made even Chu Yufeng, who had an extremely twisted mind, lose himself for a moment. That moment was enough to decide too many things. Chu Yufeng felt a sharp pain in his chest and instantly came back to his senses. He saw a sword piercing through his chest. It was pulled out, stabbed in again, pulled out again, and stabbed in again. In such a short period of time, the sword had already entered and exited Chu Yufeng's heart more than a dozen times. Then, the incomparably gorgeous flower drilled into the wound by a hair's breadth and exploded with a loud bang. The blood mist exploded. Chu Yufeng screamed. Suddenly, his body twisted strangely, and rushed up like a shadow. It was mixed with his mangled flesh and blood. It was only for a moment. He had lost the initiative, and had almost been dismembered by Chu Yang and Xiadan Qiong. He had paid the price of almost half of his body, and had finally escaped from the lockdown of these two experts. This price couldn't be said to be not disastrous. Chu Yufeng let out a shrill scream full of fear, and rushed up to the sky. He hadn't fought with experts of the same level for hundreds of thousands of years. The few times he had fought, he had used extremely strong means to oppress the weak. This reality had made him forget the so-called fighting instinct. The severe pain at this moment made him realize that even if he was far away, he was still in Jianghu. Where there are people, there will be Jianghu. He thought angrily in his heart, I must kill these two people as long as I can get a little bit of breathing space. I must let these two people suffer innumerable torture to vent my resentment. Although Chu Yufeng was thinking, his speed of escape did not slow down at all. Unexpectedly, the clouds in midair suddenly turned into a big hand, grabbing his hair and pulling it down. In the next moment, Chu Yufeng felt his body being clenched into fists by hundreds of hands and beaten up violently. His lower body was being hit by hundreds of knees at the same time. Ouch! Chu Yufeng let out an inhuman cry and said in disbelief, what is this? A gentle voice explained, this is being beaten up. How can one not be beaten up in the martial world? There will be surprises coming one after another, enjoy them well. In the next moment, the cloud suddenly turned into a phoenix, and a mouthful of fire that was so red that it was almost purple came out. Nirvana flame. Chu Yufeng's face turned green. Why was there a phoenix here? Water and fire were mutually exclusive. When the water was high, it could extinguish the fire, and when the fire was high, it could boil the water. If there were things in the world that could really bring about life-threatening danger, this nirvana flame would at least be in the top 3. Under the miserable condition of half of his body being damaged, Chu Yufeng did not dare to be touched by the nirvana flame again. He retreated with all his might, as if his life depended on it. Unexpectedly, with a flash of black sword light, another big hole suddenly appeared in his chest. He screamed crazily, and the clouds in the air gathered towards his body like rivers flowing into the sea. I'm already half a step away. The clouds in the sky are all my life clones. You can't kill me. How can you kill me? He screamed crazily, and the clouds made whooshing sounds as they quickly gathered into his body. His damaged body that was caught off guard and suffered serious injuries was actually recovering bit by bit. Puff puff, 2 short swords pierced deeply into his 2 eye sockets. Chu Yufeng screamed again and pulled out the flying daggers in his eye sockets. He threw them out, and they turned into 2 streaks of lightning. He shouted angrily, who is it? Mo Le'er's attack was successful, but she did not stay in the same place. Once a top-notch assassin attacked, she immediately retreated, and the 2 flying daggers naturally could not hurt Mo Le'er. At this time, Dong Wushang had already stood up, and his dark saber was like a thunderbolt. Downward slash, paw, what a domineering slash, from the top of Chu Yufeng's head to his chest and abdomen, he was completely split into 2. But he still did not die. His body was clearly cut open, and there was no blood at all. Dong Wushang raised his dark saber. The 2 halves of the body that had been cut in half quickly gathered back together. As if it was of course, it was regenerating. Was there really a body like a cloud and mist? Calamity Sword's light flashed again. Chu Yang, so what if I slaughter the whole world technique came to an end. He hurriedly took a breath and used his famous move again. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. The speed of this move was even higher, and it pierced into Chu Yofeng's body by a hair's breadth. The sword chi exploded within Chu Yofeng's body. At the same time, the most evil devouring power of the Calamity Sword was activated. This move was the Yofeng's S attack. The next moment, when one half of his body was pressed against the other, the two halves of his body began to show signs of healing. Almost at the same time, the clouds and mist within a few hundred miles rushed into his body. Immortal body. Chu Yang and Xianxia looked at each other in surprise. They did not expect this guy to have reached such a stage. If he had chosen to have a fair battle with him right from the start, he might have really suffered a loss at the hands of Yi Shiwen, but Chu Yofeng's recovery speed was much slower than before. For a moment, Chu Yang's moves were entangled, Xianxia's viburnum flowers danced, Rui Butong's nirvana flames burned, and Mo Lei Er's hidden weapons danced. Dong Wushang's dark saber smashed Chu Yofeng's body like a giant hammer. Yes, smashing. He was smashing with the back of his saber. The effect of the saber slashing was far worse than usual. It was better to smash like this. Luo Kadi and Sacrifice Maiden, the two new swords, attacked from the air. With a twist of the two swords, Chu Yofeng's two arms were sent flying. Then, Mo Tianji caught it. However, the two arms that had been separated from the body were still struggling violently. Even with Mo Tianji's strength that was also at the pinnacle of the saint stage, he almost couldn't hold on to it. The three great protectors drew their swords and sabers at the same time, turning the two arms into dust. At this moment, Chu Yufeng finally saw blood. However, it was still not blood, but a bloody mist. The two arms that had completely turned into powder transformed into a bloody mist that filled the sky. The mist was misty and drifted in the air. They were slowly turning into clouds. For a moment, the three great protectors didn't know where to attack in order to defeat the enemy. Don't pass. Mo Tianji made a prompt decision and shouted. Rui Budong didn't hesitate in the slightest. He flashed over and opened his mouth, causing the flames of rebirth to shoot out swiftly and violently once more. Sure enough, it had a miraculous effect. In a short moment, it completely incinerated the bloody mist that the two arms had transformed into, and there wasn't the slightest trace left behind. It seemed that Rui Butong's flames of rebirth was still the most effective way to deal with Chu Yofeng's techniques of rebirth. With one successful move, Chu Yufeng, who was still suffering from the attacks of the 8 great experts, let out a mournful cry that reached his soul. Obviously, the two arms being completely incinerated was more painful for him than all the previous injuries. This result seemed to remind everyone. The Calamity Sword, Dark Saber, and Long Sword struck at the same time again. Large chunks of flesh and bones were cut off. The three great protectors were responsible for chopping the flesh while Rui Budong kept spitting fire. Chu Yufeng held miserably. You guys are too much. I've swallowed millions of lives to cultivate the immortal body, the indestructible body. Ah! Another scream was heard. This time, after his legs were cut off, they were instantly incinerated and no longer existed in this world. Almost at the same time, the Calamity Sword struck down from the top of his head, piercing straight into his Baihui acupoint. The power of devouring was fully activated once more. This time, without the interference of the hands and feet, the power of devouring was truly unleashed. Its ability to subdue the enemy was actually not inferior to Rui Butong's flames of rebirth. As the power of devouring increased, the power of the Calamity Sword became more and more powerful. Chu Yofeng's screams became softer and softer. After a long while, the extremely damaged body slowly shrank and gradually turned into a cloud of smoke. Finally, with a bang, even the smoke was gone. Only then did everyone finally put away their weapons. Rui Budong was still afraid that the enemy would come back from the ashes. Very simply, he used the flames of rebirth to burn the clouds and mist here once more, cutting the weeds and removing the roots, eliminating the hidden dangers. Only when the space was burned until it collapsed did he stop. The battle was over. Everyone looked at each other and felt a lingering fear in their hearts, facing such an enemy. It was really too terrifying. The battle just now was actually very short, but the intensity of the battle could be seen. If Chu Yufeng was given the slightest chance, he would have escaped. Then, the result of this battle would have been rewritten. Qi Yofeng's cultivation might be slightly higher than everyone else's, but this trait of being unkillable. It was a huge headache. Rui Budong still needed some time to be reborn, but he didn't need it at all. He could use the clouds and mist to replenish himself at any time. Even if he was burned to ashes, they were still worried that he might come back to life. Only when he was burned to the point where not even ashes were left, and not even vaporized, could he be considered dead. Millions of dead souls, only then could such a perverted demon be created. Everyone was still worried. They searched around carefully. Only then did they confirm that Qi Yufeng had really disappeared. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief. He's dead? Rui Budong was still worried and continued to search. We can confirm that he's dead. Qi Yang felt the calamity sword tremble slightly. It was a rare feeling of being full. Obviously, the soul power of Qi Yufeng that it swallowed just now was also a very rare supplement for the calamity sword. How strong is such an expert? Everyone can see that in this villa, there must be at least one person of the same level. Mo Tianji said seriously, so, everyone, don't let your guard down. Yes. Qi Yang said, that day, Shui Leihan said that. During the battle against the Thousand Saints True Devil, no one saw any of the great devil masters under the Thousand Saints True Devil. It was said that they were all killed by the saint alone. And based on the current situation, this person is very likely to be one of the great devil masters back then. Cloudmaster didn't really kill them at all. Instead, he took them all for his own use. If we calculate in this way, there's a big chance that there are at least 2 such super experts down there if we divide them evenly among the 3 bases. Our chances of winning aren't optimistic. So, we must be very, very careful. Qi Yang took a deep breath. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. Yes. In fact, only these great devil masters know how to cultivate the Thousand Saints' true spirit. In this aspect, even Cloud Master himself might not know as much as these great devil masters. And we don't have any information in this area. Everything is obvious. Everyone sighed at the same time. There's no time to lose. Qi Yang said, the formation here hasn't really been broken yet. It's just that the Guardian is dead. The formation is still effective. No one can leave this place for now. Let's go down immediately and kill our way in. Mo Tianji said, others may not be able to get out, but it's not necessarily true for the other 2 experts. We must be prepared for this. We can't let anyone leave. Everyone nodded with a heavy expression and solemnly agreed. If the other 2 had similar cultivation as Qi Yufeng, then, this battle might not be very optimistic. Just as I was commenting on a few photos, a sinister voice came from behind. Yo, you're teasing girls. Your skills are not bad. You even managed to coax them to post photos. My wife is very angry and made me clean today. Before this, everyone was optimistic and thought that this was just a training base. Even if there were 1 or 2 high-level or even peak-level saints here, it should not be difficult to kill them all. However, after this battle, they no longer dared to underestimate this place. Qi Yufeng was no longer just a peak-level saint, but a super expert who was half a step away from becoming a saint. He had an almost immortal and indestructible body. If not for his negligence in battle and being caught off guard by Qi Yang, the final result of this battle would be hard to predict. And there were at least 2 more super experts like Qi Yufeng. The following battle would definitely be a great test for Qi Yang and the others. Qi Yang waved his hand. Without hesitation, everyone fell down like meteors. They went straight for the big tree and the hole. He gently used the calamity sword to cut a big hole in the bark. Qi Yang looked at the dark situation inside with rapt attention. Just as he was about to enter, he unexpectedly heard a voice coming from inside. Who is it? There was actually someone. Qi Yang didn't say anything further. He rushed in with a whoosh sound. The sword light suddenly flashed, and boundless sword light instantly filled this narrow space. A few muffled groans suddenly sounded, and then a strong smell of blood assailed their nostrils. Qi Yang suddenly stretched out his hand, and supported the nearest corpse. Then, his sword light flashed like lightning, and circled around this small and narrow space. He waved out a few more streams of energy to support the other few corpses, and they slowly fell to the ground so that these corpses would not make too much noise when they fell. Then, he had time to take a closer look. He saw that there were 4 people in this tunnel, but they had all turned into ghosts under his indiscriminate attack just now. Chu Yang did not stop. The Calamity Sword once again sent out its devouring power, completely devouring the 4 corpses. In this battle, Chu Yang's Calamity Sword's devouring power and Rui Butong's Nirvana Flame were the best weapons to annihilate the enemy. These were the only 2 methods to annihilate the enemy. These were the only 2 ways to ensure that the 10,000 Saints' true spirit was completely annihilated. As long as it was possible, Chu Yang or Rui Butong would naturally destroy the enemy. After erasing the traces, Chu Yang searched a few hundred feet forward. After confirming that there was no abnormality, he opened the tree bark. He let everyone in. Next, everyone silently followed the path of the tree hole, heading towards the distant and dark secret passage in the mountain. Chu Lu'er walked at the back of the group and carefully stuck the piece of bark back on. Then, as he walked forward, he set up a poison array behind him. In such an unusually tightly sealed space, Li Tianlan was still in a daze. This was Chu Lu'er's natural home ground. All the poisonous fog was not wasted at all. It silently filled the entire passageway. A pure and harmless smile remained on Chu Lu'er's sweet and pretty face. She waved her fair hands gently, just like a merciful fairy from the heavens who was scattering petals of happiness to the world. Who could have imagined that she would spill it? It was actually a terrifying poisonous fog that could annihilate all life in the world. As Chu Lu'er moved forward, the gradually rising poisonous fog in the passageway behind her was so thick that it couldn't be dissolved. It could be said that as long as it was not a supermaster like Diego, anyone who passed by here, even if it was a high-level saint or a peak saint, would be skinned alive, and, at least a layer of their skin would be skinned alive. This passageway was really very long, as if it had completely opened up the mountain. Everyone walked no less than tens of thousands of feet. But it was still pitch black in front of him. Suddenly, there was another station. The people inside were also wiped out by Chu Yang at the first instance. After that, it was a smooth journey. There were no more hidden guards. Now that things had come to this point, everyone simply let go of their worries. Using his fastest speed, he flew all the way. Finally, there was a flash of light in front. They seemed to have reached the exit. "Big brother, I'll go back first." Chu Lu'er waved. She went back along the original path. Outside, there were still GMO, Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian, who couldn't form an effective battle force. Chu Lu'er went back to guard. With these 4 people around, even if someone was lucky enough to charge through this 1,000-feet passageway filled with poisonous fog, their cultivation would probably be reduced to less than 10%. If they were to face Chu Lu'er, GMO, and the other 3, they would definitely not be able to fight back. Regarding this, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji were very assured. The light at the entrance of the cave was getting closer and closer. Chu Yang took the lead and rushed out first. But he almost smashed his head, because the entrance of the cave was actually not directly open. Instead, it was blocked by a large piece of transparent white crystal wall. The white crystal wall was placed here. Firstly, it had a soundproof effect. Secondly, it blocked the entrance of the cave so that the spiritual energy in this world wouldn't evaporate. Naturally, Chu Yang was completely unaware of this. Now, he and his sword crashed into the white crystal wall just like that. With a loud boom, no one knew whether it was because Chu Yang's head was really hard or because the tribulation sword was really indestructible, but in any case, the white crystal wall exploded like a bomb. It was just that it was accompanied by Chu Yang's murmuring and cursing, F***ck. "I'm dead." It left a discordant note in this exploding firework. Behind him, Mo Tianji and the others tried their best to hold back their laughter and rushed out together. A voice shouted, "Why are you all out?" "No. What are you?" Before the voice finished speaking, the owner of the voice had already been beheaded by Chu Yang and died. In the next moment, everyone floated up and stood in this place that was isolated from the rest of the world. As far as the eye could see, this was a very large basin environment. Green and red flowers covered thousands of acres of land. The scenery was very pleasant. The area was divided into different areas. There were countless people diligently cultivating here. Strong winds blew and shouts rang out continuously. Slightly further away, there was a row of neat houses. There was no telling how many houses there were. As for what happened at the entrance of the cave, because it was too sudden, most people didn't realize it. But those who were closer had already rushed over in shock and anger. But they had just started when they saw sword light flashing in front of him. Saber energy rushed into the sky and snowflakes danced in the air. 12 people were like 12 fierce tigers that had been released from their cages. They pounced into the crowd with unparalleled ferocity. In just one exchange, the ground was already covered in blood. No less than hundreds of people were lying neatly on the ground. This was a critical moment. Facing this 10,000 saints true spirit training ground, there was no room for mercy. Thus, everyone had steeled their hearts to start a massacre, not showing any mercy. Danqiang, you and the 3 great guards go over there. Kadi and Xianxia go over there. Wushang, you and Layer go over there. Tianji, you and Rui Badong go over there. After Chu Yang sent out the 4 directions, he let out a long howl. The sword light of the calamity sword suddenly flew out. It turned into the most dazzling ball of light. In the next moment, the ball of light suddenly exploded and turned into a shining dragon. It swept out along the ground, a series of screams rang out. With that ball of light as the starting point, the 10,000 saints true spirits who were in the training stage collapsed in droves. The others also hardened their hearts. They rushed towards their respective positions. Many of them were kidnapped here. They didn't do it willingly. But from the moment they became 10,000 saints true spirits, it was as if their own selves had already died. What was left were only puppets controlled by the saint monarchs. Tools to seize power, there was no cure, there was no way to break it, therefore, even though there were still many people who couldn't bear to do it and many who felt uncomfortable, they still killed them mercilessly. Because keeping these people alive would only bring about a great disaster to the human world, these 12 peerless experts started a massacre together. And these people in the base. Most of them didn't have high cultivations. The highest was only in the heaven realm. Under the massacre of the 12 experts, they had no power to resist at all. In just a short while, blood flowed like a river. This continued for a while. In a villa slightly further away, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly rang out. A voice full of anger said, "Who dares to be so arrogant?" Then, a light flashed in midair. 2 figures suddenly appeared in the air and shouted, "Stop! I have something to say." How could Chu Yang and the others listen to them and stop? Instead, they went one step further. With a wave of the calamity sword, a cold light pierced 10,000 fathoms. With another fierce move, thousands of people on the field screamed and fell at the same time. Everyone's throat was spurting blood. These people weren't Chiyu Feng. Their vital points were not far from death. "Junior, how dare you?" With an angry shout, the pressure in the sky increased. A holy white light shone, and a figure had already gone above Chu Yang. Chu Yang's body slid like a fish out of the attack range. His body flashed like lightning and rushed into another sports field. Like a torrential storm, he attacked indiscriminately with his 10 swords. Before the screams could be heard, his body had already rushed into the dense crowd on the other side with a sword light. Behind him, the person who was chasing closely was so angry that smoke was coming out of his 7 orifices. He screamed but couldn't do anything to Chu Yang. At this moment, Chu Yang was more slippery than a loach. He didn't care about him at all. That person's cultivation was about the same as Chu Yang's. Even though that person was slightly stronger than Chu Yang, at this moment, Chu Yang was using his movement technique. It was unpredictable, sometimes forward, sometimes backward, sometimes left, sometimes right. It was impossible to catch him. That person passively chased after Chu Yang's footsteps. In fact, he couldn't threaten Chu Yang at all in a short period of time. And Chu Yang's massacre never stopped. The people here were really too dense. They could reach him at any time, and the sharpness of the calamity sword was displayed vividly at this moment. With a casual swing of the sword, dozens of people would die under the sword easily. This person saw that his pursuit and attacks were completely ineffective. Most of his attacks had hit empty air and only caused huge pits on the ground to be filled with dust. However, he was unable to threaten Chu Yang in the slightest. Helpless, he cursed loudly. His body turned in the air and pounced to the other side. His target was coincidentally Mo Tianji. Let me explain something first. Sister Feng is someone who never reads novels. Wahahaha, then. Mo Tianji was even more slippery. With Rui Badong as his cover, it was even more difficult to succeed. The battle here was exceptionally brilliant. On the other side, the remaining people continued to kill without mercy. Almost in an instant, the 12 people had already charged from one side of the cave to the other. Then, they turned around at the same time and charged back. Those who were lucky enough to escape once again faced the call of the Grim Reaper. Only this time, the experts in the villa had all reacted. They shouted angrily and attacked to stop them. Dong Wushang and Mo Lei were already fighting with different enemies. Mo Qinggu was also fighting with 2 women in black. Although these 2 women's cultivation was not as good as Mo Qinggu's, they were still saints. With the 2 of them working together, they could temporarily stop Mo Qinggu. Both sides fought fiercely for a while. Chu Yang, who was on a killing spree, killed all the remaining real spirits on his side. He turned around and joined Mo Qinggu's battle circle. As the calamity sword flashed in the air, it passed through in an extremely unreasonable way and forced its way into the battle circle. One of the women was just about to fight, but the sword in her hand had already turned into powder under the calamity sword. Before she could withdraw her hand to dodge, one of her arms was already gone. Then, her shoulder, chest, head, were all slashed into pieces by Chu Yang's sword. Xia Danqiong led the 3 guards. No one stopped him. He was really like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He killed from the south to the north, and then from the east to the west. He completely carried out Chu Yang's order, leave no one alive. The only 7 experts in the villa had already been dealt with by Chu Yang and the others. Moreover, all of them were at a disadvantage. Xia Danqiong and the others naturally had no qualms about attacking. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the remaining people let out a howl almost at the same time. They broke out of the encirclement toward the cave entrance. All of them were like stray dogs, panicking like fish that had escaped the net. Xia Danqiong only sneered but did not stop them. He only chased after them. He watched as the remaining few thousand people hurriedly entered the cave entrance. As for the others, they had already been killed long ago. After Xia Danqiong led the guards to search the entire villa, he confirmed that except for a few high-level experts, there was no one left alive, the only remaining ones that had escaped the net. There were only less than 3,000 people who had entered the poisonous fog tunnel. With a single order, the 12 men surrounded the 7 men and began to fight. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had expected that the attack would go smoothly, it still went so smoothly when it came to it. It still made everyone feel relieved. Out of the remaining 7 leaders, the woman in black was the first to be defeated. Her heart was pierced through by Mo Lei's sword, and she was then ruthlessly chopped into pieces by Dong Wushang's dark saber. Then, one of the other 2 died under Luo Kadi's 2 swords. The other one was killed by Rui Badong. Another person saw that something was amiss. He wanted to escape, but Mo Tianji's jade flute had already shot out of his chest. Then, his body exploded with a bang. In the blink of an eye, 5 out of 7 of the enemy's experts had been killed. Of the remaining 2 people, one had messy hair and a face full of beard, while the other had red hair like a ghost. However, these 2 had the highest cultivation bases. He was above Chu Yang, so he could still hold on. They even attacked and defended, not falling into a disadvantage at all. Chu Yang looked at them with his sword in hand and understood. These 2 people should be the great evil master's subordinates, otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have such strong cultivation bases. One must know that those who were participating in the attack were all peak-level saints. As long as they were slightly weaker, they would be destroyed immediately. However, these 2 people had actually held on until now, not falling into a disadvantage at all. No one is allowed to help. Rui Badong shouted, baring his teeth and rushing forward again. His opponent was the red-haired man. Luo Kadi also wanted to shout, but before he could, a sword light flashed in front of him. Chu Yang had already taken over this opponent. He sneered and said, "Great Devil Master? Which one are you?" The bearded man opposite him said coldly, "It's rare for a kid like you to know the name of our Great Devil Master. Who are you?" Chu Yang brandished his long sword, and sword energy enveloped his opponent like a violent storm. Then, he insipidly said, "Great Devil Master, you're already a thing of the past. There's no place for you in the world right now. You people who blindly hold on to your rotten signboard can't scare anyone at all." The bearded man said coldly, "Whether the signboard is rotten or not, we'll only know after a battle of life and death." Xianxia sneered, "Good, good." As the two talked, sword energy overflowed everywhere, leaving no space at all. Luo Kadi was full of resentment, but he couldn't interfere. Sacrificial Lady went forward to pull him, but Luo Kadi also knew what was good for him, and slowly retreated to one side. Mo Tianji smiled secretly. He had already seen that this opponent's cultivation was not only above Luo Kadi, but also slightly above Qiang. If Luo Kadi continued to fight with him alone, he would definitely be at a disadvantage in the end. If Luo Kadi really said no one is allowed to help, the result would be very ugly. Luo Kadi didn't have an immortal body like Rui Badong. And Qu Yang's method of replacing Luo Kadi without leaving a trace was the most appropriate way to solve this situation. "How did you find this place?" The bearded man faced Qu Yang's storm-like attacks, and it was getting more and more difficult. He couldn't help but be shocked. Although one's cultivation was profound, it didn't necessarily mean that one would have the upper hand on the battlefield. Tactics, weapons, moves, morale, and other conditions were the key to victory or defeat. The bearded man had the upper hand against Luo Kadi. But, he had fallen into a complete disadvantage against Qu Yang. Where did these people come from? And each one of them was so sharp? They knew most of the experts in this world. Even if they didn't know, there would be new information sent in every once in a while. However, only 3 of the people in front of him knew him. As for the others, he didn't know him at all. Who were these people? Of course we can find it. Qu Yang laughed, "Lord Saint told us about this place." The bearded man sneered, "Bullsh*t. Qu Yang smiled, "You don't believe me? Then who do you think told us?" The bearded man's eyes flashed fiercely. He didn't speak anymore. Suddenly, the rapid movement suddenly became silent. Standing with a sword, he suddenly let out a long roar. Every strand of hair on his head stood on end, and a destructive power surged out from his body. Qu Yang's face was solemn. He knew that this guy was ready to go all out. The next attack was definitely going to be an extremely powerful one. But Qu Yang was puzzled. There were only 2 of them left, and the situation was so unfavorable. Why didn't they escape? Even a fool could see the current situation. His group already had the upper hand. Even if they fought desperately, it would be difficult for them to escape defeat, in that case. Why didn't they escape? Following the bearded man's desperate move, another destructive force rose. Rui Badong let out a strange cry and somersaulted out. The 2 people opposite him actually chose to go all out at the same time. Why didn't you escape? Qu Yang's calamity sword was ready to be released. What harm was there in slaughtering the entire world? He was already full of energy. He could release it at any time. Facing the enemy who was going all out, he asked in a deep voice. "Haha." On the opposite side, the bearded man's eyes shot out a cruel look. He said word by word, "As Devil Masters, we have never shown mercy to the enemy. And, we've never shown any mercy to ourselves. But you were subdued in the end, and stayed here to be slaves for 1,000,000 years. Qu Yang snorted. "If you really didn't care about your own lives, you would have died long ago. You would have died 1,000,000 years ago. But the fact is that you haven't died yet, and are still dragging out an ignoble existence. Now, facing us, you are showing indifference to life and death. Is there any meaning? Are you putting on an act?" On the other side, the red-haired man seemed to be hurt by Qu Yang's words. The tyrannical aura on his body became stronger and stronger. He roared, "If we could really escape, do we still need you to remind us?" Qu Yang's heart moved. Could it be that there are some restrictions here? So that they can't escape at all? Thinking about it, this was indeed the only reasonable way. With the saint's character, how could he not control these people and let them be in charge of the secret base? One must know that these great devil masters were all unruly villains. As long as any one of them walked out and shouted, all of the saints' schemes would be for naught, but they still stayed here obediently. There must be another reason. Chu Yang was thinking about all kinds of reasons when the two people opposite him had already launched an attack. Chu Yang shouted, "Why bother with the rules of the martial world when dealing with such villains? Everyone, attack together and kill them. Shameless!" The two people opposite him were fuming with anger. They didn't expect that this guy opposite them was also a peak-level saint, one of the top experts in the world, to be so shameless and ungentlemanly. If this attack was launched, the one with the sword might still be able to keep his life, but the skinny one was destined to die together with him. But at this juncture, the guy with the sword actually ordered a group attack. Their efforts were all for naught. This result. This was too depressing. Two peak-level saint experts couldn't even drag one of them down with them in the end. Kill. Mo Tianji gave the order. Dong Wushang, Mo Lei Sacrificial Maiden, Xia Danqiong, Mo Qinggu, the three guards, Luo Kadi. Everyone rushed up together, swords and sabers flew out together, and hidden weapons flew everywhere. Everyone gave it their all. Giving it their all, a destructive aura suddenly exploded. The two people opposite them gave it their all, and finally launched a desperate attack. Two destructive rays of light suddenly spread out, like a tsunami. They rolled out furiously in all directions. Dozens of terrifying powers that could destroy everything collided at the same time. Chu Yang. So what if Chu Yang's massacre the world, Xia Danqiong's viburnum flower, Mo Tianji's purple jade flute, Mo Qingwu's Qingwu dream saber, Dong Wushang's black saber, Mo Lei's black sword, boom, with an earth-shattering boom, all the buildings in the valley collapsed in an orderly fashion. Dozens of people turned into flying people at the same time. Chu Yang was in midair, but his reaction was the fastest. With a flick of his wrist, the calamity sword flew out of his hand. The bearded man who was stumbling backward suddenly trembled. He watched as the calamity sword pierced through his body, causing him to stagger for 5 steps. The tip of the sword came out of his body and pierced deeply into the red-haired man's heart. A single sword, just a single sword, actually connected the two of them together. Under the joint attack of the 12 experts, the two of them were in a terrible state. Not only were their internal organs shattered, their vital energy was also depleted. Now that the sword pierced through their bodies, they couldn't break free. The calamity sword shone brightly and its devouring power was activated again, almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bodies of the two great evil masters quickly shrank. At this time, the two of them suddenly staggered and gradually steadied themselves. They looked at Chu Yang and the others with strange cruelty and said softly, "You're finished." The corners of the two people's mouths were actually mixed with cruel smiles. Their eyes were also filled with cruel pleasure. The next moment, with a soft sound, the bodies of the two evil masters turned into dry bones. Then, the dry bones turned into powder and scattered on the ground. Two great evil masters. They completely disappeared from this world without a trace. Everyone was a little confused by the behavior of the two people before they died. You're already dead to the point that you can't be any more dead, but you can still say that we're finished? Who's finished? Could it be that these two fellows had lost their minds before they died? Could it be a curse of dissatisfaction? But what's the point? Just as everyone was puzzled, suddenly, a light gust of wind sounded. How could there be wind in such a valley surrounded by mountains and nebulas? Chu Yang and Mo Tianji, who were quick-witted, had this thought. Suddenly, the sound of the wind grew louder, and in an instant, a strong gust of wind blew, sending sand and stones flying. All the corpses on the ground were swept to the side by this sudden gust of wind, and the heart of that gust of wind. A figure gradually took shape. He was wearing a high hat and a wide belt. His face was lean and handsome. His long eyebrows reached his temples, and his eyes were deep. Her long beard fluttered in the wind. His white robes fluttered in the wind as he stood alone in the air. Looking at Chu Yang and the others, he smiled and said, "You have indeed destroyed this place, but you will replace it." Chu Yang and the others were shocked. "Master Yun?" The 12 of them were dumbfounded at the same time. Shouldn't the Saint Monarch still be in the extreme heaven and be restrained by the Demon Empress? Why would he suddenly appear here? What was going on? Dong Wushang was also shocked when he saw this. His heart sank, but he shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Come down and face your death." On the other side, Master Cloud's robes were as white as snow. He looked at Dong Wushang with a sharp gaze and said indifferently, "Not bad, you do have some imposing manner. However, you are destined to be destroyed here." Dong Wushang was about to speak when Mo Tianji suddenly thought of something. He took a step forward and said, "Who are you? What are you planning to do by appearing at this time?" Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Lord Cloud was the holy monarch. Everyone had seen his image before. So, how could Mo Tianji say such an inexplicable thing? In the air, Master Yun stood with his hands behind his back. With a bleak expression, he said, "Why, you don't recognize me?" Chu Yang's eyes turned, and he hurriedly said, "Tianji, this seems to be the Saint Monarch?" Xie Danqiong was the quick-witted one. He said, "Something's not right." On the opposite side, Master Yun looked at everyone coldly and said indifferently, "No matter what you say, you are destined to stay here forever." Mo Tianji's eyes flashed with a trace of understanding. He let out a sigh of relief and immediately transmitted a message to everyone, saying, "This person in front of us is not the Saint Monarch himself. This person should be a doppelganger of the Saint Monarch. And a doppelganger that has the consciousness of the real body." Everyone secretly let out a sigh of relief, but they immediately tensed up again. The original body, doppelganger, the real body, the soul, at this level, everyone was well aware of what this represented. It represented an undying and indestructible strength that surpassed the heavenly imperial court. As long as there was a doppelganger, even if the original body was destroyed and the soul scattered, it would not be a big deal. It could be reborn at any time and place, and its strength would not be reduced. When the doppelganger's cultivation reached a certain level, it could feed back to the original body and make up for each other's shortcomings. If there was a doppelganger, it would be equivalent to two people cultivating at the same time. It would be twice the result with half the effort. If the original body rose, the doppelganger would rise. And vice versa. That level was still an unattainable level for the current people. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that this was just a doppelganger. After all, a doppelganger was much weaker than the original body. At this point, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. However, this doppelganger in front of them was definitely not an ordinary person. Not to mention anything else, just the pressure that he brought to everyone when he first appeared was already far above that of an ordinary peak-level saint. Dong Wushang even felt that the power of this doppelganger of the Saint Monarch was much stronger than that of Zui Wuqing. Dong Wushang was the only one present who had fought with the real descendant of Di head-on. Although there was a big gap in strength between Di and Di's empress, and Zui Wuqing was not the weakest among them, but he was close. However, he was still a member of the strongest group of people in the world. However, the pressure that this doppelganger gave Dong Wushang was actually several times that of Zui Wuqing back then. Chu Yang, Xie Danqiong, and the others had all participated in the encirclement of Yuan Tianjia back then. At that time, Yuan Tianjia only had less than a tenth of his strength left, and everyone was almost wiped out. At this moment, they could clearly feel that this doppelganger in front of them was probably not the least bit inferior to Yuan Tianjia's peak-level cultivation. This doppelganger looked at everyone coldly. Suddenly, he waved his hand, and an inexplicable force rushed up to the sky. That force was extremely fast, and disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Chu Yang and the others were all baffled. Originally, everyone had been on their guard, preparing to face any attack that could come at any time. However, this doppelganger had waved his hand in such a meaningless manner. Moreover, he had even released such a huge amount of force. What was the purpose of this? Was it to show off? To intimidate? Wasn't this an unnecessary move? However, in the next moment, the answer came out. Although the force released by that wave of his hand had indeed hit empty air, it was definitely not meaningless. A kind of soft popping sound could be heard continuously in the air. Then, a series of fine rays of light could be seen. Almost invisible rays of light were refracted from the sky just like that. Those rays of light flashed through the air and all gathered on Cloud Master's doppelganger. Then, they disappeared without a trace. However, what kind of eyesight did Chu Yang and the others have? At this moment, they were all completely focused. Although those rays of light appeared and disappeared in an extremely short period of time, everyone could still see them clearly. These thin rays of light all had a faint blood-red color. That was, myriad holy true spirit. Mo Tianji's expression became even more serious. The true intention of Cloud Master's doppelganger's wave of his hand was obvious. He was summoning the true spirits back. The tens of millions of myriad holy true spirits that everyone had just killed were originally slowly dissipating in this space. However, at this moment, they had all gathered on Cloud Master's doppelganger. Cloud Master's doppelganger stood in the air and stretched out his arms. As the dense rays of myriad holy true spirit entered his body, an extremely intoxicated expression appeared on his face. It was as if this was a kind of supreme enjoyment. Then, a gust of wind suddenly blew in the valley. In the air, Cloud Master's doppelganger's clothes fluttered. His hair was like seaweed in a tsunami, swaying violently and dancing wildly. In the next moment, his eyes suddenly emitted an extremely evil light. A pair of hands slowly reached out toward everyone in front of him and grabbed. However, his posture also seemed as if he wanted to embrace the entire world. This was an extremely disharmonious and contradictory feeling. At the same time, everyone felt that their extremely stable divine souls had actually started to loosen a little. It was as if they were being forcefully pulled by some kind of external force that could not be resisted. Vaguely, there were actually signs of divine soul energy seeping out. The other party's grab was strange and unpredictable. It could actually directly shake one's divine soul and seize one's spiritual energy. Such might was truly shocking, terrifying, and world-shocking. "Everyone, be careful!" Xianxia shouted and gave Mo Tianji a look. Then, he merged with the tribulation sword and soared into the air. What harm was there in slaughtering the entire world in one move without holding back? The ultimate sword technique. The sword light rushed toward Cloud Master's doppelganger like a shooting star. It arrived in a flash. A hint of mockery flashed across Cloud Master's eyes. He slowly reached out a hand and actually grabbed the tribulation sword that was moving as fast as lightning. Then, he flung it out. Xianxia, who was caught off guard, was flung out pathetically along with his sword. Once he was flung out, he actually flew more than tens of thousands of feet away. His momentum was still unknown. With a loud boom, he smashed into the mountain that had been reinforced by the Great Nebula locking array. Stone chips flew everywhere. A huge hole was smashed into this mountain that had been reinforced by the array for millions of years. Xianxia's body quickly flipped over and jumped up from the pile of stone chips. There was actually blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Just this one strike was enough to shock everyone and intimidate everyone. Everyone was clear about Xianxia's cultivation level. He was undoubtedly one of the best among them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the best among them. However, even with such a cultivation level, the other party had sent him flying with just a simple wave of his hand. It was just a simple sweep of his palm. In the process of being sent flying, he couldn't even dissipate the momentum or stabilize himself. It was only until he finally crashed into the wall. Wasn't this person's cultivation a little too terrifying? "You're no match for me. A wise man submits to circumstances. Just surrender obediently. As long as you listen to me, you may still have a chance to survive for a very, very long time." The eyes of the Cloud Lord's clone revealed an extremely strong and undisguised charm that bewitched one's mind. At the same time, it was also mixed with extreme cruelty. It was like a healthy cat looking at a group of cornered mice. It was enjoying the pleasure of toying with its prey, teasing, ravaging, tormenting, not stopping until it was dead. After this attack, he stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were full of disdain. He could feel that the current situation was completely under his control. Mo Tianji reached out and stopped everyone who was about to charge forward. He took a deep breath and said, "7-star guards, get into your respective formations. Formation of the tribulation. Sacrificial maiden, lay air, fill in the gaps." Everyone moved at the same time. Everyone's eyes were full of vigilance and strong caution. Everyone realized that this battle was probably really a battle of life and death. If they lost this battle, everyone would probably vanish into thin air. There was definitely no other possibility. A sword chime sounded again. Xianxia rushed back like lightning. Although there was still blood at the corners of his mouth, he still stood in front of his brothers. Gradually, his eyes flashed and a fierce fighting spirit soared into the sky. Black saber energy rose at the same time. Dong Wushang drew his saber and stood on Xianxia's left. Amidst the beautiful viburnum flowers, Xia Danqiong stood on Xianxia's right. Beside Dong Wushang and Xia Danqiong were Rui Budong and Luo Kadi, respectively. A red shadow flashed and Mo Qinggu soared into the air. Her dreamlike dance moves spread out gracefully, and she stood 3 steps behind Xuyang. Mo Tianji's white-cloaked figure stood in the middle. The purple jade flute shone brightly. Sacrificial Maiden and Mo Lei Er were at the back. They shrank to the center and used their wings to protect their backs. Xuyang. Rui Badong, Dong Wushang. Mo Xia Danqiong, Luo Kadi. Light Dance Mo Tianji. Sacrificial Maiden and Mo Lei Er. The formation of the entire team was arranged according to this pattern, the formation of the Tribulation Battle formation, even though there was the Priest Mother and Mo Lei Er to fill in the gaps. For the real battle formation of Calamity, there was still one person missing. Behind the Priest Mother and Mo Lei Er, there should be another person to be the last guard. At this moment, there were no other candidates. If GMO, who had stayed outside the valley, hadn't been seriously injured, he would have been a suitable candidate. However, at this moment, not to mention that he wasn't here, even if he was, everyone wouldn't feel at ease letting him go into battle. Therefore, he could only use the most primitive Calamity Sword formation to fight the enemy. To deal with this unprecedentedly powerful enemy in front of him. There was no need to leave any path of retreat. If they didn't win this battle, none of them would be able to escape. It didn't matter whether they retreated or not. If he won in the end, everything would be fine, and there would be no need for him to retreat. This was a battle where all means of retreat were cut off. Mo Yuntian's 3 bodyguards were on the other side. They formed a small triangular battle formation on their own, resonating with the triangular formation of Xuyang's Calamity Sword Formation City. The tip of the formation was aimed directly at Master Yun's clone. A strong murderous aura gradually grew stronger. Everyone, do your best. At this moment, Xuyang's gaze seemed to have condensed into a solid sword light. He stared at Master Yun and instructed softly. We will live and die together. Mo Tianji, Dong Wushang, Xia Danqiong and the others said in unison. Xuyang slowly raised the tip of his Calamity Sword. On the tip of the sword, the extremely bright light seemed to have become a cold light that pierced through the universe. It was ready to be unleashed. He said in a low voice, Heaven. The brothers said in unison, I am the king. Xuyang's voice gradually became hoarse and resolute. Sword light flashed in his eyes. Brothers are here. I am invincible. Everyone roared together. This sudden roar was like thousands of thunderbolts exploding in the clear sky at the same time. Wherever the sound passed, the entire valley seemed to shake a few times. The 3 bodyguards at the side heard this sound. Suddenly, hot tears welled up in their eyes. It was only a short 24 words, but it was as lasting as the sun and the moon. It expressed the fighting spirit and pride of the Calamity Brothers, as well as the incomparable and indelible deep friendship that existed between them. We will do our best. We will live and die together. Heaven. I am the king. Brothers are here. I am invincible. What kind of courage was this? Xuyang laughed loudly without any fear. He stared at Cloud Lord's clone with an unusually sharp gaze. The tip of his sword seemed to be carrying 1,000,000 kilograms of weight as it slowly rose. Cloud Lord's clone stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He had a faint disdainful smile on his face as he looked at Xuyang and the others. He had absolute confidence that he could completely defeat Xuyang and the others' strongest attack. From then on, their confidence would be completely destroyed, and he would be able to control their minds in the future. From this moment on, he would leave a deep impression on them. As the Calamity Sword rose, its aura also gradually increased. The sword light flickered, and it actually caused the entire space to flicker. At this moment, Xuyang felt that his confidence had swelled without any warning. For a moment, boundless pride soared into the sky. Perhaps it was a long time, or perhaps it was just a moment, but when the tip of the sword finally pointed at Cloud Lord's chest, Xuyang roared into the sky. Before the roar ended, the wind and clouds surged in the sky, and heaven and earth moved. Without saying a single word, Xuyang's body had already started to move. As soon as he moved, he floated into the sky. He stood opposite Cloud Lord's clone, and he didn't back down at all. The 8 people behind him didn't even need to use any strength. They had already risen into the sky with Xuyang. In the next moment, sword light suddenly shot out. At this moment, even Cloud Lord and the 3 guards below him had guessed wrong. The subsequent development of the matter was greatly unexpected. All of them thought that Chu Yang must have something to say before the battle, since he had risen and stood in front of Lord Cloud's doppelganger without any intention of backing down. As the saying went, no matter how the battle was going to be, one had to go through the door and say a few words first. Fighting to the death as soon as the battle started. That kind of thing was very rare. Even the simplest fight between hooligans had to start with one side cursing, F***CKU. Then both sides would really fight, right? But Minister Chu had clearly broken this convention this time. At this moment, he had just assumed a conversational posture, but without saying a word, he brazenly attacked. Moreover, the magnificence of the sword light at this moment had already surpassed all the strange magnificence that could be imagined in history. A bit of cold light shot out, and 100,000 feet of cold light burst out. A dazzling dragon emerged from the void, with specks of flickering light all over its body. It carried the aura of slaughtering the world. It shot forward with indomitable will. Vaguely, in the entire sky, there was a delicate red color dancing in the sky. It seemed that there was an ethereal singing coming from beyond the 33 heavens, making it difficult for people to hear clearly. But they couldn't help but be fascinated. And this song and dance, every sound added a lot of strength to this sword. Every movement made the sword light even more beautiful and dreamy, invincible. In the sword light that swept through the world, a domineering black saber appeared again, and saber energy shot out. Thousands of gorgeous flowers accompanied it, and a purple jade flute appeared. The clear sound of the flute quietly sounded, and on the purple jade flute, light purple tassels could be seen floating slightly. At the critical moment, a clear phoenix cry soared into the sky, and a colorful phoenix flew out from the void that was enveloped by the sword light. As the multicolored light flickered, it completely merged with the calamity sword. There was also a huge green wolf head. It also suddenly appeared. That was the Wolf King's move, which Chu Yang used with the calamity sword. A patch of black fog represented Mo-Lei-Er's killer move, drifting indeterminately. Everything carried a strong murderous intent, however, everything here was different. Finally, they all merged perfectly into one. This was a miracle that couldn't be achieved at all. How could all the weapons and techniques of completely different attributes be merged into one, just because of one person and one sword? Turning the impossible into the possible. At this moment, just from the tip of a sword that was completely unrelated to him, a miracle was about to happen. Spiritual attack, physical attack, water and fire attack, all at the same time. Cloud Venerable Master's clone suddenly felt extremely gloomy and furious. There was only one thought in his mind: wrong estimation. Chu Yang was directly sent into the mountains by his attack, which made him have a clear understanding of the strength of these people. He was completely convinced that even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to harm him, but in this lesson, he realized that he was wrong. What he saw with his eyes, and even what he observed with his divine consciousness, might not be real. In his long life, this was the first time he encountered such a situation. In this instant, Cloud Master's clone was facing attacks from multiple enemies at almost the same time. But what really made him so depressed that he wanted to go crazy was his eyes clearly saw different kinds of attacks, and these attacks should have come from at least one person, but his instincts told him that he was facing only one person. It was this one person who gave him a terrifying pressure that was equivalent to the combined attacks of two people and then a few times stronger. And this kind of combined power was definitely more than just a few times stronger. Such an unforeseen event caused the 3 bodyguards below to be dumbfounded. If this level of attack was facing them, they would probably be turned into ashes immediately, right? They wouldn't be able to resist at all. Or perhaps, they wouldn't even be able to summon up the will to resist before they died. This was the truly most terrifying part. On the opposite side, Cloud Master's clone, who had made the wrong estimation, couldn't maintain his calm demeanor anymore. He suddenly roared, and his body spun abruptly as he used all his strength to resist. For a time, countless snow-white and holy lotuses that emitted a fluorescent light suddenly appeared out of thin air. Thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. In just an instant, countless lotuses had completely filled the sky, densely packed and airtight. The saint's clone had already disappeared at this moment, which meant that Chu Yang's attack had no target anymore. Tens of thousands of lotuses appeared in the air and fell down. Every petal was sharp as the wind whistled and spun. The petals of the lotuses flew out like countless divine weapons, whistling as they attacked. Lotuses appeared and fell continuously. They fell on the sword tip of the Calamity Sword, on the black saber, on the phoenix, on the purple jade flute, on the viburnum flower, and on the red shadows in the sky. Facing such a shocking change, Chu Yang remained silent. He only exerted all his strength, gathering the strength of all his brothers on the Calamity Sword and charging forward. He could feel that the saint's clone was right in front of him, although he couldn't see it at all. Although so many lotuses that were comparable to divine weapons were an almost insurmountable obstacle, Chu Yang's intuition told him that the saint's clone wasn't far away. Just like what Chu Yang was doing now. The saint's clone was also waiting for an opportunity to defeat Chu Yang and the others in one strike, and the crux of this attack was precisely Chu Yang's body. As long as Chu Yang's peak position was defeated, he would retreat and become dispirited. Then, the other people's problems would be easily solved. Chu Yang's body now had everyone's strength gathered. If the strongest point was broken, the other forces wouldn't be an obstacle at all. Regarding this, the saint's clone's choice wasn't wrong at all. But the only thing he miscalculated again was the strength that Chu Yang displayed. When a few people joined forces, it didn't necessarily mean that their strength would increase exponentially. This was a principle that everyone knew. Often, when two equally matched experts joined forces, their strength wouldn't be as good as if they were alone. And the more people there were, the more restrictions there would be on their cooperation, and the harder it would be to form a tacit understanding, not to mention attacking together. The saint's clone was just a clone. But he had studied this aspect of human nature quite thoroughly. So, he allowed Chu Yang and the others to gather their strength for this moment, in order to defeat all the forces in one fell swoop, and then completely destroy all the confidence of Chu Yang and the others. But he didn't expect that after Chu Yang and the others gathered together and attacked together, the power that was exerted was actually so great. Not only was there no sign of damage, but there was also a flawless tacit understanding. Especially when everyone was wholeheartedly focused, it was an extreme cooperation that completely disregarded their own safety. In fact, at this moment, the word tacit understanding could be used. It was simply not enough to describe the level of cooperation between them. That was a method of completely trusting one's life and handing it over without reservation. Moreover, it was the same for everyone, otherwise, it would be impossible to reach this stage. The Calamity Sword held fiercely, crushing all the lotus flowers in front of it. The sword didn't change at all, and the sword light was as sharp as ever. Amidst the petals that filled the sky, the saint's clone suddenly changed his move. His figure moved as if it was a miracle. 3 illusory figures appeared and attacked at the same time, as if they had 3 heads and arms. Due to Chu Yang's miscalculation, Master Cloud's clone was forced to use his trump card in an instant. Clang clang clang, with 3 sword cries, the 3 bodies of the saint's clone each held a sword and performed different moves. The 3 figures fluttered along with the petals that filled the sky with fluttering white clothes. They rushed towards Chu Yang and the others. Its target was the Calamity Sword in Chu Yang's hand. The 3 swords were all real, even the 3 figures were all real. They had form and substance, real and not fake. Such a strange and unbelievable martial art that was right in front of everyone's eyes made everyone's heart tremble inexplicably. It was clearly just a clone. It already had such shocking strength. They really didn't know how many trump cards this Master Cloud had. Phantom Spirit Transformation. On one side. The 3 guards exclaimed at the same time. Their strength might be gradually surpassed by Chu Yang and the others, but their accumulated experience over countless years was still not something that Chu Yang and the others could compare with. With just a glance, they had already identified the name of the move used by the saint's clone. The so-called Phantom Spirit Transformation could create many images of oneself in a flash, and these images all had the same power as the original body. They could also hold swords and sabers and fight with the enemy. Although these images only existed for a short period of time and were supported by powerful spiritual energy, they could increase one's strength by several times in an instant. This kind of phantom spirit transformation technique was a realm that they couldn't reach after hundreds of thousands of years of hard work. But at this moment, it was so easily used by the saint's clone. This huge gap almost caused the 3 guards to lose their fighting spirit. Chu Yang didn't show the slightest trace of fear when facing such a marvelous killing move, nor did he waver in the slightest. With a wild howl, He instantly absorbed the heavy pill and the essence of the wondrous medicine that he'd prepared long ago into his dantian, and they surged and transformed into abundant origin energy. The reason why Qu Yang would react in such a way was very simple. At this moment, the energy that he had gathered previously was almost exhausted. No one had expected that a mere clone of Master Cloud could be so powerful. Both sides exhausted their elemental energy, but the result was that Qu Yang's side was at a disadvantage. The other party even had a lot of energy left. He could even make an extremely sharp counterattack. Even after gathering the spiritual energy of several high-level and peak-level saints, they still couldn't trap Master Cloud's clone. He was actually able to break free and use a killing move like phantom deification. At this moment, although they seemed to be evenly matched for the time being, everyone present knew that they had really reached the point where life and death were decided in an instant, so Qu Yang didn't care about the consequences. He mobilized all the forces that he could mobilize. This concerned the life and death of his 8 brothers and sisters. How could he let his guard down? At this moment, Qu Yang was really going all out. Sword intent! Qu Yang roared hoarsely. The calamity sword flashed with green light, and the long-awaited sword intent appeared once again. With an indestructible aura, it surged out crazily. Maybe it was because of the environment, but the sword intent had become unusually heavy ever since it ascended the heavenly imperial court. Every time Qu Yang activated it, he would feel more and more tired. But he didn't know the reason why, so he rarely used it. But at this moment, it was finally the decisive moment of the battle. If he didn't use it, he had to. The long-awaited sword intent whizzed out. In just one exchange, the sword intent's sharpness had already destroyed one of Master Cloud's phantom spirit transformation clones into fragments. After succeeding in the fight, the calamity sword's sword light changed its path and changed into clouds, and clouds gather. As long as I'm alive, I'll be without you, but in the blink of an eye, he defended with all his might. At this moment, clanging sounds rang out one after another. It was as if raindrops were falling from the sky. Master Cloud's illusory swords had already stabbed into the calamity sword's light no less than tens of thousands of times. Every strike was as heavy as a mountain and extremely sharp. If Qu Yang was holding an ordinary sword, he would probably have been smashed into pieces and turned into dust. However, the calamity sword was the #1 divine weapon since ancient times. Although it was tested, it could still withstand it. But it was one thing for the calamity sword to withstand it. Qu Yang's hand that was holding the sword really couldn't withstand it. In that instant, Qu Yang felt as if his hand had broken into thousands of pieces. He almost couldn't hold the calamity sword. The calamity sword's light actually scattered. Clouds and clouds gather. As long as I'm alive, I'll be without you's defense was tight and didn't reveal any flaws. However, the combined might of the 2 phantom spirit transformation clones was too shocking. They almost broke through this unbreakable defense. This was a difference in cultivation and not a flaw in the technique. Qu Yang, Mo Tianji, and the others all opened their mouths at the same time and spat out a mouthful of blood. Clouds and clouds gathered to become emperor. Qu Yang roared hysterically. Sword light flashed in the air again. Thousands of streaks of sword energy shot out in all directions. A crown that was as bright as the sun in the sky suddenly appeared. Emperor's Descent. The clone of the Holy Monarch originally possessed the aura of a monarch descending. However, under this special attack that gathered the winds and clouds as a monarch, the aura of a monarch that was connected with the heavens and earth caused the clone of the Holy Monarch to pale in comparison. Master Cloud's clone finally revealed an unprecedented look of fear in his eyes. The crown suddenly pressed down. Calamity Sword's most ferocious ultimate move finally exploded from Qu Yang's hand. If he didn't succeed, he would die trying. Reverend Cloud's clone let out a shrill cry when he faced the decisive slash. For the first time, he retreated, and his body continuously moved in different directions in midair. He was sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right, sometimes to the front, and sometimes to the back. He drifted about, and in the blink of an eye, he had already moved in more than 10 million directions. However, Qu Yang controlled the Calamity Sword and charged forward in a single direction without turning back. He didn't change direction at all. He completely ignored the figures that were wandering around him. Mo Qingwu's Heavenly Dance, Mo Tianji's Purple Jade Flute, Rui Butong's Phoenix Transformation, Xia Danqiong's Viburnum Flower, Dong Wushang's Dark Saber, Emole Er's hidden weapon, Luo Kadi's sword, Lady Sacrificial's wolf fangs, they all attacked at the same time, at the final moment. Junior! How dare you! Master Cloud's clone screamed. Suddenly, he rose into the sky. Chu Yang carried the fiercest storm of killing intent in the world and finally changed direction. He charged forward, he didn't seem to be forcing it, he chased closely behind Master Cloud's clone. The tip of his sword was only a few millimeters away from his back, however, that few millimeters was like a moat that couldn't be crossed. Master Cloud's clone was like a bolt of lightning. Chu Yang's calamity sword chased after him like a rainbow. Behind Chu Yang, 8 people were following him closely. They were like a long string, rushing straight up into the sky. None of them had any contact with each other, but they had become an inseparable entity. Wherever Chu Yang went, everyone would follow. At this moment, Chu Yang didn't feel any pressure at all. The entire formation and everyone else felt as if they were part of his body. It was a very mysterious yet very real feeling. Everyone didn't feel any repulsion, whether physically or mentally. They really treated themselves as a part of Chu Yang's body. We'll follow you, we'll fight you, we'll follow your orders, we'll live and die with you. If you win, we'll follow you into the clouds. If you lose, we'll follow you into dust. As Master Cloud's clone charged upwards, there were still counterattacks. Countless lotus flowers fell like snowflakes, their petals as sharp as knives. Chu Yang's calamity sword didn't give up. The moment those petals met the calamity sword, they all turned into gusts of wind and brushed past him. The bodies of Chu Yang and the others were already dripping with blood. The destructive power of those lotus petals was still not to be underestimated. Even though everyone had invincible Vajra bodies and their main force had been eliminated by the calamity sword, there were still some remnants. It was inevitable that they would be injured. How could it be possible that the lotus flowers that filled the heavens and earth did not touch his body at all? The sword energy transformed into a faint green killing intent as it chased after Master Cloud's clone. Master Cloud's clone fled as fast as he could. He thought to himself, as long as I can escape from this sword attack and catch my breath, I'll definitely be able to kill all of them. If he knew this, how could Chu Yang and the others not know? In a battle between experts, especially against an expert like Master Cloud's clone, victory or defeat was really decided in an instant. Right now, Chu Yang had spent so much effort to seize this opportunity. How could he let it go so easily? Even if he died, he had to hold on tightly, he just needed to move forward an inch. Chu Yang's gaze was fixed on Master Cloud's back. There, the tip of the sword was just a hair away from Master Cloud's back. It was just half an inch away. As long as the tip of the calamity sword could touch Master Cloud's clone's skin, then the devouring power would be unleashed with all its might. Regardless of the consequences, as long as he could touch it, there wouldn't be any danger in today's battle at least. However, if he couldn't catch up in the end and failed at the last step, in that case, there was only one outcome today: complete annihilation. There would definitely be no more flukes, all the success and failure. At this moment, on this sword, Chu Yang had already gone all out. During this process, both sides had already pushed their speed to the limit, or even exceeded it. The Holy Monarch's clone could feel a stabbing pain in his back. It was a terrifying shadow that threatened his life. He activated all of his potential and even released the myriad holiness true spirit he had just absorbed into his body. It turned into a push forward. Strictly speaking, this method was akin to drinking poison to quench one's thirst. It was one thing to stimulate all of one's potential, as it was just an avatar, so it didn't matter if it had more potential or not. But detonating the myriad holiness true spirit that had just been absorbed into one's body would have far-reaching effects. The true owner of the myriad holiness true spirit was his main body. In other words, although the avatar of the sage monarch could absorb and even borrow the strength of the sage monarch, it was only a carrier in the end. It wasn't able to truly display the full might of the sage monarch's true spirit. Forcefully erupting like this was equal to the most extravagant squandering. Moreover, the myriad saint's true spirit also had a limit. It was a tree without roots, a river without roots. In fact, the Holy Monarch's clone was also very clear about this point. He was clearer than anyone else, but the current situation was truly out of the question. As long as he was pierced by this devil-like sword behind him, what awaited him would be him. That would be the tragic ending of being consigned to eternal damnation. the chilliness of the sword was like a maggot in one's bones, unable to be shaken off. In the process of this stalemate, he had already used at least 300 different movement techniques, but he still couldn't shake it off. The myriad holiness true spirit's power that had just been absorbed into his body had already been nearly exhausted. However, this sword was still following behind him. Although it hadn't really touched his body yet, the distance between them was still not the slightest bit. The concealed feeling of the sword's tip being able to swallow the world was clearly discernible, and there was no falsehood at all, so much so that the Holy Monarch's clone could truly feel that the sword's eagerness to drill into his flesh and devour him was actually not concealed at all. Not only were these people able to unleash such strength when joining forces, but this sword was actually a demonic sword that possessed a sword's soul. This sudden discovery made the Holy Monarch's clone even more depressed. The person chasing after him was already exhausted, but he was still persevering. The person running in front was also nearing the end of his life, and it was difficult for him to continue. Between this heaven and earth, it was like two streams of light, one in front and one behind, endlessly chasing after each other, rushing up, turning around, returning, rushing again. From south to north, from east to west, from bottom to top, and back again, it was simply like an endless monotonous game of death that never stopped. The Holy Monarch's clone was in a very bad situation, but the same was true for Tribulation's side. Xianxia and the others could clearly feel that their heartbeats were gradually intensifying until they were like drums, almost jumping out of their chests. All the blood in their bodies seemed to have rushed to the top of their heads, as if in the next moment, or perhaps in the next moment, their heads would explode from the rush of blood. Even if it wasn't the next moment, and the next moment, they could collapse at any time. And as long as any one of them couldn't hold on and collapsed first, everyone would collapse at the same time, without exception. The continued stalemate between the two sides had already entered a dangerous situation. Even if one side survived, the other side might not necessarily survive. It wasn't even a situation where both sides would suffer, but a situation where both sides would lose and die. And for Xianxia and the others, this was still the ideal ending. In this case, the biggest possibility was that Xianxia's side couldn't hold on first. Below, the 3 7-star guards stared intently at the two streams of light that continued to hover in the sky, chasing each other. Unknowingly, they had already formed a strange formation. Just at the moment when the two streams of light rushed to the sky again and almost disappeared, the three people suddenly leaped up at the same time, turning into 3 long rainbows that soared into the sky, shocking the sky. In a flash, they had already rushed thousands of feet into the sky. And at this moment, the stream of light that the Holy Monarch's clone had transformed into happened to turn back from the highest point, and rush downwards, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound. The 3 7-star guards made up their minds, and without hesitation, rushed towards the stream of light at the same time. 3 magnificent sword lights flashed at the same time. This was a desperate and decisive blow. Everyone present had already clearly seen that although the current situation seemed to be that Xianxia and the others had a slight advantage temporarily, and had the upper hand, this advantage would definitely not last long. Once the battle dragged on for a long time, the one who would eventually gain the upper hand would still be the Holy Monarch's clone. In fact, on the surface, it seemed that Xianxia had the upper hand, but in fact, the one who controlled the outcome of this battle was the Holy Monarch's clone. After all, the Holy Monarch's clone had the power transformed from the 10,000 Saints' true spirit as a foundation, so no matter how much it was consumed, even if it was all consumed, the impact on his body was relatively limited. However, Xianxia was consuming his own cultivation, martial power, physical strength, and mental strength. Especially physical strength and mental strength. The rest could be recovered with various elixirs, such as heavy pills, life spring water, and so on. However, physical strength and mental strength were the most difficult to recover. Also, the members who formed the Tribulation formation now were ultimately not the real Tribulation. Regardless of whether it was Mole or the Sacrificial Maiden, they were not the real Tribulation people. No matter how hard they tried, there was a limit to their assistance to the Tribulation formation. Correspondingly, the assistance that the Tribulation formation provided to them was relatively limited. Although their own strength was also extremely high, because of the difference in their assistance, it would cause a subtle increase in consumption. If there was anyone who could not hold on in this formation, it would definitely be one of the two. In the current situation, the most important thing was endurance, and the two of them were destined to be at the bottom in terms of endurance. Once there was really someone on Chu Yang's side who was exhausted, then everything would really be irreversible. The only solution now, or rather, the only way to disrupt the current rhythm of the battle, was to stop the Cloud Lord's clone in this pursuit at all costs, even if it was just a little bit, or even an undetectable moment of stagnation, it would be enough, and this little bit of time, or rather, opportunity, would require the three of them to exchange for it with their lives, otherwise, they would definitely not be able to stop it, nor would they be able to exchange it. At this moment, the three guards made up their minds, 3 magnificent sword lights, with an aura of no return and no turning back, rushed forward. The distance between the two sides was actually very far, but under the situation where both sides were advancing at extreme speed, it was almost a blink of an eye before the two sides had already come into contact. On the opposite side, the light descending from the sky suddenly accelerated again at the critical moment. With a sudden turn, it brushed past the 3 sword lights with a swoosh. As for Chu Yang and the rest, they also followed the shadow of the clone and brushed past the sword lights. The 3 people's suicidal attack missed just like that. There was a faint trace of blood on the tip of the sword, although the Cloud Lord's clone did not show any signs of slowing down. Under this sword, he was finally injured. Everyone could see the current situation clearly. With the strength and cultivation of this clone, it was definitely not difficult for him to kill the 3 guards. As long as he dared to charge head-on, he could kill the 3 of them in an instant. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was as easy as flipping one's hand. However, the instant he charged and flipped his palm was enough for Chu Yang to stab the calamity sword into his body, so he did not dare to. Just a little bit was enough to change the outcome of the battle. The 3 of them were determined to exchange their lives for a chance to destroy the enemy. This was something that everyone knew, therefore, Cloud Master's clone didn't fight back even though he was injured. He only dodged and avoided the situation where his speed slowed down. In his heart, no one else's life was as important as his own. Even if everyone else was added together, it wouldn't be as important as his. He only had one life. He had to protect his own life well. The 3 of them failed to hit him. They raised their sword lights again and waited for another chance. Faced with this situation, Cloud Master's clone was already gritting his teeth. The desperate attacks of the 3 guards had undoubtedly restricted him greatly. This restriction had already made him start to worry about his own life. But what he didn't know was that Chu Yang, who was chasing him from behind, was complaining even more, because Chu Yang could feel that the cultivation that he had forcefully increased was depleting rapidly. At this stage, it was already starting to run out of strength. The Calamity Sword formation was also showing signs of collapsing. It wasn't because of discord, but because of the lack of strength. Sometimes, a person's strength was limited. Even if he wanted to, he didn't have enough strength. The flaws in the formation were becoming more and more obvious. The most obvious one was the sacrificial maiden at the back. After all, this beautiful Wolf King wasn't familiar with this formation. Although she had tried her best to trust it, she still couldn't completely integrate herself into it like Luo Kadi. Although Mo-Lei-Er's situation was similar to hers, Mo-Lei-Er had spent a lot of time with the Calamity Sword formation. She could be said to be the person who understood the Calamity Sword formation the most in the world besides the Calamity Sword formation itself. Her confidence in the Calamity Sword formation and the Calamity Sword formation wasn't something that the Sacrificial Maiden could compare to. In addition, her own cultivation was also above the Sacrificial Maiden's, so she could still hold on. But the Sacrificial Maiden was already at the end of her rope. If the Sacrificial Maiden couldn't hold on and fell from the team, then it would definitely cause a chain reaction. The battle formation would crumble in an instant, completely collapsing. In fact, everyone could sense this, including the Sacrificial Maiden herself. However, they were powerless against this reality. Chu Yang was also helpless. He had forcefully destroyed the valley several times. His dantian had long been emptied. There was not a single drop left. His vision was turning black. However, he still did not give up. His head, which was in so much pain that it was about to split open, was still racking his brains to come up with a solution. Never give up. Giving up meant death. He could only try his best to hold on and make his final effort. At this moment, Chu Yang really missed the sword spirit that he hadn't seen for a long time. If the sword spirit was still here, he would have more power and could even control the Calamity Sword on his behalf. If that was the case, the battle would have ended long ago. But now, all he could do was wait. He was waiting for the moment when the Holy Monarch's clone would turn the tables. Xianxia had determined at the first moment that the 3 guards were harming him at the cost of their lives. This may have some effect, but it won't play a decisive role. In the end, it couldn't change the overall situation. Then, was there any other way to change this extremely passive situation, so that they could safely defeat the enemy? The more Xianxia thought about it, the more helpless he felt. Behind him, he could even feel Mo Tianji's burning gaze as he looked at him. He could feel Mo Qingwu affectionately gazing at his back. While Mo Tianji was thinking of a solution, he was also hoping that he could think of a solution. However, Mo Qingwu's love was unreserved. If I win, I'll laugh with you. If I lose, I'll fall with you. I'll follow you in life and death. I can't count on the sword intent. I can't catch up. I can't count on the sword intent. I can't catch up. I'm definitely not his match in a head-on battle. The 3 guards are risking their lives to stop him. It's futile. I still have a strong army, but they are all outside the valley. Moreover, their strength can't affect the overall situation. Inside, except for the 13 people who are fighting with all their might, there's no one else alive. Xianxia was at his wit's end. The only thing he could do was to mobilize the spiritual energy in the calamity space and use every bit of strength he had. But the feeling of despair in his heart still rose uncontrollably. But the more this feeling rose, the angrier Xianxia became. Why? We've been through so many life and death battles. Are we going to stop here? We haven't faced the real enemy yet. This is just a clone. Can it destroy us all here? Am I, Xianxia, not only going to die, but also implicate my brothers and my lover? We still have to bring glory to purple cloud heavens and pacify the demons. There are still many paths ahead for us. I'm not resigned to this. I'm not resigned to this. How can I be resigned to this? An unprecedented violent emotion suddenly rose in Xianxia's heart. Blood was already flowing out of the corners of his eyes were blood red. Right at this moment, the sacrificial maiden finally exhausted her last bit of strength. She was swaying and could fall from the sky at any time. The calamity formation immediately showed a flaw. The remaining people who were barely holding on also couldn't hold on at almost the same time. They were all about to fall. The formation that was originally in a state of dispersal suddenly showed signs of disarray. The 3 guards who were still trying their best to stop him closed their eyes. It's over. This battle is really a crushing defeat. And it's the kind of defeat where we can't turn the situation around. Once the formation is disrupted and the Saint's clone has a chance to breathe, they will immediately suffer the sharpest counterattack. And in such a situation, he can even easily strangle everyone to death one by one. He doesn't need to waste any more energy. Despair condensed in front of him. However, at the last moment, Xianxia suddenly roared to the sky and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone naturally didn't understand why Xianxia suddenly did this. Could it be that he spat out blood because of despair and anger? No. Definitely not. But at the last moment, Xianxia was finally able to completely gather the small golden person in his dantian and detonate it completely in his dantian, turning it into unparalleled power. Ignoring the excruciating pain that was worse than death, Xianxia poured all his strength into the calamity sword. With this unprecedented tyrannical power, Xianxia's body instantly turned into a furnace. He forcefully merged the sword intent and the calamity sword into one. His wrist shook. The calamity sword shot out like lightning with the power of wind and thunder. This sword already tore the space when it was released. The power of this sword, to a certain extent, could even be compared to the destruction of 10,000 tribulations. But Xianxia didn't dare to use the destruction of 10,000 tribulations. Because he wasn't himself now. Once he made his move, everyone would perish along with him. Then, the meaning of risking their lives would be lost. Thus, Xianxia could only do this. After the sword was released, before the result was determined, Xianxia's vision was pitch black. He spat out mouthfuls of blood, and then he lost all consciousness. He didn't even have time to see whether his sword had succeeded or not. He completely fainted just like that. Behind Xianxia, the 8 people spat out blood at the same time. their formation completely scattered in the air, like a fairy scattering flowers. They floated helplessly and fell downwards, the large amount of blood mist in the air almost condensed into a substance. Chu Yang and the others. Almost at the same time, they spat out blood, lost consciousness, and fell to the ground. The 3 7-stars Imperial bodyguards didn't even have time to catch Chu Yang and the others. They could only watch helplessly as the sword light passed by. That sword flew towards the saint's clone like a meteor chasing after the moon. It was a sword strike that had gathered all of Chu Yang's strength. It was a sword strike that had returned to its original state. Enemy slayer, the saint's clone faced this sword. He was actually scared before the battle even started, and only knew how to dodge with all his might. The fear on his face could be clearly felt even from several thousand feet away. The calamity sword that had lost Chu Yang's control. As if it had a life of its own, it persevered and chased after him. Just like before, the only difference was that the calamity sword was faster than the saint's clone. Maybe it was a long time, maybe it was just a moment. After a flash of light, there was a poof sound. The calamity sword was deeply inserted into the saint's clone's back. The saint's clone paused at this moment. He was originally flying rapidly, but he suddenly stopped completely in the air. There was no buffer at all. His face revealed an extremely cruel and desperate look. He used his hand to grab the calamity sword that was already in his body. However, the moment he grabbed the sword hilt, his hand had already become like a chicken's claw. It was actually shrinking all over. He, who had no strength to pull out the sword, could only let go. Then, he started other actions, trying to struggle for survival. He could already clearly feel the taste of death, but he didn't want to give up. He only had one life. His desire to survive would never die. He screamed and swooped down quickly. The calamity sword shone brightly on his back, emitting a kind of demonic blood-red light. He rushed towards the mountain wall with the calamity sword just like that. With a loud boom, a big hole was made in the mountain wall. However, the calamity sword was still in his back. The devouring power was still in progress. As if it had grown on his body, he screamed and flew out from the pile of rocks. Suddenly, he roared and tried again. He actually split his body again. He used the phantom spirit transformation technique again. 3 phantom spirit transformation techniques appeared again. The moment they appeared, it wasn't to attack, but to escape. Without saying anything, they flew in 3 directions in a panic. This time, the Saint Monarch's clone was no longer an ordinary phantom, but a real soul phantom. Furthermore, all 3 phantoms were real. As long as any one of the phantoms could escape, then even if the Saint Monarch's body was destroyed and his cultivation was lost, he would still be able to make a comeback one day. These 3 figures were real, but at this moment, they were all illusions. No divine weapon could cause too much damage to them. This was no doubt the Holy Sage's clone's final trump card. The Holy Sage's clone was confident that once he used this move, even if he was heavily injured, his life would be saved. However, the following changes were far beyond the Holy Sage's clone's expectations. The calamity sword suddenly shone brightly. The 3 silhouettes had already dashed out, but they seemed to be forcefully pulled by an invisible force. Because of this invisible force, the silhouettes were twisted into strange shapes. They tried their best to break free from the pulling force, but they couldn't do so. The faces of the 3 incarnations were all pulled flat and deformed. They let out miserable screams together. In the sky, pieces of space gradually collapsed, and spatial cracks suddenly appeared. The 3 divinity transformation stage cultivators tried to escape into the space crack at the same time, but they were still pulled back by the invisible pulling force. Even though they had turned into thin threads, they were still being pulled back bit by bit. He was absolutely unwilling, but he couldn't get rid of it. He could only be pulled back step by step, inch by inch, getting closer to his own body. The calamity sword trembled and emitted a kind of calmness and coldness. Faint blood-red halos quickly dissipated. The range were getting bigger and bigger. It seemed that they had encountered the delicacy of their dreams and couldn't wait to chew. They couldn't allow this delicacy to escape from their mouths. The Holy Sage's clone screamed in despair. Finally, he seemed to have made an extremely difficult decision. The 3 divine transformation realm cultivators rushed back to his body. In the next moment, his entire body suddenly exploded. His flesh had been reduced to dust, countless fragments scattered in the sky. At the same time, dozens of faint blood-red lights, mixed with the soul power of the clone, split into dozens of directions and flew quickly. This was the last resort that the holy sage's clone didn't want to use. Not only did he explode his own body, but he also had to forcefully split his soul into dozens of pieces. This kind of soul was extremely difficult to reunite, and the price was very heavy. However, as long as he could escape, it was worth it. The sword light of the Calamity Sword suddenly flashed crazily. It seemed that this guy was very dissatisfied with this move at the last moment. It was very angry. The sword radiance immediately scattered in all directions. Countless tiny sword lights began to chase after the soul force that had exploded and escaped. The 70 to 80 strands of soul power from the saint's clone were intercepted by the Calamity Sword. Most of them, at most, only 1 or 2 strands managed to escape in the end. The Calamity Sword stood alone in the sky, flickering with light. It seemed a little annoyed. But in the end, it turned around and flew down. The sword light flickered, and flew into the space between Chu Yang's eyebrows. It disappeared. All of these things seemed to take a long time to describe, but the process was actually very short. From start to finish, everything had happened in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, at this time, Chu Yang and the others descended from a height of several thousand feet. It was about to touch the ground. In their current state, if they were to free fall like this, there was no exception. All of them would be smashed to pieces, and their brains would be wiped out. At this moment, the 3 great protectors finally woke up as if they had just woken up from a dream. They quickly moved and shook their hands to release a series of powerful qi. He supported the falling crowd and slowly lowered them to the ground. Only then did he realize that everyone, without exception, was unconscious. He believed that no one would know the final result of this battle. After settling everyone down properly, he laid them down flat. The 3 great protectors still hadn't recovered from the battle just now. Until now, they still couldn't believe that they had actually destroyed the clone of a saint monarch. It seemed that the strength of this doppelganger was much stronger than many people after this battle. One of the great protectors sighed deeply. He looked at the few young men and women who were still lying on the ground. There was only deep admiration left in his eyes. Yes. This battle, the changes in the battle were so complicated, but the duration was so short. The outcome was decided almost in a moment. Another guard said with some concern in his heart, but, in this short period of time, how many changes have occurred, how much power has been used by each of them? How shocking and terrifying is that? The last great protector smiled bitterly. Yes. In this short period of time, the number of times the 2 sides changed their positions is at least more than 100,000 times. The rest can't be calculated at all. Chu Yang and His Majesty the Sky Emperor had the intention to fight with their lives on the line from the beginning. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fought so hard and so desperately. Yes. But I keep feeling that there's something I can't figure out. I also feel that it's strange, but I can't put my finger on it. According to common sense, it's definitely impossible to win this battle. When the 3 talked about the battle just now, there was still lingering fear in their hearts. Besides being dazzled and confused, they were even more puzzled. The first suspicious point of this battle is that we all know the Saint Monarch. Although the Saint Monarch might not know us, that Mo Tianji acted like he was unfamiliar with us at the very beginning and didn't do anything pretentious. Is there something we overlooked? One of them frowned and said, this phenomenon is somewhat puzzling. Even if our disguise is flawless, this clone of the Saint Monarch wouldn't be so stupid as to not recognize the position of his original body, right? In this case, isn't our disguise for nothing? The other 2 nodded repeatedly. Yes, this matter, we really can't figure out the meaning behind it. Secondly, Minister Chu's cultivation is the highest among our group. Although he's certainly not a match for the Saint Monarch's clone, he shouldn't have been beaten into the mountains by the Saint Monarch in a single move. This seems to be a little fake. Perhaps it's a trick to underestimate the enemy. Another person pondered. I think that's most likely the case. Another person said, if not for this clone of the Saint Monarch would definitely not have waited for the brothers' battle formation to take shape. And if the battle formation didn't take shape, then everything would be empty talk. Perhaps we would have died a few hundred times already. But the most crucial part of this battle is still this battle formation. It forced the Saint Monarch into a state of special disadvantage, and the moment the battle formation took shape, Minister Chu and the rest firmly grasped the initiative and grasped the opportunity. The three of them shared one head. But why would the clone of the Saint Monarch allow the battle formation to take shape before making a move? One of the guards said, "Wouldn't that waste more effort? If it were me, I would have made a move at the first moment." The other two sneered in unison, "So you won't reach the level of the Saint Monarch in your generation." But they didn't know. Mo Tianji instantly sensed that something was wrong, so he asked, "Who are you?" This sentence would make the clone of the Saint Monarch think, "He doesn't know me?" Or, "Why doesn't he know me?" And Chu Yang was exquisite. Immediately after, he said, "This is the Saint Monarch." This made the clone of the Saint Monarch feel as if he was seen through. It was very unreasonable to not know the Saint Monarch. But if he recognized him, there would be a feeling of a secret being leaked. These two sentences made the clone's mood fluctuate twice in a short period of time. Thus, there was a firm belief, these people must not be allowed to escape. Since this was the case, he couldn't leave first. This was an atmosphere of a battle to the death. The most fundamental purpose was to eliminate the possibility of the Saint Monarch immediately escaping once the situation was unfavorable. Immediately after, Chu Yang took the lead. With his cultivation, even if he was definitely not a match for the Saint Monarch, it was impossible for him to be defeated so miserably in one move. Moreover, the Calamity Sword being caught was even more intentional. The Saint Monarch's one move was enough to determine the strength of Chu Yang and the others. Thus, he was fearless and gave Chu Yang and the others time to set up the formation. Because he also wanted to catch them all in one go, he was afraid that someone would escape and leak the news. With these people entangling him, he was quite confident that a few of them would escape. This was a subtle psychological tactic, and when the Calamity Sword formation was formed, all of this would be logical. For Chu Yang and the others, it was only at that moment that they had a chance to fight with their lives on the line. Every word, every action, every expression, every action, every action, every action, every single one of them was indispensable. The three of them waited anxiously. At the same time, they cleaned up the valley and disposed of the corpses on the ground. Although the corpses were piled up like a mountain, broken limbs could be seen everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. For a saint-level expert, moving mountains and filling seas was as easy as flipping one's hand. Dealing with these things was a trivial matter. A small matter like the sea turning into mulberry fields was done. After dealing with these eyesores, they waited for Chu Yang and the others to wake up. I have to say, the place that Master Yun chose to cultivate the 10,000 saints' true spirit is really not bad. It's full of beauty. After the three of them finished cleaning up, they were amazed by the environment and praised it. It's really not bad. When we retire from the heavenly court in the future, we can also set up a place like this to live out our remaining years and pass the time. One of them revealed a look of longing. But these few words, intentionally or otherwise, made the other two fall silent. After a long time, they laughed bitterly. Live out our remaining years. How can people like us live out our remaining years? Immortality is not necessarily a kind of happiness. Our descendants have all turned into dry bones hundreds of thousands of years ago. Our beloved women have long perished and ceased to exist. Living out our remaining years, to us, these words are too extravagant. Yes, sometimes even I feel lost. I cultivate every day and neglect everything around me. Is it just to seek immortality for myself? Another person sighed. What's the point of such a lonely immortality? Yes. Sigh, such immortality, how much loneliness and loneliness do we have to endure? How much separation do we have to endure? Actually, I feel that, the pursuit of immortality, to put it bluntly, is nothing more than the fear of death. This guard's words made the other two roll their eyes. No wonder Luo Kudi kept calling him his brother, his boss. No wonder everyone treated each other like this, so that's why, all of them were sacrificing like this. As the boss, Chu Yang did not hesitate to go to the extreme and self-destruct his dantian for the safety of his brothers. The sacrificial lady was very clear that at that time, if Chu Yang was even a little bit selfish, given that he had complete control over everyone, it would be easy for him to make anyone self-destruct their dantian. The mentality of sacrificing one's friends but not himself, especially for martial artists, even to go all out and make everyone else self-destruct their dantians, leaving only Chu Yang alone, it was just a matter of a thought, it could be done with just a thought. However, at this time where there was bound to be sacrifice to ensure the safety of others, as the boss, Chu Yang, chose to sacrifice himself without hesitation, it turned out that in this world, there was really such a sincere relationship, there was really such a selfless friend who could sacrifice for his friends. At this moment, the shock that the sacrificial lady received was really incomparable. Time passed little by little. Everyone surrounded the unconscious Chu Yang, and waited for him motionlessly. Mo Qingwu had already carefully wiped Chu Yang's face clean. At this moment, Chu Yang was still unconscious, everyone was guarding him by the side, waiting for their boss to wake up, everyone's face was heavy, tears flowing down their cheeks. They were all men who had survived hundreds of battles, but at this moment, they were extremely weak. Chu Yang was still unconscious, not moving at all. Every time the brothers looked at him, sorrow came from their hearts, unable to be severed. "Boss, why are you so silly?" Chu Yang felt that he had fallen into a strange world. Before he fainted, he knew that he was really done for. And he could also feel the extreme pain coming from his body, as if he was being cut into pieces. However, at the moment when his dantian self-destructed at the same time, the pain that had just risen, just when he could not bear it, suddenly all disappeared. As if all the pain had been taken away. It also seemed to be his soul, leaving the body that was filled with trauma. Then, with a swoosh, he was wrapped in a glowing tunnel, instantly breaking through the nebula. Then, without knowing why, he felt that he had clearly seen another world. And then, he naturally entered this world. At first, Chu Yang had thought that he had died and had gone to the so-called heavenly kingdom, the netherworld, or even the netherworld. However, when he looked around, he felt that this shouldn't be the heavenly kingdom. In that world, the heavens were limitless. The earth was boundless, and the stars were densely packed. The sun and moon seemed to rise and descend beside him. Looking at the sun in front of him that was countless times bigger than him, he couldn't feel any heat at all. What kind of place was this? This place seemed to encompass the universe, and he was only a grain of sand in Taizong. But why was this place? Chu Yang asked himself in bewilderment. He couldn't figure it out no matter how he thought about it. He was very clear about the decision he had made in that instant. Even if he was lucky enough to survive by exploding his dantian, he would probably have no hope in martial arts in the future. However, he would never regret it. "It is my responsibility to protect you. If boss didn't pay the price, who would?" This was a matter of course. In addition, Chu Yang was also very clear about this. Even if he wasn't dead, he should still be in a deep coma. In a world like this, regardless of whether it was the netherworld or the Yang Pass, none of this should have happened. Then, was everything in front of him just a dream, an illusion of a dream? But this illusion was a little too realistic. All of a sudden, Chu Yang suddenly felt that his body seemed to be floating slowly, wandering in the sky. Although it wasn't as he wished, it was still pleasant. In this world, there was only a glowing palace at the very top. Above the palace entrance, there seemed to be 3 words shining brightly. In this light, Chu Yang tried hard to see what words were written on it, but he only felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He couldn't see anything clearly. He could only vaguely remember that there was one word, and it seemed to be the word heaven. The moment he saw this palace, Chu Yang had a strong feeling, it's lonely at the top. Heaven is below me, and only I am above. This palace seemed to be above the heavens and the earth, and above all things in the world. Perhaps, there was already no one who could stand shoulder to shoulder with this palace. No one could stand shoulder to shoulder with it. Even heaven and earth couldn't. Then, who was the person who lived in this palace? In the distance, dragons roared and phoenixes cried. A few golden dragons and phoenixes that were hundreds of thousands of feet long flew over, covering the sky and earth. Even the sunlight was blocked by their huge bodies. It was as if dark clouds covered the sky, and only darkness could be seen between heaven and earth. Chu Yang had seen Ao Xieyun and Rui Budong transform into divine dragons and fire phoenixes many times. Chu Yang had praised them more than once, especially the dragon that Ao Xieyun transformed into. From head to tail, it was no less than a few thousand feet. But now that he saw the golden dragons and phoenixes of this realm again, he felt that Ao Xieyun and Rui Butong's transformations were at most small dragons and phoenixes. But the golden dragons and phoenixes seemed to be shrinking. As they approached the palace, they shrank. The closer they were to the palace, the smaller they became. When they flew to the front of the palace entrance, the dragons and phoenixes that were originally hundreds of thousands of feet long became only tens of feet long. They didn't even look at Chu Yang when they passed by him. They just flew straight past him. Then, the golden dragons circled around and attached themselves to a huge pillar. The phoenixes flew one round and also perched on another pillar. Then, the two pillars that the dragons and phoenixes perched on had already become exquisite works of art with dragons and phoenixes carved on them. Chu Yang looked at the pillars that were almost able to support heaven and earth. He couldn't help but blink in shock. On these pillars, there were countless golden dragons and phoenixes. There seemed to be other kinds of divine beasts as well. He recognized some of them, but most of them he didn't. Could they all be those terrifying existences just now? This palace that was above heaven and earth floated in the air just like that. But the feeling it gave off was that it was grand and majestic. It was as if no one could make this palace change, not even the slightest bit. It was as if heaven and earth had already existed. This palace had already existed, or maybe this palace had already existed before this heaven and earth existed. It represented eternity. Chu Yang tried to take a few steps toward the palace entrance. Just as he was about to reach the entrance, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure coming from the front. The pillars were carved with dragons and phoenixes, as well as all kinds of divine beasts. One of them suddenly opened its eyes and looked at him coldly. There were no words and no further movements. Chu Yang had only opened his eyes, but he could clearly feel that if he dared to take another step forward, his soul would scatter and scatter. He would become a delicacy in the stomach of this divine beast. This signal was extremely clear. It was extremely bad. Chu Yang was shocked and stopped in his tracks. That divine beast looked at him coldly. It also didn't move. However, that kind of earth-shattering pressure had already taken shape. It had turned into a substantial storm, and was constantly spiraling in front of Chu Yang's body. A strong feeling of shock rose in Chu Yang's heart. There was actually such a divine beast in the world, these dragons, phoenixes, and beasts. The pressure they gave him was too strong. Or should he say, too terrifying. It couldn't be any stronger. Chu Yang had never seen such a thing in his life. It should be because the strength of these dragons and phoenixes was too terrifying. It seemed that any one of them was already stronger than the clone of Master Yun. In fact, even Dong Huang Shui Leihan, who was the strongest among all the people Chu Yang knew, was stronger than them. She might not be able to do so. What did this mean? Any one of the dragons and phoenixes here had the same level of strength as Shui Leihan. Note, any one of them. They even surpassed Shui Leihan's peak cultivation, and these dragons and phoenixes were just decorations in this palace. They were just decorations and couldn't even be considered as guards. Then, what level would the real guards and owner of this palace be at? Wasn't that terrifying enough? Chu Yang subconsciously stopped. He raised his head and quietly looked at this majestic and solemn palace in front of him. His gaze was calm and peaceful. He, who was used to going through great storms. It was no longer easy to be shocked or to be intimidated. No matter how terrifying their strength was, it was no big deal unless they were dead. He understood everything with a single thought. After going through so many life and death experiences, naturally, the spirit of looking down on life and death was already formed in him. After a long time, the palace was still a palace. Chu Yang was still Chu Yang. He even started to pace slowly with his hands behind his back. It was as if this majestic palace in front of him didn't represent the supreme authority of the world, but merely a work of art that was worth admiring. Those dragons, phoenixes, and beasts were just purely decorations. And this place was naturally a tourist attraction. He only had one identity, a tourist. That was all. After another long time, a soft chuckle sounded and said, "Not bad." As this voice sounded, the terrifying pressure in front of him suddenly disappeared. It was as if there was nothing and the world was clear again. The divine beast on the pillar closed its eyes slightly. It didn't move at all. Chu Yang raised his head. Then, he realized that in front of him, a young man in white had appeared out of nowhere. This young man in white was tall and handsome. His eyes were as clear and boundless as the starry sky. However, his face gave off an instinctive feeling of coldness. Just by being glanced at by this pair of eyes, Xianxia felt as if he was standing naked on a mountain peak. Even his thoughts were seen through at a glance. Everything about him was exposed to this pair of eyes. "Who are you?" Xianxia narrowed his eyes and asked in a very polite and respectful tone, which was very rare for him. The young man in white looked at him with a warm smile. "You will know who I am one day, but not now." The final madness. Xianxia replied with an "oh" and said, "Then why am I here?" The young man in white looked at him with interest. "Didn't you think you were dreaming just now?" Xianxia smiled and said, "But now I'm sure I'm not." The young man in white asked with interest, "Why?" "Because if I'm dreaming, I'm afraid I can't have such a dream for now." Xianxia smiled and said frankly, "Dreams aren't reality. A thought is born. How do you know that you can't have such a dream?" The young man in white also laughed, as if he was chatting with an old friend, casual and easygoing, and his voice was warm. "What I see in a dream, if it's not man-made, is limited by my own vision. With my experience and knowledge, I can't have such a grand dream." Can I discuss something with you?" Xianxia suddenly said. "Why did you suddenly say this when we were talking? What's the matter?" The young man in white asked with interest. "Can you not look at me like that?" Xianxia said something that seemed to be very thought-provoking. Look at you. How am I looking at you?" The young man in white really didn't understand Xianxia's words this time. "Your eyes are too sharp, as if you can see through everything about me." "Everything. Forget about the 5 viscera, the original spirit, and the primordial spirit. That thing has been seen by you. Although it's nothing much for a man to look at another man, it's still very embarrassing. Can you restrain yourself a little?" "After all, I'm not a woman," Xianxia smiled and said, "I've always been very shy." The young man in white was stunned when he heard this, and then he laughed. He laughed joyfully. "You're an interesting child. You're really too interesting. Before I said this, I didn't know you were such an interesting kid." Xianxia was speechless. Looking at this guy's face, he seemed to be only a few years older than him, but he actually called him a kid so naturally. "Looking at my face, I'm older than you, okay?" Cough cough. "Let's go back to the original question, how did I come here?" Xianxia ignored the question of being called a kid, and asked persistently. He knew that this topic couldn't be discussed. Although this guy in front of him looked young, he was definitely an old monster who had lived for God knows how many years. Once the discussion started, his identity as a child would be completely confirmed. That would be too damaging to his self-esteem. If you changed your appearance to that of a white beard, it would be more acceptable. But, to call me a child with such a tender face, because I wanted to see you, the young man in white said indifferently. "So, you're here." Xianxia, how could he say that? It seemed to be getting more and more. "You want to see me? Do I have to come?" No matter when, as if he had seen through Xianxia's thoughts, the white-clothed youth smiled and said, "Yes, whoever I want to see, he will appear here. It doesn't matter if he's alive or dead, or what world he's in. As long as he exists in this world, it's just a thought from me." Xianxia clicked his tongue. This sentence was even more awesome. "In the past few days, I've heard people say that you're a pretty good kid." The white-clothed young man said indifferently, "I was a little interested and wanted to take a look. Today, I saw you. Not bad indeed." "Someone said that I'm not bad?" Xianxia was a little surprised. "Who is it? Someone I know?" "It doesn't seem to be someone you know. I can only say, it's the person who said that you're not bad. He's a guy with high standards." The white-clothed young man smiled gently and said, "To be able to say that you're not bad from his mouth. In such a long time, you're the first one. Well, to be more precise, you're the only one." Xianxia smiled bitterly. "I didn't expect that. I'm so powerful." "Whether or not you're powerful is a matter of opinion. It's just that we're fated to meet today." The white-clothed young man stepped forward and said, "Come, I'll show you around." Then, Xianxia felt that he had entered this majestic palace. The moment he entered, he clearly saw that the carvings of dragons and phoenixes on the pillars and all kinds of divine beasts lowered their heads at the same time. It was a kind of worship that prostrated themselves on the ground. In an instant, the scene flashed and a garden appeared in front of him. A young girl in white was walking slowly in the garden, as if she was going to walk under the blooming flowers and trees. This young girl in white was holy and gentle all over. Her beauty was unparalleled in the world. Her temperament also made one's heart feel tranquil. As long as one was by her side, one could feel a kind of natural peace and tranquility between heaven and earth. As soon as she saw the two coming over, the young girl in white came to his side and asked gently, "Master, who is this?" The white-clothed young man patted her head a little dotingly and said, "How many years has it been? How many times have I told you, don't call me master anymore? You've been an empress before, how can you still call me that?" The young girl in white smiled gently and said, "No matter how many years have passed. You're my master." The white-clothed young man chuckled and no longer forced her. He said, "He's a very interesting child. I'll show him around." The young girl in white nodded obediently. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she suddenly said, "Oh right, master, Jian went out to fight again these few days. It's said that it's with that old black. He's never stopped." She wrinkled her nose, as if a little girl was complaining. Chu Yang almost laughed out loud. The white-clothed young man shook his head helplessly and said, "If he stops, he won't be Jian. That guy too, what's the point of fighting that guy again and again? It's not that he doesn't respect us, he just doesn't want to call me master. This is also a reason, but he's still so relentless and has been fighting him for so many years. Master, it's not like you don't know about Jian's temper. Only the two of us can talk to him. Who else has he listened to? It's rare to have an opponent, it's not easy." The young girl in white rubbed her eyebrows in distress. "That's also true. Let him fight." The white-clothed young man actually skipped this topic and said, "Anyway, he won't be broken." "Oh right, that guy didn't come these few days, right?" "He didn't come." The young girl in white clearly knew who her master was talking about. She smiled sweetly and said, "That guy joined forces with old black last time and beat Jian badly. After that, he didn't dare to come again, he's afraid of being beaten." The white-clothed young man couldn't help but laugh, "The road of life is long. After such a long time, I really haven't seen anyone more slippery than that guy." Chu Yang cursed in his heart. "You haven't seen GMO, Luo Kudi, Tan Tan. If you see them, you will feel that there are still many shameless and slippery people in this world." After saying a few words, the white-clothed young girl left. Chu Yang continued to follow the white-clothed young man around the palace. He guessed in his heart, this white-clothed young girl looks like a maid. Jian is their son? Old Black is their son's classmate? Or a friend, an opponent or something. Finally, he couldn't help but ask, "This is?" The white-clothed young man said, "Yes. Just now, this is my wife." Chu Yang opened his mouth, thinking that this was really strange. His wife called him master. He asked carefully, That Jian is your son?" The white-clothed young man looked at him with a strange face and said, "Don't talk nonsense, Jian is my brother." Chu Yang opened his mouth again. In that instant, he felt a little flustered. The way this family addressed him. It didn't seem a little strange. What was this and what was this? That old black is. Chu Yang felt that he had heard this name from someone before, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it. That old black. The white-clothed young man looked at him with a smile. "You really have a lot of curiosity." Chu Yang rubbed his nose, not feeling embarrassed at all, and said, "The desire for knowledge is human nature, who doesn't have a little curiosity?" The white-clothed young man laughed. "Since this is the case, seeing that you are pleasing to the eye, let me satisfy your thirst for knowledge. Come with me." He took the lead and walked away. My soul has been out of my body for such a long time, will there be any problems?" Chu Yang was a little hesitant. Chu Yang was also a great expert in cultivation. He had exploded his dantian, but he was still able to move freely at this moment. There was only one explanation, that his soul had left his body and entered a special place. But his soul had been out of his body for a long time, and his current situation was extremely bad. He was afraid that there would be problems, so he asked. "Don't worry, with me here, how can there be any problems?" The white-clothed young man said indifferently. This was just a simple sentence, but for some reason, the moment it came out of the white-clothed young man's mouth, Xianxia clearly felt that the entire universe was trembling. It seemed that this sentence of the white-clothed young man was filled with the feeling that everything was under his control, that it was simply the supreme will of the heavens. It was even above the will of the heavens. While Xianxia was carefully thinking about the meaning of this sentence, he heard the white-clothed young man say, "Do you feel that you have been here for a long time? In fact, in your world, time hasn't moved. This is an application of the relative stillness of time, but you can't understand it at the moment." The white-clothed young man said indifferently, "But when the time comes, you will naturally understand." An application of the relative stillness of time? Xianxia was a little shocked. The same person here, time is the same as usual, but the body on the other side can't feel the passage of time. You can say that, although you are a little narrow-minded. The white-clothed young man nodded slightly. Narrow-minded? Then can I understand that if the soul here has died of old age tens of millions of years ago, but the other side where time is relatively still is still young? Xianxia opened his eyes wide. Although it's still a narrow-minded understanding, it's theoretically correct. The white-clothed young man looked at him with some interest. This is just a small trick, it's not worth studying so seriously. There are many other applications, such as turning back time. One can see 1,000 years later at a glance. The sea is like a drop of water, the universe is like a grain, it's nothing more than the transformation of time and space. It's really nothing, I'm too lazy to say, just a sentence, you will understand when the time comes. Xianxia coughed and resisted the urge to ask further, as well as the speechlessness in his heart. He originally thought that seeing those terrifying dragons, phoenixes, and beasts today was already very shocking. But he didn't expect that what was truly shocking was not even in the eyes of the owner of this place. There was actually someone who could use his own cultivation to do this. Relative time, and he even claimed that this was just a small trick, such a small trick, how heaven-reaching, how frightening, how frightening, how frightening was its power. If someone could create such a space for himself, only half a day had passed outside, but 1,000,000 years had passed inside. If he practiced like this, wouldn't he be able to create a peerless master overnight in the eyes of outsiders? If such a method was used to cultivate talents, what kind of talents could be cultivated? This was the thought that flashed through Xianxia's mind in an instant. What he didn't even know was that it was this strange idea that flashed through his mind today that would create another peerless mighty figure that would dominate the universe in the future. Well, this seemed to be the story of another book. The next book will start this story. In front of him, a door appeared out of thin air. The young man in white said lightly with his hands behind his back, "With your current cultivation, you can read 2 books in there. After you finish reading these 2 books, you can go back." Xianxia looked at him doubtfully. "Read books? Read 2 books? Read what books?" He thought to himself, "You brought me here like this just to let me read 2 books. The young man in white laughed and said confidently, "Whatever makes you happy. You can read whatever book you want. You can read whatever you want. Everything is there. But, you are only allowed to read 2 books. What you read in the end will depend on your own luck." Then, his whole person went into a trance and suddenly disappeared without a sound. A voice came from the sky. "If you, we will meet again one day. At that time I will allow you to read books in there for a month." The laughter still echoed in his ears. The young man in white had completely disappeared without a trace. Xianxia turned his head to look. He saw that there was already a vast sea of clouds behind him. All he could see were white clouds and gray dogs. As for the majestic palace, it was all gone. But the house in front of him was clearly a part of the original palace. The palace was gone. The study room was still there. He shook his head. He stopped thinking about these mysterious things that were beyond his comprehension and walked forward. The door suddenly opened on its own. The next moment, Xianxia felt that he had entered that room. As far as the eye could see, he only felt that his brain was really not enough. Inside this room, there was actually an incomparably vast space. This space was so big that Xianxia felt that it was at least comparable to the territory of a kingdom in the lower 3 heavens. Every bookshelf, They were actually as tall as a mountain. This space, is a study? In this vast space, there were rows and rows of neatly arranged books. I can only read 2 books, tsk, how interesting. Chu Yang inexplicably thought of this sentence at this time. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable sense of joy. He couldn't help but mutter, he threw me into a sea of books, and only allowed me to read 2 books. Tsk, what a strange person, seeing so many books at once. Even Chu Yang couldn't make up his mind for a while. He believed that even if all the books in a country were to be added up, there wouldn't be so many books, right? But Chu Yang also knew that since there were books here, there definitely wouldn't be any duplicates. Then, what do I want to read? What can I read in the end? Chu Yang stood at the door and fell into deep thought. If he couldn't determine what book he wanted to read before reading, then it meant that he would have wasted this opportunity. Moreover, Chu Yang realized that this out-of-body experience was definitely an unparalleled immortal opportunity. If he missed it, he would regret it for life. So, he just stood there and asked himself, Chu Yang, what do you want to read? What do you need? For a moment, Chu Yang really didn't know what he wanted. He didn't know if it was far away or in another space next door. Just now, the white-clothed youth gently held the white-clothed girl's waist and used his hand to draw in the air. Suddenly, a mirror appeared in the air. In the mirror, it was the scene of Chu Yang in the study room. No matter how big or small, everything could be seen. Looking at Chu Yang standing in the study room in a daze, the white-clothed youth smiled meaningfully. There seemed to be a hint of mischievousness in his smile, as if he had played a prank on Chu Yang. I say, why are you still so naughty? The white-clothed girl said gently, giving him so many books at once, but only allowing him to choose 2 books. Aren't you deliberately making things difficult for him? The white-clothed youth smiled. If it was an ordinary person, he would be forever lost in it. If it was a scheming person, he would also be lost in it. If it was an indecisive person, he would also be lost in it. He smiled faintly, don't look down on it. It's just a study room, but in the world, there might not be one person who can really find the 2 books they want to read. His eyes looked into the distance and said, however, I have only seen one person who can choose the book he wants to read the most in the shortest amount of time. A strange smile appeared on his face. Who? The white-clothed girl asked. It's Xianxia. The white-clothed youth smiled. So it's him. The white-clothed girl understood and then asked curiously, what book did that little rascal choose? The white-clothed youth finally could not help but smile strangely. He chose the complete collection of firmament erotic illustrations. What? The complete collection of firmament erotic illustrations? The white-clothed girl was stunned. She stuttered. Her bright and beautiful eyes opened wide. Then, she started to stammer. Then her face turned red and she said angrily, this little rascal dares to be so disgraceful. Of all the things to choose, he actually chose that. The next time he comes, I will train him. I will beat him up with my own hands. The white-clothed youth's prank succeeded in framing someone. He laughed loudly and seemed to be extremely happy. He thought to himself, if that guy knew that Chen was going to train him, he probably would not come in this lifetime. It seems that I can really have peace for many years. The white-clothed youth looked at Chu Yang in the mirror and his eyes finally showed appreciation. He said, just the first step alone, he has already passed. In the face of so many temptations in front of him, he can finally calm down and think carefully about what he wants. This is already very rare. The white-clothed girl also praised. This young man's temperament is very similar to yours. The white-clothed girl turned to look at the white-clothed youth. He plans before acting, his mind is tenacious, his personality is persistent, and he values relationships. The white-clothed youth nodded deeply, but he is not as ruthless as me. The white-clothed girl snuggled in his arms and said, yes. But this is not necessarily a bad thing. Your ruthlessness is because of your experience, but he does not have your experience. On the other hand, you do not have his experience. That makes sense. The white-clothed youth's eyes moved and said, he finally moved. In the mirror, Chu Yang opened his eyes and took a step forward. At this moment, Chu Yang had already woken up, completely woken up. What do you want? What I want is eternity. What I want is eternity. What I want is the permanence of everything I care about. Eternity. This was what Xianxia longed for the most. But what do I need to use to get my eternity? This is what I want to choose today. Martial arts. Actually, I don't need 2 books, I only need to read one. Xianxia's footsteps were firm as he stepped forward. A moment of enlightenment, an instant of enlightenment, on the first bookshelf, 10,000 schools of thought. Then, row after row, all of them were. Xianxia only glanced at them, without the slightest hesitation or pause, he walked over. Looks like he still chose martial arts in the end. The white-clothed girl sighed softly, seemingly a little regretful. He did not pass. You are wrong. The white-clothed youth quietly watched Xianxia's movements and said, he also passed the second round. Passed? Why? The white-clothed girl asked puzzledly. Last time, those who chose martial arts in the second round were all eliminated by you in the end. Why did you let Xianxia pass when he also chose martial arts? Because. Xianxia chose martial arts because he had a purpose and something to pursue. He clearly knows why he chose martial arts. His real purpose is actually for love. The white-clothed youth said slowly, in order to protect, martial arts is just a means to him, a means to achieve the goal, not the real ultimate goal. And those who I eliminated before, they did it purely for martial arts. Their only goal was martial arts. There is a fundamental difference between the two. The white-clothed youth said, Xianxia's greatest strength is actually his greatest weakness, that, he can't let go. He sighed softly, since he can't let go, he has to protect. And once he has the ability, it is true that when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. He will never let go of anyone he cares about. This is his greatest weakness, that he is too tired of living. But today, it is precisely because of this greatest weakness of his that he passed this round. The white-clothed youth smiled slightly. You are wrong, I don't think so. In my opinion, this is not a weakness at all, but a strength through and through. The white-clothed girl said discontentedly, being responsible, unable to let go, being responsible, these are the most valuable qualities of a man. That depends on one's ability. The young man in white said deeply, when one has the ability to do all this, that's an advantage. But when one doesn't have the ability and still can't let go of anything, that can only be the biggest weakness. In the end, one will die of exhaustion and achieve nothing. Moreover, such a person has too many constraints. Once his family members are threatened by the enemy, it's equivalent to grabbing his weakness. At the same time, it's also touching his reverse scale. Such a person's life is really very tiring. The young man in white looked a little disappointed. Looking at Xianxia, he was actually a little lost in thought. As if he was thinking of something from the distant past. The room suddenly became silent. The young girl in white slowly reached out and silently hugged his waist, as if silently comforting him. She said softly, tonight. I heard that Sister Yan and Sister Ro have specially made delicious food for you. The young man in white smiled. Is that so? Then I'll really be in luck tonight. Step by step, Xianxia walked past thousands of bookshelves. Tens of thousands of bookshelves. He glanced at them all and didn't stop at all. Until here, he had already come into contact with the martial way. Regarding this, Xianxia still only glanced at it briefly. He walked past tens of thousands of bookshelves in the blink of an eye. Finally, his footsteps began to slow down. Here, the bookshelves were still bookshelves, but what was placed on them were no longer books, but pieces of sparkling jade. Sparkling and sparkling. Xianxia knew that this was the legendary jade scroll of the highest level that recorded the secrets. This kind of legendary thing that people might not see even once in their entire lives, was actually hundreds of thousands of them here. They were placed everywhere on the bookshelves. The closer to the end, the better it seemed. However, Xianxia stopped in front of the first bookshelf. He saw a jade scroll. Fluorescent light flickered on it, and there were a few words on it. So-called Tao. There were only these 3 words in total. Xianxia stepped forward without hesitation and took the jade scroll in his hand. Then, he released his divine sense to check it. Someone once said that Tao can be Tao, but it is not an ordinary Tao. However, what is Tao, and what is not an ordinary Tao? Tao. It is Tao. People are different from people. Tao is different from Tao. A person exists in the world. There was always a way. However, if someone is wrong, their whole life will be ruined. If someone is right, they will give up halfway. This is also a regretful matter. Since ancient times, who could truly grasp their own Tao? Walking down this path without regrets. How do you choose your own Tao? When Xianxia saw this, he knew. This was what he was looking for. What he wanted to find was his own Tao, and the contents of this book could help him. Finding one's own Tao and surpassing one's own Tao would benefit everyone around him. His lovers, brothers, and parents. Family. Then, he released his spiritual energy, completely enveloping the jade slip. Then, he felt a burst of violent turbulence in his mind. The contents of the jade slip surged into his mind like a great river. He didn't know how much content there was inside. It was as if there was no end to them. Xianxia closed his eyes and slowly absorbed the energy. Bit by bit, he didn't miss a single drop. Outside. The young man in white sighed from the bottom of his heart. He passed the 3rd level perfectly. Even I didn't think that he would really stop here. Moreover, he chose this piece of land. The young girl in white asked softly, "If I remember correctly, this should be the book you wrote, right? And it's the only book in the entire library that you wrote with your own hands." The young man in white nodded slightly. "That's right. This is that book. And it was after writing this book that I truly stepped into the Supreme Great Tao. But this book is not about martial arts after all. It doesn't even belong to the category of martial arts." The young girl in white said, "There's only your comprehension in it." Yes, the content inside is not purely about martial arts, but it includes all. Taos. The young man in white smiled faintly. Actually, obtaining this book is equivalent to obtaining half of the library. The young girl in white opened her eyes wide in surprise. Now, it's time to look at the 4th level. The young man in white's eyes flashed. If he can really. Then, this Xianxia's future achievements will not be inferior to anyone. Ah? Aren't there only 3 levels? Why is there a 4th level? The young girl in white was a little surprised. Let's wait and see. The young man in white smiled. Only he will appear in this 4th level. In the void image, Xianxia closed his eyes peacefully, concentrating on digesting the huge amount of information in the jade slip. After a long time, the magnificent light emitted by the jade slip finally weakened gradually, and finally, only a soft sound was heard. With this soft sound, the jade slip quietly turned into fragments. Countless fragments slid down from his fingers. Xianxia, who was in the situation, let out a long sigh. This jade slip was actually a one-time use. If he couldn't accept it all at once, it would cause an irreparable regret. Looking at the huge amount of information inside, and even some very scattered, Xianxia felt as if he had suddenly entered an unparalleled treasure trove. Although he knew that this was what he was looking for, he didn't expect that he would gain so much from it. There were many theories that he had never seen or heard of before. For example, this sentence. Some things can be overflowing because the masses need them. But if the highest level of things also begin to overflow, then, this world will have no high level. Everyone will become mediocre. This sentence made Xianxia slap the table in praise. For example, the tribulation heaven mental cultivation technique was the best mental cultivation technique that Xianxia knew at present, but if everyone in the entire continent had a copy, then no one would be able to cultivate it to the peak. People always wanted to be unique. If they had it, others also had it, then they wouldn't care about it. At least, they wouldn't cherish it so much from the bottom of their hearts. Tao is your heart. What Tao does your heart yearn for? How to find it, how to grasp it. The information contained in the jade slip. Throughout the entire jade slip, there was no martial technique at all. It was like a person who had accumulated all kinds of fragmentary insights over a long period of time. But these fragmentary insights were all-encompassing, any profession, any cultivation. Any realm, any heaven and earth, any mystery, they were dipped in. Every sentence recorded in this jade slip was thought-provoking. Xianxia closed his eyes, and his heart was filled with emotions. This This was what he really needed. If he found any divine technique in this jade slip, even if it was the #1 divine technique in the world since ancient times, even if it was a supreme technique that surpassed the tribulation heaven divine technique. But after all, it was a path that others had already walked, a path that had been completed. A path that had reached the end. Even if he walked it again, he would only be stepping on the footsteps of others. At that time, no matter how high his achievements were, there would be a limit. And there would always be a shadow in his heart. He would always feel that there was someone in front of him that he couldn't surpass, and would never be able to surpass. But although this book didn't have any profound cultivation techniques, it was teaching him to walk a brand new path that belonged to him. Then, my path, my front is blank. Where do I want to go? Where do I want to go? This path had no end to it. There was no end to it. At Qu Yang's current cultivation, at his current realm, what he really needed the most was this. Qu Yang was already very satisfied to have obtained this insight. Then, he immediately turned around. Without any hesitation, he walked out. In the room, the girl in white looked at Qu Yang in astonishment. Didn't you give him the leeway of 2 books? Why did he just read 1 book and leave? He didn't miss it at all. The white-clothed youth looked at Qu Yang with undisguised appreciation in his eyes. He said, this is his 4th test, and it was a perfect pass. Chen in the next few years, I'm afraid that another peak-level expert will appear in this world. Together with us, he will be immortal and indestructible, an eternal existence, control the heavenly Tao, and be supreme. This test is. The young man in white looked at Qu Yang's figure walking out of the room and smiled. Greed. The girl in white nodded in understanding. Yes, not only was Qu Yang not greedy, but his control of his greed had reached a strict level. The young man in white reached out and pulled the girl into his arms. He said, Chen you have become stupid. The girl in white smiled shyly. I know that you understand these questions, but you still have to ask me and pretend that you don't understand. In fact, you just want me to talk more. The young man in white sighed softly. All these years, not only me, but all of you have also been lonely. We are really too lonely. But, you don't have to worry about me. I am fine, really. The girl's beautiful face showed a sense of relief. As long as you are fine, we are all happy. We have long agreed on this. The young man in white laughed. Don't you think that watching these little guys fooling around every day is actually a kind of fun? The girl in white nodded in agreement. Also, every now and then, there will be new people coming in. It can be more lively. The girl in white's beautiful face showed a trace of a smile. In fact, it is much stronger than before. Especially since Xianxia, that evil and lawless guy, came in. This world has become much livelier. You don't know, that guy has already made a few people complain to the heavens. That guy has now learned to steal things. The young man in white smiled helplessly. It is said that little Seven has already left home. Even if you beat her to death, she will not be Xianxia's neighbor. I really can't afford to hurt her. Next month, the Proud World will be finished. It's been 3 years, this month will be the last time the Proud World shines. How many 3 years are there in a person's life, and in these 3 years, we have walked together. We have watched Minister Chu rise from nothing, step by step, step by step, step by step, all the way until now. Now, we have reached the final moment. I have often thought, what do we have to do? Minister Chu has never fallen behind anyone. Mo Tianji controls the world. Gu Duxing is as sharp as a sword and unyielding. Dong Wushang is as majestic as a mountain, madly fighting the world. In the next month, they will leave us. I think we should give our favorite brothers a glorious departure. Use a selfless battle to bear witness to our 3 years of companionship. I haven't fought for votes for almost a year, but my fighting heart is still there. The Jianghu is still there. The Proud World is still there. You are still there. The battle is still there. What will happen when the Proud World unsheathed its sword after a year of silence? Do you still remember that sentence? You dance with me, Jade Sky, and I dance with you, Proud World, begging for votes, for glory. For the final bloom. For the never-before-seen #1. For the 3 years of companionship. For a clear departure next month, Let us fight until the heavens and earth are turned upside down again, fight until the sky is dyed red again, let the Jianghu tremble for us again. Let the world tremble for us, let this storm rise because of us, no complaints, no regrets, no fear, time can wear away, the battle spirit will never fade, fight until the mountains collapse and the earth rends, fight until the spirit returns to the bowels, the proud world is just like this, come on, brothers and sisters, let us shout the slogan that has been silent for a year, who will dance with me? Who will accompany me to conquer the world? Who will allow me to be the monarch, who will accompany me to conquer the world, begging for votes? Fiercely smash it out, fight, July belongs to the proud world. Fight, begging for votes, today, 10 chapters, let us go crazy. The white-robed girl's eyes turned into crescents as she smiled. Especially that god of fortune brother of his, he is truly the #1 money grubber in the world. He has hundreds of thousands of treasures in his hands, but he still cries about being poor every day. Every day, he thinks of ways to take advantage of these people's treasures. Who would be able to stand it? And Xianxia is forever helping the tyrant, fanning the flames, and looting a burning house. Last time, Ling Yunpeng had just refined a treasure when he was targeted by that little bastard. He forced Ling Yunpeng to make a bet with him. In the end, Ling Yunpeng lost the bet. If you want to bet, you have to be fair. If you want to bet, you have to be fair. However, that little bastard took away the treasure when he won, and acted shamelessly when he lost. He fought and didn't admit it. This made Ling Yunpeng so angry that he fainted. By the time Ling Yunpeng went to look for him, that little bastard had already dismantled the treasure into a pile of materials, saying that he wanted to study it and mass-produce it. That's fine, but in the end, he didn't produce anything. He even told Ling Yunpeng that it was for research and for the future. That's fine, but then he pestered Ling Yunpeng and asked him to refine 3 or 5 more treasures for him to practice on, saying that he would definitely be able to mass-produce it in the future. It said that Ling Yunpeng was so angry that he vomited blood. He simply joined hands with a few people to find trouble with him. But I don't know what the final result was. Let me tell you, that little bastard has really angered everyone. He definitely didn't get any better. He just didn't have the face to say it. The white-robed girl spoke excitedly, taking pleasure in Ling Yunpeng's misfortune. You've really guessed wrong this time. The white-robed youth replied. Xianxia saw that Ling Yunpeng had invited so many helpers to find trouble with him. He actually came early and said that he wanted to have a one-on-one fight with Ling Yunpeng. Ling Yunpeng also wanted to settle his grudges as soon as possible, so he agreed. But in the middle of the fight, that young man released all his wives, and everyone started to fight together. Faced with so many younger brothers and sisters, the third brother was too embarrassed to fight. But Xianxia's wives were not ordinary people. They were beaten up on the spot, and cried out in pain. And the helpers that Ling Yunpeng had invited were actually held hostage by Xianxia. Under a series of threats, not only did they not help Ling Yunpeng, they also attacked Ling Yunpeng. Instead, they joined hands and beat up third brother. Ling Yunpeng was beaten up so badly that he went back to his Guangzhou continent with his butt and nose bruised. Ha ha ha. The white-cloaked girl was rocking back and forth with laughter. She laughed so hard that tears came out of her eyes. I'm dying of laughter. That little one is too talented, that's why that guy won't target us. That's already not bad. The white-clothed young man chuckled and said, but he's playing with a monkey now, so he shouldn't have the time to cause trouble. Playing with monkeys? The white-clothed girl frowned. Yes, the world is really full of coincidences. He's in my hometown right now. Playing with a bunch of dwarves on the island, and when they have nothing to do, they will go to the bottom of the sea to fart, and then there will be earthquakes there. Or when they blow air into the sky, the wind will howl. Occasionally, they will rub their snot, and the volcano will erupt. In any case, natural disasters and man-made disasters happen one after another. I think. Sooner or later, those dwarfs will all fall apart because of him. The white-cloaked holy maiden widened her eyes and laughed so hard that she almost choked. How can there be such an interesting little guy in this world? Ha ha ha, so determined. The white-cloaked young man praised. The white-cloaked girl also sighed softly. Qi Yang on the screen turned around without hesitation. He walked out resolutely, and looked straight ahead as he walked past hundreds of thousands of bookshelves that were full of temptation. He didn't even look back. When he reached the door, he pushed it open without hesitation and flashed out. This kind of determination and lack of reluctance made the white-clothed young man speechless. He smiled bitterly and said, "I take back my previous evaluation. This guy is really as ruthless as me when it comes to making choices. At most, he's just a little bit worse." The white-clothed girl's face was full of smiles. Suddenly, she said, "This fourth level, is it really a perfect pass?" The white-clothed young man nodded and said, "It's indeed a perfect pass, but..." The white-clothed girl heard him and asked, "What? Are there any other variables?" The white-clothed young man chuckled and said, "His decisiveness, lack of greed, and ruthlessness allowed him to pass perfectly. However, there's actually a hidden secret in this fourth level. Previously, I gave him a hint that wasn't really a hint, but he didn't seem to realize it. If he understood this, he would be able to pass perfectly. So, in terms of intelligence, he's still a little bit worse than me." The white-clothed girl was stunned and said, "Is that so? What kind of hint is it? How can it be considered a perfect pass?" The white-clothed young man said in a deep voice, "Find the other book." The other book means the contents of the other half of the library. Obtaining all the contents of the library is a perfect pass. Because the other book is because of my hint. It's not greedy, but he ignored it. The white-clothed girl pondered for a long time. Suddenly, she said, "The other book you're talking about, it can't be the biography that the person wrote for you that day, right?" The white-clothed young man said proudly, "Isn't it that biography? That biography that records my life experience. How wonderful, how legendary, how legendary, how mythical. Even half of the library is not enough to describe it." The white-clothed girl was stunned on the spot. After a long time, she said, "How can that bastard little Xianxia be as shameless as you? In the entire universe, who can be as shameless as you? It turns out that there's really no limit to a person's shamelessness." Chu Yang's front foot had just stepped out of the door when he immediately felt pain all over his body. This kind of pain was practically worse than death. It was as if every muscle in his body had been cut into 8 pieces and then sprinkled with salt, lowered to the point where it was burned on fire. Finally, it was sprinkled with chili and further conditioned. Ouch. He had just walked out of such a comfortable environment and was immediately beaten down to the 18th level of hell to be tortured. It was such a huge contrast that Chu Yang couldn't help but let out a miserable groan. "Boss is awake." Immediately, there were thunderous cheers all around. Chu Yang felt as if his eyelids weighed 1,000 pounds. He tried very hard for a long time. Then, he forced himself to open his eyes with great difficulty. Then, he felt a teardrop fall on his face. Mo Qingwu's beautiful face was in front of him. She was crying and laughing at the same time as she looked at him. "Is everyone still alive?" Chu Yang's eyes moved as he asked with difficulty. This was the question that Chu Yang was most concerned about. Just now in the illusion, he stuttered when he spoke. But now that he woke up, he realized that it was very difficult for him to even move his tongue. But his eyes finally saw Mo Tianji, Dong Wusheng and Xia Danqiong. Everyone's faces were covered in tears. Everyone is alive. Alive and well. Mo Tianji sniffed. His eyes were a little red. He sighed as if to cover it up and said, "Originally, everyone was already in despair. I didn't expect to still be alive." Chu Yang chuckled and said, "Sisters-in-law, are you all well too?" "All well, all well." The sacrificial maiden and Mo Lei hurriedly answered. "Qinggu." Chu Yang's eyes moved. Mo Qinggu hurriedly wiped away her tears. "I'm fine too. I'm fine. Have a good rest. I'm right beside you." After asking all of them and getting the answer that they were safe and well, Chu Yang was finally relieved. Mo Tianji said, "The saint's doppelganger was smashed into pieces by your sword. His godly spirit was scattered into 70 to 80 parts. In the end, only one managed to escape. I reckon that even if this godly spirit really managed to escape, it's not much different from having its soul destroyed. It probably won't have anything like memories." Only then did Chu Yang feel completely relieved. Although Mo Tianji only said probably won't, since it came from Mo Tianji's mouth, Chu Yang believed that it wasn't too far from the truth. This was good. It wouldn't affect the subsequent actions. Alright then, I really have to rest for a while. Chu Yang said softly, everyone, help me clean up this place carefully. Tianji, send someone to bring Lu and the rest in. Seal the cave entrance completely. Modify the array outside. We need to recuperate for a while here. If we go out rashly, once we encounter a strong enemy, we'll really be wiped out. And the saint knows about this place. We have to be careful about this. Mo Tianji nodded. I understand. Rest assured and recuperate. Leave all these things to me. Don't worry about anything. Quickly think of a way to let yourself get better. This is the most important thing. Chu Yang forced a smile. Isn't it just an exploded dantian? Don't worry. Others may not have a way, but I definitely have a way. When he said this, even Mo Tianji, who had always been calm and reserved, cheered. Everyone's worried expressions immediately turned into joy. You have a way? That's great. Luo Kidi wiped his tears. When Chu Yang was seriously injured just now, he didn't cry like this. But now that he heard that Chu Yang was fine, he was so happy that tears also flowed out. He hurriedly wiped his tears and laughed. I'm not crying. Haha. Haha. I'm really not crying. What are you all looking at? I already said that I'm not crying. Be careful or I'll hit you. Everyone burst into laughter. Mo Qinggu wiped her tears and smiled exceptionally brightly. She carefully carried Chu Yang and walked towards a room that had been tidied up. The sacrificial maiden and Mo Lei rushed in and quickly tidied up the bed. They took out brand new bedding from their space rings. The group of brothers wanted to come in and guard but were chased out by the three women to recuperate. The chatter and laughter outside also gradually grew louder. Everyone was exceptionally happy. I knew it. Boss is the Tribulation Sword Master. How can such a small injury affect him? That's right, that's right. He'll definitely be full of energy again tomorrow. That damned Mo Tianji. His words almost scared me to death. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to scare us? You almost made me cry. Don't you know that a man's tears are very precious? Everyone was happy since Chu Yang had said that his injuries weren't serious. So, they began to look for Mo Tianji to settle old scores. Because everyone felt that they had cried just now. That was too shameful. It was too damaging to the image of iron-blooded men. Especially when there were three women present when they cried. This was all Mo Tianji's fault. If they didn't find trouble with him, who would they find trouble with? They couldn't let him go no matter what. Xia Danqiong glared at him. Mo Tianji, you must give me an explanation today. I'm a dignified heavenly emperor. I have some status. But, I cried in front of my subordinates. This was all your fault. You. Don't run away. Everyone caught up and dragged Mo Tianji, who was about to escape, back to the fierce Trihall joint hearing. Mo Tianji laughed awkwardly and said, this, that. I didn't think of it. But, in principle, this, that, Mo Tianji was firmly held down by these people. He knew that it would be difficult for him to escape this calamity. Moreover, these guys had experienced great joy and great sorrow after the big battle. So, they definitely needed to vent their emotions. According to the current situation, they obviously wanted to vent their emotions on him. Mo Tianji rolled his eyes and admitted his mistake in a very straightforward manner. His posture was extremely humble as he said, no matter what, I was indeed wrong in this matter. This is an undeniable fact that cannot be erased. I think that there's nothing wrong with everyone beating me up. Of course, we were worried about Big Brother's safety at that time. Who would laugh at us? Don't you think so? Who would laugh at us? Mo Tianji saw that the complexions of these people were slowly turning for the better. So, he became even more eloquent as he sighed, I can't believe that I, the master of calculation and manipulation, have made a mistake in my calculations today. Hey, what's the use of this controlling the world that I've learned? Sigh. This makes me feel infinitely defeated. His face was full of disappointment as he spoke. Mo Tianji's eyes secretly drifted over their faces as he spoke. Sure enough, Dong Wushang and Luo Kudi couldn't bear it anymore. They seemed to want to comfort him. Mo Tianji was overjoyed. But, he continued to sigh with even more melancholy, I seem to feel that I am somewhat powerless. I'm really tired. Sigh. This job of a think tank is really tiring. It's what I should do if I do well. But, if I don't, it's all my fault. Everyone's expressions were already very calm, and they even seemed to be sympathizing with a certain best actor. It turned out that the best actor in the Heaven Palace wasn't the King of Hell, but the King of Hell's brother-in-law. Seeing that his acting had succeeded, Mo Tianji followed up with another attack and used his ultimate move. He sighed and said with seemingly infinite disappointment, although Big Brother has his own way of dealing with this matter and I don't have a way of dealing with it, and I didn't know that Big Brother would have a way of dealing with it beforehand. But after all, it's still my miscalculation that caused the brothers to be so worried. If you want to beat me up to vent your anger, it's only right. Come on. As he spoke, he covered his head with both hands and squatted on the ground like a hoodlum. Everyone looked at each other. After what Third Mo did, who would have the nerve to go up and beat him up, ravage his already fragile soul again, but if they didn't beat him up, when would they find such a heaven-sent opportunity again? Beating up Mo Tianji was something that everyone had been thinking about and looking forward to for a long time, but they had never been able to do it. It was really a pity to let go of this opportunity so easily. In the end, Mo Tianji still underestimated the brothers' vengeful mentality and strong desire for revenge. Luo Kudi frowned and was the first to speak. He said suspiciously, I say, this guy isn't pretending, right? The master of calculation and manipulation. As soon as this sentence came out, the group immediately echoed. Xianxia frowned, I also think that this guy is pretending, yes, I think so too. Rui Butong fanned the flames, this guy is really good at pretending to be pitiful. And this guy has so many tricks up his sleeve. Who knows if he really feels guilty or not? I think it's hard to believe. That's true. Logically speaking, Mo Tianji should be very happy right now. But he's acting so sad. It's really a little fake like acting, that makes sense. It's like acting, too fake. It's just too fake. This bastard is playing with us like children, he's definitely pretending. He's definitely pretending. This despicable bastard is still deceiving us, deceiving our feelings, this guy is a liar. He won't change even if he dies. He's too despicable. I'm so angry. I'm going crazy. I almost fell for his trick again. I'm going crazy too. I almost got deceived by him again. I actually sympathized with him just now, what should we do? Beat him up. Mo Tianji saw that he could no longer keep up the act. Seeing that the situation was not good, he leaped up and was about to escape. However, facing the pursuit of several great experts of the present age, he was immediately thrown to the ground. He begged for mercy, but no one answered. In any case, one thing was confirmed. This guy is really pretending. Wow, I'm so angry. Beat him up. Too despicable. Puff puff puff, puff puff puff, puff 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 puff. The sound of punching the sandbag, accompanied by Mo Tianji's screams, rang out continuously. When Chu Luo, Tai Bu Tian, GMO, and the rest came in and saw this scene, they only saw Luo Ku and Rui Butong's excited faces, Dong Wushang and Xianxia's happy faces, laughing loudly. I can finally beat him up justifiably. This feeling is simply too good. Wahahaha, that's right. I've beaten so many people, but I've never felt so good before. Beating Mo Tianji is just too good. It's too good. Again, GMO was instantly energized. He flew up and said, I'll do it too, puff. F*CK, GMO, what do you know? This has nothing to do with you. Ouch. I don't know anything. But when everyone is angry, I'll be angry too. If everyone feels good, they'll have to bring me along. GMO was unreasonable. He went up and beat Mo Tianji while he was down. If there were grievances, he would seek revenge. Puff puff puff, when Chu Luo rushed back and rescued Mo Tianji's face had already turned into a pig's head. His nose was bruised and his eyes were swollen. He pointed his fingers one by one and said, "Good, you guys are really good. Just you wait." Everyone roared with laughter and was in high spirits. Although they were muttering in their hearts about Mo Tianji's revenge, they felt inexplicably good when they saw his current appearance. They felt satisfied, as if they had finally taken this guy down from his pedestal. They were very satisfied. Today. Even if we'll be pranked by you in the future. Luo Ku or Ngmo sighed in satisfaction. It's worth it. Mo Tianji pointed his finger at these two mischievous fellows. He was exasperated. Man proposes, God disposes, sooner or later, you'll have to pay for what you owe. While Mo Tianji was being beaten up by everyone, Chu Yang had already sunk into deep meditation. He said it casually, but he knew in his heart that the injuries he had suffered this time were not light. Not only were they not light, but it was also hard to say if he could recover completely. Even if he could recover completely, he did not know if his cultivation, which had reached the peak of the saint level, could recover. To what extent he could recover. The situation this time was really not optimistic. At least, Chu Yang himself did not know what the final outcome would be. The foundation of a martial artist, the dantian, was completely shattered. That little person had also disappeared without a trace. There was no trace of him at all. This was almost an incurable injury. There was no way to treat it at all. If the physical body was injured, the muscles and bones were damaged, and even the meridians were damaged, these would not be a problem. With heavy pills, great elixirs, life spring water and other top-grade healing medicines, what injury could not be healed? However, if the dantian was damaged or even completely shattered, it was a very different situation. Although the dantian was located between the muscles and bones of the physical body and the meridians, it was an existence that existed between reality and illusion. To say that it existed was indeed true. Even an ordinary person could sense its existence by exerting force. However, to say that it could truly appear as a real individual was absolutely difficult to do. This time, Chu Yang risked his life and forcefully exploded his dantian. He even turned all the little people in his dantian into power to create the most extreme attack power to destroy the enemy. However, this was an extreme method of injuring himself first and then crippling the enemy. Even if he could cripple the enemy, he would not be able to recover. What was even more unfortunate was that from the book that he had just obtained, Chu Yang truly understood what this little person was and what it represented. At this moment, his intestines were almost green with regret. It turned out that this little person that he had always thought was pregnant and worried about whether they would run out of his stomach, was actually called a nascent soul. In addition to representing an extremely high level of cultivation, it was also an extremely precious source of life. In addition, it was a unique symbol of reaching a certain level in the path of cultivation. As long as he persevered in his cultivation, he would be able to smoothly reach a whole new height. But now, it had all turned into nothingness. However, Chu Yang was not worried. Because Chu Yang knew that although he did not know what to do now, when he truly understood that book, there would definitely be a way. Perhaps this was the true meaning behind the Supreme Existence's desire to have a look at him. Regarding this, Chu Yang firmly believed that his guess was not wrong. Chu Yang took the heavy pill and life spring water and entered a state of meditation. However, he knew that the heavy pill that had always been omnipotent was actually ineffective this time. It was completely unable to make up for the injury this time. He could only silently mobilize the spiritual energy in his body and heal himself in the most primitive way. He could not let Mo Tianji and the others know. At this moment, Chu Yang was truly grateful for one thing. It was precisely because of this that he did not have to completely despair. That was, when Chu Yang was at the bottom of the lake of despair, he felt that he was about to break through, but he resisted the urge to do so. After he came out, he heard about Dong Wushang's matter and rushed over. He didn't have any time to break through. The enormous power that he had obtained from his breakthrough had always been hidden within his body. And it was precisely that enormous hidden power that had saved his life at the most critical moment. It also gave him a chance to make a comeback. If he had already broken through during the battle, he might not have had the chance to defeat Cloud Lord's clone. It was very likely that he would have lasted a little longer, but still had to choose this extreme path in the end. But if that was the case, he would really be finished. He would be completely finished. There would be no way to turn things around. At least the heavens are always looking after me. The heavens don't want me to die. A smile appeared on Chu Yang's face. It's great that there's hope. He didn't break through immediately. Firstly, he was worried that he would destroy the underground world. Secondly, he didn't want his cultivation to be too far away from his brothers. That would hurt their confidence. A momentary choice had far-reaching consequences. It gave him a chance to make a comeback now. Chu Yang sighed. Humans should be more considerate of others. Only then will there be good karma. He worked hard to gather spiritual energy into his broken dantian and started the process of rebuilding. There was a way, but it might take a long time. This didn't matter, as long as there was hope. During the process of repairing his dantian bit by bit, his primordial spirit had nothing to do. He opened the book in a sea of consciousness and read it bit by bit. The more Chu Yang read, the more he felt that it was mysterious. It was as if all the mysteries of the universe were in it. Finally, Chu Yang's whole body shook the moment he accidentally read a certain sentence. This shook Tai Budian, Mo Qingguo, and Wu Qianxian, who had been guarding at the side all this time, and they were all shocked. Chu Yang was seriously injured now. Such a shake might not be a good sign. Just as they were worried but didn't dare to act rashly, they saw Chu Yang suddenly open his eyes and cheer. There's finally a way. There's really a way. It can be done like this. The mysteries of creation are truly endless. There are only things that can't be imagined, but there's nothing that can't be done. The three women looked at each other in dismay. They didn't understand what he had just said. They were just about to ask when they realized that Chu Yang had already closed his eyes impatiently. Tao, what is Tao? Tao is Tao. Qi? What is Qi? All the Qi in the world was formed from water. Qi was water, and it was life. Therefore, Qi travels through the air, the earth, the water, the mountains, and even the living beings. It is the lifeblood of all living beings in the world. Qi was the lifeblood of all living things in the world. These words shocked Chu Yang so much that his scalp went numb. The meaning of these words was easy to understand. Everyone needs to breathe. However, on a deeper level, it meant survival. All living things were living things, including plants, mountains, rocks, heaven and earth, including all living things. If there was energy, there would be meridians, and only then could one begin to cultivate. These words placed all living beings in the world on equal footing, and this was something that Chu Yang had never thought of before. Man has a body, and then there is the Tao. There is Tao in the body, and Tao outside the body. The Tao in the body is nothing more than blood vessels and meridians. However, the Tao outside the body is the Tao in the world, the Tao to move forward. Man can cultivate, but can the mountains and rivers? Can the sun, moon, and stars? Can all living things in the world? Can a plant or a tree? Can. The four yes really made Chu Yang feel as if he had been enlightened. The mountains have their Tao, the sky has its Tao, the earth has its Tao, and the flowers and trees have their Tao. Just like how man has his body before his Tao, the Tao in the body has its Tao before its body. The mountains and rivers have soil, sand, and rocks as their bodies, and spring water flowing through them as their meridians. Therefore, they can live forever. This principle is the same as man. The earth is the same. The Tao of heaven has the vast starry sky as its meridians, and the boundless sky as its body. Therefore, it can live forever. The Tao of heaven is life, and so are the mountains and rivers. Therefore, there is life everywhere, and there is death everywhere. Seeing this, Chu Yang recalled the incident where the divine soul absorbed the death aura of flowers in Luohua City. At this moment, when he compared it with these few sentences in this book, he was really enlightened. The biggest mistake in human cultivation is to cultivate the qi in the body. This is called inferior cultivation. Those who can balance the yin and yang qi are inferior cultivation. Those who can absorb the spiritual qi around their body are inferior cultivation. Those who can absorb the essence of the sun and moon are inferior cultivation. Those who can absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth are superior cultivation. Those who can cultivate with nothing are superior cultivation. Only those who can cultivate with nothing are superior cultivation. The mountains can absorb its heaviness, the water can absorb its spirituality, the sky can absorb its vastness, the earth can absorb its boundlessness, the grass can absorb its clarity, the beasts can absorb its vitality. In this way, nothing can't enter my body, and nothing can't help me cultivate. The world is with me, and the sun and moon are with me. This is the real mystery of the mystery, the gate of the great Tao. Those who enter this door, all injuries are of no concern to them. In an instant, Xianxia saw a bright path to a speedy recovery. Even if he had any more injuries, it would be a trivial matter, that's right. His previous thoughts and actions were too narrow-minded. Simply using the qi in his body to heal was simple and inefficient. How could it be compared with using the spiritual energy of the whole world to heal himself? That was the real essence of life that was inclusive of all things. With this as the way to heal, there was no injury that couldn't be healed quickly. As soon as Xianxia thought of this, he understood tacitly and put it into action. He calmed his mind, and used his heart to release his spirit. He released his thoughts to feel everything around him, including his bed, the air that he was in contact with, the earth beneath him, the mountain range that had condensed spiritual energy for millions of years, the starry sky, the flowers, the grass, and the millions and millions of living creatures. He used his heart to experience everything. Xianxia didn't know how much time had passed, but he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of joy. It was as if countless lives were cheering and jumping around beside him. He was full of novelty as he felt the power of countless lives around him. Some were light, some were heavy, some were sturdy, and some were beautiful. This was an unprecedented and wonderful journey. Xianxia instantly fell in love with this kind of feeling, this kind of joyful feeling. Then, he really had his own understanding of a sentence that he had once sneered at in this book. He also really agreed with it. Ordinary people practice with difficulty at every step. Pain is everywhere. Thousands of arrows pierce through your heart. You endure it bitterly. You call it great perseverance. I sneered at it. You don't know the joy of practice. You create pain for yourself. You are as stupid as a pig. What perseverance is there? Stupid beyond compare. This is the worst. At that time, when Xianxia saw this sentence and thought of the hardships he had gone through, he was particularly displeased with this sentence. In this world, whose practice is full of joy and pleasure? Who doesn't have a bumpy journey and struggle to survive? The hardships are indescribable. This guy is actually mocking me here. This is really preposterous. However, when he really understood the power of life and immersed himself in it, he suddenly realized that these few sentences were true and even reasonable. It turns out that this kind of endless enjoyment of practice really exists in this world. His previous actions were indeed as stupid as a pig. However, who would have known that such a mysterious way of practice actually existed? Xianxia could only smile bitterly at this. Indeed, there were only things that could not be thought of in this world. There was nothing that could not be done. How could this bunch of bastards be so heavy-handed? Chulu was a little distressed as she treated the injuries on Mo Tianji's face. She complained, "When I first came in, I didn't expect that you would be the one pressed to the ground and beaten up. How did this happen?" Mo Tianji grinned and said, "Actually, I was just teasing them and making them happy. If I wasn't willing, how could they?" Mo Tianji's stubbornness made Chulu feel an inexplicable sense of joy. She laughed and said, "You're already beaten up like a pig's head, and you're still so stubborn. This mouth of yours, hee hee." Mo Tianji's face was full of satisfaction. "If I wasn't beaten up, you wouldn't be so gentle to me. Now that I can make a beauty smile happily, this beating is quite worth it." Chulu immediately glanced at him. "Quite worth it? Do you want to make me happier? If I add a pair of panda eyes on top of your pig head, I'll be even happier. You won't mind, right?" The obedient Mo Tianji was dumbfounded. He hurriedly begged for mercy. I'm in so much pain now. Can the panda eyes and whatnot wait until next time?" Chulu smiled lightly. "I knew you weren't sincere." "Forget it." Seeing the beauty smiling again, Mo Tianji's soul almost left his body. "If you really want to see it, then let me know. I can handle it." Chulu laughed and said, forget it. Your current conduct is already very perfect. According to what you said, I'll leave it for next time. Oh right, I don't know how my big brother is now. I have to go and take a look." Mo Tianji shouted, didn't you just go and take a look a few minutes ago? Actually, it wasn't even a few minutes, didn't it take a while? Chu Luer said angrily, almost a few minutes. Isn't that considered a long time? As she said that, she walked away and muttered, you men are just too selfish, Mo Tianji sighed. For a moment, he only felt infinitely sad. I'm being selfish. Just as he was feeling melancholy, Mo Qingwu came over. Second brother, how are you now? Mo Tianji, who immediately felt comforted, smiled. I'm fine. I'm really fine. Chu Luer hurriedly followed. My big brother doesn't need anyone. I'm going over. The smile on Mo Tianji's face froze. He stared at the ceiling and was speechless for a long time. Look at his sister and look at his own sister. Look at his wife and look at his wife. Heavens, earth, they were both big brothers and husbands. Why was there such a big difference? Comparisons were odious. Sigh. A deep sigh could be heard. Hundreds of thousands of miles away. The saint and the demon empress were still sitting opposite each other. He held his forehead and said helplessly, Demon Empress, you're with me and you even brought so many guards with you. Is there a need to? With the two of us together, is there anyone in this world who can pose a threat to us? There was a thick aura around the Demon Empress, forming a defensive area that was almost visible to the naked eye. Those were three rather powerful forces. They were at least at the level of a peak saint. But against the strongest lineup in front of them, it was indeed superfluous. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, including the purple cloud heavens that had been invaded by the Heavenly Devil clan, there was absolutely no power that could keep the Saint and the Demon Empress in check. This was already the strongest alliance in the world. Even if Zi Hao came back to life and Xue Leihan came back, the combination of these two best partners was still not a match. This was an absolute peak formation of strength. The Demon Empress smiled lightly. Isn't the reason obvious? The one I'm most worried about is you. The saint could only smile bitterly in the face of such open and aboveboard words. These three are the three great demon spirits of the Demon Emperor Heaven. The Demon Empress smiled. I only have the confidence to face you alone when they're by my side. Don't tell me that I would do something unfavorable to you? The sage helplessly forced a smile. Wouldn't you do anything to me? The Demon Empress smiled coldly. The saint smiled bitterly. Looks like there's a misunderstanding between us. Misunderstanding? There is. The Demon Empress' smile became even colder. And there's quite a lot of it. Since it's a misunderstanding, we can talk about it openly. It's better to solve misunderstandings as soon as possible. The more it accumulates, the harder it is to solve it. Between people, the best way to get along is to confide in each other, treat each other with sincerity and openness. The sage said sincerely, no matter what, in this Heaven Imperial Court, we are all at the pinnacle of existence. Every action, every word, could affect the well-being of millions of people. If there is really a misunderstanding, it's better to resolve it as soon as possible. Xianxia, if you are really dissatisfied with me, feel free to tell me. If there is a misunderstanding, I will try my best to explain it, as long as you have patience. The sage's voice was sincere, his face was sincere, and he had an awe-inspiring righteousness. Her gaze was even more sincere. No, not only was it sincere, it was pure and innocent. Stop. Stop. Hurry up and stop. Yao Xianxia raised her hand with a splitting headache. Lord Saint, please don't talk to me like a friend anymore. You're making my back shiver, my heart shiver, my heart shiver. I don't think so. Could it be that we aren't friends? The sage's complexion was very bitter. You saying this makes my heart feel very uncomfortable. His complexion was extremely sorrowful, and he sighed. Yuan Tianji was also your friend. Yao Xianxia said lightly, Zui Wuqing was also your friend, but they are all dead now. The sage was stunned and murmured, if you say so, then I really have nothing to say. The Demon Empress sneered, her face full of disdain. But you are the one who asked me out today. What do you want? The sage frowned. You have asked me out for several days in a row. In the extreme heaven, I don't have any friends other than you. The Demon Empress said matter-of-factly. You are the host, but you don't want to chat with me. Do you want me to find some juniors to chat with? The sage smiled bitterly again. The demon empress' reason, other than being barbaric, seemed to be very powerful. Most importantly, it was impeccable. Speaking of juniors, there is something that I shouldn't say, but I have to say, the sage said seriously. It seemed that the topic had only become serious at this moment. The sage straightened his back and looked at the demon empress seriously. That Dong Wushang. What is his relationship with you? Xianxia, I hope that you can be honest with me about this, okay? The demon empress said indifferently, there is nothing that cannot be said. Dong Wushang really has nothing to do with me. However, he knows my son, but their relationship can only be considered ordinary. The demon empress was absolutely telling the truth. Dong Wushang really had nothing to do with her. Even if there was some relationship, it was because of Yao Ningning. The key was that Yao Ningning had a good relationship with Chu Yang and Tan Tan. She even had a good relationship with GMO, Mao Tong, and Mo Tianji. However, she didn't have a deep relationship with Dong Wushang. It seemed that they couldn't even be considered as acquaintances. Because these two people really didn't have anything in common. They could fight for each other, but forcing them to be together was really impossible, the sage frowned. Xianxia, aren't you a little insincere? The demon empress smiled. This is the truth. Otherwise, what kind of relationship do you think we have? The sage laughed and said, now, the forces of the heavenly armament pavilion that fill the heavenly imperial court have already become quite powerful. What do you think about this? There are talents in every generation. Yao Xianxia didn't care at all. We each lead the way for 1,000,000 years. We each lead the way for 1,000,000 years? The sage chuckled and said in a low voice, we each lead the way for 1,000,000, 10,000 years, ah. The demon empress raised her eyelids. In a great river, the waves behind drive the waves in front. The waves in front die on the beach. This is a wise saying. Cloud Master, you are the leader of the waves in front. You are obviously the one who should be slapped to death on the beach the most, Master Yun chuckled. If they can be righteous and truly strive for happiness for the people of the world, then even if I, a predecessor of theirs, die on the beach, I'd still be happy. I'd be willing to do so. He shook his head and sighed. After all, we are all old. Our thinking is also very old-fashioned. We can no longer keep up with the trends of this era. Yao Xianxia subconsciously held her forehead. She finally felt that she had nothing to say. She really couldn't take it anymore. In the face of such a noble and righteous person with lofty ideals, she really didn't know what to say. She was deeply afraid that if she reached out in the next moment, she would splash a pot of hot tea on the Cloud Master's face. This bastard's pretentiousness had obviously reached an unfathomable level. She clearly knew that he didn't mean what he said, but she actually couldn't see any flaws. As it turned out, the strongest actor in the heavenly imperial court was neither Chu Yang nor Mo Tianji. It was this Cloud Master who was the only sage. Once the sage appeared, there was really no competition. Right at this moment, the Cloud Master's expression suddenly changed. It became extremely unsightly. The image of a saint who bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind that belonged to the only sage became unusually ferocious in that instant. There was even a faint trace of hysteria. His gaze also became fierce. This expression actually lasted for an instant. It wasn't just the demon empress. Even the three great demon spirits who were relatively closer to him noticed it. The next moment, he suddenly stood up. A very strange sound seemed to come from the sky. Then, Guru Yan's upright body suddenly trembled. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah sound. The sage seemed to be trying his best to control something, but in the end, he couldn't control it anymore. He continuously spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood on the ground just like that. It seemed that in more than 1,000,000 years, there had never been a precedent for the only sage to do this. Seeing this, the demon empress retreated in a flash. She asked in great surprise, "What's wrong with you?" But she understood very well. This was probably the result of Chu Yang and the others succeeding, but it could actually cause such serious damage to the Cloud Master. This was very unexpected. After the Cloud Master spat out those 3 mouthfuls of blood, his expression actually became calm again in a very short time. The demon empress paid close attention to the other party's movements. However, she suddenly realized that the 3 mouthfuls of blood did indeed weaken the Cloud Master's strength a little. But it was definitely not a big deal. What was going on? From the looks of it, the Cloud Master should have been seriously injured. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a big commotion and such a loss of composure. But now, there wasn't a big deal. This was too illogical. With the Demon Empress' sensitive reaction, she could clearly sense that the Cloud Master spat out blood was definitely real. But now, there wasn't a big deal. This was also true. She gently exhaled and forcefully resisted the urge to make a move. There was no chance of winning if she attacked now. I'm sorry. There was a problem with my cultivation just now, and I've been trying to suppress it. Just now, my blood and chi surged in the opposite direction, and I couldn't suppress it anymore. That's why I made a fool of myself. But now that I've spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, it's not a big deal anymore. The Cloud Master's expression was normal as he explained calmly. However, his gaze was looking towards the south thoughtfully. A hint of viciousness flashed across his eyes. The Demon Empress sat upright and said calmly, "You still have to pay attention to your cultivation. At our level of cultivation, if you still advance so rashly in your cultivation, it'll be too late for regrets if something goes wrong." The Demon Empress' words seemed to be comforting him, but her light tone and gloating tone were completely undisguised. The saint's eyes flashed again, and he said, "Why? Is the Demon Empress very happy that something went wrong with my cultivation?" His mood seemed to have become very bad all of a sudden. His tone was no longer as magnanimous as before. Instead, it became a little sharp. Cloud Lord's eyes were half closed as he said in a low voice, "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint the Demon Empress. That kind of situation will never happen." The Demon Empress said indifferently, "I don't think so." She said somewhat mockingly, "Didn't you spit out blood just now? This kind of thing can happen again and again. There's nothing strange about it happening over and over again." Cloud Lord suddenly turned his head. "Xianxia, you seem to have been trying to provoke me today. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with?" The Demon Empress spread out her hands. "Actually, it's not just today." At this moment, the Demon Empress didn't wait for Cloud Lord to speak. She suddenly flew up into the sky like a wisp of smoke. At the same time, Cloud Lord also flew up into the sky like an auspicious cloud. The two of them seemed to be fighting over something. Bang, 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 without any warning, the two of them were already exchanging punches and kicks in midair. In an instant, they had already exchanged dozens of blows. With a bang, the saint's body continued to rise while the Demon Empress' body rapidly descended. However, a white silk suddenly flew out of the Demon Empress' sleeve and wrapped around Cloud Lord's waist without hesitation. She then pulled him down with all her might. Cloud Lord's body shook as the white silk exploded with a boom. However, another white silk wrapped around his leg. At the same time, countless fluorescent lights flickered in midair. Countless thin needles suddenly filled the sky. Guru Yun retracted his foot, and the white silk exploded again. He waved his hands lightly, and a whirlpool quickly formed in front of him. The flying needles that filled the sky entered the whirlpool like rivers flowing into the sea, and they were all crushed. However, after this obstruction, a white figure flashed in front of him. The Demon Empress was already standing in front of him. She held a snow-white curved blade in her hands. She smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, what are you doing? Everyone is chatting so happily. It's better for you to come down and continue chatting." Cloud Lord's eyes looked as if he wanted to swallow Xianxia whole. He said word by word, "Get out of my way." The Demon Empress rolled her eyes. She had no intention of backing down. She smiled and said, "What if I don't?" The Cloud Master let out a long howl. "Xianxia, you forced me to do this." Without saying a word, his clothes fluttered without wind, his hair fluttered, and his eyes were like lightning bolts. He made a grabbing motion in the air, and a shining longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. "Is this your personal weapon, the Mountain River Sword?" The Demon Empress pointed her curved saber forward and said indifferently, "It has already been won. 2,000,000 years, and the Mountain River Sword and the Demon King's hook have not clashed. Today, let us decide the victor between them." The sage remained silent and motionless. However, the longsword in his hand seemed to spontaneously split into 10, 100, 1,000 swords. slowly, a mountain of swords slowly formed in front of him. The curved saber in the demon empress hand flickered with white light, and a white mist suddenly surged out. Immediately, the saber was enveloped by the white mist and could no longer be seen. The sword in Saint Monarch's hand was the number 1 divine weapon in the Heaven Imperial Court, Mountain River Sword. Its full name was the Universe Sword of Mountains and Rivers, the Universe Sword of Mountains and Rivers. With the sword in hand, the mountains and rivers would be set, no matter if the world was turned upside down or if the galaxy was hung upside down. With the Mountain River Sword in hand, the world was in the heart. This sword was the symbol of the highest authority in the Heaven Imperial Court, and it was also the number 1 divine weapon. It was indestructible and unbreakable. Meanwhile, the saber in the Demon Empress' hand was the peerless demon weapon, the Demon King's hook, passed down from generations of demon kings. The full name of this saber was the 100,000 Demon King's soul hook. According to legend, the demon race was extremely prosperous back then, and they were far above the human race. Countless demon kings fought for hegemony, and in the end, an unparalleled demon king unified the demon race. He captured all the 100,000 demon kings who were stirring up trouble, extracted their souls, and refined them. Using the demon king's flesh and blood as materials and the true fire of heaven and earth as the furnace, he finally refined the 100,000 demon kings into a peerless demon weapon. This was also the publicly recognized number 1 demonic saber in the world. However, since ancient times, the Mountain River Sword, which represented the strongest divine weapon of the human race in the Heaven Imperial Court, and the Demon King's hook, the number 1 demon weapon of the demon race, had never clashed head-on. However, today, at this moment, the Great Sage and the Demon Empress seemed to have taken out their weapons at the same time for some unknown reason and were prepared for battle. It's only right that the Demon King's hook is in my hand. However, it's a pity that the Mountain River Sword is in your hand. It's like casting pearls before swine. The Demon Empress waved the demon saber and said, "Venerable Cloud, come." Right at this moment, the white fog that lingered on the Demon King's hook suddenly surged out crazily and completely shrouded the sword mountain on the opposite side. Within the white fog, there seemed to be countless ferocious figures rushing out one after another, crying out strangely as they charged towards the sword mountain. At the same time, the Mountain and River Sword also transformed into a world of 10,000 kilometers. Countless figures took the opportunity to charge out and engaged in an abnormally intense battle with those strange-looking fellows. For a moment, it was clearly a battle between 2 people, but at this moment, it seemed like thousands of horses and thousands of soldiers were fighting at the same time. This was also the first time that the Demon King's hook and the Mountain River Sword met. 2 peerless weapons had their own souls. Right now, although the Demon Empress and Venerable Cloud hadn't moved, the souls of the saber and the sword had already fought fiercely. 100,000 demon kings swarmed out, covering the sky and hiding the earth. 100,000 divine weapons surged like the wind and clouds, appearing majestically. The weapons of both sides were engaged in battle. As the true participants of the battle, the Demon Empress and the Saint didn't make any further moves. They stood quietly, like deep pools and lofty mountains. Of course, this was just an illusion. In reality, both of them were using their essence, chi, and spirit to control their saber and sword, watching those illusory souls fight. Their expressions were unusually serious. A battle of this level was even more dangerous than a pure physical battle. A slight difference could lead to a complete loss. In this battle, although the 2 of them were the initiators, they didn't have the power to stop them. The saber and sword souls of both sides were mortal enemies. Once they met, they would fight to the death. Suddenly, the Saint's eyebrows twitched. Forcefully, he broke through the battlefield with his sword and turned into a shooting star in the sky. Retreating and dodging, he left the battlefield and rushed into the sky. Facing this change, the Demon Empress 1,000,000 demons also rushed up. The Demon Empress white clothes fluttered in the wind. She turned into a long rainbow and shouted, "3 great demon spirits." The 3 great demon spirits that had been hiding in the dark immediately attacked with all their might. 3 streaks of black flowing light blocked the Saint's path as if they were risking their lives. The Saint shouted, "Demon Xianxia, you really want to go against me?" The Demon Empress snorted, "This can't be called going against you. We're just learning from each other." Before she finished speaking, the Demon King's hook flashed and flew in the sky. In the white fog, 100,000 demon kings roared in unison. A blood-colored saber aura turned into a shocking blood rainbow, learning from each other. At this time, she could still say such a thing. The saint was so angry that he almost vomited blood. In the distant sky, a blood-colored ray of light flew over at extreme speed. It flashed in the sky and arrived in front of the saint in an instant. Obviously, it was coming toward the saint. However, the saint had 3 great demon spirits in front of him and the demon empress behind him. It seemed that it was too late to help. At this critical moment, the saint roared. The long sword in his hand turned into thousands of objects the size of mountains and rivers in the starry sky and fell down with a loud bang. His whole body also turned into thousands and thousands of them in an instant. Thousands and thousands of Saint Emperors attacked at the same time. This move was almost the full strength of the Saint Emperor. The full strength of the Saint Emperor that hadn't been seen for at least hundreds of thousands of years had reappeared in the world. Boom. The 3 great demon spirits that were blocking the front groaned miserably and were sent flying like kites with broken strings. The demon empress also let out a muffled groan. Her body flew diagonally and was sent flying for more than 500 meters. The saint rose into the sky and met the blood-colored ray of light with extreme speed. Swish, the demon king's hook left the demon empress' hand and turned into a flying rainbow. This saber was so fast that it almost surpassed the speed of flowing light. When the demon empress was retreating, she forcefully endured her injuries and integrated all of her cultivation into this saber. After the saber was released, she finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, the saint roared, "Demon Xianxia, you dare!" However, even if he was a saint, at this very moment, it was already too late for him to stop that blade in this situation. That saber light that was like a meteor in the sky arrived first. Without any obstruction, it cut the blood-colored ray of light that was flying through the sky. The demon king's hook tore the souls of 100,000 demon spirits at the same time and pulled the latter half of the blood-colored ray of light straight into the sky. In a flash, it had already disappeared. The Saint Emperor received it with all his strength. However, this saber didn't slash at him but at the void in front of him. With the sharpness of the demon king's hook, even the Saint Emperor didn't dare to receive it rashly. He could only watch as the blood-colored ray of light was cut into 2. The first half of the ray of light let out a mournful cry as if it was on the verge of death. It finally entered the Saint Emperor's body. The Saint Emperor was furious and let out a long roar towards the sky. At this moment, he couldn't suppress his anger anymore. It was as if he wanted to burn the heaven and earth. The demon empress' white robes fluttered in the wind, and there were 2 abnormal dark red blossoms on her face, which made her even more beautiful than before. She smiled gently and said, "Your Majesty Saint Lord is indeed very knowledgeable and knowledgeable. Your cultivation is extremely profound. This little sister is truly impressed. I've lost this time, Spar. I've lost wholeheartedly and I'm full of admiration. Spar." Master Yin stared at Demon Xianxia and gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. The 3 demon spirits had already leaped up again and turned into 3 gusts of wind. They surrounded the demon empress as if they were protecting her, but also as if they were on guard against something. In midair, there was a violent saber cry as the demon king's hook returned. The demon empress gently stretched out her hand. The demon king's hook immediately turned into a white line and fell into her pure white hand. With a flip of her wrist, the peerless demon weapon disappeared. The demon empress smiled faintly and said, "Your Majesty, today's spar has come to an end. The legend of the Saint Emperor's undefeated will be written again. Shall we go down and drink some tea to celebrate?" Go down and drink some tea? Celebrate? Guru Yun was so angry that he felt like he was going to explode. The sage's eyes stared at the demon empress for a long, long time. Suddenly, the anger on his face gradually dissipated, and he let out a long breath. He laughed softly, "Since Xianxia is so kind, this seat naturally has to drink this tea. Please. Xianxia, come to the extreme heaven." "Of course, it's still my treat." The demon empress' heart couldn't help but tremble. In a very short time, Cloud Master had recovered his normal attitude. He was affable and amiable. This kind of forbearance, this kind of accomplishment, this kind of self-control, all made the demon empress' heart tremble. She smiled and said, "Your Majesty, the sage is really too polite. Since that's the case, please. Please." The 2 smiled at each other, and floated down from the distant sky. Almost at the beginning of the 2's separation, Cloudmaster immediately issued an order: mobilize secret forces to kill the demon empress with all their strength. At the same time, the experts of the Extreme Heaven Saint Palace were dispatched in large numbers, rushing to the big western sky. Several other orders transmitted to the other heavens and earth were also issued. All organizations with the name Heavenly Armament Pavilion in the Heavenly Imperial Court are to be banned. Anyone who dares to resist is to be eliminated immediately. Then, the sage left the extreme heaven. The sage's reason for leaving was very simple. One of the three big bases was already gone, and even the doppelganger he had arranged had been beaten to death. Naturally, there was no need to go there again. The people who did it there would definitely escape upon hearing the news. They definitely wouldn't wait there for him to retaliate, and the real top priority right now was to prevent the other two bases from being destroyed by the enemy forces one by one. In each base, apart from the three devil masters and a doppelganger, the others were all still in the process of nurturing the myriad saint true spirits that hadn't really taken shape. It could be said that they still hadn't formed a high-end resistance. Especially facing the people who had done it this time. Since they had the ability to destroy one of the bases, they naturally had the ability to destroy the other two. They obviously already possessed this kind of strength. Although the sage wasn't clear about the true strength of the people who had done it this time, he knew that one of the three big bases he had hidden had been completely destroyed. In other words, the matter of him nurturing the myriad saint true spirits was no longer a secret to some people. Since the secret was no longer a secret and was already known by people, the sage was no longer afraid, and no longer worried about the secret being leaked. Since the mask of hypocrisy had been torn apart, then, he would be an evil person through and through. Since you're forcing me to go to the extreme, you'll have to bear my wrath. For over 1,000,000 years, no one has ever dared to provoke me like this. Back then, the only person who provoked me was Zihao. Even if he was a celestial emperor, even if he had the help of Don Juan Shui Leihan from another world, he was still toyed to death by me. His fate will be the same as yours, or even more miserable than his. I will make everything you do from now on become a trap for you to bury your bones. The sage didn't stay any longer, and turned around to leave. His eyes were ice cold. And from this moment onwards, the sage had truly changed. Because he no longer needed to deliberately conceal it, the selfless holy monarch who had torn off his mask would be even more terrifying, extremely terrifying. Perhaps you can control a few heavens and earth now. Perhaps you have the East Emperor Demon Empress as a strong ally. Perhaps your growth is fast enough. Perhaps you think that you already have the ability to go against me. But I want to use facts to tell you that the current you is not enough, far from enough. I'm no longer the superior cloud who couldn't do anything against Zihao and Shui Leihan. To what extent 1,000,000 years old myriad saint true spirit will nurture me, and to what extent it will nourish me. You, people who have never cultivated myriad saint true spirit, will never be able to imagine. My 1,000,000 years of hard work, my 1,000,000 years of training, will create a peerless expert that no one has ever seen before. You will never be able to imagine it. Since you've chosen to tear everything apart today, then you will definitely taste the consequences of rashly tearing open scars. In the valley, on the afternoon of the first day, Mo Tianji forcefully used heavy pills to recover himself. Then, he started to repair the array, and even further changed the nebula locking array. The moment Mo Tianji finished repairing the array, everyone was dumbfounded by the changes in front of them. Because this mountain range was actually changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A towering mountain range was undergoing visible changes. What kind of scene was that? Was the earth cracking and the mountains collapsing? Was it earth-shattering? Was it an earthquake? Or was it all happening at once? A series of muffled sounds rang out one after another. Creak, 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 the originally towering mountain range suddenly slowly sank into the ground. Well, perhaps this couldn't be said to be sinking. Instead, it was condensing and strengthening once again. Shrinking inwards, in the end, the basin that was thousands of acres was actually condensed to less than 50 acres. It was only about 50 mu in radius, which was definitely not a big place. The surrounding mountain range also shrunk without exception. It had shrunk by more than 100 times. It was as neat as a knife, and there wasn't any place for climbing. The entire valley was like a vertical pen holder. As far as the eye could see, this was already a normal mountain. In fact, it was even more inconspicuous than a normal mountain. Above, the nebula locking array had been refined and improved by Motianji. It was truly difficult for immortals to enter. Motianji's master of manipulation and ghostly calculation and master of the world weren't just for show. He was completely confident that even if a Saint Monarch came personally, he wouldn't be able to break through the mountain under the nebula locking array. His arrangement was to guard against a Saint Monarch's surprise attack. The base was suddenly destroyed. No one could predict the Saint Monarch's reaction. If he rushed here to find traces of the culprit, wouldn't he be caught in the act? This was also a reasonable reaction. Moreover, the brothers' injuries hadn't healed yet. Even if they were fully healed, would they be able to confront the true number one person of the Heaven Palace Imperial Court? Previously, when they faced the Saint Monarch's clone, they were all injured. Big brother Chu Yang's cultivation was almost crippled. If at this moment, the sage were to really come to this place and make a big move, then it would really be a complete wipeout. There would be no room for luck. This time, Motianji had used up all his energy and mental strength to maintain this arrangement. However, for a few days, the Saint Monarch didn't come. On the 10th day, the Saint Monarch still didn't come. Everyone could finally be sure of one thing. At this time, if the Saint Monarch still didn't come, then he probably wouldn't come. Everyone's hearts that had been hanging in suspense were finally put down. Of course, Motianji's support this time wasn't in vain. Even if this place couldn't become a fortress against the Saint Monarch, it would create a real paradise for the Heaven Palace Imperial Court in the future. Moreover, it would be an absolutely safe and quiet paradise. After confirming that the Saint Monarch wouldn't attack, everyone was even more relieved to heal their injuries. Chu Yang was still lying quietly. His mind was wandering and he didn't wake up. However, everyone wasn't too worried. This was because Chu Yang's complexion was getting better and better by the day. Her originally ghastly pale and bloodless face slowly began to glow with a hint of redness. It was almost no different from a normal healthy person's complexion. Everyone was a cultivator. Naturally, they knew that although Chu Yang didn't wake up immediately, he must be using a special method to heal his injuries that no one knew of. Moreover, he was still in a state of improvement. Being in this state could only be a good thing. It definitely wouldn't be a bad thing. It was just that they didn't know if it had anything to do with Chu Yang. Things that made everyone feel even more strange happened one after another. First of all, the spiritual energy in this world gradually became abnormally rich. Speaking of which, this place could originally be considered a holy land for cultivation. The spiritual energy was abnormally rich. It was more than 10 times stronger than ordinary places. However, recently, the spiritual energy's richness had gradually decreased to an outrageous level. According to Tai Butian's judgment, even when she was cultivating in this special space with Chu Yang back then, the spiritual energy's richness was only slightly better. Moreover, the spiritual energy's richness in this place showed signs of increasing. It was as if there was something mysterious here that could attract spiritual energy. It was attracting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to slowly but persistently gather here. In the first few days, it was just a gradual change. Although everyone felt it, it wasn't obvious. However, from the first day onwards, this change began to intensify and was out of control. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gushed madly into this small valley, as if it was going to explode with spiritual energy. The top of the valley became shrouded in clouds and mist. However, later on, there would be light rain falling from time to time. This was actually a sign that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had already reached a certain level in the sky above the valley. After being infected by the clouds and mist, it turned into raindrops and fell down. These raindrops weren't ordinary raindrops. They were completely liquid spiritual energy water. In other words, in this valley, the spiritual energy was gradually condensing into a substance, turning from a gaseous state to a liquid state. When everyone tasted such rainwater, they were all stunned. How could there be such pure spiritual energy in this world? They could feel their spirits being lifted with just a sip. If they continued to drink, it was as if their bodies were being reborn. Although it still couldn't be compared to the spring of life, which was a transcendent divine item, it had an unimaginable effect on cultivation. Third brother Mo. Everyone surrounded Mo Tianji, their faces full of admiration. It's one thing for you to be able to gather the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth. Using formations, But for you to be able to gather the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth to such an extent, it's really too high, too amazing. I really admire you. This valley was not like this when they first arrived. It was completely different. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes. Moreover, Mo Tianji had directly used the power of the stars to shrink this valley. Everyone had seen it with their own eyes. Before Mo Tianji set up the formation, this kind of change did not appear at all. There was also no sign of the spiritual energy increasing. But after Mo Tianji set up the formation, this phenomenon happened. If this change had nothing to do with Mo Tianji, then who could it be? Apart from the master of calculation and manipulation, who else could have such a miraculous method to change the world? The corners of Mo Tianji's mouth twitched as he faced the compliments of his brothers. He could only force a smile. I enjoy everyone's compliments and reverence. I also hope that this change was caused by me. That way, I can receive everyone's compliments and reverence with a clear conscience. It's a pity that this change has nothing to do with me. The great nebula locking formation was indeed laid down by me. But, the change in the spiritual energy in this valley wasn't caused by me. The great nebula locking formation does not have this effect. Ah? Not you? Everyone opened their mouths wide. Everyone was confused. They scratched their heads in confusion. If it's not Mo Tianji, who else can it be? We don't seem to have such capabilities. The other possible culprit is still unconscious. Yet, such a miraculous phenomenon is happening just like that. Furthermore, it's getting more and more obvious and exaggerated with each passing day. What is going on? I understand. Since it was not caused by trickster Mo, this is the only explanation. GMO slapped his thigh. He seemed to have suddenly understood. Everyone turned their heads and looked at this guy who clearly had a penetrating insight. They were all listening to his brilliant insights. It must be like this. There must be a peerless treasure that has never been seen before hidden under the ground of this valley. GMO said proudly, and this treasure has always been underground. It has never been exposed. Therefore, no one knows about it. And this time, Mo Tianji set up the formation and changed the landscape. He forcibly shrank the boundary, creating an unprecedented pressure. And this treasure underground is afraid of being squeezed. This treasure cannot stand it anymore. That's right, in order to survive, it began to gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth towards itself. Everyone fainted at the same time. Was there such a treasure, afraid of crowding? Why don't you say that you're afraid of pressure? GMO had a card up his sleeve. Let me explain it to you in detail. Well, how should I put it? Let's make an analogy. You're a tree. You've been taking root comfortably, but the density of the land has increased to a terrifying extent. Even your roots can't penetrate it. Not only was he unable to enter, he was even squeezed in. If you can't even come out, how are you going to deal with it? Naturally, we have to think of ways to fight against it. Gathering the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to strengthen ourselves is naturally the best choice. Or let's say, if a person has been living in a big house all this time, but one day, the house suddenly shrinks to the point where you can't even turn your butt around, or even completely surround you, how would you deal with it? And this is definitely the case with the treasure in this area. GMO's eloquence was torrential, and he was actually citing examples from ancient scriptures to explain. Although everyone still felt that this explanation was a little unreliable, but after careful consideration, it seemed that there was still a bit of fallacy in it. Therefore, they were half convinced and half doubtful. Then where do you think the treasure is now? Everyone blinked their eyes. It's underground, within the range of this 50 mu of land. The closer it is to the center, the more likely it is. GMO vowed solemnly. He pointed at his feet and said, let's first dig a hole in the center. There's a high chance that we'll be able to dig it out. Brothers, then we'll be rich. It's equivalent to carrying a super treasure that can gather a large amount of spiritual chi. Mo Tianji snorted disdainfully at this explanation. GMO, don't blindly think about it. The people of the Saint Monarch have been guarding here day and night for hundreds of thousands of years. Not only are there 3 devil masters guarding here, there's also a clone of the Saint Monarch. If there really was such a treasure, it would have been dug out long ago. Just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Maybe they're all idiots? Don't you think those guys are idiots? They really don't have good eyesight. GMO opened his eyes and retorted. Although he knew that Mo Tianji's words were very reasonable, GMO would feel uncomfortable if he didn't refute him. Moreover, GMO was very confident in his own deduction. Perhaps this was the truth. Since you're so insistent, then go ahead and dig. If you dig it out, it's yours. No one will snatch it from you. I don't think you have the luck. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you, GMO, really don't have the luck. Mo Tianji rolled his eyes and continued to recuperate. Speaking of which, everyone's injuries had recovered a lot in the past few days. However, they were still far from being completely healed. Mo Tianji's recovery was the slowest. He had to drag his sick body to set up the formation. His spiritual chi had not recovered and was even more damaged. Naturally, his recovery was slower than the others. Let's dig then. When we dig out the treasure, it's all mine. GMO was ruthless. He was provoked by Mo Tianji's words and could not back down. What do you mean by not having the luck? What do you mean by not having the luck? I'll dig it out for you to see. GMO began to work that night. Everyone crossed their arms and watched the excitement from the side. After Mo Tianji joined in, those who originally supported GMO gave up the idea of supporting him. None of you are helping now. When I dig it out, don't snatch it from me. GMO pleaded for a long time. However, no one helped him. He could only threaten them fiercely. Just dig it out. When you dig it out, it's naturally yours. We're just here to watch the show. Dong Wushang crossed his arms and swayed back and forth. That's right. No matter what, we're both celestial emperors now. Why would we snatch it from you? Xie Danqiong pretended to be arrogant. GMO continued to dig. The ground was too solid. Even though GMO had the strength of a high-level saint, he hadn't fully recovered from his injuries. Therefore, he didn't dare to use his full strength. He could only dig like an ordinary person. Although his progress wasn't slow, it wasn't fast either. Everyone joined in the fun and commanded, dig over here. Maybe it's here, over there. I vaguely feel that the spiritual energy there is denser, dig deeper. Idiot. Over here. GMO was really ruthless this time. He was determined to dig out the treasure. He put in all his effort and worked hard. With his high-level saint cultivation, he was digging from the inside. Although this ground was strengthened by the Lucky Lock formation, it was still digging from the inside. When he exerted his full strength, his progress was still quite fast. Of course, this was only in comparison to GMO's level of cultivation. If it was an ordinary person, even a celestial being level expert, it was hard to say whether they could dig such a big hole. Even if they could, they would probably be half paralyzed from exhaustion. After a day and a night, GMO dug a big hole with a radius of 3 to 5 miles. He dug until the underground spring water gushed out. However, he dug until he reached an underground river. The river water was ice cold. It soared into the sky like a fountain. However, he still did not dig out anything. On the contrary, the more he dug, the thinner the spiritual energy underground. GMO resentfully stopped digging and jumped out. He saw that the people who hadn't wanted to help were moving the stones that they had dug out in another direction under Mo Tianji's command. Moreover, they were gradually piling up the stones. The big hole that GMO dug gradually formed a small lake due to the gradual filling of the underground water. The clear water was very cute. This GMO was covered in mud and looked very pathetic. He blinked and asked, "What are you all doing?" Mo Tianji kept saying that this place lacks a lake. It's not beautiful enough, and there's no place to store spiritual energy. Dong Wushang held back his laughter. Isn't it just nice that you need to dig a hole to do labor? So, everyone simply handed this glorious and difficult task to you. You really lived up to everyone's expectations. You successfully dug out a lake. With your own strength, you dug out a scenic lake in a day and a night. What a great harvest. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed together. Even Mo Qingwu and Tai Budian, who came out to watch because Chu Yang had not woken up, also pursed their lips and smiled when they saw the scene. They could not help but laugh. GMO opened his mouth but could not say anything. After a long time, he spat and scolded angrily. F***ck. So, not only have you all been acting stupid these few days, you even treated me as a worker. You all are really good, really brothers. I finally know you all. Everyone laughed. Who asked you to insist on digging for treasures? You insisted that there must be treasures below? We didn't say that. Besides, you asked for it yourself. We didn't force you, right? GMO was tongue-tied. He stood there and was directly petrified. After a while, he said angrily, if Mo Tianji didn't provoke me, would I have dug? I've been tricked by that swindler. Everyone laughed even harder. Why didn't we fall for it? Isn't it because of you? While they were talking, Mo Tianji walked out with his white robe fluttering. He exclaimed, wow, what a beautiful lake, what a beautiful scenery. GMO, you're indeed an expert at digging holes. I'm impressed. I announce that from now on, this lake will be called GMO Lake. With one sentence from Mo Tianji, a lonely lake appeared in this world, but this lake was indeed lonely. Not to mention that it was sealed inside, there was indeed only one lake in the world with such abundant spiritual energy. Of course, no one would know that this lonely lake would cause a huge commotion in the future. GMO was fooled, and after hearing such sarcastic remarks, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. I'll beat you to death, you swindler. You're full of evil tricks. Gigolo, you don't have any good intentions. You're so bad. The two of them immediately got into a fight. Both of them had yet to recover from their injuries, and they were evenly matched at this moment. GMO even had a slight advantage because of his anger. Mo Qinggu and the other girls all loved beauty. Although they knew that they wouldn't be able to stay here for long, they still built 2 pavilions on the lake even if they only stayed for a while. Anyway, with their cultivation, building a few pavilions was just like playing around. At a glance, the water was green, and the fountain rushed up to the sky, then fell down again, smashing on the newly built pavilions, and then scattered everywhere, like pieces of broken jade jumping continuously. And in the pavilions, whether it was talking about the world or drinking tea and discussing Tao, they were all happy and contented. Therefore, all the men sneered at this in their hearts. Women like this kind of thing, however, they still had to pretend that they liked it very much. Their mouths were constantly praising it. What elegance! What class! What class! But, they were cursing in their hearts. Can this broken thing be eaten or drunk? What can it be used for? It would be better to fight with GMO. Everyone's noses and faces will be swollen. Since the appearance of this lake, the changes in the entire valley were even more obvious. Previously, because Mo Tianji used the nebula locking formation to forcefully suppress all the plants in this valley, they couldn't withstand such overwhelming pressure. Because they were unable to bear the unprecedented pressure, all of them turned into powder, and not a trace of green could be seen. And with the appearance of the lake, spiritual energy poured into the lake like a tide, and then spread out again. Slowly, a green grassland appeared around the lake at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lush and verdant, like green satin, gradually extended outwards. This green seemed to be spreading. The surrounding mountains were also slowly dyed green. There were even slender little saplings. They grew very tenaciously. The brothers, who were originally very impatient, suddenly felt a kind of vibration when they saw this green grass slowly crawling all over the ground. With such a high density of soil, it was extremely difficult for plants to survive and grow in it. Everyone could imagine it. Living in such a place was undoubtedly millions of times more difficult than living in the outside world. However, the grass was still grass, still dark green, still facing the wind, full of vitality. That kind of exuberant joy and emotion instantly surged into everyone's hearts. This group of men who had long been accustomed to fighting and killing in Jianghu. At this moment, everyone fell silent. A sense of enlightenment lingered in everyone's hearts. Is this the power of the pulse of life? So this is how the origin feels? Mo Tianji squatted down and looked at the ground in a trance. Xiaoqiao, who was as thin as a strand of hair, had a look of worship in her eyes. If humans were placed in such a harsh environment, would they be able to work so hard to survive? People can also strive to survive in desperate situations. Mo Tianji silently said to himself. Mo Tianji's thinking might not be wrong, but the bad nature of human desires caused most people to only wake up at the last moment of despair. They would only choose to face it when they were truly faced with despair. Humans had always been like this. 3 days later, the entire valley had undergone a complete makeover. However, no one had been able to find the source of its mysteries. Just what was it that had caused such a drastic change to occur in this valley? However, in these few days, everyone's body and mind became very quiet. Looking at the grass that was tenaciously struggling to grow every day, everyone's heart was touched to varying degrees. It was a kind of reverence towards the pulse of life that arose spontaneously. With such a mentality, everyone was surprised to find that their cultivation, which was previously stuck at a bottleneck, was actually advancing by leaps and bounds, although the internal and external injuries from the previous battle had not yet healed, but his cultivation seemed to have grown wings, and had soared forward. In this short half a month, GMO and Luo Kudi had officially completed the advancement from high-level saint to peak saint. They had also completely stabilized their cultivation at the peak saint level and even had energy to spare, especially GMO. Since he was seriously injured and on the verge of death, Xu Yang spared no expense to use great medicine to strengthen his foundation. He drank the spring of life every day and ate heavy pills as if they were his meals. His entire physical body was almost on the verge of a qualitative change. Now, under the continuous scouring of such rich spiritual energy, his aptitude and foundation had actually changed in one fell swoop. He had transformed into an innate spirit body. Such a shocking change meant that Mo's aptitude was on the same starting line as Gu Duxing, Dong Wusheng and the others, or even better. His future was limitless. This change made GMO so excited that he almost went crazy. It also made Luo Kudi so jealous that he almost went crazy. He wished that he was the one who was injured last time. He kept sighing that he had come too late last time. He was actually not injured and not on the verge of death. He actually let GMO take advantage of him. Such an argument naturally made the brothers laugh out loud. In addition, Big Sister Wolf King, the sacrificial maiden's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds these few days. She was also at the point where she could step into the peak of the saint stage. And the ones who improved the most were still Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian. Both of them had once held great power in their hands and were once the masters of the world. Coming down from that kind of peak position and then seeing this change. The change in their mentality was the most unique. It was a feeling of appreciation, gratification, happiness, calmness, and serenity. The cultivation level of both of them advanced all the way from the high level of the saint stage to the peak of the high level of the celestial stage. It was only when they were about to break through to the saint stage that their progress gradually slowed down. Such a degree of improvement made the eyes of Mo Tianji and the others almost pop out of their sockets. Although the original level of the two women was at the bottom of the pack. Wasn't this degree of improvement too exaggerated? And the other one who had obvious improvement was Mo Qingguo. Mo Qingguo had already advanced to the late level of the peak of the saint stage. Mo Tianji and the others were puzzled by the improvement of the three women. Because, even with such a dense spiritual energy atmosphere, it shouldn't be and even more impossible for them to improve so quickly. This was completely inconceivable progress. Even if the spiritual energy density was maintained at this level, logically speaking, Wu Qianxian and Tai Budian would need at least 2 years of diligent cultivation to be able to reach their current level. It was just a possibility, but now, it only took a few days from start to finish. There must be something fishy about this. Could it be that they were giving preferential treatment to people? Giving preferential treatment to beautiful women, that couldn't be right. Although Chu Lu-er and Sacrificial Maiden had also made astonishing progress in these few days, it was still within the scope of everyone's knowledge. Even if it was astonishing, it wouldn't be as shocking as the progress of Tai Budian and the other two women, but no matter what, they couldn't figure out what the problem was. This made Mo Tianji, who wanted to explore the mystery the most, so much that his head almost exploded. He yearned to find such a path the most. It allowed the cultivation of all his brothers and family members to improve by leaps and bounds. Now, this path had clearly appeared and was within reach. But no matter what, he didn't know how to take it. An unattainable thing was right in front of him. How could he not be depressed? Speaking of which, Tai Badian, Wu Qianqian and Mo Qinggu, who had made the greatest progress, were also baffled by their own progress. They didn't know what was going on at all. Progress in cultivation was a common thing. Once you started cultivating, you would improve. Once you started cultivating, you would improve. Although their progress in these few days was a little too excessive, they really didn't know what was going on. This was really strange, until this day. Mo Tianji, who had been thinking for half the night, frowned and walked into Chu Yang's room. What he hoped for the most now was to see Chu Yang wake up and discuss this extremely strange matter with Chu Yang. But the moment he walked into the room and looked up to see Chu Yang, Mo Tianji suddenly understood everything. It turned out that the source that couldn't be found for a long time was actually here. In that instant, he opened his eyes to the maximum. Without the limitation of his eye sockets, his eyeballs might have popped out. With a big stride, he rushed to the front of Chu Yang's bed like lightning. I understand now. I finally understand. I understand everything. Mo Tianji's voice was almost trembling. What do you understand? Why are you making such a big fuss in the morning? Tai Badian, Wu Qianqian and Mo Qinggu, who had been accompanying Chu Yang, were suddenly shocked by Mo Tianji. The change this time, everyone's amazing progress in cultivation, including the changes in the spiritual energy outside, it's all because of Boss. Mo Tianji said, no wonder the three of you have made the greatest progress in cultivation. It's because you've always been by Chu Yang's side. One is marked by the company one keeps. This analogy is not very appropriate. The pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moon first? I don't care anymore. Anyway, you guys are improving so much faster than others. The three women couldn't help but be shocked. The three of them had indeed been in this room for more than half a month, but they didn't feel anything unusual. Because the three of them had to take care of Chu Yang, they seemed to have less time to cultivate than others. Look at Chu Yang's face. Look at his hair and feel his pulse. Mo Tianji finally let out a long sigh of relief. We often do what you said. There's nothing unusual at all. The three of them said in unison. This? You. Mo Tianji sighed and said, you've been with him every day. You've already gotten used to this atmosphere, so you can't see any changes. Look carefully. Don't you feel a kind of gentle feeling on Boss's face? Go out for a massage. Back pain. I'll come back and update later. It's impossible for me to explode today. Little explosion, hee hee hee. Little explosion. Hee hee. Look at his hair again. When he was unconscious, didn't it show a kind of dim vitality? But now, it's all black and shiny? And his forehead, the meridians here are faintly visible. It seems like there's a brilliance flowing through them. We're all experts in cultivation. I don't need to explain what this means, right? Check his pulse. Isn't it already faintly dispensable? It's definitely different from when he's full of vitality. Mo Tianji looked at his sister with disappointment. Their cultivation is still a level lower. It's fine if they can't see it, but why can't you see it? Mo Qingwu pouted. Why should I see it? Second brother's words are too unreasonable. Is it a fault to have a high cultivation? This guy doesn't know how to do anything other than bully my sister. Hoof, Chu Yang is still the best to me. A certain king of hell can receive the good guy card when he's unconscious. His charm is obvious. The most obvious change is, although the spiritual energy outside doesn't seem to have changed, every pore on Chu Yang's body is quietly forming a very mysterious vortex. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is attracted by these vortexes, and then it enters his body. So the closer to him, the greater the benefits. Mo Tianji stretched out his hand to feel. Finally, he frowned with some confusion, but how can these small vortexes attract such a large amount of spiritual energy and cause such a big movement? There should be other mysteries as well. Then, second brother. Do you mean that Chu Yang is going to wake up soon? Mo Qingwu suddenly became happy. Her own cultivation progress was certainly something to be happy about, but it couldn't be compared to Chuyang waking up. Not necessarily. But looking at his current situation, his injuries have been healed. Moreover, his body is undergoing some kind of earth-shaking change. Or maybe he's advancing to a level that we can't imagine. Either way, it's a good thing. Then why can't he wake up immediately? He's been unconscious for a long time. If he continues to be unconscious, won't it affect his bodily functions? Mo Qingwu asked. Mo Tianji solemnly said, absolutely not. Right now, he seems to be unconscious, but in reality, he should be in some kind of extremely miraculous realm. And when he wakes up, it should be the time for him to make a complete breakthrough. All of you must not disturb him in any way. Be careful of doing bad things with good intentions. Even after saying this, he was still worried. He said, you must remember this. Mo Qingwu and the other two nodded solemnly. Something that Mo Tianji had emphasized over and over again must be an extremely important matter. The three of them just needed to greet each other as usual. He would never act rashly. Mo Tianji exhorted a few more words. Then, he went out in a relaxed manner. Not to mention anything else, at least he could sleep soundly today. That's not right. I don't think I'll be able to sleep today. It's better to hurry up and arrange the important matters. As for sleeping, I'll think about it when I'm free. Then, Mo Tianji hurriedly arranged for his brothers to practice martial arts. Everyone gathered outside the room where Chuyang was, forming a circle. Everyone entered a meditative state. Mo Tianji was sure that cultivating in this relatively close area would definitely be much faster than cultivating in their own rooms. Just as Mo Tianji had guessed, the effect was indeed quite significant. Everyone could clearly feel that their cultivation was really improving, and it was improving by a considerable margin. However, Mo Qingwu, Tai Butian, and Wu Qianxian in the room felt extremely uncomfortable, and even a little embarrassed. This room was originally a private space for the four of them. It was natural for them to be inside. However, there were so many people outside meditating in the corner, that kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. It was as if someone was eavesdropping on their wedding night. Because of this, Mo Qingwu even rushed out and quarreled with Mo Tianji, intending to make everyone leave. However, Mo Tianji was completely unmoved. He didn't change his order. You're also cultivating inside. What's there to be embarrassed about? Mo Tianji looked at his sister angrily. Moreover, boss is unconscious now. Even if he wants to, he's powerless. What's the big deal? You're just too troublesome. Mo Qingwu was scolded until her veins were bulging. She went back in with a red face. However, she brought out Tai Butian and Wu Qianxian again. Mo Tianji definitely didn't dare to be as rash towards Tai Butian and Wu Qianxian as he did towards his own sister. He smiled and said, sisters-in-law, don't be angry. We're really helpless in this situation. In the face of a strong enemy, we have to speed up our overall strength. Who knows, we might be intercepted by a strong enemy like the Saint. With our current strength, we're like ants compared to them. It's rare to have such a heaven-sent opportunity. It's really a pity to waste it. Sisters-in-law, please understand. What he said was reasonable. Wu Qianxian and Tai Butian were also at their wits' end. Helpless, they might as well speed up their cultivation by Chuyang's bedside. When Chuyang woke up, they would deal with these hateful guys outside. The three girls blushed and thought hatefully. Especially Mo Tianji. This time, he was completely hated by the three of them. In the past, when they watched Chuyang sleep soundly in the dead of night, they would occasionally sneak a kiss on him, but now, not to mention a kiss, they didn't even dare to look at him for a moment. Outside, they were all peak-level saints. What sound couldn't they hear? They couldn't sense any movement at all. Damn Mo Tianji. Just you wait. We sisters will remember you. Mo Tianji, who didn't know that he had already been remembered, was still studying. Although Chuyang had become a powerful energy absorber and absorbed a huge amount of spiritual energy, the effect shouldn't be so exaggerated. There must be other reasons for this. Looking at the plants outside changing day by day, Mo Tianji was still thinking. Finally, on this day, early in the morning, everyone felt it at the same time. The spiritual chi in this small world began to roll and surge without any warning. Just a moment ago, it was still calm and peaceful. Spiritual energy slowly poured in, rippling in an orderly manner. However, in the blink of an eye, the clouds above began to surge. Then, the sound of wind suddenly rose. Then, as if a hole had opened in the blue sky, the spiritual energy in the sky surged into the valley like a tsunami. Those that couldn't land in time stayed in the clouds. In the next moment, a torrential rain began to pour down from the sky. This torrential rain was 100% spiritual chi transformed into water. It could be seen that the spiritual energy in this world had reached an unimaginable level. In the next moment, the spiritual energy seemed to have its own consciousness. Like rivers flowing into the sea, it violently poured into the room where Xianxia was and instantly disappeared without a trace. Just like that, a huge amount of spiritual energy poured in and disappeared again. It was as if the room where Xianxia was a bottomless pit. At this moment, everyone even had a feeling that even if all the spiritual energy in the entire universe was stuffed into this room, it might not be able to fill it up, and the real reason. It went without saying. Because Xianxia was inside, Xianxia's face and body were actually twinkling with starlight. If anyone could see the situation inside Xianxia's body at this moment, they would definitely be shocked to discover that the dantian in Xianxia's body had already been completely restored. In fact, it was even tougher and countless times wider than before. The huge amount of spiritual energy in this world surged into Xianxia's dantian. Then, strands of purplish gold primordial real silk gradually formed. In just an instant, countless strands of primordial real silk had already piled up densely. Then, after the primordial real silk was slowly stuffed to the brim, it gradually transformed into a purplish gold liquid. The liquid was filled to the brim and compressed again. Finally, after a whirlwind of spiritual energy, a spinning purplish golden core appeared in each of Xianxia's dantians. Huge amounts of spiritual energy were still pouring in without any signs of stopping, and that elixir-like golden core in Xianxia's dantian continued to devour all the spiritual energy. Little by little, it slowly changed and seemed to be showing signs of exploding again. Fortunately, it wasn't an explosion. Accompanied by a soft sound, that little figure appeared at the same time again. His nose and eyes were clear and he was smiling from ear to ear. And with the reappearance of that little figure, the speed at which Xianxia's dantian devoured the spiritual energy of the universe actually increased even further. It was only at this point that the breakthrough force that was previously sealed in Xianxia's meridians was suddenly released. It rushed out forcefully and flowed throughout all the meridians in his body. In just an instant, it was already completely absorbed by his dantian. At last, a soft sound came from somewhere in Xianxia's body. This sound was really very soft. Even if one were to stick close to him, one might not necessarily be able to hear it. But at this moment, the brothers could clearly feel that their souls had suddenly trembled violently. It was as if they were witnessing the occurrence of a miracle, and this miracle had already happened and was currently happening right beside them. Everyone's heart was filled with a kind of heartfelt joy. Although they didn't know what exactly it was for, it was a feeling of extreme bliss. It was as if something that had been lost had once again returned, and it was even stronger and more reliable. It was even more wholehearted. No one knew that right at this moment, the little figures in Xianxia's dantian were waving their hands and feet and burping at the same time. Every one of them looked very satisfied. Then, all of them actually exploded at the same time. They turned into countless bright purple specks of light. At the same time, Xianxia's dantian underwent a huge change. From the original nascent soul world, it became a nebula world. Does everyone still remember Xianxia? Wild waves Xianxia. Cough. This guy's walk on. Let us wish Wild Waves Xianxia the best. Wild Waves Xianxia gets stronger year by year. Each new wave surpasses the previous one. Both the Yangtze River and the sea are waves. The nebula world was like a firmament that existed in Xianxia's body. The firmament was boundless and filled with nebulas. Stars dotted the sky and it was extremely beautiful. The next moment, an unprecedentedly powerful aura swept out. It was a feeling of a king descending to the world and a warm spring breeze. Xianxia had broken through. To Emo Tianji and the rest, Xianxia had always been in a state of deep sleep. It was as if he hadn't done anything at all. But to Chu Yang himself, he clearly knew what he was doing. Yes, Chu Yang was now immersed in an inexplicable sense of extreme comfort. He was almost subconsciously circulating the layered heaven's divine technique. He could clearly feel the entire process, from the beginning when his dantian was slowly reorganizing, all the way until his nascent soul turned into a nebula. It was just that rather than saying that Chu Yang was a participant, it was more like saying that he was a spectator. This was undoubtedly an extremely magical feeling. At the same time, it was also an indescribable and thorough cultivation atmosphere. He watched helplessly as his seemingly incurable and destructive injuries slowly recovered bit by bit. He didn't even use any elixirs or circulate any healing techniques during this period. What kind of feeling was this? Opening the door to the great Tao is omnipotent. Chu Yang truly felt this. It was indeed omnipotent. He could feel that with the continuous influx of spiritual energy, with the continuous birth of new life such as plants and insects, the joy of obtaining the pulse of life was slowly being fed back while Chu Yang was fully immersed in it. Because of Chu Yang, these things were born, and after they were born, they began to feed back. Fed back by the environment, fed back by nature, fed back by the power of the pulse of life, they were collectively fed back by all the life in the world. If it were a human, seeing that there was no hope for such an incurable injury, they would probably give up immediately. This was an incurable injury. This had long become an understanding. But for the purest life in the world, they wouldn't have such understanding and recognition. An injury was an injury. It was nothing more than a minor injury, a major injury, a serious injury and a fatal injury. But an injury was still an injury. No matter how serious the injury was, it was still an injury. They only knew that a life was injured and needed to be saved. And this life was the person who had just given them life. This person who is very important to me is injured, so I have to heal him. Not only because he gave us life, but also because he acknowledged us. They didn't care if their damage output was useful or not. They were just giving their all and attacking with everything they had. Boundless vitality washed over Chu Yang's body. After circulating through Chu Yang's body, it returned once again, and then came again, even stronger. It was this intention that had created this miracle. Injuries that were impossible to heal were quickly healed under this atmosphere, turning the impossible into possible. Then, he would accumulate vitality and reconstruct his dantian. An unprecedented perfect cycle was formed between Chu Yang and all things in the world. The mountains, rivers, and plants, even the stars, the sky, the firmament, and the boundless spiritual energy were all devoted to it. Everything that had life was giving their most sincere efforts to heal Chu Yang's injuries. A single drop of water might not cause any changes. Even if it was 100 or 1,000 drops, it might not be able to cause any effect. Not to mention breaking the dam, at most, it would only wet a piece of land. However, what about 100 million drops of water, or 1 billion drops of water? What about more? What would happen if 10,000 drops of water, or 100,000 drops of water that could wet the ground were gathered together? When such water droplets were gathered to a certain extent, it would cause a qualitative change due to the change in quantity. Even if the effect of a tsunami was to appear, it would only require a process of gathering. No matter how strong the dam was in the world, it would not be able to withstand the continuous impact of endless water. Collapsing was only a matter of time. It could be 10,000 years, or 1,000 years, or 100 years, or 10 years. Of course, it could also be an instant. Water was actually the most terrifying thing in the world. As the saying went, water and fire were merciless. However, flames could only burn for a while. Hundreds of people had died because of fire. This was enough to shock the world. However, no matter how big and wide a fire was, it would be difficult to burn more people. However, the number of people who had died because of floods was easily hundreds of thousands, or even millions. There was no comparison between the two. Now, the boundless spiritual energy that filled the universe, the surging power that symbolized life, was using this method. Collecting armpits to make a fur coat, accumulating sand to build a tower. Collecting water droplets to form the sea, gathering all things to form the firmament. Gradually, they converged into an unstoppable torrent. When such a torrent was truly formed, the door to the great Tao that Chu Yang had been comprehending all this while coincidentally opened at this moment. Then, an enormous amount of life force gushed in. No matter where there was a gap or a flaw, he would go there to fix it. He would go there to fix it. He would go there to fix it. He would go there. Chu Yang's body was filled with an unimaginably rich aura of life. His body, which was originally riddled with scars, was being filled up, repaired, and enriched again in a very strange way. The whole process was not very fast, but it was very enriching, very perfect, and even more perfect than perfect. His dantian was restored, the golden core was formed, his nascent soul had been reborn. Nebula world, gather. Even after everything was done, countless amounts of spiritual chi were still gushing in, filling up this world with the nebula as the main body. The skies of these nebula worlds were vast and beautiful, but the ground was just a desert. It could be said that other than the stars and the starry sky, there was nothing else. There was no sun, no moon, and the sky was dark. There were no mountains, no water, no animals, no plants, and no life in any conventional sense. A huge amount of life aura poured in. But it didn't bring any life aura to this world. As long as the life aura entered the nebula world, it would rapidly disappear without a trace. It didn't bring any changes to this world, as if that huge amount of life aura had no effect at all, but the spiritual chi was still stubbornly gushing in like a tsunami. Gushing in, gushing in, gushing in endlessly. There was only one thought, and Chu Yang's crazy absorption caused a huge whirlpool to form in the sky above the valley. A tornado-like pure life aura gushed in from the outer space as if the sky was collapsing. It entered Chu Yang's hut, and entered Chu Yang's body. It kept going back and forth, endlessly and endlessly. This change left all the brothers dumbstruck and at a loss for what to do. Now, they finally understood why there was such a huge change here. It was because, of Boss, GMO wanted to cry but had no tears. He looked at the lake that he had dug out because of his wishful thinking of digging for treasures. His expression was extremely conflicted. If he had known earlier that it was because of Boss and not some treasure, would he have needed to put in so much effort? Putting in so much effort was one thing, but would he have needed to be ridiculed by that bastard? In short, why did he have to be so stupid? This situation continued for a day and a night. An entire day and a night. They waited all the way until dawn of the second day. Chu Yang finally opened his eyes. He had finally woken up from his deep sleep. Mo Tianji and the others who had been paying close attention to Chu Yang's movements all this time were almost directly lost in Chu Yang's gaze at this moment. Chu Yang's gaze flickered in this instant, as if a door to the stars had suddenly opened. It was full of mysterious and profound colors. Mo Qinggu couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of this. Chu Yang turned his head. "What's wrong?" His voice was full of concern. After he said that, the mysterious light in his eyes suddenly faded. In that instant, the mysterious and profound colors in Chu Yang's eyes suddenly disappeared. They regained their usual expression. "You're awake." Mo Qinggu suddenly threw herself into his arms, crying tears of joy. Taibu Tian and Wu Qianqian smiled clumsily. Tears were also brewing in their eyes. They also wanted to throw themselves into Chu Yang's arms, but Mo Tianji was at the side. Mo Qinggu was one step ahead of him. The way of the heavens. In the past half a month when Chu Yang was unconscious, the three women's hearts had been under a lot of pressure. It was a kind of mood that could collapse at any time. "You didn't cry when I was unconscious. Why are you crying now that you're awake?" Chu Yang repeatedly comforted them. "Big brother, you're okay?" GMO opened his eyes wide. "You're okay, so fast?" Mo Qinggu angrily glared at him. "What do you mean by this? Don't tell me you think he's recovering too fast?" GMO was tongue-tied. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. It seemed that no matter how he answered, it would be wrong. The brothers despised him together. "This guy is too stupid. He can't even speak properly. You tell me, who can be more stupid than you?" Mo Tianji was the first to stabilize his mood. "Big brother, it seems, your cultivation has also broken through?" Chu Yang nodded and said, "Yes, this time it's a blessing in disguise. My cultivation has taken a big step forward." Feeling that his body was full of power, Chu Yang only felt that his whole body was relaxed. "A big step forward?" Mo Tianji cautiously said, "How big is this step?" Everyone's eyes were burning as they looked at Chu Yang, waiting for the answer. Chu Yang pondered for a moment and said, "If I meet the East Sovereign now, I should be able to fight him." Mo Tianji let out a long sigh of relief and said, in other words, if I meet a saint monarch now, there's only a fine line separating me from him? Qi Yang cautiously said, it should be so. I can't be sure if I don't really fight him. But no matter what, even if I meet a saint monarch, he can't kill me even if I can't beat him in a one-on-one fight. It shouldn't be a problem to ensure that I can escape unscathed. As soon as these words came out, the brothers all cheered thunderously. Only after reaching this level would one know how difficult it was to take another step forward. The traditional cultivation path of the Heaven Imperial Court had come to an end. If one wanted to move forward, one had to open up a new path. But how difficult was it to open up a new path? It was an unimaginable thing. That was why all the top experts of the Heaven Imperial Court stopped here. In the past, there were many people who wanted to take another step forward. But most of them could only charge forward at a loss. In the end, their bodies and souls were destroyed. Let's cut to the chase. Now, let's split into different groups. I'll tell you what you've comprehended. Qi Yang said, it's just that how much you can comprehend depends on your own luck. Everyone should strive to improve your cultivation in the shortest time possible. I believe it will be of great help to unify the Celestial Imperial Court and even fight against the extraterrestrial demons. Everyone was excited. The first to enter was Mo Tianji. Tianji, you're cultivating controlling the world. This technique is profound and magical. When your cultivation reaches the highest level, you can seize the creation of heaven and earth. Qi Yang deliberated for a long time and said, but have you ever thought about why this technique is called controlling the world? Mo Tianji thought for a while and said, you mean, Qi Yang said, controlling the world is obviously not complete. If you only want to control the world, then, what about the heavens? Mo Tianji was stunned, then, what about the heavens? These 5 words. To an ordinary person, this might just be a joke, and they would only extend the meaning from the surface. But to Mo Tianji, this was not the case. It was like a bolt of lightning that struck his soul. His heart, which had always been calm and tranquil, was surging with waves at this moment. It was difficult to stop them. Yes, there was often a misunderstanding in everyone's heart. That was, controlling the world was equivalent to controlling everything, every person, thing, and thing, but very few people could think of the original explanation of the word world. Actually, it was just under the heavens. And outside of the atmosphere under the heavens, there was naturally above the heavens. If there was below, there would be above. This was the truth of the world. A truth that even a 3-year-old child understood. But most people in the world ignored it. You only controlled the world. You were already at a disadvantage. I understand. Mo Tianji opened his mouth with difficulty. But, his eyes lit up. He softly said, but, how do I control this world? Qi Yang said in a low voice, tell me. This world. Is it life? Mo Tianji was startled as he heard this. Qi Yang's sudden words were completely illogical and grammatical. However, his tone was so solemn that Mo Tianji couldn't help but become solemn as well. The world has existed since ancient times. Even if it has declined and flourished, even if there have been changes and dynasties, it has always existed. Could it be that, this world, is actually also a type of life? Supposing the world is a living being, then. Qi Yang said slowly, can we think of it as, the world and the heavens? Was it actually a shared life? Just like humans, they have a chest and a back. If this person only had his chest and not his back, then even if he cultivated his chest to the point of being indestructible and indestructible, he would still die. Why? Because he is not complete, or rather, incomplete. The world and the heavens depend on each other. Since you don't have the heavens technique, is it destined that your cultivation technique is incomplete? Qi Yang said in a low voice. After a long time, Mo Tianji was still frowning as he pondered. He walked out of Qi Yang's room as if he was sleepwalking. Along the way, he mumbled to himself and became more and more like a charlatan. There was no need to use a heavy hammer to sound the drums. For someone like Mo Tianji, he only needed to say a few words and he would be able to completely understand. Of course, whether he could take a step further still depended on himself. Even if he had a great opportunity, he still needed to work hard. The second to enter was Dong Wushang. Dong Wushang was the strongest among the brothers present. Wushang, what kind of person can remain uninjured? Qu Yang's first sentence stunned Dong Wushang. After a while, he replied, no one can remain uninjured all the time, right? Yes, you are right. No one can remain uninjured. However, there is something that can remain uninjured all the time. Unbelievable, right? But this thing really exists, Qu Yang said slowly. Dong Wushang asked, huh? Is there really? Then tell me quickly, what can remain uninjured all the time? Don't beat around the bush. Qu Yang smiled and said indifferently, Dao. Dao can remain uninjured all the time. Dong Wushang was silent for a long time. Then, he said, Dao? What Dao? Great Dao? Heavenly Dao? Saber Dao? All uninjured. Qu Yang said word by word, whatever you said, all uninjured. Dao is uninjured. Dao is uninjured? Dao is uninjured. Dong Wushang was stunned for a moment. He couldn't stop repeating Qu Yang's words. Yes, Dao is uninjured. And Dao has its own destiny. Qu Yang said again, life. Dao is uninjured? Dao has its own destiny? Dao is uninjured, Dao has its own destiny. Dong Wushang was even more confused and fell into deep thought. Qu Yang continued, there is an end to heaven and earth, but Dao is endless and uninjured. When Dong Wushang came out, his face was also full of contemplation like Motianji. The fierce aura on his body had already been restrained. It was no longer as fierce, but more condensed and restrained. Then, it was Xia Danqiong, followed by GMO, Luo Kadi, Rui Budong and the rest. Finally, Qu Yang asked about the situation of the sacrificial maiden and gave her some pointers. Then, it was Mo. Qu Yang naturally knew Mo very well and understood her completely. It was even easier to give her pointers. Then, it was Chu Lo Mo Qing Wu. Qu Yang had already memorized the book, the so-called Dao. He already had an idea of which direction his brothers and sisters should take in terms of their cultivation. But Qu Yang couldn't say it out loud now. He could only give them hints continuously. Trigger them and inspire them to find this path on their own. That was the path that truly belonged to them. If Qu Yang pointed it out directly, it would become that they were walking the path that Qu Yang pointed out and not the path that they found themselves. Although there were only slight differences, the results were very different. It could very well affect the limits of everyone's achievements in this life. Qu Yang was still studying that book. The more he understood, the more he felt that what he understood was really too little. As for Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian, although their cultivation had increased greatly now, they were still far from Mo Tianji and the rest. The path became narrower and steeper as they walked. They gradually reached a state where there was no path to take, so they didn't need Qu Yang's pointers for the time being. In the following period of time, although everyone was anxious and wanted to go out, their old injuries hadn't completely healed. Moreover, basically everyone's state of mind had been touched by Qu Yang. Everyone needed to stabilize their own state of mind. Once they were distracted at such a time and this enlightenment was broken, not only would it cause their progress to come to a complete halt, it could also lead to the serious consequences of stopping their progress for life. Therefore, even though everyone was anxious and eager to know what was going on outside, they could only try their best to suppress their emotions and let themselves completely let go. They wholeheartedly immersed themselves in the enlightenment, hoping to achieve a breakthrough as soon as possible. Including Mo Qinggu, everyone was in seclusion, thinking hard about their own paths. After completely recovering and taking another step forward, whether it was physically or mentally, Qu Yang, Wu Qianxian, or Tai Budian, naturally became the most idle people. Every day, a certain king of hell would bring the two beauties to the island in the middle of the lake to enjoy the scenery, play chess, and have fun. Those days were very comfortable. With Qu Yang presiding over here, the spiritual energy of this world not only didn't dissipate, but also became denser and denser, making people feel more and more comfortable. In just a few days on the surrounding mountains, trees had already grown to the thickness of an arm and height of several feet. These weren't the same as the plants that grew on ordinary soil outside. Even the most ordinary trees would be tens of thousands of times harder than the same kind of trees growing on such a dense soil. It was no exaggeration to say that the nutrients contained in every blade of grass here were comparable to ordinary elixirs outside. The embryonic form of a quiet and secluded world was gradually taking shape. On this day, Chu Yang had a sudden impulse. He took out a batch of the seeds of all kinds of heavenly treasures that had been nurtured by the medicine spirit in his space. He chose some relatively secluded places in this valley that were suitable for their growth. Then, he sowed them in these places. He also watered them roughly with the spring of life. Jade snow spirit ginseng, nether revival grass, heaven and earth snow ganoderma, and so on. Then, looking at these heavenly treasures that were growing healthily, Chu Yang said softly, I don't know what kind of impact these things will have on the future of this world if they grow here. Perhaps, they will cause a catastrophe, or perhaps, they will also create another unparalleled expert. An inadvertent action today may help a latecomer create another legend. Tai Budian said softly, yes, I believe that since these things exist, they must have their value. Whether it's a catastrophe or becoming an expert, that's the fate of latecomers. Chu Yang nodded, expressing his agreement. Tai Budian said, with your current level of cultivation, I believe that you already have the embryonic form of the Great Tao. Since you've decided to plant seeds here on a whim, it's not premeditated. Generally, such things will indicate that there will definitely be an encounter here in the future. This seems to be something destined from now on, Tai Budian said, don't you think so? Chu Yang turned his head in surprise and looked at Tai Budian. He said in surprise, Tian, although you are far from that level, your words now already have the taste of that kind of realization. Tai Budian smiled. Is that so? Her voice was actually a little downcast. Wu Qianxian also sighed quietly at this time. Chu Yang immediately understood. He held the two women in his arms and said softly, don't be disappointed. There will be a day when both of you will not be inferior to anyone. This is what I said. I firmly believe that my little wife is not inferior to anyone. Tai Budian and Wu Qianxian smiled at the same time. Yes. Chu Yang hugged them tightly with some heartache. He said, I'm sorry. I have indeed neglected this point in the past. It's my fault. The two women smiled contentedly. You have already done very well. Whether as a man, a husband, a father, or a son, you have already done very well. Don't blame yourself. It's just that our own encounters are still a little lacking. We will catch up. Chu Yang really thought about it in his heart. Whether it was Tai Budian or Wu Qianxian, both of them had excellent aptitudes. They could be said to be geniuses. Moreover, both of them had once held high positions and commanded the world. Deep in their bones, they were the kind of people who did not think that they would be inferior to anyone. Every single one of them had the right to be proud of themselves. But after following Chu Yang, they had never encountered that kind of martial path. Being in high positions, they naturally did not have the kind of life and death tempering of the people of the martial world. Therefore, their cultivation had always been far behind others. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to the proud and arrogant women. Until they came to the Heaven Imperial Court, a world where martial arts were respected, they felt even more disappointed. But the two women had always been suppressing the disappointment in their hearts. They helped Chu Yang in other aspects in their own way and played their roles to Chu Yang. But today, when they saw that everyone else was comprehending, only the two of them could not go any further because of their insufficient level, they could not help but feel even more upset. Although the two of them also firmly believed that one day, they would eventually catch up with their footsteps. But, it would take time. Chu Yang was aware of this point. He really blamed himself for his carelessness. He secretly made up his mind, in the future, he would try his best to create more opportunities for the two girls in this aspect so that they could slowly regain their confidence in martial arts. Just like in politics, in the imperial court, and on the battlefield, that kind of grandeur of holding the world in his hands and ruling over the world was also present in the peak state of martial arts in front of people. In fact, no woman would be willing to just be a man's vassal. This was especially true for proud and arrogant women. Even if that man was the one she loved the most, it was still the same. Loving one's wife didn't mean that one had to satisfy all their material needs. More importantly, one had to return the sky that originally belonged to her. Let her soar in her own domain. This valley now completely belongs to all of us. Should we give it a name? Tai Budian quickly suppressed her inexplicable sense of loss and said with a smile. As a former emperor, a very qualified and perfect emperor, Tai Budian could control her emotions perfectly. After losing control a little earlier, she quickly regained her composure and took the initiative to talk about a topic that was more suitable for the current situation. All right. Xianxia said, come and discuss a name. How about Tongtian Holy Land? Tai Budian smiled sweetly. Good name. Xianxia and Wu Qianqian cheered at the same time. Whether it was now or in the future, after the heavenly treasures in this secret place were formed, this place would definitely be a Tongtian Holy Land. Xianxia immediately decided to leave this name on the mountain peak. When Xianxia used the calamity sword to carve these 4 words on the mountain wall, Dong Wusheng was the first to come out of seclusion. He was in high spirits. Obviously, the initial results of this cultivation session were already showing. His cultivation had improved a lot. Everyone was the same. As long as they really found the direction of their future, they would stop this cultivation session. The reason why they didn't deliberately take a step further was because they didn't have the time. There were still many things that needed to be done outside. They might have already missed a lot during this period of time. They couldn't afford any more delays. On this day, the last sacrificial maiden also finally came out of seclusion. Everyone couldn't wait to leave the valley together. The Jianghu was probably already in chaos, right? No one knew how many things had happened in the past month or so. Before leaving the valley, Mo Tianji once again arranged everything in this valley. He also arranged even more defensive formations in the surroundings to ensure that no one would be able to enter this place. What kind of people can enter this valley? Xianxia asked. After I cast a spell to seal that passage. Mo Tianji said, other than those who are at least 100 times stronger than me, only those who are blessed by the heavens can enter this place by chance. As he spoke, Mo Tianji blinked and revealed a mischievous expression. So you're also never tired of this kind of bad taste? Xianxia laughed. Then you must have left something else in there? Just a few words. There's nothing specific. Mo Tianji smiled. Also, I have a feeling that in the future, who knows how many tens of thousands of years later, someone will come here and get the things inside. I can even conclude that after this person gets these things, he will definitely become a legend. Mo Tianji said, this. Although I may not be under the sky by then, the legends here are still created by me. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. As expected, you also have this idea, ha ha ha, everyone laughed together. I really don't know what kind of person will be created here. Mo Layer looked back as she walked. She was reluctant to leave. With the density of the spiritual energy here, I'm afraid that in less than 1,000 years, it will form spirit spring stalactite. In 10,000 years, it will form spirit crystals. In 50,000 years, it will form immortal mountains and dragon veins. From then on, it will have a long history. If someone really gets it, then this person may still be able to see us in the future. After talking about such a distant place, Xianxia thought of many people for some reason. As he said this, Xianxia thought of the peak of the void and that majestic and magical palace. And that white-robed young man. And that evil young man that he had talked to several times before. And a name that he had mentioned before. He seemed to be called Old Black. He thought of some helper, some ethereal, something. He couldn't help but sigh and murmur, actually, there are 2 paths in life. One path is from life to death, the other path is from life to immortality. These 2 paths are destined to be unavoidable. Those who deserve to die, no matter how hard they work, no matter how many paths they have taken, only death is left in the end. And those who can reach the level of immortality are the same. No matter how difficult it is, no matter what path they take, the end is still the word immortality. Xianxia's argument was unique, and it made everyone fall into contemplation. All the way until they walked out of the valley, no one spoke. They were all quietly thinking and deliberating. Everyone was carefully digesting the meaning of these 2 sentences. After a long, long time, everyone actually sighed at the same time. Then, everyone burst into laughter again. Because everyone saw the light in front of them. Everyone had already walked out of the valley. What appeared in front of them was the terrifying forest, Only when they stepped back into this place did Mo Tianji's intelligence network regain its function. His Heavenly Secrets plate and Heavenly Secrets hand could also be used again. Almost at the instant when Mo Tianji took out the Heavenly Secrets plate, he immediately frowned. One after another, streaks of light flashed on the Heavenly Secrets plate. Every streak of light here represented a piece of information. In just an instant, there were already thousands of streaks of light flashing. Furthermore, the Heavenly Secrets plate was still receiving information continuously and was still flashing. Mo Tianji sighed softly, "I'm afraid we have really missed out on many things. My Heavenly Secrets plate only recorded 50 pieces of information a day ago. If it was just an ordinary matter, they wouldn't have specially informed me. But now..." Looking at the densely packed and flashing Heavenly Secrets plate, everyone was speechless and even more worried. During this period of time, something big must have happened, otherwise, the Heavenly Army Intelligence Network wouldn't have contacted Mo Tianji so frequently. The extraterrestrial demons have sent reinforcements to Purple Cloud Heavens and are eyeing covetously. Both sides are on the verge of war. It is said that the main reason for the extraterrestrial demons' actions this time is because of a large-scale spatial collapse in their homeland. They have no choice but to increase the intensity of their attacks on the Heavenly Imperial Court. They want to occupy the Heavenly Imperial Court's territory and gain more living space. Mo Tianji's first piece of information was extremely shocking. Everyone didn't say anything and quietly waited for Mo Tianji to continue. The Saint has issued an order to the entire Heavenly Imperial Court to eliminate the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. All the official forces, private forces, and sects in the Heavenly Imperial Court must cooperate fully to eliminate the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. If they don't comply, kill them without mercy. The reason is, because the Heavenly Armament Pavilion is the vanguard of the extraterrestrial demons against the Heavenly Imperial Court. Mo Tianji smiled bitterly. This was the second piece of information and it made everyone frown tightly. They cursed softly. "We are the vanguard of the extraterrestrial demons? Motherf asterisk cur, this saint doesn't have a chin when he opens his mouth." The great Emperor Xianxia of the Green Firmament Heavenly Emperor immediately tried to negotiate with the Heavenly Armament Pavilion because of the Great Sage's order to ban the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. After that, the negotiations were to no avail. Xianxia angrily announced that the Green Firmament Heavenly Emperor would immediately leave the Heavenly Imperial Court's territory and form its own sect. Furthermore, they are using iron-blooded methods to purge the clear sky heavens. Currently, the evil Cloud Great Emperor and the Heavenly Imperial Palace are in a standoff. The situation is critical and could erupt at any moment. This was the third piece of important news, which was directly related to one of the tribulations. Everyone's mood naturally became heavier and heavier. For Xianxia to do such a thing, it was obvious that the situation was so severe that Xianxia could not tolerate it. He could only go to extremes. Mo Yuntian and Ji Tian chose to remain neutral. It is said that they are waiting for the return of their Heavenly Emperor. However, the battle between the two worlds is already in full swing. Mo Tianji sighed. Everyone nodded. That made sense. Mo Yuntian and Extreme Heaven were originally the world of the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Although they were no longer bandits and had the title of Heavenly Emperor, they were still the Heavenly Armament Pavilion in the past. How could he not be angry about this targeted news? And those who chose to oppose him should be the original people of the two great heavens and earth, as well as the people from the Lord's side. In addition, there were probably some forces who were trying to fish in troubled waters. Dong Wushang and Xiadan Qiong, the two great celestial emperors, were not overseeing this heaven. Without a leader, not only were they unable to do anything big, they also had to guard against the underlings of the Holy Monarch, causing chaos in the two heavens. In the big western sky battle, the Holy Emperor's palace's side acted at a crucial moment, causing Gu Duxing's side to suffer a great defeat, with corpses strewn everywhere. Gu Duxing and Baluqing were seriously injured, and their whereabouts are unknown. This news made the faces of Chu Yang and the others change drastically. He was burning with anxiety. Dong Huangshui Leihan has announced to the world that she does not support Sage Monarch's decision to ban the Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Furthermore, he clearly said that the Saint Monarch was trying to eliminate the dissidents and shake the foundation of the Heaven Imperial Court. The war of words between both sides is already in full swing. Currently, the Eastern Royal Heaven is preparing for war. When the Demon Empress was on her way back to the Demon Emperor Heaven path, she was ambushed by a large number of unknown individuals. Heavily injured, he returned to the Demon Emperor Sky. It is said that it was done by extraterrestrial demons. The Saint Emperor Palace is encircling and annihilating the heavenly armament pavilion of the Demon Emperor Heaven, and the forces of the Demon Emperor Heaven are protecting them with all their might. Blood has already flowed like a river. Motianji's face was heavy. He turned his head to look at GMO, Luo Kudi, and Rue Butong, Gmo's heavenly armament pavilion. It had already been completely destroyed, and some of its remaining forces had wandered about the world. Luo Kudi. The forces that Zhu and Butong established have also been scattered. Currently, there are many casualties. Those who are lucky enough to survive have basically disappeared without a trace. Xianxia, the Tian-K wolves under your command, have also been beaten to a pulp. Tantan's heavenly armament pavilion was directly annihilated. Tantan was enraged. He single-handedly fought against the great experts of Qibei Heavenly Emperor Yang, Longinghuan, and severely injured 4 of them. Tantan was seriously injured, and his whereabouts were unknown. The only good news at the moment. Even Mo Huichen and Exalted Celestial Emperor Ziwuji had declared their support for the Eastern Monarch's decision. Moreover, it is said that under the sage's rage, these 2 great heavens and earth have already turned into battlefields. Mo Tianji's face was filled with worry. The Heaven Imperial Court has now become a huge battlefield. It's rare to have a stable place where there is no battle. Many great experts who have been in seclusion for many years have come out of seclusion. All the secret forces of the Celestial Emperors have also reappeared in the world. All the secret organizations have appeared one after another. All kinds of assassin organizations that have never walked under the sun have come out of nowhere. Everyone has participated in this great calamity. All the great sects have come out in full force, each choosing to support their own heavens and earth. The world is also a mess. This is all that has happened in this 1 month in this valley. The entire Heaven Imperial Court can be considered to have started a major reshuffle. This world is completely in chaos. This series of explosive news was simply a series of thunderbolts. It smashed the 10 people who had just come out of the valley until they were dizzy. For a moment, they were at a loss of what to do. Speaking of which, if it was really a series of thunderbolts, they wouldn't be surprised. Even those ladies weren't afraid of thunder. However, this series of news really shocked them. They were even a little dumbfounded. GMO, Luo Kudi, Rue Butong, Tantan. The heavenly armament pavilion that these people had painstakingly built after many years of hard work had been beaten to a pulp. If it was purely the collapse of the heavenly armament pavilion, that would be fine. With people coming and going, there would be people coming and going. If it was gone, it could be rebuilt and gathered again. However, the news of the brothers was also extremely bad. Tantan was seriously injured and his whereabouts were unknown. Gu Duxing and Baluqing were defeated and their whereabouts were unknown. Xia Danfeng, Hu Yanobua, Gu Miaoling, and the other brothers? The subordinates of the heavenly armament pavilion? How many of them were already gone? Over at the Demon Emperor Heaven, an open battle had already begun. Suddenly, in all directions, there were too many things that they couldn't let go of happening. For a moment, everyone's hearts were in a mess and they couldn't calm down. Qu Yang and Mo Tianji's faces were also as heavy as water. They were speechless for a long time. The other brothers' eyes were as if they were about to spit fire and their noses were panting. Big brother, what do you think we should do now? Dong Wushang was the first to jump up. He was a little impatient. Should we go out immediately and kill those sons of B***cheese? Kill them? Sure. Mo Tianji slowly raised his head. But I would like to ask, how do you plan to kill those people? Mo Tianji and Chu Yang's expressions were as calm and serene. The worse the situation was, the calmer the reaction of the 2 of them became. It was like an ancient well without any ripples. Because both of them knew and understood that if the 2 of them were to become anxious at this time, then it would really be over for them. Everyone, go back to your original areas of influence and reorganize your forces. We will fight to the death with them. With our foundation, we will definitely be able to fight. Let's do it. Dong Wushang said fiercely with a murderous aura. If this is your overall strategy, I can only give you one word, stupid. Mo Tianji shouted. Now, shut up immediately. Dong Wushang's lips moved as if he still wanted to argue. Mo Tianji and Chu Yang's gazes followed him like shadows. Xie Danqiong hurriedly pulled Dong Wushang's sleeves to stop him from speaking. Dong Wushang immediately fell silent like a deflated balloon, panting heavily. Mo Tianji paced slowly. Chu Yang frowned and his eyes almost froze. Firstly, the extraterrestrial demons just had to send reinforcements to Purple Cloud Heavens at this very moment. Chu Yang said dispassionately, let's not talk about whether the space over at the extraterrestrial demon's lair has really collapsed. Just the timing alone is a little off. If this is the case, we can get a preliminary hypothesis. There is a high chance that the saint and the extraterrestrial demons have some kind of connection. Mo Tianji nodded. Yes, the timing of this invasion is too coincidental. Even if there is no connection between them, it will become a connection. Furthermore, it seems to be to create a reason. At the very least, we can all be sure that the demon empress being heavily injured was definitely not the work of some otherworldly demons. If the otherworldly demons were really able to hide so many experts one day, I believe that directly occupying that day would definitely not be a difficult matter. Chu Yang nodded. But it won't be the saint who did it personally. I believe the saint won't be so unwise to do it personally at this time. The two of them looked at each other and said at the same time, since the saint can still severely injure the demon empress without personally doing it, it means that the saint still has a lot of hidden experts. Ordinary experts can't injure the demon empress, who is at the pinnacle. In other words, in a specific environment, pinnacle experts, yes, is it possible that the demon empress was already injured before this? Chu Yang frowned. When we left the extreme heaven, only the demon empress was restraining the saint. With the demon empress temper, it's not strange for her to fight with the saint. With the saint's temperament, he wouldn't let go of such a good opportunity to severely injure or even kill the demon empress. As long as the demon empress battle strength is not at full strength, and there are a few experts besieging her, and if there is a relatively special geographical environment, this guess is also very possible. However, even if the demon empress was injured to a certain extent before, it's still not something that an ordinary pinnacle expert can injure again. Mo Tianji said with certainty, I'm more inclined to believe that the saint has other unknown forces, and this force is still abnormally strong. What can a million-years-old myriad saint's true spirit cultivate? It's really something that we can't predict. Mo Tianji frowned and said, at least this part of the strength has to be separated from the known complete region of the Saint Emperor Palace. Moreover, we can't underestimate it at all. Everyone nodded slowly. Other than that, there's also the turmoil in the few heavens. The Eastern Royal Heaven has the Eastern Royal Emperor personally overseeing it, so there shouldn't be a big problem. The Demon Emperor Heaven has already started fighting. Gudu Xing and Balu Qing also need reinforcements. GMO, Butong, Tan Tan, Little Wolf, and the other heavens are also in chaos and need reinforcements. Ao Xianxia side is also on the verge of erupting. In short, we need manpower in all aspects. We can't delay any longer and it's extremely urgent. But the current situation definitely doesn't allow us to divide our forces. Once we divide our forces, I'm afraid we'll be playing right into the saint's hands. He'll easily find an opportunity to defeat us one by one. Then what do you think we should do? Dong Wushang and GMO roared at the same time. Are we just going to watch our brothers suffer and do nothing? Shut up. Chu Yang roared and interrupted their questioning. If you two only know how to say such words, then don't say them anymore. What we need now is to calm down. Any negligence will only lead to more serious consequences. It won't be of any help. Do you understand? If these words had been said by Mo Tianji, Dong Wushang and GMO would probably have argued a little more. But these words had come from Chu Yang's mouth, so the two of them immediately shut up. No one could question Big Boss Chu Yang's authority, and no one was allowed to blaspheme. On Mo Tianji's forehead, blue veins were throbbing. He said, it's useless to be anxious now. The most important task now is to find a quiet and safe place to stay. Dong Wushang, GMO, Luo Kudi are in charge of patrol and protection. Me, boss, Qing Wu, the two sisters-in-law, Lei Lu Dan Qiong, Butong, Xianxia, and I need to have a meeting to sort out the chaotic situation. He took a deep breath. This is a critical moment. We can't make any mistakes. No one is allowed to act rashly. In this period of time, Tianji's words are equivalent to my words. Going against Tianji is equivalent to going against my words. Chu Yang added. Chu Yang was really afraid that the brothers here would rush to help in a moment of anger. That would be really bad. There was no doubt that Dong Wushang, GMO, Luo Kudi and Rui Butong were all capable of doing such a thing, so it was better to take precautions early. Why didn't you call us for a meeting? Luo Kudi had just shouted when Chu Yang glared at him fiercely. Why didn't I call you? It's because of your bad habit of always yelling. Mo Tianji said fiercely. From now on, if any of you dare to say another word, you'll be demoted to the youngest immediately. Boss said it just now. I'm a man of my word now. The three of them immediately kept quiet out of fear. They really didn't dare to say another word. Chu Yang's heart sank. It could be seen from Mo Tianji's reaction that the situation had worsened to such an extent. Mo Tianji was actually so furious. He even wanted to gather everyone's strength to sort out the entire situation. He even wanted to stop Dong Wushang and the others. He even wanted to borrow Chu Yang's words. Judging from the current situation, the fog that Chu Yang felt in his mind was probably also in Mo Tianji's mind. Furthermore, Mo Tianji was in a complete mess because so many of his brothers had met with mishap at the same time. At this stage, there were no important targets to pay attention to. Because accidents were happening everywhere, every place should be a target worth paying attention to, he simply couldn't manage it. A short while later, a cave made of stone was formed, and the three guards went out to guard it. They formed the first line of defense. After that, Dong Wushang, Luo Kudi, and GMO were driven out to form the second line of defense. The other 10 people sat in a circle with heavy expressions on their faces. The participants were Chu Yang, Mo Qingguo, and Mo Tianji. Tai Budian and Wu Qianqian. Mo Lei Chu Le Xianxia, Rui Budong, Xia Danqiong. Mo Tianji took the initiative to add to the discussion. Then, everyone suggested that Tai Budian take charge of the overall situation. Chu Yang and Tai Butian were full of praise for this decision. This was because Mo Tianji had clearly realized that even though he was trying his best to act as if nothing had happened, his heart had already become somewhat chaotic. He had almost lost his mind, and it was difficult for him to maintain a calm heart that was able to see through everything. This matter ultimately concerned the safety of many of his brothers. If he focused on one, he would lose sight of the others. Yet, he couldn't bear to give up on anyone. To put it bluntly, Mo Tianji now might not be as good as Dong Wushang and the others. They rushed to provide support in a moment of hot-headedness, and had only one goal. Thus, they had fewer concerns, and it was easier for them to position themselves. Mo Tianji needed to be in charge of the overall situation, and consider everything thoroughly. But in the current situation, how could he take care of everything? Thus, Mo Tianji was even more confused now. At this time, Tai Budian, the emperor who once controlled the world, used the heart of a ruler to analyze and make a choice. This was the most appropriate choice. Now, all of you are too anxious, so you have lost your composure. Tianji clearly knows that he can't be anxious at this time, and he can use this to criticize others. But it's ineffective when it comes to himself. Tai Budian said calmly, indeed, major changes are happening in these heavens and earth. Every side is in an atmosphere of struggle, and the situation is precarious. Every side is our brothers. We have our brothers, and we can't abandon them. But now, we have to be clear about where we are needed the most. Also, what is the Saint Lord's purpose in deliberately creating such a chaotic situation? The Saint Lord won't blindly take revenge. Even though Tai Butian's words weren't cold, they were like a basin of cold water that was poured over everyone's heads. Now, let's first eliminate those unnecessary places. Tai Budian drew a big circle on the empty space in front of her with a scabbard, and then marked the names of the heavens and earth in the circle. Then, the scabbard first pointed at the three words purple clouds heavens and said calmly, even though the extraterrestrial demons will be our greatest enemy in the future, the purple clouds heavens now has the previous tribulation holding the fort, and there's also that mysterious white fog as the final barrier. As long as this final line of defense is still there, I believe that there shouldn't be any major unbearable changes in the short term. Therefore, the purple clouds heavens can be eliminated. It's not within the scope of our attention this time. With a stroke of the scabbard, the purple clouds heavens was instantly gone. The Eastern Royal Heavens has the Eastern Royal Emperor personally holding the fort. It's the most powerful and has long been prepared. Therefore, the Eastern Royal Heavens also doesn't need any reinforcements and can also be eliminated. In fact, if even the Eastern Royal Heavens has fallen, there's no point for us to rush over. The choice in this area is very obvious. The Eastern Royal Heavens was also removed. There's also the Ink Sky, Xianxia side, and the Extreme Heaven, Dongwushang side. Because the Heavenly Emperor of their respective heavens isn't around, there's no leader, and there's also someone who wants to sow discord, so they've been quarreling all this time. The situation is very chaotic, and, since they're quarreling and in chaos, I believe that as long as there's no major inducement, they definitely won't fight. Or rather, it can be said that there's nothing to worry about for the time being. Therefore, these two heavens can also be eliminated. We can even transfer some of the trusted experts from these two heavens and send them to other places as reinforcements. Even if there's chaos in these two heavens and earth, as long as Dong Wushang and Xianxia return personally one day, they'll be able to settle it instantly. Tai Budian removed the Extreme Heaven and Ink Sky. At this point, the circle on the ground had become much simpler. Everyone's mood also gradually calmed down. Tai Budian frowned and pointed at the Buddha sky and Daluotian sky with her scabbard. After pondering for a moment, she said, now that the Buddha Sky Emperor Mo Huichen and the Daluotian Sky Emperor Zi Wuji have already made it clear that they're willing to stand on the side of the Eastern Royal Heavens, there's no big problem in these two heavens and earth. As long as the local forces don't interfere, Jimo's Heavenly Armament Pavilion, Luo Kadi's Heavenly Armament Pavilion, and Xinyang's pack of wolves won't really be wiped out. At the very least, there's a great chance of turning things around. Therefore, because there's no possibility of absolute annihilation in these two heavens and earth, we can temporarily eliminate them. As for the experts of Holy Emperor Palace, they're the minority after all. Although there'll definitely be sacrifices, we can't care about them now. I'm not being heartless when I say this, and I believe you can understand. Moreover, even if there's a sacrifice, it'll be too late before you return. As she spoke, Tai Budian removed the two heavens and earth. Everyone nodded. GMO, Luo Kadi, and Xinyang all nodded in agreement. What Tai Budian said was indeed reasonable. Although such an analysis was already calm to the point of being almost callous, it was exactly what was needed now. Green Sky Heavens, now the entire territory has already fallen into Ao Xieyun's hands. Although there's still a confrontation, although it's on the verge of breaking out, this just shows that Ao Xieyun has already stabilized the situation. Therefore, there's no need to worry about this heavens and earth for the time being. As she spoke, Tai Budian removed this heavens and earth as well. As for Demon Emperor Heaven, now it's fallen into an extremely chaotic battlefield. The situation seems to be extremely dangerous, but in fact, it's not really that bad. First of all, almost everyone there is on our side, and there's also Yao Ningtai's full support. It can be said that it's the foundation of our base camp. Under the leadership of such an advantageous force, I believe that in the short term, there won't be any major incidents. Especially at this stage, the Demon Empress has already returned to Demon Emperor Heaven. Even if she's seriously injured, there's still nothing to worry about with her holding the fort. Tai Budian said indifferently, moreover, it's precisely because of the Demon Empress injury that Demon Emperor Heaven will instead be more united against a common enemy. Therefore, the Demon Emperor Heaven can also be removed. In the end, only the big Western Heavens, the South Pole Heavens, and the Chibei Heavens were left. Most of the territories had already been removed by Tai Budian one after another. Mo Tianji let out a deep breath at this moment. Tai Budian was pondering, and her beautiful brows were slightly knitted. Finally, she pointed the hilt of her sword at Chibei Tian. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion founded by Tan Tan didn't have many people to begin with. It can be said that it's the weakest side of all the heavenly armament pavilions. This isn't necessarily the main reason why Tantan's side lost. However, this weakness may not necessarily be a bad thing. With weak strength, there are fewer people. After losing, there are relatively fewer scruples, since Tan still had the strength to escape after fighting the 4 great experts alone, then he must have taken Dan Feng with him. Otherwise, with Tan's character, he would have rather fought to the death than give up on Xia Dan Feng. In this way, although Tan is seriously injured, there's still no danger to his life when he's with Dan Feng. At most, he'll completely abandon the heavenly armament pavilion over there. Therefore, this Jibei Tian can also be ignored for the time being. The South Pole is where Rui Butong's heavenly armament pavilion is located. The power that Rui Butong developed is greatly different from the other heavenly armament pavilions. He devoted himself to cultivating a group of thieves. Although in a general sense, their strength is relatively weak, but in terms of escaping, these people actually have a considerable advantage. Moreover, each person has their own specialty, and their ability to survive is even stronger. From Rui Butong, it's not hard to deduce the personalities of the people following him. Most of them should be well hidden, Tai Butian faintly smiled. Therefore, the South Pole can also be temporarily excluded. After eliminating one by one, there was finally only one target left. The big western sky. Gudu Xing's side, everyone's hearts unexpectedly became a lot clearer at this time, as if they had a lot more assurance out of thin air. So much so that when Tai Butian said, from Rui Butong, it's not hard to deduce the personalities of the people following him. Most of them should be well hidden, they actually couldn't help but laugh. Rui Butong muttered something, but no one knew what he was saying. Right now, only the big western sky's side. That is, the place where Gudu Xing, Gu Miaoling, and Buluqing are located, is the most dangerous place. At the same time, it's also the place that most urgently needs help. Tai Butian raised her head, thought for a bit, and said, just now, the intelligence also said, in the big western skies battle, at the moment when the battle was intense, the Holy Emperor Palace's power suddenly made a move. In the intelligence of the other worlds, there is no similar intelligence. From this sentence, we can see that the main target of the Holy Emperor's attack. It's the big western skies Gudu Xing. Moreover, this information is very likely deliberately released by the Holy Emperor. Tai Butian's brows furrowed. Therefore, the big western sky is the place where we have no choice but to save. It's also the most dangerous trap laid down by the Holy Emperor. I even suspect that the Holy Emperor himself is over there in the big western sky, waiting for us to walk right into the trap. Tai Butian faintly said, we just destroyed his myriad Holy True Spirit base, and destroyed one of his doppelgangers. It's impossible for the Holy Emperor not to retaliate. And his retaliation, I judge, is most likely here. Tai Butian finished speaking. Tai Butian quietly thought for a while. After confirming that her thoughts and speculations didn't miss anything, she finally smiled faintly. As for the rest, do you have anything else to add? There was absolute silence, after a long time. Mo Tianji replayed what Tai Butian had just said in his mind over and over again. Then, he looked at the map on the ground again and drew it again. He couldn't help but sigh and say, Boss. Heaven-mending sister-in-law is truly amazing. She is as meticulous as dust, worthy of being an emperor of a generation, a character who ruled over the world. Chu Yang pretended to be humble. You flatter me, you flatter me. He spoke humbly. However, he did not hide his proud expression at all. Mo Tianji shook his head, what's your name? I am not praising you. What are you so proud of? Don't say I didn't warn you. Don't let Butian-sa down in the future. With Butian-sa's intelligence, let alone you, even if she wanted to scheme against me, I could only wait for bad luck. In the past, I really underestimated everyone in the world. Diwu Qing Ro too. Tai Butian blushed and didn't say anything. Chu Yang forced a smile and said with an awkward face, how would I dare to let Butian down? Don't talk about doing it, I don't even dare to think about it. Bah, I have never thought about it. Your Butian-sa is so wise, how would I? Actually, what Butian thought of, you can also think of it. If I put my mind to it, I might not have thought of it either. However, our minds are a little muddled. Chu Yang's words paused again and again. The entire place was in an uproar and full of laughter. Fortunately, Dong Wushang, Luo Kudi, and GMO had gone outside. Otherwise, who knew what kind of laughter there would be? However, there was still Rui Butong. His laughter never stopped. It was unknown whether he was laughing at Mo Tianji or Boss Chu. Mo Qingwu suddenly thought of something and said, "Second brother, you call sister Tian Tian Sa. Shouldn't you also call me Sa?" Mo Tianji roared angrily, "Get lost. Little girl. You are really going against the heavens." Everyone laughed even harder when they saw this. This plan is completely feasible. Even if I personally planned it, it wouldn't be much better than this. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. Although we clearly know that the big western sky is a trap, right now, we still have no choice but to jump. We have no choice. Everyone slowly nodded, expressing their approval. A spider's web may be able to catch mosquitoes, but can it catch a tiger? Chu Yang's eyes once again shone with a sharp divine light. Everyone roared in agreement, "That's right. Since that's the case, let's immediately set out and go to the big western sky first." Mo Tianji waved his hand. Okay. Even though the road ahead was already set, when everyone walked out, they were still worried. They were still concerned about their brothers in other worlds. However, they had already steeled their convictions. The road had to be walked step by step. A meal had to be eaten one bite at a time. Being impatient and panicked was useless. To save a crisis, they had to slowly save an emergency. Right now, they could only do this. First, they had to start from the most dangerous place. It's just that we have to go to the extreme heavens first. Mo Tianji's sudden words made everyone stare blankly. Right now, the top priority was to go to the big western sky. Wasn't this already decided? Why did they have to go to the extreme heavens? Could it be that Mo Tianji had overturned the already decided plan in such a short time? What kind of explanation was this? Only Taibu Tian, Wu Qianqian, and Chu Yang's gazes shone. They already had an understanding in their hearts. His mind had recovered its calm, and Mo Tianji's mind had once again calmed down. Right now, going to the extreme heavens was indeed the best choice. Right now, we can't directly go to the big western sky. If we rashly go, there's a big chance that we'll beat the grass and scare the snake. Mo Tianji said heavily, although the Saint Monarch side has already set up an inescapable net in the big western sky, waiting for us to jump in. Although we ultimately have to go, and also have the confidence to break through the inescapable net. However, there's always been a big risk. Seizing a bit of an opportunity will be enough to overturn the final outcome of both sides. Especially, the Saint Monarch himself is in the big western sky. This is undoubtedly the most difficult place for us. Therefore, this is an unexpected opportunity. We'll certainly create it. However, if we want to create this kind of opportunity, there's a crucial point. This opportunity must have enough of a sound, and it must have enough of a deterrent effect on the Saint Monarch's side. Therefore, I've decided that we'll first go to the extreme heavens, and our goal will be the Saint Emperor's palace. Mo Tianji's eyes had an unprecedented ruthlessness, destroy the Saint Emperor's palace. We'll use a thorough method of revenge to thoroughly destroy it. This will make people realize that we're carrying out a deliberate act of revenge. Originally, the Saint Emperor's palace is a very difficult place to chew on, so much so that it's basically impossible to chew on a hard bone. Not only is there a Saint Monarch stationed here, there are also countless hidden experts. If this place was in normal times, even if we gathered all of our battle strength, we still might not be able to capture it. But right now, the timing is just right. First, the Saint Monarch certainly isn't overseeing this place. Second, of the experts that previously besieged and heavily injured the Demon Empress, even if there were a portion of the Saint Monarch's hidden strength, there would certainly be a considerable portion of the Saint Emperor's hidden experts. Third, the Saint Monarch's subordinate forces wantonly annihilated the heavenly armament pavilions everywhere. They also certainly include many experts from the Saint Emperor's palace. In summary, the Saint Emperor's palace is certainly at its weakest right now. It's the most vulnerable time. And as long as we do it as much as possible, and destroy it as much as possible, the big western sky's side will certainly have some changes in form. Even if their main forces can't make it back in time, there will certainly be a considerable degree of slack in their mentality. The most crucial point is that there are many proofs that our main forces are still in the extreme heavens. This can give them a misconception. As long as there is this misconception, the people in the big western sky will have a certain degree of slack in the big western sky situation. What we need is this bit of slack, and this bit of slack can be transformed into an opportunity for us to seize the victory in the big western sky. Moreover, it can reduce the pressure on Guduxing. During the march, I'll seize the opportunity to gather information and determine Guduxing's whereabouts. And, if there's a need, there's no harm in boss imitating Guduxing's sword intent and using this to massacre the Saint Emperor's palace. In the name of the solitary emperor, Mo Tianji said. Brilliant plan. Qi Yang exclaimed in admiration. However, Dong Wushang and Xiadan Qiong can't show themselves in this battle. Mo Tianji said, we can't give them any reason to start a war in Mo Yun and Saint Emperor's heavens. Therefore, the two of you can rush to the big western sky first, but your whereabouts must be concealed. Dong Wushang and Xiadan Qiong's spirits were shaken. That's right, Lei Er should also go together. Ensure that your whereabouts are absolutely concealed. I believe that this point is the Black Devil's specialty. Mo Tianji's voice suddenly became serious. Xiadan Qiong, you and Mo Lei Er, the two of you must keep an eye on Dong Wushang. You mustn't act blindly without thinking and affect the overall situation. The two of them solemnly agreed. This time, the two of you are secretly going to have an important mission, and that is to do your best to find Guduxing and rescue him. Ensure his safety. Qi Yang repeatedly exhorted, Lei Er, Dan Qiong, I'll leave this matter to the two of you. Dong Wushang listened from the side and already couldn't wait to turn around and leave. Mo Lei Er and Xiadan Qiong solemnly said, as long as second brother Gu isn't dead right now, even if we have to risk our lives, we must ensure his and second sister-in-law's safety. Please, you two go. Qi Yang took a deep breath. Okay. We'll meet again in the big western sky. A figure rose into the air. Dong Wushang, Xiadan Qiong, Mo Lei Er, and Mo Yuntian, the three great bodyguards. Immediately, when they were 30 feet above the ground, they turned into a rainbow and flew across the sky. It was clear that these people were truly impatient. Cough cough, I really did my best. How many threads do I have to straighten out for an 8 million word book? This kind of outburst is already the limit. Give me a few monthly votes to comfort me. There's also a happy matter. Our family's game is going to be officially open beta tomorrow. I hope that the game adaptation of this novel can satisfy everyone. Right now, a lot of book fans are playing inside, and the reviews are not bad. I also took some time to go in and play for a while. Yes, the one called Handsome Feng Ling in the game is me. This name suits my personal image very well. Everyone, please don't bully me when you see this, hahaha. Speaking of which, I'm actually very strong. Be careful that you don't get bullied by me. Official website address, S37/. Tomorrow at 10 a.m. will be officially open beta. Similarly, we'll see you in the game. The three great guards might be a bit better, but Dong Wushang and the other two going to the big western sky, I'm afraid, it's the same as releasing 3 death gods from hell. Or the name Black Devil will really resound through the sky of the heavenly imperial court. Mo Tianji watched the 3 people's rainbows flash by and disappear. He smiled bitterly and said, no matter what Guduxing's current situation is, before we go, the big western sky will certainly be turned upside down by them. There is no need to doubt this. Of course. Qi Yang said matter-of-factly, they dared to treat our brothers like this. Why can't we kill them until they turn the sky upside down? Not only will they kill, but I will also kill. Qi Yang took the lead and went, Saint Emperor's Palace, this place, if I go today, it's already destined that I won't be able to survive. Mo Tianji and the others followed soon after. They could completely understand the fury in Qi Yang's heart. The whereabouts of so many brothers were unknown, their life and death unknown. After so many years since they became sworn brothers, this was the first time this had happened. Facing powerful enemies that were almost impossible to contend against, such a grim situation, Qi Yang was thoroughly enraged. There had never been a moment when Chu Yang's killing intent was so strong. Mo Tianji no longer said anything and followed behind Chu Yang. The group of 10 people turned into a sharp arrow, piercing straight into the extreme sky. Wuqing City, 800 miles north of the extreme sky capital, Wuqing City, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, was the location of the Saint Emperor's Palace. In the north, there was an unusually wide mountain, as if it wanted to reach the clouds. It was like a huge backrest. And the 2 mountains on the left and right were like 2 armrests. There were no traces of anyone decorating here. The whole terrain, where the 3 mountains overlapped, was like a huge armchair made by heaven, and outside the 2 mountains on the left and right. There was a surging river on each side, like 2 dragons coming out of the water, flowing into the distance. And the Saint Emperor's Palace was located in the seat of this armchair. Chu Yang and the others had just passed through Wuqing City, and when the sky had just turned dark, they saw this majestic armchair in the distance. They also saw the magnificent Saint Emperor's Palace inside the armchair. The terrain here. Mo Tianji instinctively frowned. Why would the Saint Emperor choose such a terrain to build the Saint Emperor's Palace? It's simply predestined to be defeated and destroyed. Is there a problem with the topography and geomancy here? Chu Yang asked. Chu Yang didn't even know a thing or two about feng shui. So, he naturally didn't have the right to speak. However, Great Trickster Mo was an expert in this field. Something that could make him so surprised must have a huge flaw. No problem at all. Mo Tianji said, it's because there's nothing wrong with it. This was the biggest problem. As I said just now, this place is definitely a treasured land of feng shui. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, there is absolutely no other place with better terrain than this place. Since it's already the best feng shui location, what's the problem? Chu Yang was puzzled. This is not the best feng shui location. Didn't you notice that I said absolutely feng shui location? I didn't use adjectives like best or best. In most places with feng shui, it was necessary to find a place with the best feng shui layout. But in reality, there was no such thing as a perfect place in the world. Heaven and earth were originally incomplete. Even heaven and earth were incomplete. How could there be a so-called perfect place in the world? Mo Tianji replied. Well, what you mean is that this is an absolutely feng shui location, but it's actually not a good place. Chu Yang asked again. You can't say that. This topography naturally formed a mountain handrail and a pair of dragons out of the water. Everything was created by the heavens. It can be said to be perfect. Mo Tianji said, no one can destroy this kind of natural paradise. That's why it's an absolutely feng shui location. Even a saint can't? Chu Yang asked. No, unless someone can destroy the entire Heaven Imperial Court, the layout of this area won't be damaged. A saint chose to build the Saint Emperor Palace here. It's indeed a good choice. But what if it's not a saint? Mo Tianji said, in fact, it's a good thing for anyone to do something here. Oh? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Chu Yang rarely admitted his ignorance. But what Mo Tianji said just now was indeed a little confusing. There were not many people who could understand it. Well, it should be like this. If a saint dies, it won't affect the feng shui. If he lives, it won't affect the feng shui. Ah? If a saint dies, it won't affect the feng shui? I say, old third Mo, hurry up and say something sensible. If you continue to talk nonsense, I'll really get angry. Mo Tianji stared blankly for a while. Then, he said, it was my mistake to talk about feng shui with an outsider like you. Simply put, this kind of perfect feng shui treasure land is called Heaven's Throne. Humans can never be on par with the heavens. Humans won't benefit from the feng shui here. If that's the case, any excellent feng shui will lose its effect. It's meaningless. It won't protect a saint or anyone here. So, no matter how good the feng shui is, it's meaningless. Do you understand? Oh, so that's what you mean. Then, isn't this feng shui meaningless? Chu Yang said. How can it be meaningless? This kind of feng shui is actually used to protect the heavens. It won't simply protect a person. No one will. Mo Tianji said, so, this excellent feng shui isn't good for humans. At this point, Chu Yang suddenly understood. Actually, the best feng shui sign here is outside of the twin dragons. That's the only place in this place that can be protected by the power of feng shui. It can help oneself, others, and future generations. Mo Tianji sighed, but the saint obviously didn't choose that place. I think he might not be unaware of the mystery. But it's because he can't afford to lose face. Being told that he has a short life is really a slap in the face. Chu Yang smiled sarcastically. So, even though the saint can see it, he can only choose this place. Mo Tianji also sighed, even if he's as strong as a saint, he can't avoid this. This is the real reason why the saint didn't build his real headquarters here. Mo Tianji sighed softly. Chu Yang nodded and took out a water bag. Everyone, drink some water. The battle is about to begin. Aren't we going to wait a little longer? Night hasn't completely fallen yet. Are we going to choose the best time to attack? Tai Budian asked. No need. Chu Yang gave everyone a heavy pill. Then, with a wave of his hand, a black silk scarf appeared in his hand. He slowly covered his face and tied it tightly behind his head. The Calamity Sword also appeared in his hand. Under Chu Yang's control, the light of the Calamity Sword under normal circumstances slowly changed. The whole sword gradually turned black. It was the appearance of Gu Duxing's black dragon sword. Chu Yang straightened his back. His entire person suddenly became cold and sharp, like a person who was like a sword. He was dressed in black and held the black dragon sword in his hand. His body exuded a sense of loneliness and loneliness. He was a living example of Gu Duxing. He believed that if Gu Duxing's original body was here, he would also be surprised. Could it be that he was actually a twin, and there was another twin brother who had the same fate, experience, and strength as himself? Among the brothers, Chu Yang had spent the longest time with Gu Duxing. Not only did he not feel pressured to imitate Gu Duxing, but he could also imitate Gu Duxing at every difficulty. Chu Yang could even completely imitate his sword techniques. Including the Chaotic Heavens sword technique. During the battle with Mo Yuntian, Gu Duxing had explained this sword technique to Chu Yang in detail. At that time, neither of them had thought that this sword intent would appear in the Holy Emperor Palace in such a way. Tianji set up the formation, Lu seal the door. Butian and Xianxia fill in the gaps. Chu Yang rose and turned into a sword light that shot out. Today, the Holy Emperor Palace will not be spared. A burst of murderous aura suddenly exploded and engulfed the entire Holy Emperor Palace. The entire crowd overflowed with a strong, clear, and vengeful intent. A black dragon shook its head and wagged its tail, madly dashing forward in an overbearing manner. Luo Kadi, GMO, Xinyang, Rui Budong, Mo Qinggu, and the rest followed closely behind. 5 rainbows shot out in all directions behind Chu Yang. At this moment, they were only a few thousand feet away from the Holy Emperor Palace. In the night that had just descended, one could clearly see the extremely dazzling sword light in midair. Also, the undisguised murderous aura that soared to the heavens rushed towards them like raging waves. Almost at the same time, all the practitioners in the Holy Emperor's Palace felt their hair stand on end. Who dares to be so presumptuous here? Stop! Following a loud roar, the entire Holy Emperor Palace trembled. Then, another roar sounded, enemy attack. The voice was sharp and rushed straight into the night sky, like a thunderbolt in the clear sky, exploding loudly. The vigilance of the Holy Emperor Palace was indeed extraordinary. Their reaction could be said to be extremely fast. The sword light had just been seen here, and they had already reacted immediately. The next moment, beams of light shot out from the Holy Emperor Palace. These were streaks of light, each rainbow represented an expert who was at least at the peak of the high-level saint level. 20 to 30 experts at the peak rushed out at the same time, one after another. This kind of momentum, this kind of lineup, could really be said to be earth-shattering. Countless majestic auras brazenly rushed towards Chu Yang. However, Chu Yang completely ignored this and sneered, "Since you dared to destroy my heavenly armament pavilion, you will have to bear my revenge. Even if it's the most sacred place in the Heaven Imperial Court, Holy Emperor Palace, tonight, you will have to bear the fate of vanishing into thin air." The black dragon transformed and the sword light flashed, mixed with a sense of loneliness and desolation that pervaded the world. Chu Yang, together with his sword, rushed towards the gate of the Holy Emperor Palace from the front. White light flashed on the gate, and the restriction here was instantly activated. This white light was a restriction personally laid down by the saint. One could imagine how powerful it was. The pure and holy white light immediately enveloped the entire gate. In an instant, it had reached its strongest level. But on top of the city wall, someone still exclaimed, "Heavenly Armament Pavilion. Black Dragon. Misty Heaven Sword Technique. This is the Solitary Emperor." In this world, only the Solitary Emperor would have this kind of lonely and desolate aura when he fully unleashed his sword aura. This point was no longer a secret. Everyone watched as this sword light that was infinitely close to black rushed over at an astonishing speed like a falling meteor. It rushed towards the defensive white light that was personally laid down by the saint. Everyone's palms were sweating profusely. Although everyone had confidence in the defense that was personally laid down by the saint, they were all frightened by the Solitary Emperor's heaven-shaking might. Would the Solitary Emperor, who had come for revenge, be able to break through this strongest defense? The answer was revealed almost at the instant of contact. The sword light rushed into the white light like a red-hot sharp knife, unreservedly stabbing into a pool of solidified butter. That white light only flickered for a moment before it exploded with a loud bang, facing the decisive attack of the Solitary Emperor. Even the defense that was personally laid down by the saint couldn't withstand a single blow. The entire city gate was completely overturned by the sudden explosion of the white light. Countless people screamed miserably as they were turned into flying people. Blood flowed in the air as their bodies involuntarily flew far away. Under the sword of the Solitary Emperor, the defense of the saint couldn't even delay the slightest bit of time. What did this result mean? Everyone's eyebrows twitched. Then, they saw that after the grand sword light broke through the defense of the white light, it didn't slow down at all. It didn't even need to catch its breath as it rushed straight into the Saint Emperor's palace. Wherever the sword energy and the sword light passed, there was blood everywhere like a waterfall. In just a few thousand feet, there were already no less than 500 corpses lying on the ground. Long rainbows flickered. No less than 10 figures landed in front of Chu Yang in an instant. One of them said in a deep voice, "Solitary Emperor?" Chu Yang said coldly, "Even if you know me, I won't show you any mercy." Ha ha ha. Everyone on the other side burst into laughter. The legendary lone traveler Great Emperor is a man of few words. Seeing you in person today is better than seeing you in person. However, even if you are the lone traveler Great Emperor, you are courting death by coming here today. Whether you're courting death or not, we'll know after we fight. Chu Yang shouted. As he soared into the air, an indescribable aura of loneliness instantly spread through the air and engulfed the entire area. It was as if he was the only one left in this world. A sword across the sky to the peak. With a sweep of the sword light, it flew out in the shape of a fan. It actually faced dozens of tyrannical opponents head-on. Without exception, all of them enveloped him. Everyone on the Holy Emperor Palace's side felt a bleak and lonely killing intent at that moment. In the next moment, all of them reacted at the same time, and their reactions were very similar. They were furious. "Gu Duxing, who do you think you are? You actually want to challenge all of us here by yourself? Who do you think you are, the Holy Emperor His Majesty? Kill him!" Someone shouted. Everyone on the Holy Emperor Palace's side attacked at the same time. Everyone used their own techniques, and countless sharp techniques were all directed at Gu Duxing. The momentum was indescribable. At this moment, Emo Qinggu, GMO, Luo Kadi, and Sacrificial Maiden Rue Budong rushed in at the same time. They didn't speak and chose their opponents. They fought fiercely. Life and death, victory and defeat, vanish in a flash. Chu Yang recited softly. This was originally Gu Duxing's sword technique, but Chu Yang used it at this moment and it was equally smooth. In his previous life, he understood the taste of loneliness far better than Gu Duxing. He had this state of mind. He understood this state of mind. This sword technique was largely perfected by Chu Yang. He turned around. Countless sword chi seemed to be attacking in all directions without any pattern. However, two people on the opposite side screamed in pain without any warning. They were already injured by the sword chi. The skin that was cut by the sword energy couldn't stop bleeding at all. It could only continue to flow. No divine technique or secret technique could be used. What no one noticed was that their life force, soul strength, and pure cultivation strength had also been reduced by a small half after this sword strike. This wasn't the effect of the Sword of Solitude, but the Calamity Sword secretly swallowing. The effect of the Sword of Solitude in Chu Yang's hands, coupled with the Calamity Sword, was at least several times better than when Gu Duxing used it himself. Where can I find a soulmate in the world? Pointing his sword forward, he attacked 300 times in an instant. The sword went in and out of the chest of the Saint Expert at the front dozens of times. Chu Yang didn't hesitate. He kicked the corpse in front of him and stabbed the sword into the heart of another person. With a swing, the two parts of the corpse turned into hidden weapons and flew out. When you want to look back, you've already forgotten your feelings. Chu Yang jumped up and spun slowly in the air. Countless deadly sword energy fell in a fan shape, within a radius of 3,000 feet around Chu Yang. All the people with lower cultivations let out a blood-curdling scream. Then, there was no more sound. The remaining 30 or so experts were all forced back by his sword attack for close to 100 steps. In the process, 7 or 8 people died because they couldn't bear it anymore. What sword technique is this? How can it have such terrifying power? So far, Chu Yang had only used 3 moves. But, a feeling of fear had arisen in everyone's heart, and they couldn't suppress it. According to the legends, although the solitary emperor was powerful and sharp, it didn't seem to be to this extent, right? This was simply terrifying, a nightmare. Could it be that he broke through after being suppressed by the Saint Emperor? But this was the Saint Emperor Palace, the sacred place of the Heaven Imperial Court. How could they let him behave so atrociously here? Everyone tried to suppress the fear in their hearts. With a roar, they surrounded Chu Yang to eliminate the nightmare. Chu Yang quietly landed on the ground. His eyes behind the black mask were cold and emotionless. No matter how many people he faced, he would never face more than 3 people head-on. As long as someone could get behind him or attack from above, Mo Qingwu and the rest would instantly join forces and force that person to retreat or join forces to kill him in the shortest time possible. They had to ensure Chu Yang's safety. Although Chu Yang didn't need such protection, the legendary solitary emperor might not. To make these people believe that this was indeed the solitary emperor, some necessary concealment was still necessary. For the next period of time, the battle fell into a stalemate. Although Chu Yang and the rest's attacks were fierce and sharp, the strength displayed by the other party was definitely not weak. After the initial irresistible force, they gradually fell into a stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. Of course, this stalemate was deliberately created by Chu Yang. On one hand, Chu Yang was secretly gathering his energy, preparing for a sure-kill attack. On the other hand, he was waiting for news from Mo Tianji. This time, Chu Yang didn't intend to let any of the Saint Monarch's direct experts walk out alive. The Saint Monarch's crazy revenge had also triggered Chu Yang's violent nature. As long as Mo Tianji and Chu Le completed the outer blockade, Chu Yang was prepared to use the Tribulation Sword technique with all his might and start a massacre. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a cold yet seductive voice resounded, "Stop." On the opposite side, more than 10 experts, who had been suppressed by Chu Yang to the point that they couldn't breathe, leaped out of the battle circle at the same time. Chu Yang held his sword and looked towards the direction of the voice. He saw a woman in white standing gracefully on the steps. A pair of cold eyes were looking at him. However, for some reason, this pair of cold eyes gave off an indescribably beautiful feeling. It was as if the endless scenery of the vast starry sky and the boundless sea was revealed from this pair of cold eyes. This was a perfect face. No one would be able to find a single flaw on his face. She had an extremely exquisite face with an impeccable shape, perfect phoenix eyes, and slender eyebrows. Every single one of them was fresh and refined. Her skin was white and tender, her nose was tall and straight, and her lips were red and moist. This was a perfect woman without any flaws. Without any introduction, Chu Yang instantly knew who this woman was. In this world, only this woman could make people think of her name when they saw her face. In the past, she was the pearl of the Shui clan, the world's #1 beauty, the younger sister of Dong Huang Shui Leihan, Shui Xian'er. This white-clothed woman who seemed to have appeared out of thin air just stood there, and there was not the slightest bit of disharmony in the entire bloody battlefield. This was because the moment this white-clothed woman appeared, the entire battlefield seemed to be filled with the fragrance of flowers and the chirping of birds. It was an endless feeling of contentment. and both sides of the battlefield actually quieted down. The passage of countless years and the baptism of time could not diminish her beauty in the slightest. On the contrary, because of the passage of time, it added a hint of maturity to her peerless beauty, and it added a boundless magnificence to her indescribably beautiful appearance, cold and peerless, unattainable, immortal and otherworldly. Even Emo Chingu and Emo Layer couldn't help but feel envious when they looked at this woman. This was the limit that a woman could reach. Time never aged her face, her youth was eternal. The vicissitudes of life didn't hinder her, only her magnificence was always with her. This was undoubtedly the ultimate goal of every woman. Even Emo Chingu and Emo Layer, who were at the peak of martial arts, couldn't avoid it. Chu Yang stood with his sword held horizontally, his eyes coldly staring at the woman in front of him. He knew the identity of this woman very well. When he had first seen her beauty, he had been in a trance for a moment. But, he had sobered up in an instant. This was because Chu Yang knew that this woman before his eyes was deranged and devoid of conscience. This fairy-like woman in front of him was willing to sacrifice her own father, slaughter her own brothers, and use her entire clan as a tool for her own love and for her husband's ambition. Xianxia, this extremely elegant and refined name shouldn't belong to this woman, her actions would only tarnish this name. Chu Yang stared at this woman. There was no longer any desire for beauty in his heart, but he didn't know what exactly he was feeling. It could be hatred, disdain, or disdain. At this moment, Chu Yang had already made up his mind, this woman must be killed. Even if Shui Leihan was here, he wouldn't be able to stop him from waving his sword. As for whether he could kill her or not, that was secondary. Even if Shui Xian'er's real body was here, Chu Yang would still kill her. Moreover, Chu Yang already knew from Dong Wushan that the Shui Xian'er here was actually just a doppelganger, just like the doppelganger of the sage at the 10,000 Saints True Spirit base. As he thought of this, Chu Yang couldn't help but sigh at how miraculous this world was. Not long ago, he had just killed a clone of Master Yun, and now he was seeing his wife's clone here. Furthermore, she was about to be killed by him. This must be the renowned solitary emperor, Gu Duxing, right? Shui Xian'er carefully sized up Chu Yang from head to toe. From his figure to his sword, she could feel his aura. As she looked at him, her eyes were bright and kind. She naturally stood out from the crowd. Yes. Chu Yang said coldly, you must be the saint's first wife, the current saint empress, right? Shui Xian'er nodded slightly. She said, yes, I am. However, I didn't know that the solitary emperor had already revealed his identity. Why did you cover your face? Are you trying to deceive yourself? Intense hatred shot out from Chu Yang's eyes. He said coldly, all of this was bestowed upon me by the saint. A person's face is bestowed by their parents and bestowed by the heavens. If there wasn't any special reason, who would deliberately deceive others? Shui Xian'er shook her head and smiled bitterly. So the solitary emperor's face is actually injured? However, I don't know if it's serious or not. I have top-notch healing medicine here. It might be able to treat it. Chu Yang sneered, I don't dare to take your medicine. Is there anything that the solitary emperor doesn't dare to do? Even the heavenly watchtower holy grounds and the holy emperor palace were not in the solitary traveler great emperor's eyes. There's nothing in this world that the solitary emperor doesn't dare to do. A mere pill is the heart of my fists, yet the solitary emperor is willing to throw it away like a worn-out shoe? Shui Xian'er squinted her eyes. He chuckled. All around. Many people from Holy Emperor Palace stared with their eyes wide open. I didn't expect you to see through my thoughts. Chu Yang replied. Once these words came out, the entire audience went silent. What is Gu Duxing talking about? She could tell what was on his mind? It seemed that the Divine Empress had just said, this concubine's fists have the heart, yet the great emperor discards her like a worn-out shoe? Was Gu Duxing referring to this sentence? Wasn't this too presumptuous? How dare he say that? He actually dared to tease the Divine Empress. Unexpectedly, Shui Xian'er was still able to maintain her composure. She smiled lightly and said, I wonder if the solitary traveler Grand Emperor has some misunderstandings towards me. Or perhaps, he is taking his anger out on me because of my relationship with esteemed Lord. Just now, I was too presumptuous. Our relationship is shallow, so I spoke too deeply. Indeed, it's my fault. Xianxia was indeed worthy of being the divine empress of this generation. She was the only person who shared a pillow with esteemed Lord Cloud. Even after being ridiculed by Qu Yang on the spot, she was still able to maintain her composure. Not only was she able to maintain her composure, she could even raise her hand and repeat it. With just a few sentences, she had already accused the solitary traveler Grand Emperor of being narrow-minded, taking his anger out on others, and so on. I said that you saw through my thoughts. What I meant was, your holy Emperor Palace is really not in my eyes. In this world, there is nothing that I don't dare to do. Qu Yang sneered, Your Majesty Divine Empress, you think too highly of yourself. These words did not leave any face for Xianxia. Everyone's expression changed. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. She chuckled and said, But you still don't dare to eat my healing medicine. Why is that? Qu Yang's eyes were filled with mockery. He said coldly, I don't dare to because my surname is not Shui. That's all. Then, he laughed mockingly and said, Even Xian doesn't dare to eat your medicine. How would I dare to? Xianxia frowned. Her bright and beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold. She said softly, Solitary traveler Grand Emperor, if you don't speak clearly, you won't be able to discern the truth. What do you mean by this? Please elaborate. Qu Yang smiled faintly, Did I not make it clear enough? Then let me make it even clearer. Where is the world's #1 financial magnate now? In the sky? Or underground? Xianxia's expression was as cold as ice. She looked at him quietly. In the past, for the sake of his daughter's happiness, the great father who didn't hesitate to spend all his wealth. Who killed him in the end? In the past, the Shui clan had many heroes and brothers. Where are they now? In the sky? Or underground? But you, Xianxia, are now in a high position and you command the world. Qu Yang said coldly, Even a wolf has a heart. But where is your heart? Xianxia's face turned cold as she said, Take down this arrogant man. She originally wanted to use her talent to negotiate with this solitary traveler Grand Emperor. Then, it would be best if she could subdue him without fighting. The most important achievement of the charm of all living beings that she cultivated was precisely this function. In the past, countless famous experts and experts of the current age had unknowingly fallen for this trick. They had unknowingly been manipulated by her. As long as this Gu Duxing's fighting spirit was slightly weakened, it would be as easy as blowing off dust to deal with him. She could even manipulate Gu Duxing to kill all of his companions and then wake him up. This was the most convenient thing that Xianxia could do. It was also the thing that she was most proud of. In the past, she had used this method to defeat powerful enemies countless times. If at that time, Gu Duxing saw his companions and brothers being killed by her, how could he endure it? Perhaps Xianxia or the experts of the Holy Emperor Palace would not have to do it personally. Gu Duxing would have already committed suicide to atone for his crimes. Xianxia had already used this trick too many times. She was not satisfied with it every time. The charm of all living beings was to play with all living beings in the palm of one's hand. Life and death in one's mind. But now, these few words of Gu Duxing had directly touched upon the biggest taboo in her heart. It was as if her heart had been fiercely scalded by a red-hot iron. This caused Xianxia's mind, which had been as calm as an ancient well for millions of years, to become turbulent and difficult to calm down. In an instant, she flew into a rage. She could no longer maintain her elegant demeanor and directly issued a battle order. With this order, the people of the Holy Emperor Palace rushed up as if they did not care about their lives. Qu Yang and the others suddenly felt a pressure that was several times stronger than before. It was as if Xianxia was standing here. To the people of the Holy Emperor Palace. It was already an excellent stimulant, there was no need to say anything more. It was already enough. How can this be? Probably only a few newbies would do such a childish act of desperately trying to show off in front of a beauty. But, these people are all experts. If they did not have extraordinary willpower, how could they have such extraordinary strength? Why would they have such a strange mentality? Qu Yang felt strange as he fought. But he did not know how powerful Xianxia's charm of all living beings was. Not to mention those who had been with her for a long time, or those who had seen her frequently for a long time. Even those who met her for the first time could not help but be awed by her radiance. This was because those who could be charmed by Xianxia were definitely experts among experts. Ordinary people did not have such qualifications. These people had stayed in the Holy Emperor Palace for a long time. Naturally, they had seen Xianxia many times. And every time they saw her, their impression of her would deepen, and they would yearn for her even more. Over the years, they had already worshipped Xianxia as the supreme goddess in their hearts. Now that the goddess had given the order, of course, everyone fought bravely and fought to be the first. Because of this, ever since Xianxia and Cloud Master entered the Holy Emperor Palace, there had never been any betrayals in the palace. Xianxia could be said to have taken great credit for this. This had nothing to do with sex, but she had made herself into an immortal. That kind of cold immortal aura made everyone who saw her feel ashamed of their inferiority, but also fanatically supported her. What was even more fortunate was that the real Gu Duxing was now Yang. Yang cultivated the heaven-splitting divine technique, which was above all the other techniques in the heaven-splitting imperial court. He had also comprehended the true attainments of Tao, which was why he was not bewitched by Xianxia's charm of all living beings. If the real Gu Duxing was here, based on his cultivation, he might not be able to resist the power of charm of all living beings. As long as there was a little bit of insufficient resistance, he would be defeated in an instant. Clang! 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 A huge hand suddenly formed in the sky and covered the whole battlefield of the Holy Emperor Palace without any warning. It slammed down fiercely with the force of a mountain. Yang let out a long roar. Using the posture of the heaven-splitting sword technique, he merged the surging sword energy of what harm is there in slaughtering the entire world and suddenly unleashed it. A faintly discernible sword energy was spat out along with the momentum. Chi! 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 Numerous small transparent holes suddenly appeared in the huge hand that covered the sky above. Then, with a boom, it completely exploded. Following the collapse of the huge hand, the buildings around the Holy Emperor Palace also collapsed. The initiators of the huge hand, the 8 saints who attacked together, spat out blood at the same time and fell to the ground in exhaustion. Yang's calamity sword circled around. The sword tip vibrated continuously 8 times at an extremely fast frequency. The heads of the 8 people almost flew up at the same time, and their life essence was also devoured by the calamity sword. A clear and melodious whistle suddenly sounded, and a dreamy red color suddenly appeared in the sky. Heavenly dance. I'm very disappointed today. Very angry. I want to cry. F***ck, I started to lose weight on the 28th of this month. Until today, when I started to lose weight, I was 75 pounds. After going to the toilet today, I weighed myself. I'm 50 pounds now. In other words, this guy was the weakest link in this group of enemies, the kind that needed to be protected. That was why he didn't leave this place. Although he had the protection of the solitary Great Emperor, the injuries on this guy's body were still riddled with wounds. They believed that as long as they put in a little more effort, they would be able to kill him. As long as this person was killed, there would be a gap in the enemy's formation, and they would be able to secure victory. Driven by this thought, more and more people gathered around. Soon, more and more people gathered around them. Rui Badong shouted, "Your Majesty, I can't protect you anymore." With a swoosh, he ran away. You're protecting Your Majesty? What kind of joke is this? It's obviously Your Majesty who is protecting you. And now that the situation is critical, as a guard, you actually ran away without a care. How can people be so shameless? This is really a little too shameless. However, it's better for you to split up. It'll be easier for us to defeat you one by one. Dealing with this guy alone is much less dangerous than dealing with the solitary Great Emperor together. Therefore, more than 40 people flew up and chased after him. On the other side, Luo Kadi and the sacrificial maiden wielded the Wolf Fang sword and the Wolf Fang sword respectively. The couple held like wolves, one howling and the other howling. Although there were only the 2 of them, they had the power of 10,000 wolves howling at the same time, even though they were on a battlefield of life and death that was constantly changing, and they were here for revenge. Yang and the rest still felt a little scared. They really didn't expect that Luo Kadi, who had never found a wife, would actually find such a perfect match here. Continuous howls of wolves could be heard. One by one, experts fell down just like that, never to be seen again. Xianxia's eyes were fixed on Chu Yang, who was engaged in a frenzy of killing. At the same time, she was also paying attention to Imo Qinggu, who was fighting alongside Chu Yang. The two of them were sometimes together and sometimes apart. Their cooperation was flawless, like a perfect pair of pearls and jade. Xianxia's split body was a little hesitant. Her rationality told her that the most dangerous enemy now was this solitary great emperor who was on a killing spree and needed to be eliminated immediately. But her emotions urged her to move step by step towards Imo Qinggu. The jealousy in her heart had already made her close to madness. No matter what, she would not allow another woman who was more beautiful than her to exist in this world. As long as such a woman exists, she must be eradicated. The former one was already dead. This one had to die too. Once a woman's jealousy rose, her actions would no longer be reasonable, and she would become unreasonable, under this kind of mentality. All of the reasons, right and wrong, and reasons were not important. They were meaningless, as a result, amidst the sounds of fighting that were as loud as the mountains. Xianxia's white clothes flashed. He leaped up and attacked from the sky. In an instant, countless rays of white light fell down like an inescapable net. At the moment of the descent, sharp knives with barbs appeared out of thin air on the dense net that was like an inescapable net. The blade was glowing with a blue light. A loud boom resounded in the empty sky. This sudden change caused the power of the attack to increase even more. It even blocked off all the paths that Imo Qinggu could take to advance or retreat. This kind of attack was obviously meant to kill Imo Qinggu in one blow, and even if she was lucky enough not to die, as long as these barbed knives came close to her body, her beautiful face would be destroyed in an instant. Her snow-white jade-like skin could no longer recover. No one knew that Xianxia had added an extremely powerful poison on top of this inescapable net divine technique. Similarly, no one knew that Xianxia, who looked as pure and holy as a snow fairy, was not only cruel and merciless, she was also a venomous woman, an expert in the way of poison. No matter how beautiful a woman was, once she was poisoned, there would be no cure for her life. And this kind of poison was only effective against women. It was useless against men. Imo Qinggu was just about to escape when she suddenly felt that the air around her had become extremely sticky. Although she was still confident that she could break free, she would not be able to deal with the attacks of more than 10 opponents at the same time. And even if she could deal with the people in front of her, how could she deal with the net above her head? 3 dangers, 3 attacks from 3 sides. How should she choose? Imo Qinggu's face turned cold. Suddenly, she let out a soft roar and activated her peak cultivation. She exploded with a powerful force and broke free from the restraint of the external force. The Qingwu dream saber in her hand shone with endless light. She slashed hundreds of times consecutively at the speed of lightning, forcing back more than 10 enemies in front and behind her. 2 of them had blood spurting out from their bodies. After pushing back the enemies in an instant, the Qingwu dream saber shone again and was about to slash at the net that was about to reach her. The saber aura had already formed. It shone with a faint green light. The power of this saber was enough to make gods and demons retreat and silence the fairies. Xianxia's white-cloaked figure flashed over with an extremely cruel smile on her face. An enormous external force appeared once again, instantly sealing off the surrounding environment. Her meticulous plan was all for this moment. This little girl actually wants to use the saber aura to break the inescapable net divine technique? How can that be? Just be obedient and be disfigured. There is no woman more beautiful than me in this world. There isn't one in the past, now, and in the future. Yo, little sister, you look so beautiful. What a beauty. Xianxia's voice was gentle and soft. Come, let me take a closer look. TSK, this little face is really, really beautiful. It's just that this face can only be a memory. Then, she waved her white hands, and 2 white ribbons flew out like long dragons. They forcibly entangled the dreaming of a gentle dance saber. The invincible and indestructible saber aura got suppressed, and couldn't display its might for a while. Seeing that the big net was about to fall. At this moment, a white figure flashed through the air and a clear voice laughed. Such a good fishing net is better used to catch fish. How can you throw it at people's heads? You are not human. A slender hand grabbed onto the tip of one of the hidden sabers on the inescapable net. Then, using the tip of the saber, the net was lifted into the air, and with a wave of her hand, the net was turned into a rod-like object. Then, she smashed it down toward Xianxia with the momentum of the rod-like object. Xianxia retreated in shock. This net was called the Tears of Beauties. Although it was not very lethal, it was a nightmare to any woman. Beauties have tears, and tears can change their beauty. As long as a woman came into contact with this net, she would be poisoned immediately. Furthermore, even Xianxia did not have the antidote. If she was careless, she would not be able to recover for the rest of her life. There were restrictions placed on it by the Saint Monarch and her own cultivation. It looked ordinary, but it was definitely not. Every time she used it, there would be a space lock and poison spreading in all directions. But this person was able to grab it so easily and was not affected by it at all. Xianxia looked over and saw a young girl in white. She was slim and elegant like a white lotus out of the water. She looked smart and was looking at her mockingly. Xianxia was holding the net in her hand like a dead fish. She did not care about it at all. When Xianxia saw this, she was truly shocked. She had only caught a glimpse of the girl and did not observe her closely. At first, she thought that the girl was wearing some kind of mystical glove on her hand that could ward off poison. But now that she took a closer look, the girl clearly did not wear any glove on her hand. She was just holding the tip of the knife with 2 fingers. But why was she not poisoned? This young girl was, of course, Chu. She held Xianxia's Tears of Beauties and said mockingly, "A Saint Empress is actually using such a broken net as a weapon? Isn't it too embarrassing?" She then pouted and said, "Here, I'll return this to you. But please don't take it out and embarrass yourself in the future. Even I feel embarrassed for you." She then threw the vicious net back to Xianxia. How could Chu throw this harmful weapon back to Xianxia so casually? Was she really that stupid? Xianxia smiled sweetly and said, "Even a Saint Empress has to share the joys and sorrows of the people. What good things can there be in this world?" She then took the net back. It was not easy to make this inescapable net. Since she had the chance to get it back, how could she miss it? But Xianxia was more concerned about what was wrong with it. She had to find out. Why was she not poisoned? Furthermore, even though the net looked like a net, its ingenuity was endless. Even the threads that formed the net were treasures that were hard to find in this world. How could she throw it away so casually? Was it because this girl was from a side sect and did not recognize such a treasure? Or was it because of her high status that she did not care about this item? However, the moment Xianxia held the net in her hands, she suddenly screamed and threw the net away. There was a third possibility: she was using this mechanism to fight, but Xianxia realized it too late. At this moment, Xianxia's jade-like hands that were as white as snow had already turned green. Following which, it turned purple. Then, a faint purplish-black line could be seen climbing up her wrist. The speed at which it spread was actually visible to the naked eye. Xianxia's face turned pale. She hurriedly used her cultivation as a peak saint to stop the poison from spreading. But to her horror, she realized that this method was useless. The black and purple line was not affected by her spiritual energy at all. From beginning to end, it slowly rose up in an orderly manner. In the blink of an eye, it had reached her forearm. Her entire forearm had turned green. But fortunately, the line stopped moving when it reached her forearm. It was as if it was restrained by something. Although the cultivation of the 4 girls was not weak, their actual cultivation was much weaker than GMO's. Especially when GMO pretended to be weak, they were all killed instantly when he suddenly burst out. Perhaps they did not expect that the perverted hooligan whom they were suppressing just now would suddenly burst out with such powerful energy. Was this a joke? However, this joke could only be explained in the netherworld. Across the entire Holy Emperor Palace, the sounds of fighting had already become fragmented, and there was not much left. There were tens of thousands of experts here, and most of them had turned into dust. Xianxia looked at the corpses around her and sighed. If we did not rush to the other worlds and divert more than half of the experts from Holy Emperor Palace, how could you break into Holy Emperor Palace so easily? An elegant voice said, "If Holy Emperor Palace did not send so many experts to hurt my brother, we would not have thought of destroying Holy Emperor Palace this time. There is a cause and effect. You did the first, we did the 15th. That's all." Following the voice, a person walked in slowly from the direction of the gate. The person was dressed in white, clean and elegant. He walked calmly, and a purple jade flute shone in his hand. As this person walked over, it was as if the entire situation was under his control. Motng, when Chulu appeared, it meant that the two of them had completely sealed off the outside of Holy Emperor Palace. And Motng's appearance was tantamount to announcing another thing: from now on, this Holy Emperor Palace. It could already be equated to death. Unless they had Motng's permission, they wouldn't be able to enter. No one could come out. All the paths here were controlled by Motng. When Motng came in, he immediately said, "Seize the time and kill everyone who needs to be killed. Tonight, no one will be left alive in Holy Emperor Palace. Heavenfalt Holy Land will be Heavenfalt Holy Land." As soon as he heard this, the guards of Holy Emperor Palace, who still had some fighting spirit, instantly collapsed. They watched as the number of people on their side decreased, and the living people turned into corpses one by one. Some even died without a complete corpse. From tens of thousands of people to less than 1,000 now. No matter how they struggled and fought, only death awaited them. How could they not be afraid? Now, in an absolute disadvantage. Seeing that the saints, who were usually high and mighty, were also being forced into a corner and were about to be defeated and die, who would be willing to stay here and wait for death? Once their fighting spirit crumbled, it was unknown who took the lead to shout, but the thousands of people immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Where there is life, there is hope. Besides, I'm going to deliver a message to His Majesty the Sage Monarch. It can't be considered an escape, it's just a strategic diversion. For the Holy Emperor Palace, he would leave behind a spark and hope. Leaving the future behind. With such thoughts in mind, everyone was instantly cleansed. Chu Yang, Motng, Chu Lu, and the others all revealed cruel smiles as they watched these people escape. Sure enough, those people had only charged out a few thousand feet when they seemed to have bumped into an invisible barrier, and they were unable to take another step forward. This was the power of the array formation. With Motng's unique means and the unique geographical conditions of this place, setting up such a ceiling formation was simply a piece of cake for him. He could achieve twice the result with half the effort. In the next moment, the people who hit the barrier all screamed in pain. The poison that Chu Lu had set up immediately took effect the moment it came into contact with them. One by one, they rolled, screamed, begged, and cursed. However, not long after, these people fell to the ground with their bodies convulsing. There was no more sound. Xianxia's face was still vaguely filled with anger when she saw everyone suddenly running away. However, as she watched until now and saw everyone dying in such a bizarre manner, Xianxia's face finally changed and fear began to grow in her heart. She turned her head and looked at Chu Lu with some fear. She asked word by word, "You did this?" Chu Lu smiled sweetly. "I'm an expert in using poison. Please enlighten me." Xianxia's heart really fell into an ice cave at this moment. At least she knew that it was impossible for her to use poison to kill so many people at once in such a spacious place. This was no longer a matter of pure means. Poison, means, timing, dosage, all the conditions had to be calculated perfectly, and it also required a lot of experience in using poison. Only by combining all of the above could it be possible to accomplish this. Yes, only then could it be possible. And this girl did it beautifully in front of the Divine Empress, in front of Xianxia. For the first time, Xianxia was touched by her own safety. "You're indeed stronger than me." Xianxia seemed indifferent to the tragic deaths of her subordinates. She smiled faintly and said, "Heroes come from young. I'm impressed." Chu Lu said, "Stronger than you? I thought you were just flattered by your subordinates and didn't know your place. It turns out that you're really ignorant." "Oh right, you haven't told me where you found the tear of heaven's pride?" Xianxia's clone frowned and smiled. "I can tell you the truth, and I can even give you a batch. However, the condition is that you let me go?" Chu Lu nodded. "Sure, as long as you're telling the truth." Xianxia didn't fall for it. She said, "What about my poison?" Chu Lu said, "As long as you do what you say, I'll cure you of the poison. You can rest assured about this." Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. She said, "But how can I trust you?" I can tell you where the tear of heaven's pride is produced, and I can also give you the tear of heaven's pride that I have. However, how can you gain my trust? Chulur smiled. There's no good way for this. You can only gamble now that I'm trustworthy. Because you don't have any other choice. If I go back on my words, you can only die. If I keep my word, you can live. I wonder if the heavens will look after you. Xianxia was speechless. She's such a hoodlum. She actually met the legendary female hoodlum today. She's such a pretty and pitiful young lady. She's actually such a hoodlum? Chulur reminded him kindly, that's right, I'm deliberately controlling the poison in your body now. It won't continue to spread. If you don't make a decision soon, I won't be able to control it for long given my low cultivation level. Your life is now in your own hands. You know what I'm talking about, right? Poison expert. As if confirming Chulur's words, the purplish-black poison lines on Xianxia's arm suddenly moved at this moment. At this moment, it actually moved at the right time. In an instant, it spread up a distance of no less than half a foot. Her entire arm was originally as white as snow. But now, it was extremely swollen. It was unbearable to look at, in fact, it was even emitting a faint stench that made one want to vomit. On the other side, another scream was heard. Another peak-level saint slowly shriveled under Chu Yang's sword. There was a look of despair in his eyes. Along with this scream, on the other side. Almost at the same time, another scream was heard, followed by a muffled groan. Luo Kadi groaned. He staggered backward and kept vomiting blood. However, the peak-level saint opposite him had already been split into two halves from his shoulder to his lower abdomen. He died with his eyes wide open. Then, without waiting for the others to react, Rui Budong opened his mouth. With a boom, a ball of nirvana flame enveloped that corpse and burned it fiercely. All the remaining primordial spirit and soul consciousness of that person were completely burned away by this ball of nirvana flame. GMO, Lady Priest, Mo Qinggu, and the others also successively succeeded. There were not many people left on the Holy Emperor Palace's side. At this point, Chu Yang no longer concealed himself. He controlled the Calamity Sword and used all his strength to attack the remaining 5 experts. His current cultivation was already comparable to Donghuang Shueleihan. If he used the Calamity Sword and used all his strength, he believed that even Shueleihan might not be Chu Yang's match. Although the 5 people opposite him were also peak-level experts, they were still some distance away from Zui Wuqing and the others. They were even further away from Donghuang. Chu Yan had unleashed his full strength at this time. So, these 5 experts had been completely killed in the blink of an eye. After the Calamity Sword devoured the soul energy, it let out a cheerful sword cry and rushed into Chu Yang's body. This battle was undoubtedly a great supplement for the Calamity Sword. However, such a long battle also consumed a lot of energy. It needed to rest temporarily to consolidate its foundation and digest what it had gained. Seeing that she was the only one left in an extremely short period of time, Xianxia finally panicked. She said decisively, I believe you. I will tell you where the heaven's proud tear is. Although she would never be so naive to believe her enemy, she could only choose to believe at this time. Because she had no other choice. There wasn't a single other path, this was the last life-saving straw. No matter what, she had to try. It was only at this moment that she completely believed that in this world, there was actually someone who could use poison as if it was her own arm. Even if the poison had already entered someone else's body, she could still control it. Furthermore, she could control it so meticulously and freely, she believed that even the Sky Poison sect, which was famous for its time millions of years ago, had not heard of such a method. However, she had personally encountered it today. As a person who was good at using poison, Xianxia's doppelganger knew how terrifying such a person was. Although the young girl in front of her looked pure and innocent, and even a little naive, in the eyes of Xianxia's doppelganger, she was no different from the incarnation of a devil. Say it. Chulur smiled very innocently. However, when Xianxia saw her smile, she shuddered and said, I don't have the finished product with me. Actually, that medicinal herb is behind this mountain, under the valley. When I found it, I didn't know that this medicinal herb was the heaven's proud tear. Until now, I still call it Beauty's Tear. End of chapter 2550. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.